Hey again. So here we gonna see everyone mocked his weakness but he returned with infinite power. Manhwa recap second part. Here's a short description. In a world where humanity was blessed with the superhuman awakening, he was always seen as powerless, mocked for his pitiful skills. Little did they know, hidden deep within him was an X-rank trait. A power beyond comprehension, but he realized too late. His true potential was dormant now. After a chance at redemption, he returns stronger than ever. With infinite power that shatters all limits, those who once ridiculed him now face the terrifying consequences of underestimating his rise. Moving to the video, the one who blocked the approaching man was none other than the person who seemed to be the leader of the group, a broad, square-shaped face, a man with the features commonly called a square jaw. Was that guy a 5-star superhuman? Indeed, the one who stopped the man trying to handle Sungshik was, according to Insight, a superhuman of the 5-star rank. Insight name: Shin Jinwoo. Rank: 5-star. Trait: B+ rank, Clown's Dagger Arts. Nothing impressive, to be honest. Sungshik didn't feel like he would lose even if he fought in his current condition. I'll handle that bastard myself. The man, Shin Jinwoo, was at the peak of his stress level. He had already been frustrated having to personally come and clean up the mess made by his underlings, yet Sungshik showed no sign of coming out of the gate. Crack, crack. Jinwoo loosened his hands and neck as he approached Sungshik. He came right up to Sungshik and growled. "You little punk, do you even know where you am?" He glared at Sungshik up close, growling, but then suddenly swallowed his words. All right, you pass what?" A sudden declaration of passing. Sungshik let out an exasperated sound in response. What was he passing? Just moments ago, he had been running combat simulations in his mind against these men. This unexpected remark filled his head with questions. "You do know that this gate is under the control of our Yongho Guild, right? You're going to have to come with us." His face is actually pretty good looking. Lady Han Yunyang would like him. That was it. He planned to offer Sungshik to Han Yunyang, the true ruler of the guild. At first, he intended to beat Sungshik to a pulp to vent his anger, but as he got closer and examined his face, he realized Sungshik was much more handsome than expected. This should be enough to cover up my mistake. No, it might even be an opportunity to earn extra points. Han Yunyang, the guild leader's sister, had a habit of collecting handsome men, and Sungshik fit her type. As one of the few who knew that Han Yunyang was the real power behind the Yongho Guild, Shin Jinwoo saw this as a chance to turn a crisis into an opportunity. It won't be fun if you refuse. Think carefully. The sudden change in attitude made Sungshik pause. This guy has some kind of scheme. A dirty feeling crept over him. There had to be a reason why they were suddenly treating him differently. He checked the remaining duration of the Future Vision debuff. The debuff from using Future Vision is currently in effect. All stats and skill power minus 50%. Remaining time: 13 hours 12 minutes and 52 seconds. 13 hours, about half a day. So, Sungshik made his decision to go with them. If he forced a fight now, things could go wrong. It was better to buy time until the debuff wore off. This Future Vision debuff is really inconvenient. I'll have to be more careful next time. If he had accounted for the debuff before exiting the dungeon, he wouldn't be in this hassle now. "Alright, let's go." At Sungshik's answer, the man grinned. Good choice. That smile was deeply unsettling. The Yongho Guild, a massive guild that held a firm grip over the Jeju Island region, one of the top 5 most powerful guilds in South Korea. Its power rested on the foundation of 2 high-ranking superhumans, 2 individuals of the 5-star plus rank. One was Han Chiosik, known as the Mountain King, a powerhouse of overwhelming might. The other was Han Yunyang, the Witch of Halasan. These two were the cornerstones of the Yongho Guild. The Mountain King Han Chiosik's strength is seriously insane. Han Chiosik was particularly renowned, counted among the top-tier superhumans in the country, standing toe-to-toe with the strongest elites. If anyone could become South Korea's second 6-star superhuman, it would be the Mountain King. He was a promising candidate to break through the wall of 6-star rank. That was the reason. People complain about the Yongho Guild monopolizing everything, but hey, isn't this world all about the strong taking what they want? Rather than splitting things with weaklings, it'd be better if the Mountain King monopolized resources so we could at least get another 6-star superhuman for the sake of national power. Despite the Yongho Guild's thuggish methods of hoarding resources, people tolerated it. The reason? Han Chiosik. Because of him, the public overlooked the guild's actions. As a result, Han Chiasek's younger sister, Han Yunyang, received little attention even though she was also a 5-star plus superhuman. Almost nothing was known about her. Some people didn't even know she existed. Wait, the Mountain King Han Chiasek has a younger sister? And she's also a 5-star plus? No way, you must have gotten that wrong. Her existence was unknown, her abilities were denied. That was how much of a mystery she was. Only rumors and gossip circulated about her. But in time, her presence will become widely known. After the gate break and the arrival of the Night of Trials, people would come to understand, the true power behind the Yongho Guild was Han Yunyang. Because she would become one of humanity's greatest 11 stars, one of the 11 thrones. The Star of Stars, one of the 11 thrones. She was the brightest existence, but later became the biggest piece of shit. One of the worst beings to ever exist for humanity. In the past, it would have been unthinkable to meet her at this point in time, yet here she was, standing right in front of Sungshik's eyes. Nice to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you. A broad, flat face, a body as massive as a mountain. Despite being a woman, an appearance that made it difficult to immediately tell if she was male or female. The only indication of her femininity was the long hair she had grown out. Indeed, it was an appearance that would leave an impression on anyone. Though Sungshik had only encountered her once by chance before his regression, he recognized her instantly. She definitely looks younger than before. Back then, she had been over 30 now. She looked barely into her 20s, but there was one thing that hadn't changed. Her sullen attitude that remained exactly the same, both then and now. Insight name: Han Yunyang. Rank: 6-star. Trait: SS. Rank: Army of Death. What Sungshik saw through insight was astonishing. Contrary to common knowledge, she was already at the 6-star level. She's already reached 6-star. He had somewhat expected it. The future 11 thrones should have reached at least 6-star by now. But what stood out more than her rank was her trait: SS. Rank: Army of Death, a trait that hinted at the power she wielded. As memories of the power she had used before his regression resurfaced, Sungshik couldn't help but frown. Seeing him frown, Han Yunyang looked at his face for a moment before speaking again. I heard you trespassed into our gate? Yes, it just kind of turned out that way. Her choice of words, trespassing, made Sungshik feel uncomfortable. It wasn't like he had done it on purpose, but the very idea of considering a gate as their private property was laughable. This is troublesome, very troublesome. Her exaggerated tone, as if something serious had happened, made Sungshik curse internally. Troublesome. My ass, I just cleared a single gate. Gates constantly appeared all over the world. All he had done was clear one of them. It wasn't as if the Yongho clan had suffered a tremendous loss or anything significant had happened. Our clan has been managing the gate zones with great difficulty at the government's request, you see. Government's request? My ass, as if I don't know they're hoarding them, knowing they'll be gold mines in the future. If word gets out that this gate was cleared without permission, we'll face heavy criticism. It wasn't entirely untrue after all. They were in charge of managing the gates, and allowing one to be cleared like this was a failure on their part. Still, it's not like these gates belong to them. As long as someone meets the qualifications, they should be open to anyone for conquest. The words burned at the back of his throat, but now wasn't the time to voice them. Instead, he simply expressed superficial regret. That's unfortunate, a mere formal remark, but upon hearing it, the man beside Han Yunyang, Shin Jinwoo, clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. Hey, do you still not realize what you did wrong? His voice was sharp with hostility. Peeved Sungshik let out an involuntary chuckle. From the moment they had first met, this man had been openly showing his displeasure. Holding back his laughter at the absurdity of the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Oh, you think this is funny? Shin Jinwoo took a step forward. Shin Jinwoo, yes, you've done well, you can leave now, yes. But before he could approach any further, Han Yunyang stopped him. Left with no choice, he turned around and exited the room. Even as he left, his glare remained locked onto Sungshik, as if he were trying to shoot lasers from his eyes. Haha, this is getting interesting. His pitiful behavior was starting to amuse Sungshik. Our team leader Shin was quite rude, wasn't he? Allow me to apologize on his behalf. Now that Shin Jinwoo was gone and only the two of them remained, Han Yunyang spoke in a much softer tone. Oh, no need for that, it's fine, then let's get to the main point. She smiled at him and then walked over to the door through which Shin Jinwoo had just left. If word gets out that we failed to properly manage this gate, we'll lose our justification for holding onto it. Click. As she spoke, she locked the door. Sungshik remained silent, observing her closely. So, what do you think we should do to make sure this incident stays quiet? Her gaze met his, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Looking into Han Yunyang's eyes, gleaming with madness, Sungshik thought. This seems dangerous. Every cell in his body was telling him that this was a crisis. Gulp. He swallowed dryly. A quick glance at the remaining duration of the future foresight debuff showed about 11 hours left. Only about 2 hours had passed since he left the gate. I will leave quietly without making a fuss. Han Yunyang, who had been stepping towards Sungshik after locking the door, suddenly stopped. Correct, that's the right answer. She smiled at his response. It wasn't a beautiful smile, but it eased the tension for a moment. Is she going to let this slide? No, that's not it. But seeing the madness still flickering in Han Yunyang's eyes, it was clear things wouldn't end so easily. Click. He clicked his tongue inwardly, preparing to use Puyan's feather at any moment. Running away is also a legitimate strategy in his current condition, facing a 6-star ranker, especially one who was once counted among the future 11 thrones, was not an option. It would be better to recover his full strength and deal with this later. Besides, Han Yunyang's ability is, thinking about her power made Sungshik frown. The trait she possessed, SS rank, Army of Death. Just from the name alone, it was clear what kind of power she wielded. She was a necromancer. A terrifying ability that embodied the might of a one-person army against those weaker than her. She was virtually invincible. There's no winning against sheer numbers. Of course, things changed when the 11 thrones reached the 8-star level. Up until 7 stars, Han Yunyang had been considered top tier among them, precisely because of her ability to summon an army. But at the threshold of 8 stars, where they began breaking through their limits, numbers became meaningless. That's why she fell from being the brightest star to the weakest of the 11 thrones. She had once been the highest among them but ended up the lowest ranked. That was the limit of a necromancer. No matter how invincible a necromancer seemed, their power ultimately depended on their summoned creatures rather than their own strength, and at 8 stars, summons could no longer contend with the level of power that existed. That led to disaster. Unable to accept her own downfall, she did something insane. She tried to turn the Sword Emperor and Martial Emperor into her puppets. Even now, thinking about it made him see her as a lunatic because of her madness. 6 of the 11 thrones, including the Sword Emperor and Martial Emperor, were lost in the battle against the ruler of the 5th night. Ultimately, that was the reason humanity collapsed in the 6th night. Even if all the 11 thrones had survived, I am not sure we could have stopped the ruler of the 6th night. Regardless, she was the worst of the worst, having doomed all of humanity for her own greed and ambition. That was why Sungshik could never tolerate her. Damn it, if not for this debuff, I'd fight her right here and now. Right now, she was only at 6 stars while she had displayed overwhelming prowess up to 7 stars, Sungshik was confident. Even at the same 6-star level, my power isn't ordinary. Yes, Sungshik was one of the true rule breakers. No matter how powerful Han Yunyang was up to 7 stars, she wouldn't match him. I should have taken care of her while we were still alone. His hatred for her wasn't just because of the 5th night's events. She had committed countless atrocities that were morally unforgivable. Humanity had turned a blind eye to her crimes, fearing her power and prioritizing survival. As Sungshik recalled her deeds, she spoke again. But I can't just take your word for it and let you go, can I? Then, she pulled out a dirt-colored paper from her inventory. Sungshik immediately recognized it. This crazy woman, _ It was none other than the contract of soul enslavement. Han Yunyang had used this method to turn handsome and strong male awakened into her personal collection of puppets in the past. She had even attempted to use it on the Sword Emperor and Martial Emperor, leading to their collective downfall. What is this? Feigning ignorance, Sungshik asked to see how she would respond. It's a contract. A contract? A contract that permanently prevents you from speaking about this incident. Hearing her words, Sungshik swallowed down his anger. As if I'd fall for that. It was laughable how brazenly she lied. Everyone knew that signing a magic-infused contract carelessly could lead to ruin. Even ordinary people understood that, and yet, she expected him to sign without suspicion. Of course, the awakened who had fallen under her control hadn't signed voluntarily. She had always subdued them first, stripping them of their will before forcing them to sign. You just need to pour your mana into this and sign. She smiled at him, her expression reminiscent of a serpent's. The sight of it made his skin crawl. Like hell I am signing that him. I wouldn't mind signing if that's all it takes, but can I take a break first? He threw the words out there, hoping to buy time. Unexpectedly, Han Yunyang looked slightly surprised. He could guess why. Yeah, most people probably started cursing at this point. Most likely, whenever she showed this contract, her victims had responded with furious resistance. If they refused, she probably just overpowered them, stripped them of their sanity, and forced them to sign. Really, she was an utterly vile woman. Of course, I'll give you plenty of time to think. She responded cheerfully, as if pleased. Did she have some sort of twisted romance about making people sign willingly? Her thoughts are easy to read, yet utterly incomprehensible. As he cursed her in his mind, Sungshik felt relieved that he had bought some time. Growl. At that moment, his stomach rumbled. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't eaten properly after clearing the gate. Ah, you must be hungry since you came straight from clearing the gate. Silly me, why don't we go have a meal first? That would be great. For the first time, Sungshik readily responded with a willing heart, along with the thought that he might be able to buy even more time than expected. Underscore. Han Yunyang, the Witch of Halasan, a superhuman with the trait SS rank, Army of the Dead. Given that she would rise to become one of the 11 thrones in the future, her trait was truly astonishing. The ability to create an army of the dead. It didn't matter whether they were monsters or superhumans. Although they couldn't exert their full strength as they did in life, this wasn't much of an issue when they formed a proper army. The flaw of not being able to utilize their full power was somewhat compensated by their reckless, suicidal attacks that disregarded death. However, one of her more twisted hobbies was possessing living superhumans. The method was simple. Among the skills derived from SS rank, Army of the Dead, there was one called Contract of Soul Enslavement. As the name suggested, it was a skill that placed a brand upon the opponent's soul. But such a skill couldn't be used easily. It would only activate if the target willingly signed the contract using their own mana. Some might look at this skill and ask, who in their right mind would voluntarily sign that? And they'd be right. No one would willingly sign such an ominous contract. So Han Yunyang pondered over it extensively, how to properly utilize this skill, and eventually, she found the answer. That answer was Soul Drain, a technique that stripped away a person's intelligence. First, she would subdue her target to the brink of death through sheer force, and then she would use Soul Drain. Unless they possessed an unyielding will, 9 times out of 10, they would fall victim to it. After that, things became simple. Before the effects of Soul Drain wore off, she would imprint the brand upon their soul using the Contract of Soul Enslavement. It was a sort of loophole, but by using this method, she was able to satisfy her desires. That desire was none other than collecting exceptionally handsome male superhumans as her puppets born with a naturally unappealing charm. Han Yunyang had never once received affection or attention from men. That was why she became obsessed with collecting attractive men. And Sungshik was among those chosen. Should I be flattered or disgusted? Thinking about it, it was truly a horrifying situation, but at this moment, it was actually working to his advantage by giving him more time. Furthermore, Sungshik had suspected it, but Han Yunyang truly did have a romanticized fantasy about this. She had an obsession, a twisted fixation born from her lack of romantic experiences, of making her chosen collection willingly sign the subjugation scroll. And now, once again, she was pressing him for an answer. Now then, I've given you plenty of time to think. You're going to sign it, right? Han Yunyang pushed the ominous, dirt-colored contract toward him, its eerie energy swirling. Sungshik responded with an indifferent attitude. Seeing this, the madness in her eyes began to flicker back to life. I believe I've given you more than enough time. The once amicable atmosphere instantly chilled, as if ice was forming in the air. In that tension, Sungshik finally spoke, word by word, the words he had been holding back. No matter how I think about it, he rolled his shoulders, loosening up his body. This contract radiates an ominous aura, covered in strange, unreadable inscriptions. He rotated his neck from side to side, stretching out his limbs. What kind of lunatic would blindly sign something like that, huh? After interlocking his fingers and stretching his arms out, Sungshik completed his warm-up. Don't you agree, you crazy bitch? With those words, he met Han Yunyang's maddened gaze head on and spat out exactly what he wanted to say. Grr, what did you just say? Her presence erupted like an inferno, thick clouds of dark energy swirling visibly around her. Want me to say it again? I am not signing this. I'd rather die than put my name on this bullshit. Rip. With that, he grabbed the contract lying on the table and tore it clean in half. The shredded contract of soul enslavement immediately dissolved into a dark haze and scattered. Crack. So that's the answer you came up with after half a day of thinking. I see now you're just another fool who doesn't listen to reason. That's right, the reason. Sungshik no longer hesitated or held back his words. The debuff from future insight has ended. All stats and skills have been restored to normal. Power surged back into his entire body. The sensation of being unshackled from heavy chains with the debuff lifted, all his abilities had returned to their peak state. You're just like the others. I'll have to break you in personally. Han Yunyang's eyes gleamed with malice as she approached him, unaware of the drastic shift in the situation. Yeah, go ahead and do that. In hell, swish. With those words, the heaven-splitting divine sword sliced through the air, aiming straight for her. Schwak. Sungshik's heaven-splitting divine sword flew toward her neck. Judging by her wide eyes, as big as lanterns, she hadn't anticipated this situation at all. Got her. Seeing her frozen in place, unable to react, he thought his surprise attack had worked. Burning at that moment, light emanated from the black crystal necklace she was wearing, forming a protective barrier around her. Crack. The heaven-splitting divine sword was blocked by the barrier. Her shield was even stronger than he had expected. No way, I even imbued it with heaven-splitting energy, and it still got blocked? Momentarily flustered by the unexpected outcome, Sungshik's body moved on its own, transitioning into the next attack. Heaven-splitting martial arts, third form, defense breaking. Crack crack. The barrier cracked all over, yet it still managed to withstand even defense breaking. Its defensive power was astonishing. However, it had reached the point where it could no longer serve its purpose as a shield. No way. How did you nearly break a legendary grade barrier? Han Yunyang's startled voice trembled as she finally came to her senses. Legendary grade? Damn it, no wonder it was so disgustingly tough. Despite his casual words, it was a shocking feat. In just 2 strikes, he had nearly destroyed a barrier manifested from a legendary grade artifact. If it had been any other 6-star superhuman, they would never have been able to break it so easily. This was only possible because Sungshik was fundamentally on a different level. Although it sounded like a long explanation, in reality, these consecutive attacks had taken place in the span of a single breath. He intended to continue his onslaught, but unfortunately, Han Yunyang had regained her composure and quickly created a dark monosphere to keep him in check, widening the distance between them. You were hiding your power, weren't you? Her voice had become as cold as ice, dripping with killing intent. Where are you from? Could it be Revolution Night? Did you come from there? She seemed to have entirely misunderstood, believing Sungshik had approached her with the deliberate intention of assassinating her. Revolution Night, huh? So they've already made a move? Judging by the situation, it seemed Revolution Night had already caught wind of Han Yunyang and attempted to make contact. Yeah, I came from Revolution Night. He decided to bluff. There was no harm in pretending. Kikikikik. So in the end, your people have succeeded in controlling that, haven't you? Seeing as you've come to eliminate me, that must mean I am no longer necessary. Her pupils suddenly turned blood red, and a storm of berserk energy began to surge. But more than her transformation, what she said was what caught Sungshik's attention. Controlling that? What is she talking about? He didn't know what exactly she meant, but one thing was clear. Lena, those bastards have done something again, haven't they? His thoughts didn't last long. Han Yunyang had begun to unleash her true power. First Army, answer my call. Burning countless unknown symbols and sigils began engraving themselves in mid-air. Sungshik immediately recognized them. Summoning magic circle for the army of death. Before his regression, during the night trial, he had witnessed her battle once. Countless magic circles had appeared in the air at her call, and from within them, the army of death had poured forth, sweeping away the monsters in their path. That scene had left such a deep impression on him that it still lingered in his mind. And now, that very same magic circle was forming in the air. This is going to be fun. He licked his lips, moistening them. Though the scale was pitifully small compared to what he had seen back then, the thought of going up against a power that would one day be written in legend sent a rush of adrenaline through his veins. I really must be a battle junkie. The thought of how he had managed to suppress this instinct before his regression made him chuckle. Crack, you're still able to laugh. Very well, I shall show you why I am called the Witch of Halasan. Misinterpreting his amusement, Han Yunyang's aura grew even more ferocious. Gweeg, Ki, a horrifying chorus of wails erupted as countless undead materialized before he knew it. Her once spacious room, large enough to rival an average hall, was now completely filled with her army of death. At the same time, she chanted incantations, buffing the undead with all sorts of enhancements. This was what made her so terrifying. Unlike ordinary summoners, the reason she would one day ascend to the 11-star constellations wasn't just because of the strength of her summoned undead army, it was because her buffing abilities were immensely powerful as well. From skeleton knights to wraiths, and even black knights, the red aura wrapping around them suggested that their combat capabilities had been amplified at least twofold. Sung Shik simply stared blankly at the spectacle. Are you done? He smirked. Then take this. With those words, he poured his power into the heaven-splitting divine sword. A faint breeze seemed to stir from the blade. Then, gripping the sword with both hands, he raised it high above his head. The previously faint wind now visibly surged around the heaven-splitting divine sword, writhing violently. And then, with a diagonal slash, he muttered, "Windscar." Whoosh! From the heaven-splitting divine sword, blades of wind imbued with heaven-splitting's power burst forth. Yongho Guild member Park Jianwu, a newly promoted 4-star superhuman, he had managed to pass the entrance test for the prestigious Yongho Guild by sheer luck, securing a spot as a new recruit. That had been just 3 months ago now. The Yongho Guild had become a source of pride and honor in his life. After all, he had joined one of the top-ranking guilds in the country. Though he still carried the air of a newcomer, he performed his duties with enthusiasm while others would slack off during their shifts, thinking, nothing ever happens anyway. He would diligently patrol the guild grounds on foot, fulfilling his responsibilities with sincerity. Today was no different. As part of his shift, he was patrolling the Yongho Guild's territory as the undisputed ruler of Jeju Island. The Yongho Guild owned an estate spanning over 10,000 pyong. Thoroughly patrolling such a vast area was an exhausting task. In truth, he knew that he didn't have to patrol so rigorously. The place was already secured with CCTV and numerous magical traps. Still, it's my duty. Driven by his own sense of fulfillment, he continued his patrol. The sun was beginning to set, and if he didn't complete his rounds now, it would be even more tiring in the dark. As he happened to pass by Han Yunyang's residence, a familiar question arose in his mind. She may be the guild master's sister, but her house is bigger than his. The building she occupied on the premises was the largest among the guild's structures. It seemed excessive for just one person. Because of this, eerie rumors occasionally spread that there was a confinement room in the basement of that building. Whispers claimed that handsome male superhumans had been kidnapped and imprisoned there. I guess it's lucky I am ugly. Every time he passed by, he felt a small sense of relief about his uniquely shaped face. As usual, he was passing by Han Yunyang's mansion. It feels even more unsettling today. He had always felt an inexplicable chill when walking past this place, but today, the unease was particularly strong. This doesn't feel right. I should hurry home today. Nearby, there were buildings where regular guild members resided. He reassured himself that, no matter what happened, they would rush over if necessary. But despite that, he could never quite get used to the ominous feeling he got whenever he passed this area. A hot soup would be nice. I should go home and make some ramen. Just as he was thinking about slurping down the warm broth to shake off the chill. Grew, huh? He thought he heard a roaring sound in the distance. Did I imagine that? As he tilted his head in confusion. KWA Kwang. Ga. He saw it happen before his very eyes. One side of Han Yunyang's building was destroyed, and from the wreckage, countless blades of wind burst forth. Kya. Han Yunyang was bewildered. Since becoming a superhuman, this was the first time her summoned army of darkness had been torn apart so easily. The undead she had summoned ranged from 4-star to 6-star. Among them, 3 black knights stood at 6-star rank with her buffs applied. They weren't quite death knights, but at the very least, they were on par with 6-star plus elite black knights. Yet, in mere moments, they were indiscriminately shredded apart. If she hadn't quickly layered her shields and had her first battalion of undead block the attack, she too would have been ripped to pieces. The realization drained the color from her face. You, what, What is this? She was so shocked that she didn't even realize she was stammering. Watching her, Hyo Sungshik took a deep breath. Recalling the sensation of using Wind Scar back when he was at 7-star rank, he had unleashed it with all his strength. The gap between 6-star and 7-star was now painfully clear to him. Even though he had expended more energy this time, the destructive power was significantly lacking. And the energy drain is too severe. It felt as though his entire body's mana had been depleted in an instant. The difference from when he had used it freely at 7-star rank was so great that it left him with a sense of disconnect. Still, I am satisfied with the result. Smirking, he looked at the now desolate battlefield where only Han Yunyang remained. So, when exactly are you going to show me why they call you the Witch of Halasan? Surely this isn't all you've got, right? Having regained his composure, Hyo Sungshik taunted her. His mocking words snapped her out of her daze, and her previously shaken eyes regained their murderous intent. You bastard, I'll tear you to shreds. Her eyes filled with malice as she quickly muttered an incantation, trying to summon more of those minions. He thought she was about to call forth another undead army, but this time, what appeared was something entirely different. Goo 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 goo. From behind, a sound of something approaching rapidly could be heard. Hyo Sungshik's eyes widened in shock as he saw figures emerging from within the mansion. It was a large group of male superhumans, all with vacant expressions, running toward him. Seeing them, Hyo Sungshik cursed inwardly. This crazy bitch, she's already enslaved this many. That's right, the ones charging at him were living superhumans whose souls had been bound using the zero. He had expected that she might have a few subjugated superhumans, but he hadn't imagined she had already enslaved dozens. A quick glance suggested there were well over 50. Insane bitch. Whipping his head around, he saw Han Yunyang grinning maniacally, her eyes brimming with madness. Kikikiki, go ahead, why don't you deal with them first? Shit. As the superhumans charged toward him, Hyo Sungshik tightened his grip on the hilt of the heaven-splitting divine sword. Even before his regression, he had killed before. Back then, there had been countless so-called demonic beings and self-proclaimed villains in the era of great chaos. Killing had been inevitable for survival. But this was different. Cutting down dozens of potentially innocent people left a bitter taste in his mouth. Still, there was no way he could sacrifice himself in their place. His hesitation in cutting them down would last only a fleeting moment. This is the only kindness I can afford them. Allowing himself a brief moment of remorse, that was enough. But instead of cutting them down, Hyo Sungshik turned and charged straight at Han Yunyang. If I eliminate the host first, indeed, his conclusion was a logical one. Fighting 50 superhumans head-on would be pointless when he could end the battle quicker by taking out Han Yunyang first. However, an unexpected variable arose. Wait, aren't those Guangsu Hung? That's Guangsu Hung, isn't it? Minsu's here too. Minsu. The commotion of his battle with Han Yunyang had drawn the attention of the Yongho Guild's guild members, who had now arrived at the scene. The moment of impact. Hyo Sungshik had expected that if they clashed, the members of the Yongho Guild would hear the commotion and rush over. However, he hadn't anticipated them arriving this quickly. But this makes the situation better. Right now, the hidden disgrace that Han Yunyang had been concealing was being exposed. The quick-witted ones already seemed to have grasped the situation. With things as they were, the probability of anyone siding with Han Yunyang was dropping drastically. At the very least, the worst-case scenario, where he would have to fight both Han Yunyang and the entire Yongho Guild, could be avoided. What is this? Could the rumors have been true? Why are they coming out of the Vice Guild leader's mansion? While the members of the Yongho Guild were in confusion over the situation, Sungshik charged toward Han Yunyang. Bang! Han Yunyang once again deployed a shield to block Sungshik's strike. However, it was evident that she hadn't managed to completely defend against it, as she bore clear signs of injury. Blood trickled from her lips due to the impact of blocking Sungshik's attack. She quickly retreated. As she did, the surrounding scene entered her vision. Guild members were staring at her in shock. The puppets she had summoned to restrain Sungshik were now being subdued by the Yongho Guild members. Seeing this, she realized that everything was over. Where had it all gone wrong? It had been just another ordinary day. She saw Sungshik striding toward her. It's all because of him. If it weren't for him, if Sungshik hadn't interfered, tomorrow would have been the same as yesterday. Then let's all die together. She pulled out a black shard from her inventory the moment Sungshik saw it. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He rushed toward her, but she was faster. Gulp. She swallowed the shard. Whoosh. At that moment, a violent surge of dark energy erupted from her entire body. It was a sight Sungshik had seen before. It's just like that time in the mutated dungeon. Yes, it was the same as the time he had encountered a mutated dungeon inside an F-rank gate back then. A kobold priest had been enveloped in dark energy and transformed into a lycanthrope. This was eerily similar to that event. Damn it, Sungshik cursed in an instant. The black energy that had been swirling around her was absorbed into her body. The transformation was much faster than what he had witnessed in the mutated gate. Who, now fully engulfed by dark energy, her appearance had drastically changed. Her skin turned jet black. Her hair became pure white. 2 horns sprouted from either side of her head. She no longer looked human. She seemed to have transformed into something else entirely. At the same time, the superhumans enslaved by her contract of soul enslavement also began to undergo changes. Gu, Gua. The veins all over their bodies bulged. Their skin took on an ashen hue. The whites of their eyes turned black while their pupils turned crimson. What's happening? Why are they suddenly like this? The members of the Yongho Guild panicked at the horrifying sight. Sungshik swallowed hard. He had seen these appearances and this energy before. This is demonization indeed. This was the process of demonization, a phenomenon he had frequently witnessed during the trials of the night in his previous life. But the Lords of the Night haven't even appeared yet? Demonization was something that only occurred through the Lords of the Night. Sungshik calmed his surprise and immediately used his insight skill on Han Yunyang, who had now become a half-demon. Insight _ Name. Han Yunyang. Race. Half-demon rank. 6-star plus. Trait. SS rank, Army of Death. Currently being eroded by an unknown dark power. Demonization is in progress. Just as I thought. His prediction was correct. She was undergoing demonization, and her race was now classified as half-demon. And in the meantime, her rank has already increased to 6-star plus. With demonization, her strength would only grow. There was no more time to hesitate. She had to be eliminated before the process was complete. The look in Sungshik's eyes darkened. So, in the end, you even touched the Forbidden Realm? Just as I expected. Even in his past life, she had been the same. Whenever things didn't go her way, she lost control. A scourge upon humanity. Eliminating you here is the only answer. Using the movement technique of the heaven-splitting steps, he closed the distance in an instant and swung his sword. Slash! Shockingly, Han Yunyang blocked the attack with her bare arm, which was now enveloped in energy. However, the attack still seemed to have affected her, as she let out a low groan. You bastard! On her other arm, sharp energy in the shape of a scythe gathered and swung towards Sungshik. Guild G. Sungshik also enveloped his arm in energy and easily blocked it. You're not the only one with a tough body, S-rank, Queen's armor. The effect of his trait was outstanding. It provided such exceptional defense that he could easily withstand even her vicious attacks. Let's have some real fun, shall we? Gathering the full energy of heaven splitting, he swung his sword once more. Seeing this, Han Yunyang flinched in alarm and retreated. Even with her demonization progressing, it seemed she couldn't block the power of heaven splitting head-on. After dodging his attack, she glared at Sungshik with eyes full of hatred. I'll never forgive you. The eerie malice emanating from her gaze was truly chilling. The real fight was just beginning. Second Army, answer my call. Now fully transformed into a half-demon, she was finally bringing out her true power. Vroom! Countless magic circles appeared in the air as the army of death poured out. The second army consisted of undead even stronger than the first. Doolahans, elite black knights, bone golems, far more terrifying creatures emerged. Seeing this, Sungshik thought to himself, at this rate, she's going to summon the third army as well. The third army was where her true power was fully revealed, centered around bone dragons and death knights. It was the force that had made her nearly invincible when she was at 7-star to 7-star plus rank. This is insane. Undead. So it was really Lady Yunyang who had been keeping them locked up. The Yongho Guild members were in complete shock. Until now, Han Yunyang had hidden her army of death trait for fear of being misunderstood. Only her older brother, Han Chiosik, had known about this power. Because of this, the guild members had only been aware that she had reached 5-star plus rank. They had no idea what kind of power she wielded. Now, seeing her summon the undead, they finally understood the truth. The missing superhumans. She had been behind their disappearances all along. It was then, what in the world is all this? A massive man appeared with a thunderous roar. Brother Un Young, what in the world, what has happened to you? That's right, he was the guild leader of Yongho Guild and Han Un Young's biological older brother, the Mountain King, Han Chiosik. Why do you look like this? He shouted as if he were wailing. His expression was one of sheer agony, as if blood tears were streaming from his eyes. Sorry. At the sight of her brother's appearance, her previously raging aura seemed to subside slightly. Seeing her reaction, a glimmer of hope appeared in Han Chiosik's expression. No, but Sungshik shook his head inwardly as he watched. A person who has begun turning into a demon can never return. He had seen countless people undergo demonic transformation before his regression, but not once had he ever seen or heard of someone reverting back to being human. This is the last moment where she retains any semblance of human rationality. Kua. Sungshik's prediction was correct. She hesitated for a moment as she looked at Han Chiosik, but soon, the demonic energy began consuming her once more. Un Young, don't come near me, stay away from me. Even as she clutched her head in agony, she screamed at her brother to stay away. How could I ever leave you behind? The bond between the siblings was exceptionally strong. Though they were not related by blood, they had grown up together in the same orphanage and had been inseparable since their formative years. Their bond was deeper than that of true siblings. Some of the Yongho Guild members who knew their story were already tearing up. Bang. Elite Black Knight, a 6-star plus undead. That Elite Black Knight blocked Han Chiosik's path as he tried to approach Han Un Young. What are you? Get out of my way. He charged once more at the undead, blocking his path. Punch. But once again, he was sent flying in a single strike. It was to be expected. Han Chiosik, who was only at 5-star plus, could barely endure a single blow from a 6-star plus Elite Black Knight. The guild leader was taken down in one hit. No way, what are those monsters? The guild members watching were filled with disbelief. Even given the situation, Han Chiosik was not just anyone. He was the leader of the massive Yongho Guild and one of the strongest superhumans in the country at 5-star plus. And yet, even he is struggling to block a single strike? It was difficult for them to accept. Just then, a man known as Tongcho, who had been trembling in fear ever since Han Un Young's demonic transformation, spoke up. Those undead, I think they're at least 6-star or higher. At his words, everyone turned to look at him in shock. Those are 6-star undead? Why yes, brother and not just that one, I think most of them are 6-star or higher. At his words, they gasped in horror and denial. Don't talk nonsense. The vice guild leader. No. Han Un Young is only 5-star plus. How could she summon undead stronger than herself? But it's true, I can feel it with that. Everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Tongcho, known for his scouter trait, had never been wrong before. Gulp. Someone swallowed loudly, the sound echoing like thunder. If most of the undead were indeed above 6-star, then it made sense why their leader, Han Chiosik, had struggled to block even a single strike. Move aside, guild leader, we should retreat and regroup. I said. Move aside. Han Chiosik shook off the guild members supporting him and charged forward once more. Exploding Tiger's Severance. With a scream akin to a battle cry, Han Chiosik unleashed his signature skill, 12-form Severing Tiger Strike. The sheer force of his attack seemed like it could rip through the sky and overturn the earth, but crunch. The Elite Black Knight caught the attack with a single hand. Its glowing but utterly emotionless eyes locked onto Han Chiosik, and in that moment, all his fighting spirit drained away. Thud. With a single kick from the Elite Knight, Han Chiosik's body flew through the air, crashing noisily into the ground near the guild members. Cough. Un Young. He struggled to lift his head, reaching a trembling hand toward Han Un Young. Flop. But that final gesture was all he could manage before he lost consciousness. Those who knew the siblings' history felt as if they might weep at the sight. Guild leader, hic. Some were already crying, overwhelmed by the despair and helplessness of the situation. But then, amidst the somber mood, a piece of good news came. The missing persons have all been subdued. They had successfully taken down the subordinates who had been under Han Un-young's contract of soul enslavement. Since she had mostly recruited them based on appearance, they had little actual combat ability, making it easy to defeat them even as they began their demonic transformation. We should retreat for now. Shin Jinwoo, a high-ranking officer in Yongho Guild who had been assessing the situation, stepped forward and proposed retreat. A 5-star superhuman who had brought Sungshik here, and a key figure in the guild, he was quick to analyze the situation. Han Un-young is finished. Her faction is done for. He had sided with Han Un-young, but he now realized that staying with her was no longer an opportunity but a liability. So, he planned to clean up the mess she had made, support Han Chiosik, and wait for a new chance to rise. A textbook opportunist. We must escape before that crazy witch regains her composure. Swoosh. Thud. Huh? Shin Jinwoo blinked as he stared at the right arm that had fallen to the ground. It looked strangely familiar. Kua, of course, it was his own arm. He screamed in agony. Who, exactly, are you calling a crazy witch? With a chilling voice, Han Un-young spoke. She had cut off his arm with a single strike using an elite black knight. Not a single one of you will leave this place alive today. Her words were delivered with eerie precision, void of emotion. And in that moment, everyone thought the same thing. Ah, this place will be our grave. Looking at Han Un-young and the monstrous undead army behind her, even the will to resist vanished. Dear God, someone prayed. And then, what a joke. The one dying today is you crazy bitch. Everyone gasped and turned toward the voice. A tall man with sharp features, holding a long sword in one hand, stepped forward. That's right, the one who had cursed so brazenly and stepped up was none other than Sungshik. Reckless provocation. Everyone who saw it thought the same thing. Sungshik had gone mad. Even the strongest among them, Han Chiosik, had been struck down by a single undead from that army. That undead had displayed an absurd level of strength. And that wasn't just a single entity, it was an entire legion of hundreds of undead. There wasn't even the slightest chance of winning a fight. Begging for their lives on their knees wouldn't be enough, yet here he was, provoking them. That crazy bastard. Shin Jinwoo, who had just lost his arm, felt the same way. The pain and shock of losing his arm had momentarily stunned him, but when he saw Sungshik's demeanor, his mouth hung open, forgetting even the pain. You insane bastard, get down and beg. If you want to die, die alone. They say that when someone is too shocked, they lose the ability to speak. That was exactly what happened to Shin Jinwoo. He wanted to scream for Sungshik to get down and beg, but the words were stuck in his throat. The same was true for the superhuman with a healing trait who had been hurriedly casting a healing spell on Jinwoo. They just stood there, mouth agape, staring in disbelief. Kuhuhuhu, yes, you keep flailing around like a mad fish. Let's see how far you can go. In the midst of that tense atmosphere, Han Un-young finally spoke. Her eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust. Not a trace of human warmth remained in them. Her humanity is almost gone. Sungshik swallowed hard. The process of partial demonization was now complete. If more time passed, she would fully transform into a demon. I have to end this today. Once she fully demonized, things would become much more troublesome. Her power level would be on a whole different scale. Right now, Sungshik could still put up a fight, but if she completed her transformation, he wouldn't be able to guarantee victory anymore. No, I'd probably have to run for my life instead. That was right. Even if he used future vision, it would still be a struggle. Once she became a demon, she would be at least 7-star rank or higher, and even among beings of the same rank, demons were stronger than humans. It was only natural. Even if two devices ran the same software, the hardware they ran on determined their performance. Furthermore, even as a human, Han Un-young had already displayed near invincible strength within the 7-star rank range. Her trait was one that maximized its power in that range. Gulp. Just thinking about the army of death that the demonized Han Un-young could summon made him swallow nervously. I must settle this today. Sungshik's eyes burned with determination. This was no longer just a matter of personal vengeance, it was a matter of life and death. But, he glanced behind him. The Yongho Guild members were staring at him and Han Un-young. Using future vision to go all out would be too risky with them behind me. He considered using future vision immediately and fighting at full power, but Sungshik had already suffered once from the debuff period that followed its use. He hesitated to rely on it so soon. Instead, he decided to engage first and assess the situation. Alright, I can always use it as a last resort. Besides, while Han Yunyang and her undead army were a threat, he believed he could manage without using future vision. He had a trump card. As soon as he made up his mind, he acted without hesitation. Swoosh! He lowered his upper body, shifted his weight forward, and pulled his foot back. Flash! Then, like a bolt of lightning, Sungshik shot forward. Everyone watching widened their eyes in shock at his unimaginable speed. Maintaining that speed, he charged straight at the elite Black Knight at the front of the army. Crash! The elite Black Knight, who had toyed with Han Chiasik as if he were a child, was sent flying with a single kick. Everyone was struck with pure astonishment, a scene they never could have imagined. It was only natural. Aside from the people who had brought Sungshik to the Yongho Guild, none of the other members even knew who he was. They had first seen him facing off against Han Yunyang, then they had watched him exchange blows with her. After she began to demonize from that brief exchange, they had thought, oh, he must be pretty skilled, but that was the extent of it. After all, Han Yunyang wasn't a physical type superhuman, she was a magic type. Moreover, she was known to be ranked at 5-star plus. Exchanging a few physical blows with someone like that wasn't something beyond a newly promoted 5-star superhuman. That's why no one had considered Sungshik to be stronger than Han Chiasik. Preconceived notions had also played a role. A complete stranger, someone they had never seen before. There wasn't a single person who would have thought he was stronger than Han Chiasik, one of the top 10 rankers in the country. That made their shock all the greater. Wow, what the hell? At the same time, what they saw sparked a faint glimmer of hope. Oh, please! Watching Sungshik's display of power, they began to feel desperate hope. As if responding to their desperate wishes, Sungshik began to move in earnest. Park Gunwoo felt like he was experiencing hell today when he had set out on patrol. He never could have imagined something like this happening. Missing superhumans found Vice Guild leader Han Yunyang's demonization, Guild leader Han Chiasik's overwhelming defeat. He had witnessed all of it from beginning to end, to the point where he wondered if this was all just a nightmare. And when Han Chiasik lost consciousness and Han Yunyang, along with the undead army, turned their gazes toward him, he wet himself in fear. I don't want to die like this. I want to live. After struggling to graduate from the Superhuman Academy, Park Gunwoo had pushed himself to his limits, rising to 4-star rank. As a reward for his efforts, he had managed to join the prestigious Yongho Guild. That had been just 3 months ago. He had only just started to stretch his wings, and now this dark shadow loomed over his future. Being young and full of dreams, he wanted to survive more than anyone. That's why, when Shin Jinwoo suggested retreating, he had been the first to wholeheartedly agree. But when he saw Jinwoo's arm get severed, it felt as if his own head was about to be cut off. Just as he was drowning in despair, he stepped forward. At first, when Sungshik started cursing and provoking the enemy, Gunwoo wanted nothing more than to shut his mouth. But that was when the unexpected happened. When Sungshik sent the Black Knight flying with speed faster than lightning, Gunwoo was completely dumbfounded. Huh? What? Is this some kind of elaborate prank? The shocks he had suffered today were too overwhelming for him to process everything rationally. Before Gunwoo could even fully grasp the situation, Sungshik moved again. Han Yunyang and the undead finally reacted and charged toward him, but instead of backing away, he dove straight into their ranks. Not only Park Jianwoo but everyone flinched in shock at his reckless actions. When the undead, who had been spread out widely, swarmed toward him, it seemed like it was over. Yet, despite being surrounded by the undead, he somehow slipped through their encirclement with ease and once again stood at the front of the Yongho Guild. Oh, my God! Just as everyone sighed in relief at his safety, his sword suddenly began to burn white. Heaven-splitting martial arts 5th style, shatter. As he murmured and swung his sword, the world flashed white. A blinding flash engulfed everything, followed by a massive explosion. Kwang! Park Jianwoo widened his eyes as he looked at the scene revealed after the explosion. He couldn't help it. There was no one standing in front of Sungshik. Heaven-splitting martial arts 5th style, shatter. Kwang! Heaven-splitting martial arts 5th style, shatter. At his current level, Sungshik could only execute it in an incomplete form. But he was certain with this one move, he could wipe out Han Yunyang and the undead army before him. The reason for his confidence was simple: skill. A rank, shining enchant, temporarily grants the attribute of light to a weapon. All attacks made with a weapon imbued with shining enchant gain additional light attribute power. It was because he had the skill Shining Enchant. The way he obtained this skill was simple. During the brief period when the future foresight debuff had been in effect, when Han Yunyang had given him a grace period, he had acquired it through the community to counter her darkness attribute. However, acquiring a rank Shining Enchant had been purely a matter of luck with the coins he had. Sungshik couldn't afford to purchase an A-rank light attribute skill. Not only were there no listings, but the few that existed had base prices nearing billions. After selling all his miscellaneous items, including the heroic staff of Elisha, he barely managed to gather a little over 10 million coins. With this amount, he could barely afford a single C-rank skill. Although the system had suddenly increased the number of skills available for sale after he drew a B-rank random skill ball, the prices were outrageously high. That's when he made up his mind to try his luck with a random draw skill ball. Common. A rank random skill ball, light attribute. Grants a random light attribute skill ranging from A to F rank upon use. The random skill ball could yield any light attribute skill. The highest possible rank was A, which made the price exceed 5 million coins. This wasn't an inflated price. It was the actual market value. Considering that most of these random skill balls resulted in the lowest F rank skills, it was an absurdly expensive gamble, but Sungshik trusted his instincts and boldly made the purchase. He immediately used the two common A-rank random skill balls, light attribute, he had bought. Ding. E-rank. Beginner heal, slightly restores wounds. Provides a minimal health regeneration effect. The first skill was E-rank beginner heal. It wasn't an F-rank skill, but it still made his heart sink. For a moment he realized that relying on instinct to open random boxes didn't always guarantee the best results. The odds were high, but not absolute. Fortunately, the second random skill ball produced a much better result. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the A-rank Shining Enchant skill. The moment he obtained this skill, Sungshik was certain at this moment, the heavens were on his side. As soon as the future foresight debuff was lifted, he was confident he wouldn't lose to Han Yunyang. And it wasn't just because of A-rank Shining Enchant. There was another reason: his unique trait, Fragment of Light. S-rank Fragment of Light, a trait obtained from the source of light. Gathering more of its power can enhance the trait's level. Allows the user to learn all light attribute skills. Light attribute plus 30, darkness resistance plus 30, light attribute attack power plus 30%. The additional light attribute plus 30 and light attribute attack power plus 30%, along with darkness resistance plus 30, gave him an overwhelming advantage against enemies who wielded the power of darkness. That was why Sungshik could remain composed against Han Yunyang until the very end. Guha. All the undead had been obliterated, but Han Yunyang alone was still twitching on the ground. Her vitality was as persistent as a cockroach's. In truth, once someone became a demon, their tenacity for survival became just as stubborn. Step. Sungshik walked toward Han Yunyang, whose limbs had been severed, leaving her writhing on the ground, barely clinging to life. He silently looked down at her. Why you, bastard? Even in her final moments, her eyes were filled with hatred toward Sungshik. The rage she displayed was excessive. Was it because she blamed him entirely for how everything had fallen apart? That seemed to be the case. Yeah, this woman was always like this. Even before his regression, she had been narrow-minded and petty. Even now, she refused to acknowledge her own failings, directing all her hatred toward Sungshik instead. It's complicated seeing someone who had once been one of the 11 constellations now writhing at his feet. Stirred indescribable emotions within him. In the past, he couldn't even step on her shadow, yet now she was reduced to this. Why you? I will. Even as she struggled to utter her last words, Sungshik merely shook his head and swung the heaven-splitting divine sword, ending her. We're alive. Sniff. Thank you so much. The members of the Yongho Guild erupted in cheers upon witnessing Han Yunyang's demise. It was as if they had received a death sentence, been dragged to the execution chamber, and then miraculously spared. As the overjoyed Yongho Guild members rushed toward him, Sungshik suddenly halted. A flood of system notifications appeared before his eyes. You have slain the half-demon Han Yunyang. Amazing achievement. As the first to slay a demon, you have obtained the title Demon Hunter. You have acquired Fragment of the Black Moon. A trait obtainable from half-demon Han Yunyang has been detected. Would you like to acquire SS rank, Army of the Dead? There is a trait that can be acquired from half-demon Han Yunyang. Would you like to obtain SS rank, Army of Death? Huh? Among the messages that appeared after defeating Han Yunyang, the last one caught Sungshik's attention. A trait? Sungshik realized something he hadn't considered before. It had just now occurred to him that he could acquire Han Yunyang's trait. That's right, with Sungshik's consumption skill, he could obtain Han Yunyang's SS rank, Army of Death trait. But can I even use this? The question was a natural one. Traits like Army of Death, which were based on dark magic, required the ability to manipulate dark energy to be used. I'll acquire it for now. Consuming. Congratulations. You have acquired SS rank, Army of Death. The moment he decided to acquire it, the consumption process began, and soon, he had obtained the trait. Wow, I actually got this trait. Han Yunyang was once considered the strongest among the 11 constellations that all superhumans revered. Never did he think there would come a day when he would obtain her trait. As he basked in this unexpected moment of awe, his gaze fell upon the fragment of the black moon he had just obtained. He had seen this item before. It was the same kind he had obtained after defeating the mutated lycanthrope in the mutation dungeon. However, this fragment was much larger than the one he had acquired back then. Fragment of the black moon. Sungshik had no idea what this item was. He had never seen it in his past life. The only connection he could think of was the third night's ruler. Back then, the ruler was known as the Four Witches of the Black Moon. Now that I think about it, demonization and mutated monsters started appearing around that time. It made sense. Even in his past life, there had been superhumans who underwent demonization and monsters that mutated coincidentally. This all started when the trial of the third night began. Maybe there really is a connection. His curiosity about the fragment of the black moon only deepened. Why had Han Yunyang possessed this item? How had she obtained it? Revolution Night. Sungshik's thoughts turned to the Revolution Night. Han Yunyang must have made contact with the Revolution Night. The most suspicious group, given the circumstances, was the Revolution Night. There was no other plausible explanation. As he was lost in thought, someone spoke up. Thank you so much. The members of the Yongho Guild had approached him and were expressing their gratitude. Thanks to you, we all survived. You're truly incredible. How do you have such power? They were genuinely grateful. Their sincerity was evident just from the look on their faces. Some even seemed utterly captivated by Sungshik's strength, looking at him with admiration and respect. It was understandable at this stage. There were only a handful of people in the world capable of displaying this level of power. The force Sungshik had demonstrated was something beyond their comprehension. While most were in awe, there were a few who reacted differently. How is this possible? Was he always this strong? Damn it, you said he was only around 3 or 4 stars. That's what I thought, but didn't we treat him like a nobody earlier? I didn't know. Look at this guy trying to save his own skin. These were the ones who had brought Sungshik here with Shin Jinwoo. When they had first encountered him, they had treated him as an unauthorized gate intruder and handled him roughly. Now, they were uneasy, having realized that Sungshik was one of the strongest individuals in the world. In the world of superhumans, where strength dictated everything, offending such a powerful figure could mean a miserable fate. Not to mention, if they angered a particularly ruthless superhuman, they could end up mysteriously dead one night. Gulp. The thought alone made them break into a cold sweat. Sungshik, sir, we made a grave mistake before. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, they approached Sungshik to apologize. Sungshik tilted his head in confusion. So you were those guys? He hadn't even recognized them at first. To be honest, he hadn't given them a second thought, because, to him, they were insignificant. Yes, back then, we were rude to you. Well, it's fine, it happens. Realizing why they were acting this way, Sungshik chuckled and waved them off. He had already forgotten their so-called rudeness. However, by the way, where's the guy who was with you back then? Who? You mean team leader Shin Jinwoo? The moment they realized he was asking about Shin Jinwoo, they rushed to find him at lightning speed. These bastards. Meanwhile, Shin Jinwoo, who had been tending to his severed arm, had been watching from a distance. Say I am not here. Tell him I am not around. He desperately signaled to the guild members with his eyes. Here he is. This is him. but the guild members immediately presented him to Sungshik. As Sungshik's gaze landed on him, Shin Jinwoo's mind went blank. His rough words and actions toward Sungshik earlier flashed through his mind. I really screwed up. Now that he knew Sungshik was such a high-level superhuman, there was only one thing he could do. Grovel. That was the only option for the weak. Shin Jinwoo stammered, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, Sungshik smiled faintly and spoke. We have a lot to talk about, don't we? After having a rather straightforward settlement conversation with Shin Jinwoo, Sungshik let it go despite having lost an arm. Shin Jinwoo bowed his head repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. Watching him even kneel despite his injuries, Sungshik briefly wondered if he was being too harsh. However, Shin Jinwoo went even further, offering Sungshik a generous amount of bear gall and bear paws from his own stock. Sungshik decided to coolly forget about Shin Jinwoo's rudeness. After all, he considered himself someone who was cool about these things. It was definitely not because the bear gallbladder and paws he had taken from Shin Jinwoo were worth over 1,000,000 coins. Take care on your way. Thank you very much. After that, Sungshik left the guild, receiving an extremely warm send-off from the Yongho guild members. Han Chiosik was still unconscious, so he wasn't able to meet the guild leader, but he couldn't afford to wait around indefinitely. Since he had already achieved all of his objectives here, there was no reason to stay any longer. This journey turned out to be much more eventful than I expected, but I gained a lot. Reaching 6-star status was one thing, but the greatest harvest was acquiring two things: the Army of Death Trade and the Phoenix Heart Fragment. Unfortunately, the SS rank Army of Death Trade was difficult to use in its entirety. As expected, to fully utilize it, dark mana was required. SS rank Army of Death allows the summoning of the undead army of the 72nd Demon King, Murmur. Up to 3 armies can be summoned. With additional grimoires, up to 5 armies can be summoned. Only through dark mana can the armies be fully summoned. That was it. The essential requirement for summoning the Army of Death was dark mana. When Sungshik attempted to summon them using his own mana, more than half of the first army failed to manifest and instead regressed. Even the undead that did manage to appear could barely exert a third of their original strength, making for an unstable summoning. So this is a trade I can't fully utilize. Well, that was disappointing. Maybe he should just throw it into synthesis later and combine it with another trade. If nothing else, he could at least fuse it with something else down the line. At that moment of disappointment, a thought suddenly struck him. The Black Moon Fragment. He recalled the description he had seen using insight when he examined the Black Moon Fragment. Black Moon Fragment. Unknown. Perhaps if enough fragments are gathered, they can be combined into one? It can be combined into one. Suddenly, Sungshik remembered the rune of the full moon he had received from Kim Subin. The phrase "can be combined into one" reminded him of that rune. His instincts told him that if he gathered the Black Moon fragments, he might be able to obtain something akin to the rune of the Black Moon, comparable to the rune of the full moon. If he truly managed to obtain the Black Moon rune, he might be able to absorb it as a trait, just like he had done with the rune of the full moon. This wasn't just a vague assumption, it was a strong conviction. If that happened, Sungshik would be able to wield both white mana from the light fragment and dark mana as well. Until now, no superhuman had ever wielded 2 opposing attributes simultaneously. He might be the first to step into that realm. That would be interesting. Perhaps he could even fuse the two together: the legendary Ashen Mana, the origin and essence of chaos. This could be a clue to uncovering its secrets. And as a bonus, he'll finally be able to properly use SS rank Army of Death. Setting aside the practical benefits, the thrill of wielding the same power that the 11 constellations once used sent a shiver of excitement down his spine. Wait, so if I acquire additional grimoires, I can summon up to 5 armies? This was news to him. Wasn't the Army of Death limited to 3 armies? Back in the past, Han Yunyang had only summoned up to 3 armies. Once she reached 8-star rank, the power gap became too great, and she started to fall behind among the 11 constellations. But it turned out that the 3 armies weren't the limit. According to the description, the Army of Death Trade itself wasn't in its complete form. So that's why it was only SS rank that explained it. Han Yunyang's trait, despite once putting her among the top of the 11 constellations, was rated lower than some of the others' traits because it wasn't complete. Wait, then what does the 5th army summon? The 3rd army alone had already produced formidable undead, so it was hard to even imagine what the 5th army might bring forth. Could it summon a Demon King? The possibility sent chills down his spine. I have to get my hands on this. His curiosity alone was enough to make him determined to acquire the additional trait next. He turned his attention to the Phoenix Heart Fragment. Phoenix Heart Fragment. Rank. Legendary. Description. The heart of the mythical phoenix, a fragment of the heart left behind when the phoenix first perished in legend. Though only a piece, it contains an immense amount of fire energy. Upon consumption, mana greatly increases. Fire attribute energy is additionally obtained. Fire resistance significantly improves. Originally, Sungshik had planned to absorb it later. He had judged that he wasn't fully prepared to handle its effects yet. However, he suddenly changed his mind. The reason was none other than his consumption trait. As he looked at the Phoenix Heart Fragment, an alert appeared. You have confirmed the trait. You may absorb the Phoenix Heart Fragment using X rank, consumption Y or N. It explicitly stated that he could absorb the Phoenix Heart Fragment using his consumption trait. Until now, he had never absorbed an elixir-type item using consumption. More precisely, it wasn't that he had never done it, it had simply never been possible before. Consumption was meant to extract traits from objects that met certain conditions, but now, it was telling him that he could absorb an elixir through it. You may absorb the Phoenix Heart Fragment Y or N. He hesitated for a long time. He wasn't sure if this was the right decision, but once again, Sungshik chose to trust his instincts. I have a good feeling I need to do this now. In the end, he made his choice and absorbed the Phoenix Heart Fragment on the spot. But had he made the wrong decision? Gah! The moment he absorbed the Phoenix Heart Fragment using X rank, consumption, unbearable pain engulfed his entire body, as if he were being scorched alive. The pain of having his internal organs burned away. It was a kind of pain he had never experienced before. Even Hyo Sungshik, who prided himself on having a high tolerance for pain, could not endure this. He clenched his teeth and tried to endure it, but groans escaped against his will. The agony of his nerves burning away, strand by strand, was indescribable. It was an excruciating pain that threatened to drive him unconscious. I must endure despite the pain searing through every nerve in his body. Sungshik fought to stay conscious with all his might. This was his first time experiencing such a situation, but he instinctively knew that losing consciousness now would be extremely dangerous. And indeed, it was the right judgment. A massive energy was rampaging inside him. If the driver lost control, the outcome would be catastrophic, a disaster. That was why Sungshik desperately struggled to keep his consciousness. There was only one thing he could do in this situation. Heaven-splitting heart technique. The only thing he could rely on was the heaven-splitting heart technique. Following its mnemonic formula, he began guiding the raging fire energy throughout his body. As expected of an EX rank martial art, he felt himself gradually stabilizing. Focusing his mind, he continued to operate the heaven-splitting heart technique. Ding! Congratulations, you have absorbed the Phoenix's heart fragment. How much time had passed? Sungshik, who had been so focused on circulating his energy that he lost track of time, finally came back to his senses at the sound of the system alert. I did it. The searing pain that had been devouring him vanished completely, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Only then did Sungshik realize that he had successfully absorbed the Phoenix's heart fragment. As soon as he processed this, another emotion surged up: rage. This damn system just tried to assassinate me. His anger was justified. He had been at death's door just moments ago. Even though the system had instructed him to absorb the Phoenix's heart fragment, in reality, his current level was not yet sufficient to fully accept its energy. He should have waited until he had advanced further or acquired supplementary means to absorb it completely. But there was no helping it. Information on legendary grade elixirs had been scarce even before his regression. That was a pain I never want to experience again. It was a costly lesson, but at least the outcome was favorable. Status window name: Hyo Sungshik. Title: Hero of Adversity, one who has touched the threshold of transcendence. Demon Hunter, new. Rank: 6-star plus. Up pointing arrow. Combat power: S. Up pointing arrow. Stats: Strength: A. Up pointing arrow. Agility: A. Endurance: A+. Up pointing arrow. Magic: S. Up pointing arrow. Traits: 1. X rank, consumption, LV6, up pointing arrow. 2. X rank. One more time, unavailable. 3. X rank, heaven splitting divine art, LV6, up pointing arrow. 4. SS rank, pocket watch, LV5, up pointing arrow. 5. S rank, hypersense, LV5, up-pointing arrow. 6. S rank, sword sovereign, LV6, up-pointing arrow. 7. S rank, fragment of light, LV2, up-pointing arrow. 8. S rank, queen's armor, LV2, up-pointing arrow. 9. SS rank, army of death, LV1, new. 10. B rank, sealed, phoenix's heart, LV1, new, skills. 1. S rank, insight, restricted, 2. S rank, explosive strike. 3. No rank, translation skill 4. S rank, heaven-splitting martial arts, up-pointing arrow. 5. S rank, heaven-splitting eyes, up-pointing arrow. 6. SSS rank, future vision. 7. S rank, heaven-splitting, wind scar 8. E rank, basic heal, new. 9. A rank, shining enchant, new. As he reviewed his status window, Sungshik's eyes widened slightly. Many of his traits had leveled up. What's going on? In truth, absorbing a legendary grade elixir had triggered a chain reaction, increasing his trait levels like a domino effect for Sungshik. It was an unexpected but welcome outcome. Well, a gain is a gain. Next, he checked his newly acquired title, Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter. A title granted to one who has slain a demon for the first time. Effect. Plus 5% to all stats when facing demons, dark attribute resistance plus 10. Not a bad trait. It seemed particularly useful for the upcoming Night of Trials. Dark attribute resistance is a godsend with the plus 30 dark resistance from the fragment of light. He now had a total of plus 40. This was a significant threshold. Dark resistance only revealed its true value once it reached plus 50. The difference between plus 49 and plus 50 was not just a numerical value. It was a fundamental gap in effectiveness. If he could acquire just a little more dark resistance to reach plus 50, the Night of Trial would become much easier to prepare for. It was a string of good news, but then, his gaze fell on his rank, and his expression soured. Still just 6-star plus, a disappointing result. Even with a legendary elixir, he had failed to break past the 7-star threshold. That was when he noticed something. His new trait, B rank, sealed, Phoenix's heart. A new trait appeared. He had never expected an elixir to grant him a new trait, but there it was in his status window. B rank, sealed, Phoenix's heart, trait acquired by absorbing the Phoenix's heart. Grants the power of purifying flames, fire resistance plus 10, fire attack power plus 5%, can imbue attacks with fire. Currently, only 30% of the Phoenix's heart energy has been absorbed. As a result, the original SSS rank trait's power is highly restricted. Balancing it with ice energy may allow full absorption. After reading the description, Sungshik nodded. So that's why my absorption rate was lower than last time with the 1000-year-old polygonum. Observing his body again, he sensed the unabsorbed fire energy condensed in his lower dantian. Ice energy, I'll need to find an ice element elixir to balance it out. It was a difficult situation. Ice element elixirs were among the hardest to obtain. Then, a memory surfaced. There is one. It seemed he had found a way to acquire an ice element elixir. Meanwhile, as Sungshik was absorbing the Phoenix's trait, the media and the public in Korea were ablaze with discussions about the recent events surrounding the Yongho clan. Shocked, Yongho clan's vice leader Han Yunyong, is she a demon? A rising supernova in Korea's superhuman world. Who is Hyo Sungshik? Mysterious disappearances of superhumans in Jeju Island. The culprit was the Yongho clan. The moment the media caught wind of the incident, they all scrambled to cover the story. The result? Korea was thrown into chaos. The details that surfaced defied common sense. Particularly, the battle between Sungshik and Han Yunyong was revealed in full detail. The reason for this was simple. As a major clan, there were already a few paparazzi stationed near the Yongho clan. Even though their estate was vast, there was no way such a massive commotion would go unnoticed. They witnessed the clash between Sungshik and Han Yunyong firsthand and captured the battle on camera. On top of that, there was even an internal whistleblower. Someone who had harbored resentment toward Han Yunyong for a long time exposed the truth about the kidnappings in detail. As a result, not just Korean media but also various online communities related to superhumans erupted with discussions. Wow, so all the missing superhumans were actually kidnapped by Han Yunyoung? Yeah, apparently, she was a dark magician. They say she controlled their souls. Holy crap, then what happened to the kidnapped people? Luckily, since the host Han Yunyoung died, they returned to normal, but their lives as superhumans are over. They lost all their magic power. Damn, even if they survived, it's like they're already dead. Han Yunyoung was a complete monster. With the widespread exposure of Han Yunyoung's atrocities, public sentiment turned completely against her. It was inevitable, especially in Korea. Heresy and dark magic were utterly unforgivable, and yet, Han Yunyoung had delved into that very heresy. But does it really make sense that her older brother, Han Cheosik, didn't know about any of this? We seriously need to question him. There's no way he didn't know all this time. As a result, even her brother, Han Cheosik, was under suspicion. It's embarrassing that the Yongho clan is one of Korea's top clans. I knew they were shady ever since they monopolized the Bear Cave Gate area in Jeju. Their greed was insane. Han Cheosik probably reached his current level by squeezing coins out of others and hoarding elixirs. Reasonable suspicion, I agree, that makes a lot of sense. It's not just Han Cheosik, all the executives in the Yongho clan might be just as corrupt. Eventually, the entire Yongho clan ended up taking the blame. But did you see Hyo Sungshik this time? He wiped out that undead army with a single slash. Damn, who hasn't seen it yet? When he obliterated those undead in one strike, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. He's at least 6-star level. Stop exaggerating. I heard he just graduated from the Superhuman Academy. Do you really think a 6-star superhuman would appear so easily? There's only one in Korea and just 300 worldwide. This is random, but looking at this, Korea really is a weak superhuman nation. There are plenty of countries with none. It's because the overment controlled the gates at the start, slowing down everyone's growth. Lol. And now you're blaming the government? Yes, it's totally the government's fault. No, it's just that you have no talent. So, what's your own rank? Guys, stop arguing and let's figure out if Hyo Sungshik is really 6-star. He's not just 6-star, he might be 6-star plus. The undead Han Yunyoung summoned was strong enough to beat Han Cheosik in one hit. That means even a single undead was at least 6-star, but Hyo Sungshik cut down the entire army at once. Facts: interest in Sungshik started to soar. Korea had only one superhuman ranked 6-star or higher, and yet, the power Sungshik displayed far surpassed that level. Naturally, all eyes were on him. People were already proclaiming him the strongest superhuman in Korea. HMPH. As Sungshik read through the online reactions, his brow furrowed. Excessive attention only brought trouble. He was already frustrated trying to figure out how Revolutionary Knights had approached Han Yunyoung in the first place. Before the regression, Han Yunyoung had remained relatively obscure until after the gate break, when she ascended to the 11 thrones. That meant she had no known connection to Revolutionary Knights before then. Someone in Revolutionary Knights must have known that Han Yunyoung would become one of the 11 thrones in the future. As he pondered that thought, he recalled the man he had encountered at Baekdu Mountain and again at his Superhuman Academy graduation. Could that man be the key? That man had also shown knowledge of heaven-splitting martial arts. At first, Sungshik had dismissed it as a coincidence, but after witnessing Han Yunyoung's case, his suspicions solidified into certainty. Perhaps Revolutionary Knights' increased activity and more frequent appearances were connected to this. Moreover, the strange occurrences involving the fragment of the Black Moon only made Sungshik's head throb even more. Damn it, what's going on? Does that guy also know the future, just like me? He couldn't be certain, but everything pointed in that direction. The real issue was that the man had now become aware of Sungshik's existence. That guy seemed to have reached at least the 7-star level. 7-star, a realm only the chosen few could reach. Even now, the number of 7-star superhumans in the world could be counted on one hand. Yet, this unknown man had already reached that stage, and Sungshik had encountered him at Baekdu Mountain, becoming entangled in an unwanted connection. If I meet that man again, it'll be dangerous. There was no guarantee that Sungshik could defeat him even with future vision. It was uncertain if he could push his power to 7-star plus. Even if he did manage to reach 7-star through future vision, it would still be an even fight. He wasn't confident that he could defeat that man within the 20-minute duration of the skill. Even though my traits and skills allow me to surpass my current rank, the gap starts to close at 7-star. That was because at 7-star, one's body underwent a fundamental transformation as a result. Sungshik's 7-star power gained through future vision was ultimately incomplete. His overwhelming victory against the 7-star boss, the Queen Bee, had been possible only because she was a non-combatant ruler-type monster rather than a warrior type that, combined with Sungshik's unique traits, his innate talent, and his battle-hardened experience from the future, had led to his success. That was why Sungshik now felt an urgent need to reach 7-star as soon as possible. If I could fully absorb the Phoenix's heart, then he was certain he would step into the realm of 7-star immediately. I need to hurry and find an ice element elixir raid the act of superhumans forming teams to attack high-level gates or boss-grade monsters. This concept of raids had been fairly active even before the gate break, especially for guilds. Whenever a gate of a level beyond their capabilities appeared in their jurisdiction, they would often form raid teams to subjugate it. The Baekdu Guild, which had settled near Mount Baekdu, was no exception. Why the hell did an A-rank gate have to appear here of all places? Baekdu Guild's guild master, Seo Hanyul, furrowed his brow deeply upon receiving the report of an A-rank gate emerging within their territory. So what are our chances of successfully attacking it? Less than 40%. Seo Hanyul's brows furrowed even further at the strategist's report. He spoke again. Have we received any response from the Changwol Guild? Well, they said they'll consider it if we allow them to co-manage Baekdu Guild's jurisdictional gates for the next 6 months. Seo Hanyul let out a hollow laugh at the strategist's words. Huh? Those bastards are insane. They really want to suck us dry, huh? Seo Hanyul had every right to curse. Letting them co-manage their jurisdictional gates for 6 months was practically the same as handing over their rights and interests on a silver platter. And if we let them take advantage of this once, we'll lose our justification for managing our gate regions in the future. That's true. Requesting another guild to attack a gate meant proving that Baekdu Guild lacked the ability to manage their own gate territory. Looks like we have no choice but to form a raid team. We've already prepared the recruitment notice for the raid team. Already? You expected this to happen? A competent strategist must always be prepared for all possibilities? Seo Hanyul chuckled at the strategist Kim Minsong's response. Huh. I really did hire a good strategist. You're just realizing that now? Isn't it a little late? Oh, are you getting cocky now? Come on, if you react like this over a joke, it's no fun. Seo Hanyul knew that Kim Minsong's lighthearted banter was his way of easing the tension in the situation. So, if we put together a raid team, what are our odds of success? That depends on who we recruit, but we won't fail. What makes you so sure? You seem overly concerned. Guild leader, our country has already successfully cleared an A-rank gate once. It was true. Korea had previously conquered an A-rank gate. That wasn't that the raid where Kang Hanil participated. Kang Hanil, Korea's only 6-star superhuman and the nation's #1 ranked fighter, he had participated in that A-rank gate raid. That's true, but the overall average level of superhumans has risen since then. Besides, you've reached the 5-star plus level, haven't you? Seo Hanyul's brows narrowed at those words. Even though I've reached 5-star plus, the gap between 6-star and 5-star plus is larger than most think. Although he was the leader of a mid-sized guild, Seo Hanyul was still one of Korea's strongest fighters. But having faced Kang Hanil before, he understood just how vast the gap was between a 5-star plus like himself and a true 6-star. So he let out a groan. Minsung, there's a world of difference between me and Kang Hanil. It's not just a single rank's difference. Have you contacted him to see if he can join this raid? Yes, but he said he has other commitments and won't be able to participate. Is the gap really that big? Yeah, bigger than you'd think. If Kang Hanil can't join, we might have to call off the raid. With a deeply concerned expression, Seo Hanyul voiced his worries. Kim Minsung, however, responded calmly. Guild leader, Kang Hanil barely contributed to the A-rank gate attack back then. He only stepped in to take down the final boss. It was true during the A-rank gate raid in Busan, Kang Hanil had only intervened at the final moment to slay the boss. Back then, there were even fewer 5-star superhumans than now, and yet they cleared it without much issue. You don't need to worry so much. You make a fair point, but you know, right? If the boss turns out to be 6-star plus, we'll be wiped out. Geez, guild leader, you worry too much. This is a light navy colored A-rank gate, An A- grade. The odds of a 6-star plus boss appearing are extremely low. Don't worry, just like other A rank gates. At worst, the boss will be 6-star. If you're that worried, we can just recruit more mercenaries. Yeah, maybe I am worrying too much. Let's proceed with the raid. And so, the recruitment for the raid on the A rank gate near Mount Baekdu was finalized. This was the same raid Hyo Sungshik had decided to join. The gate shimmered with a light navy aura, signifying its A rank status. A large crowd of superhumans had gathered before it. Whoa, there are 60 people? Yeah, 12 from our guild and 48 mercenaries, making a total of 60. Phew, isn't that too many? Maybe, but this is an A rank gate. Safety comes first. That's true. The gathered individuals were all here to attack the A rank gate. The Baekdu guild had recruited mercenaries for the raid, totaling about 50 people including their own members. They had formed a 60-person raid team. I heard there are over 25-star superhumans. The rest are all 4-star plus. This will probably be easier than a B rank gate raid. Most of them genuinely believed that even though this was Korea's second A rank gate, they thought the number of people gathered was excessive. And they had good reason to think so. This wasn't even a full-fledged A rank gate, but an A- grade, noticeably weaker. Normally, a gate would be attacked by parties of 4 or 5, or at most 10. But this time, the raid team had grown to 60. Even though many were below the recommended level, it was still an overwhelming number. But do numbers really matter if we're up against an A rank gate? Doesn't it mean at least a 5-star plus monster will appear? Yeah, that's the concern. If a 5-star plus monster shows up, will the 4-star plus superhumans even be useful? It was a valid point. While 4-star plus superhumans could contribute against 5-star monsters, if a 5-star plus creature appeared, their usefulness was questionable. Still, isn't it better than having too few people? That's true. While the Baekdu guild members were chatting among themselves, mercenaries were being assigned numbers on one side. Alright, next, superhuman number 34. Big Sir Sungshik heard his nickname being called by the Baekdu guild's scribe and rose from his seat. He walked straight to the scribe, received his number tag, verified his identity, and signed various documents regarding raid participation. I never thought I'd use the nickname Big Sir again. Sungshik smirked inwardly. Big Sir. It was the nickname he had used before his regression. Superhumans often needed anonymity. That's why the Superhuman Association issued nicknames to them, allowing them to operate under aliases instead of their real names. Instead of a superhuman ID card, those who received a superhuman registration certificate had their nickname and rank displayed on it. Many mercenary superhumans used this certificate since they needed anonymity for various reasons. Initially, there were concerns that granting anonymity could lead to abuse, and there was opposition. However, since each superhuman registration certificate had an identification number, the Superhuman Association could track the movements of any superhuman using it. In the end, it was anonymity without being truly anonymous, preventing its misuse for criminal activities. Seeing this nickname again makes me nostalgic for before my regression. Before his regression, when Sungshik had used the nickname Big Sir, he had been a rising super rookie. After discovering his talent late, it was during the gate break era, and even though it was a bit late, he had begun attracting attention on Superhuman Net. I considered just using my real name. After his regression, Sungshik had resolved to live openly without hiding himself in any situation. Originally, he hadn't intended to use a nickname. However, after the Yongho Guild incident in Jeju Island, he had gained considerable attention. For now, he decided it was best to lay low. Revolutionary Knights is also a factor. There was no avoiding concerns about Revolutionary Knights. If he were to encounter that man again, Sungshik could be in serious danger. If this raid goes well, then he wouldn't have to keep avoiding that man any longer. As he looked at the dark blue, glowing gate, Sungshik's eyes shone with anticipation. Among the various dungeon zones that emerged from gates, which ones were the most avoided? While there were many different terrains, dungeons with extreme weather conditions were often ranked at the top. Damn it, an Arctic region? The A rank gate that the Baekdu Guild entered was one such area. A vast expanse of white glaciers, a dungeon where snowstorms raged, allowing one to experience the bitter cold of the Arctic firsthand. Hey, no one said this was a freezing zone from the start. Mercenaries began voicing their complaints. They hadn't expected this gate to be a special terrain area. As you all know, we can't predict what terrain we'll get. However, to prepare for such cases, we've brought heat packs. We'll distribute them now. The Baekdu Guild had prepared heat packs since they couldn't predict the terrain in advance. They had prepared essential items for all possible environments. This was considered the fundamental principle of raiding. Damn it. I've got my own heat pack, but still, I didn't expect this dungeon to be this cold. Isn't this dangerous? That's right. If we knew it was an Arctic terrain, we wouldn't have come. Not sure if we can clear this properly, the mercenaries murmured among themselves. Seo Haniel understood what they were getting at. Once we clear this raid, it'll increase your promised pay by 5%. Alright. Can't back out now, let's do our best. Seo Haniel frowned as he heard the mercenaries' response. Damn scumbags. They're blatantly extorting us. Seo Haniel had every reason to feel that way. There were always people like this. Those who would join a raid, complain immediately, and lower morale. Their objective was clear. Maximizing their own profit by causing trouble at the start of a raid or party expedition. They could negotiate higher compensation. It was disgusting, but there was no way around it in situations like this. The mercenaries held the upper hand. If things didn't go their way, they could simply stay in the gate's safe zone and refuse to leave. When the gate's entrance temporarily reopened, they could just escape. There were a lot of guys like this back then, before the gate break era truly began and humanity faced extinction. These kinds of people were everywhere. While Sungshik sighed at the mercenaries' grumbling, the raid finally commenced. Firewave. Whoosh. The raid team's mage class members simultaneously unleashed their fourth circle firewave skill. The ice spirits, Tanatin, charging toward the team, hesitated. Following up, spells like Fire Burst and Fire Lance rained down, engulfing the ice spirits in flames. Gui. The ice spirits let out chilling, eerie screams as the ranged damage dealers entered cooldown. The melee damage dealers rushed forward. Ki. The Tanatin spirits, despite their small size, generated numerous ice spears and launched them while charging as monsters ranked 5-star plus. Their counterattacks were ferocious. However, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers and firepower of the raid team. Among them, Seo Haniel's performance stood out the most. Wind-severing slash. Crack. A massive whirlwind shot forward in a straight line, obliterating the Tanatin spirits, truly befitting someone who had reached 5-star plus rank. As expected, 5-star plus is on another level. Yeah, with Seo Haniel leading from the front, it feels like we're just along for the ride. Everyone expressed their admiration for Seo Haniel. Not bad. Sungshik nodded as he observed Seo Haniel. He was a man who knew how to use his power efficiently and in the right places. His skills were proof of the immense effort he had put in to reach such a level. In contrast, Sungshik was only exerting as much power as a newly registered 5-star superhuman. No need to push myself, no need to stand out among about 25-star superhumans. Sungshik was playing his role just enough to blend in. I just need to clear the boss and gather as much coldroot as possible from the boss room. His only goal was coldroot. He planned to use it to create an elixir infused with ice properties. In the meantime, all the Tanatin spirits were wiped out. This is easier than I expected. It wasn't just Sungshik who thought that. Everyone assumed that despite being an A-rank dungeon, it would be an easy clear. Because of that, no one realized that deep within the dungeon, the true master of this place was awakening. Grr. Affinity is crucial when dealing with monsters. If one can match affinities well, even facing an opponent half a tier higher isn't particularly difficult. Because of that, superhumans with fire attribute abilities or skills played a prominent role in this A-rank gate raid. The natural counter to ice, Bing, attributes was fire. Huo. That was why, even though he was holding back, Sungshik's performance inevitably stood out to some extent. Whoosh. Bright red flames surged along Sungshik's sword. It was as if he were wielding a legendary fireblade from myth, and as its appearance suggested, it displayed remarkable effectiveness against the ice attribute monsters within the dungeon. That held true even for the ice trolls that began appearing midway through. Creek. Ice trolls were notoriously tricky monsters to deal with due to their unique regenerative abilities. Without overwhelming firepower, they were extremely difficult to handle. However, the wounds inflicted by Sungshik's attacks did not heal easily. The flames from his sword lingered, refusing to be extinguished. This is working even better than I expected. As he watched the flames enveloping his sword, Sungshik silently marveled. The source of the flames was none other than the effect of his Phoenix Heart trait. It transformed the nature of his sword aura into purifying fire. Wow, mercenary number 34, Sir Big Sir, was it? Is that a skill? That's incredible. Seriously, thanks to you, these guys are way easier to handle. Members of the Baekdu clan and the superhumans participating as mercenaries voiced their admiration as they watched Sungshik fight the ice trolls. So unfair, life really is just a trade luck gotcha game. If I had a trait like that, I'd have reached 5 stars ages ago. Some among them even felt jealous. That was how effortlessly Sungshik was handling the ice troll horde. The subsequent progress was smooth with Seo Hanyul at the forefront, and the combined strength of Sungshik and the other 5-star superhumans. They steadily pushed forward through the dungeon. Eventually, they became so relaxed that they nearly forgot they were raiding an A-rank gate. Wow, this is way easier than I expected. I thought A-rank gates were supposed to be something special, but aside from the monsters being slightly stronger than those in a B+ gate, there's not much difference. The 4-star plus superhumans especially found it easy since they were only providing backup rather than fighting on the front lines. It felt even simpler. Normally, raids were tackled in groups of 5, or at most, 10. In that sense, having over 25-star superhumans was more than enough. When an A-rank gate first emerged in Busan, the 6-star superhuman Kong Hanil had barely intervened, merely observing. It was the same principle. People were intimidated by the A-rank classification, but a well-assembled team of 5-star superhumans was enough to clear it. And so, the team gradually fell into complacency. All right, it looks like the boss room is just ahead from here on. Stay sharp and follow the briefing exactly as we discussed. Yeah, we got it. We'll be counting on you again, clan leader Seo Hanyul. Even at the boss room's entrance, the atmosphere remained lax. Even if a 6-star boss monster appeared, they believed that over 25-star superhumans, led by Seo Hanyul, would be more than enough to handle it. Seo Hanyul considered saying something but decided against it. Forget it, they just think I was nagging. To be fair, even Seo Hanyul himself thought their current lineup was sufficient to take down a 6-star boss. He hadn't expected the A-rank gate raid to go this smoothly. It's all thanks to that guy. He glanced over at the mercenary who went by the name Big Sir. Is he really just a 5-star? Seo Hanyul, the only one here at the 5-star plus level, was beginning to sense it throughout the battles so far. Hyo Sungshik had contributed far more than it seemed. There were critical moments in battle, pivotal turning points that determined the outcome. Even in an overwhelmingly favorable situation, a single misstep could instantly reverse the tide. Particularly in this A-rank gate raid, there had been many such moments. Despite how smoothly things had gone, every monster they faced had been at the 5-star or 5-star plus level. Even with 25-star superhumans, completing the raid this effortlessly should have been nearly impossible. But if I look back at each fight, that guy was always the one making sure the battle stayed on track. Thinking back, there had been several close calls, situations where they could have struggled or even suffered serious losses, yet every single time, it was Sungshik who had intervened at just the right moment to keep the battle under control. Though Sungshik himself believed he was merely pulling his weight, Seo Hanyul saw things differently. While others might not have noticed, someone with Seo Hanyul's honed battle instincts could tell. It's not just that he has a good trait, he has an innate sense for battle. Seo Hanyul was convinced while Sungshik hadn't put on flashy performances like himself, his contributions had been equal to, if not greater than, his own. That was why Seo Hanyul wasn't too worried about the upcoming 6-star boss fight. Honestly, just me and him would probably be enough to take it down. Well, maybe we'd need 3 or 4 more 5 stars, just to be safe. With that thought, he found the relaxed mood more understandable. If even he was underestimating the fight ahead, it was no surprise that the others were as well. Alright, let's head in. Thus began the final battle of the A-rank gate raid. Just how strong was a 6-star monster? In truth, starting from the 6-star tier, the gap in power between it and the previous tiers became significantly larger. However, that didn't mean a lone 6-star monster could take on a dozen 5-star superhumans at once. For that, it would need to be at least 6-star plus the elite Black Knight that Han Yunyang summoned back then. That one might have been capable. The elite Black Knight, a 6-star plus entity that had instantly overpowered Han Chiosik back then, it had received buffs from Han Yunyang, temporarily giving it the strength of a 7-star. But even without those buffs, the elite Black Knight was among the strongest of the 6-star plus monsters. In other words, a 6-star boss monster alone should be able to handle this group. No matter how much the boss monster receives buffs from the ice field, it would still be difficult to withstand the numbers of this raid team. But before my regression, I remember there were quite a few casualties. Even so, before his regression, Sungshik recalled that the boss raid had suffered significant losses. That was why he remembered the strategy for this raid. The reason for the heavy losses was none other than, wasn't the boss Mammotus? That's right, the dungeon boss of this A rank gate was Mammotus Primigenius, a 6-star boss monster in the form of a mammoth. This Mammotus was among the highest tier monsters within the 6-star category, especially within this ice field. Its combat power was comparable to that of a 6-star plus monster. I heard they had an incredibly tough time. That made sense. Mammotus had such absurd defense and health that it could be mistaken for a tank-type monster, yet it also possessed attack power stronger than most 6-star monsters. Even its sheer physical capabilities exceeded that of a regular 6-star. On top of that, receiving buffs from the ice field, it even had area of effect skills. This meant that simply relying on numbers was not a viable strategy. Even so, it's hard to imagine someone like Seo Haniel and the Baekdu clan being completely wiped out. The Seo Haniel that Sungshik had observed was no joke. His reputation as one of the top-ranked fighters in the country was well earned. His combat sense was so sharp that it was difficult to believe he was merely a 5-star plus ranker. Just going by pure instinct, he'd easily be considered 6-star. There was a reason for that assessment. Every time Sungshik fought, he paid close attention to key moments in combat, and every single one of those moments, Seo Haniel reacted perfectly, as if he naturally sensed them. For someone this talented to have fallen without making his mark, Seo Haniel's potential was something Sungshik had only realized after meeting him in person before his regression. Seo Haniel had suffered severe injuries during this raid and, along with the Baekdu clan, had begun a slow decline. But this time, things will be different because I am here. Sungshik's eyes gleamed with quiet resolve. Thud. As everyone entered the boss room, a massive silhouette came into view covered in deep blue fur. Its overwhelming presence left the superhumans speechless. Gulp. Is that the boss? I think so. Damn, it's huge. It looks just like a mammoth. Yeah, whoa, that pressure is unreal. Everyone was shrinking under the boss' massive silhouette. Even Seo Haniel was no exception. This feels ominous. This thing is no ordinary opponent. Seo Haniel realized it immediately. This boss was on a different level. While everyone stood frozen in place, the boss opened its eyes. Flash. The moment its eyes snapped open, a blinding glow shot out. Just meeting its gaze sent shivers down their spines, making their hairs stand on end. Are we sure we can actually take this thing down? Someone mumbled nervously, but when no one responded, Seo Haniel quickly stepped in. Of course, look, big monsters like that are usually all bark and no bite. You all know what you're doing, so don't get cold feet now. It's just a 6-star monster at best. Stick to the briefing and form up. Seo Haniel spoke in an even tone to prevent the raid team's morale from dropping when fighting a boss like this. Morale was just as important as strategy. If they started doubting themselves now, they had already lost. As the others prepared for the fight with anxious faces, only Sungshik remained unfazed, calmly observing the boss. Insight, boss. Mammotus Primigenius rank, 6-star. Combat power. A++, Icefield buff, a boss-tier monster native to the Icefield known for its extreme aggression. Combat power, A++. Seeing Mammotus stats through analyze, Sungshik clicked his tongue normally. A 6-star monster's combat power was rated at AA. 6-star plus monster might reach A+. Elite Black Knights had A++ combat power. Considering that an Elite Black Knight without Han Yunyang's buffs was rated at A++, this was an insane level of strength. No wonder the previous raid team got wiped out. His suspicions had been confirmed. The reason the raid team failed before his regression wasn't anything complicated. The boss had simply been far stronger than anticipated at this level. Mammotus could practically be classified as 6-star plus. Looks like I have no choice but to reveal my strength. Sungshik gave a bitter smile. He was probably the only one here who could properly face Mammotus. He had hoped to keep a low profile until he reached 7-star, but that was no longer an option. Oh well, after this raid, he'll be able to challenge 7-star anyway. There was no problem. Then, just as Sungshik made up his mind, the boss seemed to have finished preparing as well. Fu. Mammotus let out an earth-shaking roar after taking a moment to scan the intruders in its domain. It unleashed a furious bellow and shifted into battle mode. That's terrifying. There was a faint trace of fear woven into Mammotus' roar, making the superhumans instinctively tense up. Thud 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 with heavy footsteps, Mammotus charged forward. The sight of the towering, 20-meter-tall beast barreling toward them felt like an entire mountain collapsing. Incoming! Spread out! The superhumans scattered to avoid Mammotus's charge. Trying to tank a monster of this size, regardless of rank, was no easy feat, let alone for those of lower rank. Switching to Plan B, maintain aggro and keep up sustained damage. Thus, the team adopted a hit-and-run strategy, managing aggro while continuously attacking from a distance. Damn it, our attacks aren't doing anything. The cold surrounding its body makes it hard to get close. Indeed, ranged attacks barely made a dent in Mammotus's thick hide, and the freezing aura around it made close combat nearly impossible. And then, it happened. Annoyed by the pesky superhumans flitting around it, Mammotus suddenly extended its long trunk forward from both nostrils. An immense concentration of mana began gathering. Danger! Everyone, scatter! Co Haniel urgently shouted after sensing something was off, but he was a fraction too late. Foo! Shish! Along with Mammotus's deafening roar, a massive storm of freezing energy swept across the battlefield. Mammoth's area of effect skill. The beast unleashed an immense freezing storm from its trunk, engulfing the superhumans who hadn't been prepared to evade. Coup! The superhumans caught in the freezing storm began to be encased in ice. The terrifying aspect of Mammoth's wide-range attack wasn't just its damage, it completely froze the body. Anyone hit by it would be rendered nearly immobile. More than half of the raid team had been struck by this attack. Damn it, Co Haniel muttered under his breath at a glance. Those hit by the skill seemed to have been put out of commission. I underestimated it too much. That ominous premonition he had felt when he first saw the beast. Such feelings were always right. Biwu. Having finished its freezing storm attack, Mammothus let out a triumphant roar. It was as if it was celebrating its masterpiece. No wonder the beast was pleased. Nearly half of the pesky flies that had been buzzing around it were now frozen solid before its eyes. This is insane. Watching the scene, Hyo Sungshik swallowed hard. Out of the 60 members in the raid, more than half had been incapacitated. It was hard to believe that a mere 6-star monster could use an area of effect skill of this scale. The giant ground hornets I fought before seemed like a joke compared to this. Though they were both 6-star beasts, the difference in power was blatant. That's how powerful it was. Mammothus wasn't just an ordinary 6-star monster. At this level, it's practically an irregulars, creatures that occasionally appeared, defying all conventional classifications. This Mammothus seemed to be one of those irregulars. It was a being far beyond the bounds of a 6-star classification. Defense and endurance both exceed 6-star plus level, and it even has an area of effect skill. Hyo Sungshik narrowed his eyes as he observed Mammothus roaring. Without him, would this raid even have a chance of success? That doubt gnawed at him. At least the 5-star superhumans are still standing. Those who had been caught by Mammoth's area of effect skill were mostly 4-star plus superhumans clustered together in the rear. They had no way to evade it. It's about time I step in. As he assessed the battlefield, Hyo Sungshik began to consider whether it was time to act. If Mammothus was left rampaging any longer, casualties would be inevitable. The formation was already crumbling after just one skill. Looks like I have no choice but to move. Keep the aggro on us. Don't let it get to the frozen ones. The 5-star superhumans facing Mammothus were desperately trying to keep its attention. Fortunately, most of them had successfully evaded the wide-range skill and were still able to fight. The main forces of the raid team were intact. How much longer? We need a little more time. But to stop Mammothus from reaching the 4-star plus superhumans, Co Haniel and the other 5-star superhumans were overexerting themselves to maintain its aggro. If they failed, the incapacitated 4-star plus superhumans would be wiped out. That was why the support class superhumans were hurriedly dispelling the frozen status. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. One of the 5-star superhumans from the Baekdu clan, who had been skillfully dodging Mammoth's attacks while maintaining aggro, gritted his teeth. He was known within TH Guild as Lightning for his agility, making him a prime candidate for evasive tanking. But even he was struggling to withstand the cold that Mammothus constantly emitted from its body. Just as his movements were slowing from the accumulating frost damage, Mammothus suddenly swung its long trunk. Biwu, thud, coup, struck head-on. He was sent flying like a ragdoll. Soho. The Baekdu clan members were visibly shaken, clearly not expecting Soho to be taken out so quickly. He hadn't even lasted 5 minutes. Thud thud thud, he tumbled across the ground multiple times before crashing far away. It looked as if he had been hit by a 1-ton truck. Twitch, coo. Luckily, he was still alive, though his groans indicated he was in bad shape. If left untreated, the outcome wouldn't be good. No, wait. One of the Baekdu clan's support class superhumans, who had been focused on dispelling the frozen status, suddenly dashed toward the fallen Soho. Hey! If you leave them now, another supporter, who had been working alongside her, tried to stop her in alarm, but she was already gone, running towards Soho. How am I supposed to handle this alone? He trailed off in frustration. Biwu. Because Mammoth's enormous shadow had fallen over him. Frozen in place. He stared up at Mammothus. It was understandable. He was a support class superhuman. There was no way he could stand against a monster like this. Damn it, everyone, turn Mammoth's attention away. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Co Haniel barked the order, but it was already too late. I have to stop it. Somehow he bit his lip and rushed forward, but his sword would never reach in time. Biwu. Mammothus let out a bellow as it loomed over the frozen superhumans and the supporter. The sound was almost gleeful, as if it were toying with its prey. No, stop, Biwu. Die, just as it raised its trunk to strike. In that instant, Hyo Sungshik moved in a flash. He appeared at Mammoth's flank before the beast could even register his presence. Hyo Sungshik swung his hand. Heaven-splitting martial arts, 4th form dragon-slaying strike, Pyronic Dragon Piercer. What should have been 5 blades of energy twisted and merged into a single concentrated point. The energy took the form of a dragon, its body wreathed in flames. The fiery dragon shot forward, sinking its fangs into Mammoth's side. Crunch. Biwu. Biwo. With a grotesque howl, the massive beast's body toppled sideways. Kawang. The sound of its massive body collapsing to the side was just as thunderous as expected. The impact was so great that even the supporter standing right in front of Mammothus was sent flying backward. Not bad for my first time using it. That was Hyo Sungshik's impression after taking down Mammothus in a single strike. It was his first time infusing fire energy into the heaven-splitting martial arts, leaving aside its destructive power. He was immensely satisfied with the brilliant effect of the fire dragon. Moreover, even though he had used it with his hand instead of a sword, its destructive force was still enough to topple the massive Mammothus in one go. While Sungshik was admiring his own martial arts technique, the awakened participating in the raid were all at a loss for words. What is this? Staring at the unrealistic sight before them, their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Sungshik. Seeing their reactions, Sungshik smirked. Who are you? Co Haniel, unable to hide his shock, tried to say something to Sungshik, but his words were cut off. Biwu. Mammothus let out a tremendous roar as it stood up once more. Its presence was even more ferocious than before, but it wasn't just its aura. Its entire body was now radiating a deep crimson energy. It's gone berserk. Sungshik recognized the phenomenon well. This was the berserk state. Occasionally, some creatures would enter this state, similar to a berserker mode. As expected of an irregular entity, it's pulling out all kinds of tricks. Clicking his tongue, Sungshik gripped his heaven-splitting divine sword tightly and faced the beast head-on. Take them and fall back. He turned to the 5-star awakened who had approached and instructed them to retreat with the frozen members. You understood, please. We're counting on you. Co Haniel seemed like he wanted to say something more, but seeing the resolute look on Sungshik's face, he chose to step back. He had probably intended to join the fight himself. However, he would be of little help in the upcoming battle if Mammothus had not gone berserk. It might have been different, but now, he would only be a hindrance. Scan. Boss. Mammothus Primigenius rank, 6-star plus. Combat power. S. Icefield buff. A boss-grade monster native to icy terrains, possesses an extremely violent nature. Currently in a berserk state due to its berserk transformation, its rank had risen to 6-star plus. Sungshik smirked as he noted its combat power, now at S. Now this is interesting after all. Wasn't it far better to face an opponent that could push him to his limits rather than crushing weaklings like mere insects? The more I think about it, the more I feel like a battle junkie. Chuckling to himself, Sungshik readied his stance. All right, let's have some fun. Biwu. As if responding to his words, Mammothus let out a furious roar, and their clash began. Seo Haniel stood there, his mouth slightly agape as he watched the battle unfold before him. The other awakened watching the fight were in the same state. Boom. Boom. Each of their attacks landed with the force of a massive bomb, generating shockwaves that altered the surrounding terrain. Gulp. Everyone was watching with bated breath, swallowing nervously. Is Mammothus losing? It's not just my eyes, right? Someone watching the fight asked cautiously. No, I see it too. Indeed, Sungshik was clearly dominating the battle, pushing Mammothus back. No matter how many attacks the beast launched, none of them managed to land on Sungshik properly. On the other hand, the fiery sword strikes Sungshik unleashed continuously burned through Mammothus' thick hide, gradually eating away at its massive frame. It was a sight so unbelievable that even seeing it with their own eyes, they struggled to accept it. A colossal beast nearly 2 meters tall was being overpowered by a human wielding nothing but a single sword. That mammoth isn't just a 6-star, is it? I've seen 6-star monsters before, and they weren't this strong. No, it seems to be at least a 6-star plus, maybe even 7-star. Then, does that mean that Big Sir over there is an awakened beyond 6-star plus? The realization left them all wide-eyed amidst the tense battle. None of them had stopped to consider it. Wait, that's true, isn't it? He really seems to be above that level. One of them turned to Seo Haniel for confirmation. As the highest ranked among them, they sought his judgment. I can't say for certain, but I think you are right. That man, no, that person has definitely surpassed 6-star plus. At that moment, Seo Haniel had another thought. Does that mean he's the strongest awakened in our country? It was a question that lingered not only in Seo Haniel's mind but in the minds of everyone who heard his words. So, he's stronger than Kong Haniel. No one could answer right away logically. If Sungshik was beyond 6-star plus, he should be stronger than Kong Haniel, who was known to be at 6-star, but breaking away from long-standing beliefs wasn't easy. Kong Haniel was South Korea's only world-ranked awakened ever since the Great Cataclysm. He had been recognized as the country's most powerful hunter. It seems that way. However, the truth was undeniable. Sungshik had clearly surpassed the 6-star tier. Unless Kong Haniel had recently broken through to 6-star plus, it was now clear that the man currently overpowering Mammothus was stronger. That is, if Kong Haniel is still only 6-star. They added that last part. After all, there was a possibility that Kong Haniel had also advanced to 6-star plus in the meantime. The last 6-star plus awakened I saw wasn't even this strong. Seo Haniel recalled an awakened he had once encountered from Italy. Quintera. That man was among the top 10 strongest in the world. Of course, Seo Haniel's assumption was only half correct. Quintera was destined to become one of the 11 thrones. An absolute being. Even now, he had already fully stepped into the 7-star realm. Back then, Seo Haniel had only caught a glimpse of Quintera's power. The fact that he thought Sungshik was on par with him spoke volumes. That was when Seo Haniel spotted something beyond the battlefield where Sungshik and Mammothus clashed. A wolf-like figure flickered in the distance. Biwu. The massive trunk of the Mammothus came crashing down from above with a single step forward. Sungshik easily evaded it. Then, he swung the heaven-splitting divine sword. Whoosh. The fiery sword aura left a long gash across the beast's chest. Biwu. Despite its wounds, the beast continued its relentless assault. It was as if it disregarded its injuries, focusing solely on attack, and more attack. Now in berserk mode, it was no different from a true berserker. Schwack. Suddenly, its tusks extended unnaturally, lunging at Sungshik. Tisk. He swiftly executed the heaven-splitting step to evade, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched. It can fire its tusks now? This kind of outrageous attack was completely unexpected. Drurrrk. As the tusks retracted, Sungshik swung his heaven-splitting divine sword once more. You may have come freely, but you won't leave as you please. Crunch. Clang. With a deafening crack, one of the Mammothus tusks shattered and fell to the ground. Biwu. Even in its frenzied state, it seemed to express rage at the loss of its tusk. The battle raged on for several more minutes. The Mammothus, once brimming with vigor, was now in tatters, its body covered in wounds. It looked as if it could collapse at any moment. Biwu. Its roars had grown significantly weaker. It was time to bring this fight to an end. All right. Let's finish this now, okay? But just then, a chill ran down Sungshik's spine. Grr! The cry of a predator, a ferocious growl came from behind him. Swish! He turned around, and saw it a wolf, nearly 4 meters tall. Its appearance was strikingly unusual. Its body was split in half by color, pure white on one side, and earthy brown on the other. Sungshik couldn't hide his shock. Another boss. He had never heard of this before his regression. If another boss had appeared back then, he would have known about it. Before my regression, the only boss was the Mammothus. It was a baffling situation. Did I miss something? Questions swirled in his mind, but he set them aside for now. The aura emanating from the wolf was anything but ordinary. Insight _ hidden boss, encroaching Tenryl. Rank 6-star plus, combat power. SA being that has separated from Fenrir, the Ice Spirit King. Can wield a fraction of Fenrir's power, though weakly. Was in slumber to awaken its power but was forcibly awakened by an unknown force. Currently being consumed by an unknown force, resulting in a severe imbalance in power. Fenrir? Sungshik was startled upon seeing the name. Fenrir, a mythical being, and this creature possessed a portion of its power. The revelation made him tense up. However, he soon tilted his head in confusion. It's being consumed by an unknown force? The black energy covering half of the wolf's body, it seemed to represent that unknown force. Yes, he had seen this phenomenon before. Not long ago, he had witnessed it in Han Yunyang as well. This again. Sungshik had the sinking feeling that his fate in this life was inextricably tangled with this ominous black energy. Krang! Before he could think further, the beast lunged at him. Tisk! He quickly shifted his footwork to dodge. Ignoring the nearly fallen Mammothus, he retaliated against Tenryl. Schwack! He swung his sword with full force, but Tenryl dodged with ease. It's even faster than it looks. This Tenryl was far quicker than expected. The way it effortlessly avoided his strike indicated that, at least in terms of agility, it was on par with him, or perhaps even superior. And this is with reduced combat power. He couldn't even imagine how fast it would be at full strength. Krat! Suddenly, Tenryl opened its jaws wide. Sungshik hurriedly moved out of its line of fire. Schwack! Quum! A laser-like blast shot straight from its mouth, barely missing him. Cold sweat trickled down his back. It released such concentrated energy without any buildup? Tenryl's attack defied common sense. Normally, breath attacks required a moment to gather energy. Usually, there's some delay before unleashing an attack like that. That was the norm even among higher-ranked beings. Only those at 8-star and beyond could eliminate that delay entirely. He never expected to see such an attack this soon. Troublesome as he braced himself for the next attack. Bewar! Suddenly, Tenryl turned on the Mammothus. It slashed at the giant beast's chest, its claws wreathed in a mix of white and black energy. Slash! The attack was terrifyingly powerful. The Mammothus' massive chest was visibly gouged out. BWOO! BWO! With a final, pitiful cry, its eyes dimmed. Boss defeated. Eliminate the hidden boss. A system message announced the Mammothus' death. This was an unexpected turn of events. What the hell? But Sungshik never finished his sentence. The next scene was even more shocking. Crunch! Crunch! Suddenly, Tenryl tore into the Mammothus' chest and devoured its heart. The absurdity of the situation made Sungshik let out a hollow laugh. Wow, I've only seen something like this happen once before, even before my regression. A boss-level monster hunting another boss-level monster. Even before his regression, Sungshik had only witnessed such a thing once. But this, could it be? Sungshik quickly realized why the creature had consumed Mammothus' heart. SSSSSSSSs, from its entire body, an aura began to flow. This was the process of Tenryl absorbing and consolidating the energy from Mammothus' heart. In truth, if Sungshik had wanted to stop it from consuming Mammothus' heart, he would have had to interfere the very moment it attacked. But the creature had cunningly unleashed a breath attack at Sungshik, forcing him to create distance. In that fleeting instant, it had attacked Mammothus and devoured its heart. The whole sequence had happened so swiftly that even if Sungshik had foreseen it, stopping it would not have been easy. SSSSSHHHH. The aura radiating from the creature now interwove white and black light. The two energies seemed to exist separately, as though alive. They clashed, Twisting around each other, it was as if they were engaged in a struggle for dominance. What is happening? For the first time, Sungshik witnessed such a phenomenon occurring within Tenril's body. Patzitst, the white and black auras swelled and shrank, writhing against each other with increasing intensity. Instinctively, Sungshik realized something: the white energy must win. He felt it instinctively. Things would be better if the white energy prevailed, and at the same time, he understood something else. I must not interfere with Tenril right now. Sungshik considered attacking the seemingly defenseless Tenril, but his instincts warned him it would be a terrible decision. How can I help the white energy win? Just watching felt inadequate, so Sungshik racked his brain for a way to help. There had to be something he could do. The black energy has the attribute of darkness, maybe healing magic would be effective against it? The thought seemed plausible. He contemplated whether he should cast a healing spell. Then, at that very moment, lightning bolt. No, stop. One of the mercenaries had launched an attack at Tenril. Sungshik shouted too late. The spell had already been unleashed. Damn it. Even as he yelled, he used his movement technique to rush forward, trying to intercept the attack, but he was one step too slow. The attack struck Tenril just before Sungshik could intervene. Whoosh. The moment the attack hit, the black energy expanded violently. It was as if the black aura had absorbed the attack. Saying this, Sungshik quickly turned his head, glaring at the attacker. No, it looked defenseless, so the mercenary stammered, trying to explain himself under Sungshik's sharp gaze, and truthfully, he wasn't entirely wrong. Tenril had appeared vulnerable. Letting them get this close was a mistake. So focused on Tenril's transformation, he had failed to notice the mercenary approaching so closely, and it wasn't just him, several others had also drawn near. Rather than dwelling on what had already happened, Sungshik decided to focus on the immediate crisis before him. Step back. The superhumans who had approached quickly retreated, heeding Sungshik's command. Even without his warning, Tenril's state now looked clearly abnormal. Whoosh! The black energy was nearly overwhelming the white energy, surging violently to envelop Tenril's entire body. As expected, seeing this, Sungshik swallowed hard. He had seen this situation unfold before. What is that? It feels incredibly ominous. Those watching from a distance murmured in alarm. Most of them had never seen anything like this before. That's among the Baekdu guild members, including Seo Hanyul. Some swallowed nervously. Unlike the mercenaries, they had heard of this phenomenon before. A mutated dungeon. Indeed, this was a phenomenon known to occur in mutated dungeons, affecting their bosses. It had been happening more frequently in recent times, and word of it was spreading. Chic. At that moment, the swirling black energy finally began to settle. And then, a silhouette emerged. The pristine white fur that had once covered half of its body was now completely gone. Instead, deep black fur cloaked it entirely. Grr! The creature's growl had changed, now carrying an intensely foreboding tone. Insight, hidden boss, corrupted Tenril, rank 7-star. Combat power S+. A fragment separated from the Ice Spirit King, Fenrir. Although weak, it possesses some of Fenrir's power. It was in slumber, waiting to awaken its power, but was forcibly roused by an unknown force. It has been corrupted by an unknown force. Tisk, just as I thought. Analyzing Tenril, Sungshik clicked his tongue. He had suspected this, and now it was confirmed. It had ascended to a 7-star rank. Gripping his Paragon Divine Blade tightly, Sungshik's tension mounted. Though he had often ignored a single rank difference in power by surpassing his own limits, things changed at 7-star rank. Currently, he was at 6-star plus, capable of exerting strength close to 7-star. But close to was not the same as equal to. If he had been at 5-star plus, he could have easily taken on a 6-star opponent. His unique traits and skills allowed him to disregard normal rank gaps. However, from 7-star onward, the disparity became much more pronounced. While he might have been able to handle a newly ascended, inexperienced 7-star being, Tenril was not such an opponent. It's at least a fully matured 7-star, if not stronger. The sheer force radiating from it made that abundantly clear, and with an S+ combat rating, it was evident that this wasn't just an ordinary 7-star entity. Should I use Future Sight? Future Sight, the ability he had kept in reserve for dire situations. Now, he seriously contemplated whether this was the moment to use it. As Sungshik steeled himself, grr, the creature let out a pained groan and slowly lowered its head to the ground. As the tension reached its peak in preparation for battle, the sudden change in Tenryl drained the strength from Sungshik. Keying that wasn't the end of Tenryl's strange behavior, he even started making noises like a puppy desperate to relieve itself. Grr, keying, grr. Now, Tenryl had completely buried his head into the ground, thrashing about as if in agony. What's wrong with him? How should I know? How could I possibly know what's happening? Even the onlookers were just as bewildered by Tenryl's sudden affliction. At the very moment when even Sungshik was looking on with confusion, white and black light began to flicker alternately from Tenryl's eyes. That must mean the remnants of the white energy are still there. Sungshik quickly grasped the situation. The remaining white energy seemed to be putting up continuous resistance. Watching closely, Sungshik realized this was an opportunity to strike. He had already lost a perfect attack chance due to hesitation earlier. I should have just attacked back then when the white and black energy were struggling for dominance. If he had known the situation would turn out like this, attacking might have been the better choice. And, if my assumption is correct, there was a chance he could end this battle much more easily. With a whoosh, flames surged up the heaven-splitting divine sword. The sword, engulfed in fire, was infused with yet another energy. The energy of wind gathered around the heaven-splitting divine sword. However, it was different from the usual wind energy. Flames had mixed into it, forming a fiery whirlwind. As the flame-infused wind began swirling around the sword, Sungshik swung it toward Tenryl. Heaven-splitting. Firestorm scarf whoosh. A massive storm of blazing sword energy surged forward, swallowing everything between Sungshik and Tenryl. It was a powerful new attack that Sungshik had just created. Grr. Tenryl tried to react to the attack, but it was already too late. Whoosh. The fiery sword energy engulfed Tenryl, melting the surrounding snow and consuming his massive body. Whoosh. The overwhelming heat swept past Sungshik, reaching even the distant spectators. Whoa, that heat is intense. With this level of firepower, not even a boss monster should be able to survive, right? Watching from afar, everyone believed the battle had been decided. The heat was so intense it sent shivers down their spines. Heat strong enough to melt rock. No matter how extraordinary Tenryl seemed, it was impossible to imagine him surviving such a direct hit. However, step. Even while completely engulfed in those raging flames, Tenryl steadily advanced toward Sungshik. That's impossible. He's completely fine. Everyone watching was frozen in disbelief at the sight of Tenryl walking through the fire unscathed. Can we even win this? The same thought crossed everyone's minds simultaneously. That thought soon transformed into fear. Should we just run back to the entrance? Didn't you see how fast that thing is? We should fight together instead. Just as fear began to settle among them, Tenryl lowered his body in front of Sungshik. Even sitting down, his massive 4-meter frame loomed above Sungshik's head. Whoosh. The flames still burned, covering Tenryl's entire body. Sungshik watched him for a moment before casually waving his hand. Whoosh. The fire, which had seemed like it would burn eternally, flickered out with just a single gesture from Sungshik. And the Tenryl revealed beneath it. No way. He turned white again completely. The onlookers gasped in shock. Just moments ago, Tenryl's fur had been pitch black, radiating an ominous presence, but now, he was pure white, as if he were a swan. Grr. Tenryl let out a low growl that resonated in everyone's ears. Sungshik looked at him calmly and thought to himself. Just as I expected. Yes, what Sungshik had used was none other than the flames of purification. Thanks to the Phoenix Heart trait, he had gained the ability to wield this flame, which had the power to purify all things corrupted. Sungshik had thought, if he could use the flames of purification, perhaps he could cleanse the energy that had taken over Tenryl's body. Grr, thank you, human. At that moment, an intent was transmitted directly into Sungshik's mind. He immediately understood. It was coming from the giant wolf before him. Was that you? Sungshik asked for confirmation. Yes, because of you, I was able to retain myself. Tenryl seemed to be struggling to transmit each thought. His condition was visibly deteriorating, his life force waning. No need to thank me. You seem like a fragment of a transcendent being. How did this happen to you? That had been Sungshik's biggest question while fighting Tenryl. Tenryl was a fragment of Fenrir, an entity classified as a god. Even as a mere fragment, There should have been traces of divine essence in his being. There was no way he should have been overtaken by such a sinister black energy. I do not know. I was in slumber, seeking to awaken my power, but someone invaded my consciousness. They invaded the consciousness of a being in slumber for awakening? Is that even possible? Sungshik asked in disbelief, and rightly so. On rare occasions, beings would enter a dormant state to awaken their power. Sungshik had personally encountered monsters in such a state before. During this time, their physical bodies would automatically release mana to form an initial protective shield. Moreover, their minds would be fortified with an impenetrable mental barrier. Attacking a being in such a state, it was supposed to be impossible. That's right, a presence overflowing with wicked energy. Yes, that person was human. Human? It was an unbelievable statement at first. Sungshik thought a demon from the psychic realm had descended. Normally, demons only made their full appearance starting from the night of trials, but given how things were unfolding in a much more unpredictable manner than before his regression, it wouldn't have been strange if demons had appeared earlier. In fact, if Han Yunyang had been left alone, she would have completely transformed into a demon. Yes, without a doubt, that person was human. Grr. Tenryl, who had been struggling to send his thoughts, was now visibly gasping for breath. That, just as Sungshik was about to ask for more details. It seems, my time has run out. Thank you, human. With those words, Tenryl's body began to glow. Then, starting from one side, his body crumbled into dust and scattered. Sungshik let out a sigh of regret as he watched the scene unfold. It seems, we shall meet again. I look forward to that day. Just before he completely disappeared, Tenryl left those cryptic words behind and then vanished. Congratulations, you have cleared the hidden boss. The dungeon core has appeared. Before he could even fully process Tenryl's words, the system notification announced the completion of the dungeon raid. The raid team emerged from the A-rank gate after successfully clearing it. In the end, the raid had been a complete success, with no casualties. This marked the second successful A-rank gate raid following the one in Busan. The media heavily covered the Baekdu Guild's achievement, highlighting the significance of an A-rank gate being cleared. And naturally, amid all the media attention, Sungshik's presence stood out. Every time he swung his sword wreathed in flames, 5-star monsters were cut down in a single strike. I knew it then. This guy isn't just anybody. The dungeon boss was this mammoth-like creature, massive enough to be at least 20 meters tall. It was a truly monstrous entity. This wasn't just any 6-star creature. It was something beyond that. When it moved to crush half our frozen team, I thought, this is the end. We're done. For despair began to set in. But then, this mercenary named Big Sir suddenly stepped forward alone to block the boss. I swear, it was like something straight out of the comics I used to read as a kid. That scene, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. And then, he just dominated the boss single-handedly, wielding only a single sword. Watching that, seriously, I was speechless. A human, not even 2 meters tall, taking down a 20-meter beast with just a sword. It was unreal, and the most shocking part, that boss was likely a 6-star plus entity. I had never seen anything that ferocious and overwhelming before. Huh? Are you asking if he was a 6-star himself? Listen, weren't you listening? He took down a 6-star plus boss alone. Does it make sense to say he's just a 6-star? I saw it with my own 2 eyes. You think I am making this up? Go ask anyone else who was there. See if they say the same. The testimonies from the Baekdu Guild members and mercenaries ignited a firestorm on the superhuman community forums, as people scrambled to verify the claims. Title: No way. A 6-star plus. If that's true, then he's stronger than Kong Hanil. Lol, makes no sense. Yeah, even Co Haniel confirmed it. GG, as if Co Haniel is some kind of ranking authority. Lol, we need actual proof. Agreed, can't just claim things without evidence. Title: Who is this Big Sir? Has anyone ever heard of a superhuman called Big Sir? First time I am hearing it. Same, never heard of him. Seriously, who is he? I am curious. Lol. Just wait a bit, someone from the raid team must have seen his face. Title: So where is the boss mana stone? Huh, where'd it go? They say a hidden boss showed up and ate it. Oh, lol, stopped reading at hidden boss. Feels like a bad novel. Has there ever been such a thing as a hidden boss? Lol, never heard of it in the 6 years since the cataclysm. That's because they just made it up. Title. Then where's the hidden boss mana stone? Yeah, go ahead and tell me it got eaten too. Yup, they fried it up on the spot and had a snack. That's the academic consensus. Ah, lame, my bad. The superhuman community was ablaze with debate. It was understandable. What the Baekdu Guild and mercenaries were claiming was hard to believe. The first A-rank gate in Korea, as well as several others that had appeared overseas, had always had 6-star boss monsters when their mana stones were analyzed. This meant that, so far, every recorded A-rank gate boss had been 6-star. Yet now, they were saying this one was 6-star plus? It was only natural that people were skeptical. To make matters worse, the only possible proof, the mana stone of the boss, Mammotus, had been consumed along with Tenril's heart. There was no way to verify its classification, and to top it all off, Tenril had vanished without leaving behind a mana stone of his own. There was simply no evidence to support the claim that the boss had been a 6-star plus entity. Moreover, according to superhumans who had cleared A+ gates abroad and faced 6-star plus bosses, the difference between a 6-star and a 6-star plus was staggering. That made this even harder to believe. If the boss had truly been a 6-star plus and a superhuman named Big Sir had taken it down alone, then this would mean Korea had just seen its first ever 6-star plus ranked superhuman. A 6-star plus superhuman appearing out of nowhere, with no prior records or mentions. It simply didn't add up. And then, suddenly, title, breaking news: Big Sir's identity has been revealed. Title. Breaking news: the identity of Big Sir has been revealed. They say it's Hyo Sungshik. Really? Wow, now that I think about it, wasn't there talk about Hyo Sungshik being a 6-star during the Yongho Guild incident? Whoa, if this is true, it's huge. Are we really seeing a superhuman beyond 6-star? A post claiming that the mysterious superhuman known as Big Sir was actually Hyo Sungshik. It was like pouring fuel onto an already raging fire. Title. If there's this much talk, isn't it real? Where there's smoke, there's fire. This seems legit. Again, jumping to conclusions. It hasn't been verified yet. Didn't the Yongho Guild incident also spark rumors of him being 6-star? If there's this much talk, then there must be something to it. Title. But where did the claim that it's Hyo Sungshik come from? Isn't this just a wild guess because there was talk recently about Hyo Sungshik being a suspected 6-star superhuman? Kingly intuition. Agreed. Someone who knows a mercenary from the raid said he looked exactly like Hyo Sungshik. Then it's just speculation. Lol, there's no solid proof. Title. But how did no one recognize Hyo Sungshik during the dungeon raid? They spent at least half a day together. How did no one notice? True, he was in the Academy 1v1 finals, and his face got some exposure. Then again during the Yongho Guild incident, and immediately after, they couldn't recognize him during the A-rank gate raid? Doesn't add up. But that's actually possible. It wasn't as big of an issue as you think, and his face wasn't clearly shown either. Most people just remember his name. Title. But if Big Sir equals Hyo Sungshik, then, does that mean he has 2 elemental attributes? From the Yongho Guild incident, it was assumed that he had a light attribute skill, but this time he focused on fire attacks. If they're the same person, that means Hyo Sungshik has at least 2 elemental attributes? Wow, lol, now that you mention it, that's insane. Crazy. That's ridiculously overpowered if true. I am so jealous. You. No way. No way. No way. High tier with multiple attributes? Is this even fair? Title. Honestly, this makes no logical sense. He was 5-star when he graduated from the academy, then shortly after became 6-star during the Yongho Guild incident, and right after that, participated in an A-rank gate raid and reached 6-star plus? Even graduating from the academy at 5-star was already unrealistic. I think we need to wait and see if it's true. Korea finally has a world-class superhuman, which is great. I feel like it's fake UAU unless he activated some kind of growth cheat. The speed of his progress makes no sense. It was hard to believe that the superhuman Big Sir, the key figure in this A-rank gate raid, was actually Hyo Sungshik. The reaction was understandable, reaching 5-star upon academy graduation, then being rumored to be 6-star plus shortly after. This level of growth was beyond common sense. It was more natural to be suspicious than to accept it without question. Well, it's all thanks to my pocket watch trade. After hearing about the heated online discussions from Sung Ji-won, Sungshik glanced through the posts and smirked. Even he found his own growth speed unbelievable. If even I can't believe my progress, how could anyone else? If it were someone else, he, too, would have found it absurd. That was just how phenomenal his growth speed was. But it wasn't stopping there. I am about to get even stronger, and at this point, I feel like I am cheating. He had every intention of growing even stronger using the elixir he obtained from the dungeon. That's right, the primary goal of this raid, the harvesting of the coldroot elixir. Of course, Sungshik had achieved this goal. The coldroot, which only grew in glacial environments, was found in a significant quantity, and Sungshik had gathered every single one without leaving anything behind. In fact, he obtained more than he had originally aimed for. And also, it wasn't just coldroot that he had acquired. Sungshik examined some of the more remarkable items he had obtained during the raid. Among them, one stood out the most. Tenril's seal. The seal left behind by Tenril when he vanished. Unlike a typical magic stone, Tenril had left behind an item called Tenril's seal before disappearing. This looks just like a summoning stone, an octagonal, violet gemstone with the image of a wolf engraved in its center. Sungshik read the description of Tenril's seal and realized that it was strikingly similar to a familiar summoning stone he had seen in his past life. Tenril's seal. Grade. Legendary. Description. A seal imbued with Tenril's power, a remnant left behind by Tenril, a fragment of Fenrir, the Ice Spirit King. From the description alone, it was impossible to determine its use. However, Sungshik was certain that it was incredibly similar to the familiar summoning stones he had encountered before his regression. Summon Tenril, use Tenril's seal. He tried various methods to activate it, but none worked. No matter how much he examined it, he couldn't figure out how to use it immediately, which was frustrating. He'll have to investigate its usage. Although disappointing, it wasn't an urgent matter. Shifting his focus, Sungshik turned his attention to another item in his inventory. Coldroot. Grade. High class, heroic. Description. An elixir herb imbued with the energy of ice. It is known to take root in frozen environments, absorbing the essence of ice to accumulate its icy energy. Coldroot was a unique herb that grew by embedding itself in ice. Scientifically, it defied explanation and was one of the rarest known elixir herbs. Later, when scholars learned of its existence, they debated whether coldroot should even be classified as a plant. Its appearance and form resembled a plant, but its survival conditions were entirely different from those of normal flora. Was it a bit too much to take all 8 roots of coldroot? That's right, Sungshik had single-handedly taken possession of all 8 coldroot roots he had discovered. This wasn't just about the coldroot. All the items dropped after defeating the boss, Tenril's seal, Mammoth's ivory, Mammoth's hide, and more, had all been given to Sungshik. It was only natural. Without Sungshik, the raid team would have been annihilated without a doubt. Rather than laying claim to the boss drops, they should have been thanking him and offering him a reward. Still, I feel a little bad about it, especially when he picked up Mammoth's ivory. The surrounding raid members let out murmurs of admiration. Mammoth's ivory was clearly a high-value material item just from its appearance. In fact, it was classified as a heroic grade item. He recalled the envious gazes of the raid members as he took Mammoth's ivory. Maybe I should have given them at least one. The best use for Mammoth's ivory was likely weapon crafting, but Sungshik had no need for a new weapon. He already possessed the heaven-splitting divine sword, a growth-type weapon. In reality, he had no real use for Mammoth's ivory. No, I should take what's rightfully mine. Even just selling this on the community would bring in a fortune. Nodding to himself, he dismissed the lingering stares from his mind. But how did they clear this raid before my regression? A lingering question remained. Forget Tenril. When Mammoth entered its berserk mode, could the raid team have even handled it? Mammoth had displayed ferocity and strength far beyond its rank. There was no way the Baekdu Guild's raid party could have managed it. The truth was this. Before his regression, the original Baekdu Guild raid team barely lasted against Mammoth before being wiped out with Seo Hainul's power. They had somehow pushed it into berserk mode, but they couldn't withstand its strength. The casualties piled up, and the raid team was pushed to the brink of annihilation. Then, in that desperate moment, Tenril appeared. Back then, it was thanks to Tenril subduing Mammoth that the Baekdu Guild managed to clear the raid. But at the time, Tenril had not been consumed by an unknown force. The Baekdu Guild, recognizing Tenril as a phantom beast and half-spirit capable of communication, expressed their gratitude. Tenril received their thanks and then disappeared. The surviving members of the Baekdu Guild kept this a secret, so the truth never came to light. Unaware of this, Sungshik remained perplexed. simply concluding that circumstances had changed significantly compared to his previous life. Wait, this can be synthesized? Rune of the Black Moon, 3/100ths. Grade. Description. Sungshik was referring to an item called the Rune of the Black Moon. It was formed by combining fragments of the Black Moon. Tenryl had left behind Tenryl's seal along with another item, the fragment of the Black Moon. However, unlike regular fragments of the Black Moon, this one retained only a faint trace of dark energy. It seemed that the cleansing fire had drained much of its power. When he gathered 3 fragments together, Rune of the Full Moon and Fragment of the Black Moon resonate with Heaven's Key. You may now synthesize Rune of the Full Moon and Fragment of the Black Moon. Would you like to proceed? Heaven's Key had suddenly resonated. The Rune of the Full Moon, which had been downgraded to a common item after transferring its trait power to Sungshik, was now reacting along with the Fragment of the Black Moon. Synthesize this? In truth, the Rune of the Full Moon had lost its practical value after transferring its trait power. He had only kept it because it was a gift from Kim Subin. As for the Fragment of the Black Moon, it had no clear use. They were merely fragments he had acquired through chance. He had no idea what they could be used for. Even so, Sungshik hesitated only briefly before making his decision. Heaven's Key has never let me down. Synthesize. With the approval of Heaven's Key wielder Hyo Sungshik, synthesis of Rune of the Full Moon and Fragment of the Black Moon will commence. Synthesizing. As soon as he confirmed the synthesis, system notifications appeared. The process didn't take long. Pa! A brilliant earthen-colored light burst forth, followed by a notification. Synthesis complete. With that, Sungshik had successfully combined the 2 items. So, with the 2 fragments I already had plus the one I just obtained, that makes 3. Next to Rune of the Black Moon, the notation now read, 3/100ths. So I need to collect 97 more. Realizing this, Sungshik furrowed his brows. Even getting 3 had been sheer coincidence. Now he needed 30 times that number? Where am I supposed to find all of these? Still, if the result was another Rune of the Full Moon at the very least, it seemed worth the effort. And at the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Maybe it won't be as difficult as I think. Perhaps acquiring the fragments would be easier than expected. And I have a feeling that collecting these will be a turning point. His instincts told him that great rewards awaited, which means Il-O Subin again. Once again, he had received an opportunity thanks to an item from Kim Subin. In any case, just from what he had obtained so far, this raid had been more than worthwhile. But the greatest harvest of all is the final item he pulled out. 1000-Year Snow Ginseng. Grade. Legendary. Description. A snow ginseng that has accumulated yin energy for 1,000 years. Extremely rare, found only in snowy mountains or glacial regions. Upon consumption, greatly increases mana, grants additional ice attribute energy, enhances resistance to ice-based attacks. It was none other than the 1000-Year Snow Ginseng. 1000-Year Snow Ginseng. Rank. Legendary. Description. A snow ginseng that has accumulated yin energy for 1,000 years. It is extremely rare and can only be found in snowy mountains or glacial regions. Upon consumption, significantly increases mana, grants additional ice, Kouri, attribute energy, increases resistance to ice, Kouri, attribute. What Sungshik had obtained was a legendary grade elixir. I was lucky. He was truly lucky. In the previous timeline, the raid team had never obtained such an elixir. Of course, they wouldn't have found it when it was hidden in a place like this. Indeed, the innermost wall of the dungeon boss room had a massive hole in it. This was the place where Tenryl had resided. A hidden boss room that had been concealed within the boss room in the previous timeline. The raid team, barely surviving by the skin of their teeth, had no time or energy to explore such a place. They had simply been preoccupied with escaping, collecting their wounded, and securing what little rewards they had gained, all while keeping an eye on Tenryl. But now, things were different this time. The dungeon had been completely conquered by Sungshik alone. Because of that, unlike in the past, he had the leeway to thoroughly search every corner, and so, Sungshik carefully inspected the boss room and discovered the hidden boss room that Tenryl had broken out of. The hidden boss room was located quite deep inside. It took a while to reach after entering. Wow, so there was a place like this? Seo Hanyul, who had followed behind Sungshik, looked around the hidden boss room in admiration. As a superhuman, he had raided many gates, but he had never once encountered a hidden boss room or a double dungeon. Indeed, Sungshik, responding nonchalantly, also began to examine the hidden boss room. There's nothing particularly. Wait, blink. Blink. A faint yellow light flickered from one of the walls. What is that? Huh? When Sungshik voiced his confusion, Seo Hanyul turned to look in the same direction. Don't you see anything over there on the wall? It just looks like an ice wall to me. Besides that, do you see anything else? No, I don't. Seo Hanyul looked at Sungshik with an expression that seemed to ask, is this guy suddenly losing it? From that gaze, Sungshik realized something. He was the only one who could see the flickering yellow light. One moment Sungshik strode over to the flickering yellow light, placing his hand on the wall. He closed his eyes. A strong chill, a powerful cold emanated from beyond the wall. He could sense that something was there. Cautiously, Sungshik gathered heat into his hand. Drip. The ice wall began to melt from the point where his palm touched it. Oh, Seo Hanyul, watching from the side, was startled. Shish. Behind the melted wall, a small chamber was revealed, and within it lay the 1,000-year snow ginseng, exuding an almost freezing aura. Extracting the 1,000-year snow ginseng proved to be trickier than expected. It was located in a narrow space beyond the small hole that Sungshik had melted. However, it was a legendary grade elixir. The mere title of legendary made such obstacles meaningless. If anything, the challenge only heightened his excitement. A short while later, Sungshik successfully retrieved the 1,000-year snow ginseng. The sight of it in his hands was mesmerizing. The 7 pure white leaves and the snow-white root almost resembled an intricately carved doll. Oh, this is no ordinary find. Could this be? Yes, I think you're right. Seo Hanyul, unable to take his eyes off the 1,000-year snow ginseng in Sungshik's hands, received a knowing smile and confirmation in response. This is, of course. This obviously belongs to Big Sir. That goes without saying. Even before Sungshik could say he was keeping it, Seo Hanyul beat him to it, affirming that it was only natural for Sungshik to take it. Then he'll take it without further discussion. Sungshik stored the 1,000-year snow ginseng in his inventory. Watching him, Seo Hanyul continued speaking. Congratulations, that's quite a good find. Thank you, I was lucky. Observing Seo Hanyul's sincere, jealousy-free congratulations, Sungshik was slightly intrigued. While it was natural for him to claim it, human nature often made it difficult to suppress greed in such situations. Yet, at least outwardly, Seo Hanyul showed no signs of desire. That's impressive self-discipline. At this rate, he might actually reach the 11 thrones this time. Indeed, the 11 thrones eventually reached the exalted rank of the 8 thrones. Such a level was not achievable through mere physical prowess alone. From the 7th throne onward, spiritual enlightenment was a necessary component. Many superhumans had been blocked by the walls of the 7th or 8th throne because they lacked such mental refinement. In that sense, Seo Hanyul should at least be able to reach the 7th throne. Desire, one of the most difficult things to control, it bred impatience, and those consumed by that impatience often found themselves forever unable to transcend into higher realms. For that reason, Sungshik saw great potential in Seo Hanyul. He'll keep an eye on him. If he grew well, he could be a reliable ally during the trial of night. Thus, Sungshik obtained the 1,000-year snow ginseng in the end. The flickering yellow light had been a result of his insight skill. The special trait of 1,000-year snow ginseng, S-ranked, Hypersense, has leveled up to LV6. The alert had appeared right after his battle with Tenril. His Hypersense trait had leveled up through this battle, slightly lifting the restrictions on its special skill, Insight. Insight, a special skill of the S-ranked Hypersense trait. Currently restricted, can be fully utilized once Hypersense reaches master level. Allows partial detection of hidden spots and special rewards. An addition L feature had been added to his Insight skill, partial detection of hidden spots and special rewards. It was thanks to this that he had discovered the 1,000-year snow ginseng. This was an unexpected gain. It also meant he could potentially find more unexpected rewards in the future. This might turn out to be quite useful. He wasn't sure if another, legendary, great item would appear, but hidden spots and special rewards, even if not legendary, were certainly valuable. Alright. Time to get ready. Hyo Sungshik, who was staying at a nearby hotel after the raid, finally began preparing to consume the elixir. At first, I thought about combining it with cold root, but the 1,000-year snow ginseng alone is more than enough. That's right, acquiring the 1,000-year snow ginseng had made the cold root unnecessary. Just consuming the 1,000-year snow ginseng alone would provide an overwhelming amount of yin energy. Phew, I didn't expect to be this nervous even in his past life. No one had ever consumed 3 legendary grade elixirs. Crunch with a crisp texture, the 1,000-year snow ginseng passed down his throat soon. A wave of extreme cold surged from within his body. His entire body trembled like a leaf in the wind. His lips turned not just blue but a deep shade of violet, and his face became completely pale. Shiver, a frigid aura began radiating from his entire body. It was so intense that an ordinary person would have frozen to death in an instant. At that moment, it felt as if his internal organs were freezing solid and shattering into pieces. Just as he thought he might actually freeze to death, a fiery energy, coiled in the depths of his lower dantian like an inner core, surged to life in an instant. It spread out from his dantian, rushing violently through his meridians. Whoosh! For a brief moment, it felt as if his dantian and meridians were being consumed by flames. Goo! It was a pain unlike anything he had ever experienced before. The sensation of his organs freezing and shattering combined with the scorching pain of being burned alive. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, this level of agony far exceeded his expectations. Heya, heaven-splitting heart technique. As his consciousness blurred, he focused on one thing: the heaven-splitting heart technique, reciting its formulas in his mind. Whoosh! Sizzle! Following the circulation of the heaven-splitting heart technique, the 2 raging forces gradually gathered in his dantian. Whoosh! If someone could peer inside his body, they might describe it as a space where flames and blizzards clashed in a chaotic vortex. Rumble! The moment those wild energies, which had been ravaging his body, converged in his dantian, they began intertwining in a complex pattern. Then, as if guided by an unseen force, they started flowing through his meridians. Rumble! Like a raging storm, the 2 energies surged through his meridians, making his entire body tremble under their force. The pain was so excruciating it felt like his body would be torn apart, but he didn't utter a single cry. He knew that if he opened his mouth and let out a scream, it could become even more dangerous. Crack! Crack! The sound of his bones and muscles shifting echoed within him. His muscles grew denser and tougher, while his bones realigned into a more balanced, ideal form. The same transformation was happening to his meridians. The raging energy had forcibly torn them apart, but as a refreshing energy followed, they healed, widened, and strengthened. This continued for hours. At first, Sungshik's face was contorted in pain, but over time, his expression grew calm. He had passed the initial violent transformation and entered a stable state. Thud, thud, thud! The energies inside him, which had once rampaged wildly, now followed the guidance of the heaven-splitting heart technique like obedient lambs. More surprisingly, the 2 opposing energies had merged into one, achieving a perfect balance. Flash! Sungshik opened his eyes, and a brilliant gleam flashed from them. At the same time, the system notification rang. Congratulations! You have reached the realm of 7 stars. The 7-star realm, a level he had never reached in his past life, a realm said to be impossible to attain without exceptional talent. Phew, so this is the world seen by a 7-star. He had glimpsed this world once before, when he obtained the heaven-splitting martial art. However, the moment he returned to reality, the sensation had become nothing more than a faint memory. Now that he had reclaimed that lost sensation, an overwhelming sense of liberation washed over him. When he had seen the 7-star realm in his future vision, it had felt diluted, like watered-down wine, but now, the experience was vivid and clear. That difference must be due to the bone and marrow transformation. Indeed, the bone and marrow transformation that all superhumans experienced upon reaching the 7-star realm. It was not exclusive to physical combatants. All superhumans, regardless of their path, underwent this transformation as a rite of passage. From the 7-star realm onward, the power one wielded began to surpass human limitations. No matter how well trained a superhuman's body was, there was still a limit. That was why the bone and marrow transformation was necessary. When immense inner energy combined with enlightenment, the body reconstructed itself into an optimal, ideal form, expelling all impurities. Only after surpassing human limitations in this way could one fully harness the power of the 7-star realm. However, the transformation at 7 stars was only a partial one. Congratulations! You have successfully completed bone and marrow transformation. Your middle dantian has been unlocked, your ability to control mana has become more refined, and your total mana capacity has greatly increased. At first glance, this seemed like an enormous physical transformation, but in reality, it was merely a step forward. His ability to manipulate mana had improved, and his mana reserves had expanded. Of course, compared to 6 stars, the difference was like heaven and earth. But the true transformation happens at 8 stars. That's right, the bone and marrow transformation at 7 stars did not fully open all meridians. Even the Ren and Du meridians remained partially blocked. However, the transformation at 8 stars was on a completely different level at that stage. Nearly all meridians, including the Ren and Du, were fully opened, allowing the upper dantian to be unlocked, reaching the state of heaven and earth connection. In that realm, all meridians connected to form a grand circulation, a stage that brought one step closer to infinite mana. That was why, against an 8-star superhuman, sheer numbers became meaningless. The future version of himself he had seen in his future vision, who wiped out 1/3 of 100,000 magical beasts in a single strike, had been in that very 8-star realm. And the fact that he fought the cult leader of the demonic sect for 2 days and nights without rest was also due to his endless mana. Only at 8 stars could one truly call it a complete bone and marrow transformation. But just then, having reached the 7-star realm, you can no longer use the future vision skill. The power of future vision will return to the heaven-splitting divine sword. A sudden notification upon seeing its contents, Sungshik's voice burst out in shock. What? Future vision, a skill obtained from the heaven-splitting divine sword. Thanks to this skill, Sungshik was able to overcome several crises without fail. But if I haven't even fully manifested the level of 7 stars, can I really manifest the level of 8 stars? This thought crossed Sungshik's mind after using future vision to draw upon the power of 7 stars. He had felt that it was difficult to fully extract its power. It had been the same when facing the Queen Bee boss. Even after pulling in the power of 7 stars, it felt watered down. Though he gained power and abilities equivalent to 7 stars, there was an undeniable sense of instability. That made him curious just how far could future vision take him. When he first used the skill, he had seen himself reaching the level of 9 stars. Transcendent realm, and even beyond that, something even greater. The transcendent realm, what he had once believed to be the peak of human potential, the faint memory of the divine-like power he had momentarily experienced at that level still lingered in his mind. But a level beyond that? He was intensely curious. The realm of 9 stars was not the end. There definitely existed a 10-star level. Even before his regression, there had been endless debates among superhumans about it. The highest level a human can reach is definitely 8 stars. Look at reality. None of the 11 constellations, no matter how talented, have ever surpassed that wall. That's only because they haven't spent enough time at 8 stars. I believe the 9-star realm exists. Even the Sword Emperor mentioned seeing the wall of 8 stars, and if there's a wall, there must be something beyond it. Not just 9 stars. There must be 10 stars too. According to the Martial Emperor, his transcendent predecessor, the Martial God, said that the 10-star level exists. Through future vision, Sungshik had the opportunity to confirm the truth of these debates. That's why he wanted to re-enter that mental realm and confirm the existence of the transcendent level he had seen. But ever since he first used future vision, that realm had not reappeared. All he could do was pull in power. That was it. Well, maybe I would just get crushed by its presence again anyway. That overwhelming feeling, as if his very existence was being sucked into the abyss. Even glimpsing the essence of that transcendent realm had been enough to cause that he believed that only by reaching the level of 7 stars, where power increased drastically, would he have the qualifications to witness it again. For that reason, he had been secretly looking forward to it. If he used future vision at 7 stars, would he be able to draw upon the power of 8 stars? Or perhaps re-enter that mental realm? As soon as I reach 7 stars, I need to test future vision right away. That was his plan. But as soon as he reached 7 stars, the system message he received shattered his expectations. Upon reaching the level of 7 stars, you can no longer use the future vision skill. The authority of future vision will return to the heaven-splitting divine sword. What? The sudden development left Sungshik flustered. While he had known that future vision came from the heaven-splitting divine sword, he had never imagined it would be taken back. Whoosh! A white light escaped from his body and shot toward the summoned heaven-splitting divine sword. No, Taking something back after giving it is the worst. Despite his protest, the light was completely absorbed into the sword. Whoosh! As it absorbed the light, the heaven-splitting divine sword radiated a blinding glow. The heaven-splitting divine sword is regaining its power. The ego of the heaven-splitting divine sword is awakening. Huh? Along with the light, a notification rang out, announcing that the sword's ego had awakened. The ego of the heaven-splitting divine sword, the entity known as Heaven Splitter, which had introduced itself as the sword's spirit, had given him the gift of future vision before falling into slumber. I had completely forgotten about that. The existence of the sword's ego had slipped his mind, but now, it was waking up. Ah, a voice echoed, "I am awake again." The voice sounded hazy, like someone who had just woken up. What the hell happened? Heaven Splitting seemed completely disoriented. Well, it's been a while, hello. Seeing this, Sungshik greeted it casually. After a long time, Heaven Splitting immediately asked Sungshik a question. So, who was that goddess? Goddess? Sungshik was confused. A goddess? He had never encountered such a being. The woman who bound me and turned me into a skill. That made him realize what Heaven Splitting was referring to. It seemed related to the key of the heavens he possessed. After Sungshik explained what had happened, Heaven Splitting seemed to grasp the situation to him. The culprit behind this ordeal was the key of the heavens. Even Heaven Splitting, who had existed for an unimaginably long time, had never heard of such an item before. If that's the case, this must be a divine artifact belonging to that goddess. Heaven Splitting trailed off while looking at the key of the heavens in Sungshik's hand. He seemed to have a suspicion but lacked confirmation. But are you sure you actually saw a goddess? Of course. Do you think I've only encountered divine beings once or twice? It was undoubtedly a high-ranking deity. Heaven Splitting spoke with certainty. Is this really a divine artifact? Yet, another question remained. But isn't this supposed to belong to Saint Peter, a transcendent being? Wait, Saint Peter? That guy? Heaven Splitting reacted with shock. Yeah, Saint Peter. Why? Do you know him? I saw him a long time ago, back when I first awakened in this world. Sungshik let out a small exclamation. Just how old was Heaven Splitting? He was only now beginning to grasp the sheer weight of time the sword had endured. If that's the case, then the goddess must be. Heaven Splitting fell silent, as if he had figured something out. What? Who is it? Never mind, let's drop this issue. Sungshik asked out of curiosity, but Heaven Splitter kept his mouth shut. No, if you were going to do this, you shouldn't have said anything in the first place. What are you doing? Making me curious and then leaving me hanging? That's just bad manners. Manners? Do you even know the precise definition of manners? The standards of morality are inherently reflections of their respective eras. If we trace the evolution of moral concepts throughout history, unlike the early days, the notions of good and evil have. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Sorry, my bad. The moment Heaven Splitter started launching into a long-winded speech, Sungshik quickly surrendered the spirit of the heaven-splitting divine sword. Heaven Splitter was a fearsome explainer. Once I start talking, I have to finish now. Where was I? Oh, right, from the era of modernization onward. Hey, wait, is that your inventory? Don't put me in there. Hey, wait, not yet. Phew, I should have just shoved him in earlier. In the end, the future vision skill was gone, but the return of Heaven Splitter's ego was a welcome development. Weapons that house an ego manifest far greater power, even among those of the same rank. That's right, weapons with an ego were far superior, even when compared to others of the same grade. Heaven Splitting Divine Sword. Grade. Mythic description. The divine sword of the Heaven Splitter sect, a sword imbued with the myth of having once split the sky. It is an indestructible, unbreakable sword. Attack power. S. Scales with mastery of heaven-splitting divine art. Options. Plus 30% increase in heaven-splitting martial arts combat effectiveness, scales. Plus 20% increase in strength and magic, scales, ego, amplification, plus 10% magic amplification. Plus 20% mental attack resistance. Option effect scale with the mastery of heaven-splitting divine art. As mastery increases, hidden options will be unlocked. As Sungshik's rank increased, the heaven-splitting divine sword was steadily transforming into a weapon worthy of its mythic status. Now that he had reached the 7-star level, Its stats far outclassed most legendary grade weapons. Damn, this is great. Before Heaven Splitter's return, the sword had only been around the level of a mere heroic grade weapon. It had felt somewhat lacking for something of mythic rank. However, with Heaven Splitter's awakening, both its stats and options had soared. Even at 7-star, my stats should NT have jumped this much. It's obvious that Heaven Splitter waking up made all the difference. This is exactly what you'd expect from an ego of mythic rank, right? Well, at least you have some sense. He's easy to handle, huh? When Sungshik took Heaven Splitter out again some time later, the spirit seemed Suki, refusing to say a word. But as soon as Sungshik offered a bit of praise, Heaven Splitter immediately cheered up. They say the older you get, the more childish you become. Was that true even for sword spirits? It looked like handling Heaven Splitter would be easy from now on. Still, it really is amazing Sungshik hadn't been speaking out of politeness. In fact, he wasn't the type to make empty compliments in the first place. The stats were genuinely impressive, and his words had come straight from the heart. Plus 30% increase in heaven-splitting martial arts combat effectiveness, scales. Plus 20% increase in strength and magic, scales. Plus 10% magic amplification. Plus 20% mental attack resistance. Weapons that had percentage-based option bonuses were exceedingly rare, even among legendary grade items. One of the few comparable weapons was the Moonlight Blade, often considered one of the very best among legendary weapons. Since percentage-based bonuses shone even brighter at higher ranks, these were invaluable options for someone like Sungshik, who had now stepped into the high-tier ranks. In fact, one of the biggest reasons Sungshik had always displayed strength beyond his rank was precisely because of the percentage scaling coefficients attached to the heaven-splitting divine sword. But this amplification option, what is it? It was an option he had never seen before. Before he had used Future Vision, there had been a skill called Grade Opening, but now that had disappeared and been replaced by amplification. I don't know the exact details either. However, it seems to have emerged when the skill Grade Opening was converted into Future Vision and then reverted back. After a brief pause, Heaven Splitter continued. From what I can tell, it's an ability that significantly amplifies the power of existing skills. It amplifies skill power? Are there any usage restrictions? The idea made Sungshik's eyes light up. Amplifying skills? If he could enhance techniques like heaven-splitting martial arts or wind scar, the benefits would be immeasurable. His anticipation soared. Yes, you can use it only once, and even then, at most once a month. The moment he heard Heaven Splitter's answer, Sungshik's excitement immediately died down. What? Just once? Just once? Do you even realize how powerful it is to amplify a skill? TCH. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Brushing off Heaven Splitter's words, Sungshik lost interest in even testing it out. But at that moment, he had no idea just how overpowered this amplification ability truly was. For now, he found his newly acquired trait to be far more useful. Status window name. Hyo Sungshik. Title: Hero of Adversity, one who has touched the threshold of transcendence, Demon Hunter. Rank: 7-star, up pointing arrow. Combat power: S, up pointing arrow. Stats: Strength: S, up pointing arrow. Agility: S, up pointing arrow. Stamina: S, up pointing arrow. Magic: S+, up pointing arrow. Traits: 1, X rank, consumption, LV6. 2, X rank, one more time, unavailable. 3, X rank, heaven-splitting divine art, LV6. 4, SS rank, pocket watch, LV6, up pointing arrow. 5, S rank, hypersense, LV6, up pointing arrow. 6, S rank, sword sovereign, LV6. 7, S rank, fragment of light, LV3, up pointing arrow. 8, S rank, queen's armor, LV3, up pointing arrow. 9, SS rank, army of the dead, LV1, usage restricted. 10, SSS rank, phoenix heart, LV1, new. 11, A rank, frost crystal, LV1, new. Skills: 1, S rank, insight, restricted. 2, S rank, explosive strike. 3, no rank, translation skill. 4, S rank, heaven-splitting martial arts, up pointing arrow. 5, S rank, heaven splitter eyes, up pointing arrow. 6, S rank, heaven splitter, wind scar. 7. E rank. Basic heal 8. A rank. Shining Enchant, one of the new traits he had gained from consuming the 1000-year snow ginseng. A rank. Frost Crystal. And his former, B rank, Phoenix Heart had fully absorbed a Phoenix Heart fragment, transforming into SSS rank. Phoenix Heart, the newly unlocked trait option, made Sungshik's eyes widen. Revival. The trait that emerged after obtaining a fragment of the Phoenix's heart originally. Hyo Sungshik had been unable to fully absorb the power of the fragment of the Phoenix's heart. Because of that, the power of the trait he had acquired had remained sealed. B rank, Sealed, Phoenix's Heart. A trait that emerged from absorbing the Phoenix's heart. Grants the ability to wield the power of the Flame of Purification. Fire Attribute Resistance plus 10, Fire Attribute Attack Power plus 5%, can imbue attacks with fire. Currently, only 30% of the Phoenix's heart's energy has been absorbed as a result. The original, SSS rank, trait's power is severely limited. If the power of ice is supplemented to achieve balance, it may be possible to fully absorb the remaining strength. The Phoenix's heart that had emerged in this way was a B rank trait. Even at that rank, it was useful in raids. However, when the trait fully absorbed the power of the Phoenix's heart, it underwent a dramatic transformation. SSS rank, Phoenix's Heart. A trait that emerged from absorbing the Phoenix's heart. Grants the ability to wield the power of the Flame of Purification. Fire Attribute Resistance plus 40, Fire Attribute Attack Power plus 30%, Fire Attribute Power plus 40. Can imbue attacks with fire. Fire Attribute skills can be acquired without restrictions. Revival. It had ascended dramatically to an SSS rank trait O. A spontaneous exclamation escaped from Sungshik's mouth. This was the first time he had obtained an SSS rank trait. A Fire Attribute Resistance of 40. An incredible value. He had never even heard of an item or trait that increased resistance this much on its own. If he could raise the attribute power by just 10 more to reach 50, he would likely take no damage from most B rank or lower fire attribute attacks. Having high fire resistance has a lot of advantages. Fire was one of the most common elemental attributes. Possessing high fire resistance would grant him a significant edge in many battles to come. On top of that, there was a plus 30% increase in fire attribute attack power, plus 40 in fire attribute power, and the ability to acquire fire attribute skills without restrictions. He could practically hear his fire-based attack power skyrocketing. At this level, I might even be on par with the Blazing King. The Blazing King, one of the 11 thrones, he wielded an SSS rank trait called Infernal Flame, a supreme being whose mere gesture could set vast lands ablaze. To Sungshik, this trait seemed in no way inferior to that. Though he didn't know the exact numerical values of the Blazing King's trait, he remembered that it had been estimated to be around this level. That meant that if Sungshik dedicated himself to acquiring the right fire attribute skills, he could unleash a level of firepower rivaling that of the Blazing King. And then, Revival, rank, Mythical. By absorbing part of the Phoenix's heart, the power of immortality can be manifested once. When reaching complete death, the Phoenix's power will allow resurrection. If the complete Phoenix's heart is obtained, could true immortality be possible? The Phoenix's heart trait had ascended to an SSS rank, granting a new ability. Revival. This was, quite literally, a trait that allowed resurrection after death. Revival. As Sungshik confirmed the option, he was left speechless. He couldn't believe he had actually gained this power. Revival. This was a power he had never even heard of before. He had seen hyper-regeneration before. There had been superhumans with the hyper-regeneration trait, displaying troll-like recovery abilities. Even when their arms and legs were severed, they would quickly regenerate. Yet even those seemingly immortal beings had ultimately died when their heads were severed and their hearts pierced. And yet, even with hyper-regeneration, death had remained inevitable. It exists. Yes, true resurrection was real. Even if it was only once, Sungshik had effectively gained an extra life. Then, if I obtain the complete Phoenix's heart, would I really become immortal? It was hard to believe. Immortality, wouldn't that be the ultimate form of invincibility? The very fact of being unable to die implied unparalleled strength. Immortality doesn't necessarily mean invincibility. Just then, as if reading his thoughts, Heaven Splitter spoke. If you can't die, how are you not invincible? Sungshik's reasoning seemed sound. If one couldn't die, how could they ever be defeated? Immortality is indeed a powerful ability if you can come back to life after dying. It may seem like you can never lose, right? That's right, but if simple immortality granted true invincibility, then the phoenix would be the supreme being in the divine realm, yet it's not even the strongest among the divine beasts. Now that he thought about it, that made sense. The phoenix was considered one of the highest tier divine beasts, but it wasn't the strongest. At the same time, a question arose: if it possessed the power of immortality along with overwhelming strength, how could it not be the strongest? The answer is simple: the ability to revive isn't something that can always be used effectively in battle. When a phoenix dies, it takes time to revive. If it's killed repeatedly in quick succession, the revival period extends even further. So it wasn't an instantaneous resurrection. Sungshik nodded in understanding. Even with the power of immortality, you can't immediately resurrect and continue fighting? Exactly. Another reason immortality isn't all-powerful is that there are ways to prevent resurrection altogether, such as sealing the body by dismembering it. Dismembering and sealing the body. Yes, sealing each body part separately. This has been the most common method of dealing with beings possessing immortality since ancient times. Sungshik was stunned by the revelation. He had never considered such a method. If a body is severed into parts, it can't regenerate, like a troll. Of course not. Immortality is about resurrection, not regeneration. If that happens, they can never revive and are effectively dead. Have there been cases where someone was actually sealed this way? A few. Immortality isn't as perfect as you think, so instead of obsessing over it, you should focus on mastering heaven-splitting divine arts. In the end, all answers lie within heaven-splitting divine arts. As expected of Heaven Splitter, the spirit of the heaven-splitting divine sword, he concluded the conversation by urging Sungshik to devote himself to heaven-splitting divine arts. Of course, he wasn't wrong. The X-rank martial art, heaven-splitting divine arts, was undoubtedly the key to guiding Sungshik to the 9-star level. Still, having the power of immortality is great, isn't it? It wasn't as if he planned to die repeatedly just because he had this power. However, the very idea of a trait that would allow him to revive, it stirred a deep sense of desire within him. I must have it. The phoenix's heart. Sungshik desperately hoped he could obtain it. Whoosh. The raging snowstorm howled amidst the tempest. The swordwind unleashed by Sungshik carried the chilling aura of ice. Crack. A portion of the training room's wall, struck by the swordwind, was lightly coated with frost and began to freeze. Not bad. What Sungshik had gained this time wasn't just the SSS rank, Phoenix's heart. A rank, Ice Crystal, grants the ability to wield the power of ice. Ice attribute resistance +15, ice attribute power +15, allows the acquisition of ice-related skills. With the newly acquired Ice Crystal, he had now gained the ability to manipulate ice as well. I need skills. Compared to his ever-growing traits, his skills were lacking. Sungshik wanted to acquire more abilities. Do you truly need skills? The answers to everything already reside in the heaven-splitting divine arts. Here we go again. Heaven Splitter's obsession with the heaven-splitting divine arts was already ringing in his ears like a broken record. Even though I can infuse heaven-splitting martial arts power into skills? What? That should be possible. That would only be feasible at the level of the Supreme Realm. Sungshik quietly activated a skill while listening to Heaven Splitter's words. Heaven Splitting. Wind Scar. Crack 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 crack. The swirling blades of wind carried a distinct trace of Heaven Splitter's energy. See? How? Pausing mid-sentence in shock, Heaven Splitter was left speechless. Sungshik shrugged. I just tried, and it worked. What a bizarre phenomenon. To intertwine the power of heaven-splitting martial arts with something else requires an understanding of its essence, something only achievable at the Supreme Realm. In truth, this was the result of a few unique coincidences. First, there was Sungshik's consumption trait, his innate ability to absorb other traits. In other words, all of the powers Sungshik possessed were rooted in his consumption trait. The same applied to his skills since they all stemmed from consumption. The remnants of the Supreme Realm he had once reached in the illusory world were lingering within his subconscious, allowing for this unexpected fusion. HMPH, do as you wish, not that you'd listen to me anyway. But it'd be nice to get a trait that enhances wind attributes. The wind blades feel a bit weak. Heaven Splitter fell silent as he looked at the devastated ground, utterly wrecked by the wind blades, and heard Sungshik complain that their power was too weak. By the way, Did the heaven-splitting divine sword originally have a scabbard? Of course it had numerous scabbards, but they all crumbled with time. Really? Then let's take this opportunity to make a new one. I happen to have the materials. Not long ago, he had obtained black bear leather and a mammoth's tusk. With these, he could craft a fine scabbard. Now, that's something worth hearing. Heaven Splitter's tone lifted slightly, indicating he was pleased. Sungshik originally planned to participate in more gates and raids to earn coins for purchasing skills from the community, but before that, he wanted to craft the scabbard for the heaven-splitting divine sword. His destination was Paju. He was heading toward the workshops gathered there. But as Sungshik made his way to Paju, someone was watching him. This is Blackbird 9, target sighted. He is currently heading south. Understood. Do not let the target out of your sight. Affirmative. Sungshik drove toward Paju in his recently purchased car. It wasn't an expensive vehicle. Using a portion of the 200 million won prize money he had received from the tournament, he had bought an Arbang, a model known as the ultimate budget car. This compact yet highly fuel-efficient vehicle, powered by monostones, was extremely popular. Fascinating. This machine gains power by using monostones as fuel? Heaven Splitter had a gap in his knowledge. Having slumbered for a long time, he was unfamiliar with modern technology. Naturally, a car running on monostones was a first for him. Oh, that's right. How did you know? Impressive, HMPH. I have a certain level of dignity. I can tell at a glance. Heaven Splitter seemed to have a weakness for compliments. If Sungshik could see his face, he suspected the spirit's lips would be curling into a smirk. Amused by Heaven Splitter's simple nature, Sungshik decided to ask a question that had been on his mind. So, the Supreme Realm is classified as a 9-star level. Do you know if there's a stage beyond that? He was asking whether the 10-star rank existed now that his ability to foresee the future had disappeared. He had no way to confirm it, so he turned to Heaven Splitter for answers. What made you wonder about that? Well, Sungshik recounted to Heaven Splitter everything that had happened when he first used his foresight ability. I see. So the power of Genesis fused in such a manner. Heaven Splitter seemed to know something. This piqued Sungshik's curiosity even more. Momentarily forgetting he was driving, he turned to look at Heaven Splitter, resting on the passenger seat. Do you know something? Seeing Sungshik's eager expression, Heaven Splitter chuckled. Haha, you truly have a deep desire for strength. That's a good trait. Such an obsession with power often becomes the driving force that leads one to the highest realms of martial prowess. After a brief pause, Heaven Splitter continued. What you saw was real. There is a realm beyond the Supreme Realm, a superhuman state known as demigod that is the ultimate state of life and death. Life and Death Realm, as the name suggests, it is a stage where one transcends life and death. It is also known as the Spirit Convergence Realm. Trying to glimpse into that stage just because you've reached 7-star is dangerous. To truly perceive its essence, you must at least reach the 8-star Harmony Realm. Heaven Splitter continued his explanation just then, as Sungshik was driving along an isolated mountain road. Bang! A massive tree suddenly collapsed onto the road ahead, blocking his path. Screech! He slammed on the brakes, swerving sharply to narrowly avoid a collision. Ah, damn it! What the hell? He cursed instinctively as he stepped out of the car. He saw a man standing atop the fallen tree, a face he recognized. It's been a while, Sungshik. You still have my business card, don't you? Yes, the man was none other than Li Shaoguang. Sungshik immediately realized this was not a friendly visit. Oh, that business card? I tore it up and threw it away ages ago. It reeked too much for me to keep it. Ha, ha ha ha. That's quite unfortunate. The man let out a burst of eerie laughter before grinning wickedly. I find it unfortunate as well, because the person you're facing now is not who I used to be. Facing the man, Sungshik also grinned ferociously. Theo Wu. Li Shaoguang raised his energy facing him. Sungshik did not back down and instead raised his own aura. A gleam flickered in Li Shaoguang's eyes. Have you been hiding your strength? The power he had known was at best that of a 5-star superhuman, but this was nothing like that. Perhaps the claims of the Yongho Guild and Baekdu Guild were true. Maybe Sungshik really had surpassed the 6-star level. Haha, this is unexpected. You're far beyond my expectations. I am like an onion, full of layers. Sungshik responded with a grin to Li Shaoguang's words. However, internally, his mind was in turmoil. How is this possible? Why does this guy have the one more time trait? That's right. When Sungshik used insight to check, Li Shaoguang possessed the same one more time trait that he had. Name: Li Shaoguang. Rank: 7-star. Traits: SS rank, Swamp of Shadows. X rank, one more time. No way, it finally clicked for Sungshik. The X rank, one more time trait he had acquired. He now understood where it had come from. The first night of trial during that event, the Revolutionary Knights had emerged into the open naturally. There had been clashes with superhumans, and in the process, many lives were lost. At the time, Sungshik had barely been reaching the 4-star plus level, a lower-ranked superhuman. Instead of participating directly in combat, he had been assigned to post-battle cleanup. It was during those cleanup duties that Sungshik handled the corpses of fallen superhumans, and through that, he had realized how to use his innate trait, consumption. At that time, he had absorbed several traits from the bodies. It was from back then, it was clear now he had acquired one more time at that moment. Among those corpses, this guy was one of them, and Li Shaoguang had used one more time to regress. As soon as Sungshik reached this conclusion, everything about Li Shaoguang's actions made sense. His search for Bidong at Baekdu Mountain, his keen interest in Sungshik's martial arts at the academy graduation. It was obvious this man possessed future knowledge. He had already known about the martial art, heaven-splitting divine art. Organizing his thoughts, Sungshik looked at the man before him and asked, "Since you regressed, do you feel like the world bends to your will?" Regression? The shock in Li Shaoguang's face was palpable. Even Heaven Splitter reacted in surprise. How do you know that? So, I was right, you bastard. Realizing he had been tricked, Li Shaoguang growled at Sungshik. Wait, what's going on? Regression? I'll explain later, just wait. Fine, got it. Heaven Splitter quickly accepted Sungshik's response. Now wasn't the time to explain things to Heaven Splitter. The man in front of him took priority. So, that's why you were searching for heaven-splitting divine art, but too bad, it's already mine. Sungshik smirked and dangled the Heaven Splitter divine sword in front of Li Shaoguang. You bastard, just what the hell are you? How much do you know? The polite speech was gone, so was the fake smile Li Shaoguang always wore. All that remained on his face was the anxiety of having his secret exposed. Let's see, I know you regressed using the one more time trait, and I know that regression only happens once. Tisk, tisk tisk, you should have kept that knowledge to yourself, then maybe you could have lived. GWOOO. With that, Li Shaoguang gathered his entire energy. His presence alone was overwhelming. A clear display of what it meant to be a 7-star superhuman. He's not denying it, so he really only had one chance to regress. That was why Sungshik had provoked him with those words, to confirm whether Li Shaoguang could regress again. His reaction had given Sungshik the answer he needed. I'd like to find out his regression point, but I doubt I'll get the chance. There were many things Sungshik wanted to ask about the X rank, one more time trait. He had already confirmed it could only be used once, but beyond that, there wasn't much else he could do now. Li Shaoguang was now fully intent on killing him. Closing his eyes, Sungshik let out a deep breath. In that instant, the aura pressing down on him grew even heavier. It was no longer something he could afford to brush off lightly. It was his turn to unleash his full power flash. As Sungshik reopened his eyes, a force equal to Li Shaoguang's began to emanate from him. Flinch. Li Shaoguang, who had been advancing with a sinister expression, hesitated for a moment. Shock flickered in his pupils once more. Sungshik could tell what he was thinking. He had likely assumed Sungshik was just easy prey, something he could take down whenever he wished, but upon closer inspection, he had realized, this was no harmless herbivore. No, this was a beast, just as strong as he was. Li Shaoguang hesitated, staring at Sungshik. Then, suddenly, he burst into laughter. Kuhaha. I get it now, you're a regressor too. Now it all makes sense. It seemed he had come to the conclusion that Sungshik was a fellow regressor. You sure like making assumptions, and what proof do you have for this theory? Kukuku, drop the act. If you came from the future, you should know this. I've never seen your name or face among the top powerhouses of the future. So that's what he's thinking. Li Shaoguang had realized that Sungshik was an anomaly, someone who hadn't existed in the original timeline. At this point in time, even the 7-star level is a realm that only a handful of the future's 11 thrones ever reach, yet you've already stepped into it? You must be an irregular like me enough with the act. Impressive, I'll admit. Your insight is sharp, fine. You're right, I am a regressor too. Just like you. As he replied, Sungshik stabilized the energy surging within him, preparing to unleash it at any moment. That's why this makes no sense. I was the only one with a trait that allows regression, so how the hell did you regress? Li Xiaoguang's expression twisted in confusion that made sense. X rank, a classification beyond even the highest SSS rank. No two of these X rank traits could ever exist simultaneously. That was because each and every one of these X rank traits contained the power to interfere with the very laws of the world. That was why Li Xiaoguang found it all the more incomprehensible. If the Sungshik before him had truly regressed just like he had, that would mean he possessed the same unique trait that allowed regression. His X rank trait, one more time. The very fact that he knew the name of this trait was proof enough. I have never told anyone about my trait, not even Tidian. That was how it was. No one should have been able to know about his regression. No one should have known that he possessed an EX rank trait related to regression. That was how it was supposed to be. Then, just what the hell are you? A faint chuckle. Sungshik answered Li Xiaoguang's question with a smirk. If you want to know, figure it out yourself. A brilliant flash. With those words, Sungshik's sword emitted a dazzling white light as it lunged toward Li Xiaoguang. Bang. Huff. Huff. Li Xiaoguang lay battered, his body in tatters. 30 minutes ago, he had never once considered the possibility of ending up in this situation. He was a 7-star superhuman, fundamentally different from the person he had been before his regression. He had been confident that his current self could stand on equal footing with even the 11 thrones. And yet, what is this? Just what the hell is this? He couldn't understand the situation. His attacks hadn't landed on Sungshik. Meanwhile, Sungshik's attacks had gradually worn him down. What baffled him even more was something else entirely. How can you wield so many different attributes? Light, fire, ice, wind. Just now, Sungshik had demonstrated 4 different elemental powers. Superhumans were usually capable of wielding only one attribute. This was due to the limitations in acquiring traits. One attribute was the norm, 2, on rare occasions 3, in truly exceptional cases. But an individual who could wield 4 attributes simultaneously? Even before his regression, there had been only one. The 11th throne, the elemental master Jenny. She was a grand mage who commanded the 4 elemental magics, earth, fire, wind, and water. But the Sungshik before him was no Jenny, so how was he wielding multiple attributes? As he fought Sungshik, Li Xiaoguang was consumed by questions. Then, he spotted an opening. Take this, bastard. For a fleeting moment, Sungshik had let his guard down. Abandoning his own defense, Li Xiaoguang launched an attack. A shadow spike shot out without warning from Sungshik's own shadow, aimed precisely at his waist. It looked like it had landed perfectly, gilding, but the decisive strike only managed to tear a piece of Sungshik's clothing. His skin was unnaturally tough and resilient, leaving Li Xiaoguang with the sensation of smashing an egg against solid rock. And immediately after his failed attack, Li Xiaoguang paid the price for his reckless assault. Slice. Guhak. Sungshik's sword moved with fluid grace, swift, natural, and without hesitation. Of course, there was no way such a blade would miss the opening created by Li Xiaoguang's reckless strike. Sungshik's sword slipped through his guard as if following the flow of water, slashing across his torso. Drip, drip, blood dripped from the long gash. The battle was already decided. Ha, ha ha. I don't get it. Just what the hell is your trait? Li Xiaoguang gasped out, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Against Sungshik, he felt an overwhelming sense of the inexplicable. He wielded 4 elemental powers. He possessed an impenetrable defense. His swordsmanship was so refined it was reminiscent of the return of a sword emperor. It felt as though Sungshik alone possessed multiple traits. That's impossible. Li Xiaoguang immediately rejected the thought. It was an impossible idea. Not once, before his regression, had he ever seen or heard of a single person wielding so many traits. Traits were the very foundation of a superhuman's power. As such, an individual typically had one trait, at most 2 or 3. The same principle applied to the limitation of elemental attributes. Forbidden arts. So that's it, huh? You're using some kind of forbidden sorcery. A crazed grin spread across Li Xiaoguang's face. Now it made sense. His bloodshot eyes gleamed as he shouted, as if he had found the answer. Despite his severe injuries, his madness showed no signs of subsiding. Forbidden arts. Don't make me laugh at skill bullshit. If not, then how do you explain this? His disbelief was understandable. Though they were both 7-star superhumans, the gap between them was so vast it seemed absurd. Sungshik's every strike had been fatal. Meanwhile, Li Shaoguang's attacks had failed to reach him at all. It was only natural S-rank Queen's armor plus 4-0 resistance to darkness attributes. And the protective energy of the peerless martial arts. For Li Shaoguang, who wielded darkness-based abilities, to land a meaningful strike on Sungshik, he would have needed overwhelming offensive power. But Li Shaoguang's combat style leaned more toward utility. Easier than I expected, that was Sungshik's impression as he fought Li Shaoguang. Perhaps his lingering memories of their battle at Baekdu Mountain against the celestial beast's avatar had caused him to overestimate his opponent. He had expected a fierce struggle, but the result was disappointingly one-sided. Then again, the compatibility was in my favor. The ease of the battle wasn't solely due to his own strength. His S-rank Queen's armor provided near tank-like defense, along with a plus 4-0 resistance to darkness. Since Li Shaoguang wielded darkness-based abilities, he would have needed immense attack power to pose a threat. But Li Shaoguang's fighting style was not one of raw offensive might. I should wrap this up soon. Before ending it, he planned to extract a few more details, about One More Time and Revolutionary Knights. First, I need to know when exactly he regressed. As Sungshik organized his thoughts, something changed. Perhaps sensing his own impending end, Li Shaoguang's expression twisted. This can't be happening. He repeated the words like a mantra. In his trembling hands, he clutched a fragment of black stone. Gulp. Li Shaoguang swallowed the black fragment in his hand. He knew if he consumed this, there would be no turning back. That was why he had always believed he would never swallow it. That belief held true, until he met Sungshik as someone who had reached 7-star. He thought no one could threaten him anymore. He was convinced that in this life, he would take everything he desired. I should have killed him back then. A massive power surged through his entire body as his consciousness faded amidst the overwhelming energy. That thought resurfaced. The first time he met Sungshik after regressing was at Baekdusan's Heaven Lake, not long after he had reached 7-star. Back then, Sungshik was merely a 2-star superhuman. Li Shaoguang had intended to toy with him, just like how he used to play with dragonflies as a child, tearing off their wings one by one as they struggled. That was the privilege of the strong at that moment. In that place, he was the strong one, and Sungshik was nothing more than a weakling, like a dragonfly. But because of that Imugi, he lost Sungshik. It didn't matter. He thought he would always be the strong one, and Sungshik the weak. Sooner or later, they would cross paths again, and when that time came, it wouldn't be too late to finish him off. Next time I see him, it'll make him wish for death. Sungshik hadn't done anything to him. At least, nothing that could be called a grave mistake. His only crime was daring to escape from Li Shaoguang's grasp and offending his pride. And perhaps, the rift that had swallowed Sungshik back then, could it have been an entrance leading to the secluded grounds of the heaven-splitting martial arts? The thought never left his mind, so he searched for him, a mere 2-star superhuman. There was a high chance he belonged to an academy, but no matter where he looked, Sungshik was nowhere to be found in any of Korea's academies. I should have realized then that bastard had a method of regression. It was only today that he finally confirmed the truth. Sungshik had used a regression item back then, right there at Baekdusan. When I saw him at the academy, I should have done whatever it took to eliminate him. Regret struck him once more as his consciousness continued to blur. While investigating the academy, he had accidentally come across the Seoul Academy finals. The martial arts Sungshik used in that fight had left a deep impression on him. He instantly recognized that Sungshik's techniques were of a higher dimension. That's why he grew suspicious and began tracking him down. At the time, Sungshik had sumed to be somewhere between late 4-star and early 5-star. Impressive for an academy cadet, but nothing more. How does someone who was just a 2-star a few months ago grow this much? That was his initial assessment. He had seen countless superhumans in his previous life who burned brightly until early 4-star, only to fade away. Since Sungshik's face was unfamiliar, he assumed he was just another one of those. Just another bug. Still, just in case, He decided to have him monitored even if this bug was the same one he had encountered at Baekdushan. There were too many eyes on them for him to make a move here. Of course, as a 7-star superhuman, no one in this tiny country could stop him if he wanted. He could wipe out these bugs here and now. But I can't afford to draw too much attention anymore. He had already witnessed multiple butterfly effects caused by his actions after regression. That was why he had resolved to minimize unnecessary disruptions. Moreover, the pretty girl standing beside Seongshik, Kim Subin, the priestess of the moon, played a crucial role in the first night's trial. There was no need to provoke someone so deeply tied to such an important event. It would be like burning down an entire house just to catch a single bug. For the sake of his goal, events leading up to the first night's trial needed to follow a similar trajectory. Besides, he was already engaged in a struggle against Tidian, the leader of revolution, in his bid to take over Revolution Night in his past life. Such a thing would have been unthinkable once a mere subordinate. His regression had propelled him to the point where he was now directly opposing Tidian. Unbeknownst to both Seongshik and Li Shaoguang, he had actually regressed much earlier than Seongshik. Seongshik had only regressed a little over a year ago, but Li Shaoguang had returned to a time shortly after the Great Cataclysm. Whether this was because his one more time trait had an older origin, or because he had died earlier in his previous life, he didn't know. What mattered was that he had returned earlier and was on the verge of seizing control of Revolutionary Knights. He had even taken his first step toward his ultimate goal, becoming the demon god. But that goal is being ruined by a mere bug. In truth, he could no longer call Seongshik a bug. Seongshik had grown too much in such a short time. He was no longer a weak, helpless prey, he was a predator. Seongshik was now a beast capable of ripping out his throat. That was why Li Shaoguang felt such bitter resentment. The one he had thought he could crush with a mere flick of his fingers was now devouring him instead. Perhaps he should have confided in Tidian about his regression and sought his cooperation. Maybe his greed to hoard everything for himself had ultimately led to his downfall. His final thought before his consciousness faded completely: regret. The next time he opened his eyes, he would no longer be himself. The human Li Shaoguang would be gone, leaving behind only the demon Li Shaoguang. But he refused to let it end like this. His trait, his life, one clawed back from death, was far too precious to throw away. This time, will be different. I will never fall again. Crunch. With those last words, Li Shaoguang was completely consumed by the dark energy surging from his body. Seeing that scene, Seongshik inwardly clicked his tongue. I didn't expect this. He never imagined that Li Shaoguang possessed that black fragment, or that he would absorb it. He had only been thinking about how to extract more information from him. That moment of distraction caused a delayed reaction. If I hadn't let my guard down, I could have stopped it. The distance between them was close. Moreover, as someone who had reached 7-star, Seongshik's acceleration was now far beyond what it had been before. If he had noticed anything suspicious, he could have blocked it immediately. If he undergoes demonization, how strong will he become? Seongshik swallowed hard. There was a possibility that Li Shaoguang would reach the wall of 8-star. For a brief moment, he considered retreating, but he quickly shook his head. I have to finish this now. Li Shaoguang had already learned that Seongshik was a regressor. If he let him live, the repercussions would be severe. Moreover, if he fully transformed into a demon, he might become an opponent that Seongshik couldn't even face. At that moment, something came to mind. The flames of purification he had used against Tenryl when Tenryl was being consumed by the black energy. Seongshik had burned it away using those flames. As soon as the thought occurred, he acted immediately. Heaven-splitting. Wind scar whoosh. The flames surged from the heaven-splitting divine sword, rushing toward the black energy that engulfed Li Shaoguang like a cocoon. Whoosh. Kua. As the purifying flames enveloped the black energy, a scream echoed from within. Whoosh whoosh. At first, the flames seemed to be consuming the black energy, but soon, they reached a deadlock, evenly matched. It was different from the time with Tenryl back then. Tenryl's own will and his aura of light had helped push back the black energy. It had been easily burned away, but now, things were different. Kra. Li Shaoguang, who had been curled up, suddenly let out a piercing scream at the same time. The black energy swirled violently around him, repelling the flames and then absorbing into his body. I couldn't stop it completely. Seeing that some level of demonization had still occurred, Seongshik felt a pang of regret, but when he used insight to check Li Shaoguang's condition, that regret disappeared. Insight name: Li Shaoguang race, half-demon rank, 7-star. Traits. SS rank, Shadow Swamp, X rank, one more time. Was in the process of being consumed by an unknown dark force but was interrupted by holy energy. Combat power has significantly decreased. Li Shaoguang had ultimately failed to complete his transformation into a full demon. In fact, even calling him a half-demon was questionable. His rank hadn't changed, and from the description stating his combat power had significantly decreased, he might have actually become weaker. That guy, he seems even weaker now. Even the Heaven Splitter agreed his aura had diminished in this state. He wasn't even a match for Sungshik. The only visible changes were his grayish skin, the horns protruding from his head, and his slightly demonic appearance. This worked out well. If he had reached 7-star plus, it would have been troublesome. The gap between 7-star and 8-star was massive, but even within 7-star, the difference between regular and 7-star plus was significant. Even if Sungshik had the advantage in compatibility, if Li Shaoguang had reached 7-star plus through demonization, the fight would have been far more difficult. Krura, you damn bastard! Li Shaoguang let out ragged breaths and glared with bloodshot eyes. Sungshik responded with a simple swing of his sword. You tried your best. Goodbye. Crunch, underscore. A dark room in the pitch-black space, several luminous orbs emitted a soft glow. Pop! Suddenly, the brightest of them flickered out. A presence observing this sight let out a quiet hum. Li Shaoguang is dead. Li Shaoguang was no ordinary person. Though they had occasionally clashed, he had been an ultra-powerful being who had reached 7-star. He was still useful. His combat prowess had been valuable in many ways. While he had been expanding his influence within the organization, it was within predictable limits. He had been controllable. And I never even uncovered his secret. Li Shaoguang had harbored an unknown secret. It was as if he had the omniscience of a god, acting boldly in ways that even the observer couldn't predict, and yet, his actions had always been correct. I never expected him to be eliminated like this. It was a shame. Unlike himself, who was bound to this place, Li Shaoguang had been free to move as he pleased. Li Shaoguang's goals had been simple on the surface. They had seemed to clash, but in reality, he had been easy to manipulate. To this observer, Li Shaoguang was merely another piece on the board. Thos Russell, you called? Li Shaoguang is dead, I see. The figure that emerged from the darkness flinched slightly at the words. Retrieve all the authority that had been granted to him immediately. Also, investigate the details of his death. Understood. With that, the figure disappeared into the darkness. Staring at the extinguished orb, Tidian's eyes darkened further. Underscore. Incredible. So this is consumption? Yeah. Sungshik used X rank consumption on Li Shaoguang's corpse. Watching for the first time, even the Heaven Splitter found the process fascinating. This is an absurd ability. That was the sword's conclusion. After witnessing the process, it could feel the complete absorption of power to it. This defied common sense. Not really. Sungshik chuckled at its reaction and checked the message that appeared before him. Consumption complete. Congratulations, you have obtained the SS rank, Shadow Swamp trait. At that moment, Sungshik's shadow began to stretch and distort. SSSS's Sungshik's shadow began stretching endlessly. It was a mysterious sensation. It was as if the shadow had become an extension of his body, allowing him to expand his senses through it. So this is the power of Shadow's Swamp. It felt like he had awakened to a new sense beyond just his own elongated shadow. The surrounding shadows now felt different. It was as if the areas covered by shadows had become his domain, especially in this environment, where dense foliage cast shadows across the ground. That feeling was even more pronounced. Suddenly, he recalled a technique used by Li Shaoguang during their battle. Shadow movement. Swoosh. The space folded, inverting his vision, and in the blink of an eye, Sungshik had moved to his intended location. With an ability like this, how did he lose so easily to me? Here, in this shadow-filled environment, his control over space felt overwhelmingly strong. He even felt like he could defeat opponents of a higher rank than himself within this space. It was baffling. How could someone with such an ability be so powerless? Especially considering that the SS rank, Shadow's Swamp ability Sungshik was using was still restricted. SS rank, Shadow's Swamp, LV1, restriction, dark attribute trait not possessed. Allows manipulation of shadow energy. Control increases proportionally to the possessed dark attribute trait. As the skill level and dark attribute trait rise, shadow manipulation becomes denser and more refined. It was a trait that could only unleash its full potential if one possessed dark attribute trait. Shadow blade shish. Numerous shadow blades materialized around Sungshik. The sight was reminiscent of the infinite sword technique used by the Sword Emperor. That awe-inspiring sight, when the Sword Emperor's countless flying swords swept across the battlefield, it felt like witnessing the beginning of such a scene. However, cannot manifest due to insufficient control. A system message rang in Sungshik's mind. It was an indication that his control over the shadow attribute was too weak to manifest the technique at the same time. The countless shadow blades floating in the air crumbled into nothingness. Tisk. I thought it would work. He let out a disappointed sigh. He had hoped to recreate the Sword Emperor's flying sword barrage. Of course, if Sungshik reached the 8-star rank, he might be able to manifest an equivalent technique. But that guy had dark attribute trait and likely a higher skill level, yet he couldn't even do this. Li Shaoguang's attack pattern had been simple, jumping between spaces with shadow movement, gathering and firing energy blasts, and summoning spikes from within the shadows. That was it. That's because the difference lies in your manifestation capability. Heaven Splitter answered Sungshik's question. Manifestation. It was closely linked to one's mental imagery. The greater the vessel of the mind, the deeper one's mental discipline, the stronger their ability to manifest power. From the beginning, the difference in manifestation ability between Li Shaoguang and Sungshik was enormous. It was inevitable. Before his regression, Li Shaoguang had been a low-rank superhuman who had never even touched upon the realm of ascension. It was only thanks to his chance acquisition of the X-rank trait that he had been able to regress upon death and exploit his future knowledge to forcibly reach 7-star. On the other hand, Sungshik's constitution had undergone a drastic transformation upon regression. In other words, he had gained natural talents that could only be inherited at birth. This was something he had only vaguely realized. Moreover, Sungshik had once reached the towering heights of 9-star during the trial of the heaven-splitting sect. That was why, even though both he and Li Shaoguang were at 7-star, there was a significant gap in their manifestation abilities. Besides, that guy's talent was clearly inferior to yours. Talent. Yes, what people commonly refer to as talent. That guy had no potential to reach 7-star. It was as if he had forcibly achieved a breakthrough through artificial transformation. You can tell that. Of course, who do you think I am? It was obvious his vitality, energy, and spirit were extremely unstable. Even if you hadn't cut him down, he would have self-destructed soon due to his own instability. Hearing Heaven Splitter's words, it started to make sense. Even considering the natural advantages Sungshik had, Li Shaoguang had been far weaker than the other 7-star superhumans he had encountered. He felt stronger than a 6-star plus, but weaker than a true 7-star. Looking back, that assessment seemed just right. Sungshik gazed at the shadows rippling at his command and thought to himself, I need to obtain dark attribute trait as soon as possible. If he could fully control this power, he was confident he could wield it far more effectively than Li Shaoguang ever had. Are there any more black moon fragments? He returned to where Li Shaoguang's corpse lay. Searching once more, however, there was nothing else to be found. The only thing he had acquired was a single black moon fragment ×1. Additionally, he could no longer absorb the one more time trait. Not that I particularly want to regress again, but I had hoped for a chance. Turns out it's not possible. After all, if he could repeatedly obtain the trait, he would be able to regress infinitely just by killing Li Shaoguang over and over. That would be an outright cheat. Alright, now tell me, what exactly is regression, and how did it happen? At that moment, Heaven Splitter, sensing that Sungshik had mostly finished dealing with matters, asked about regression. Where should I start? Alright, this is how it happened. There was no reason to hide it from Heaven Splitter. As the only inheritor of heaven-splitting martial arts, Heaven Splitter was practically a part of him. Sharing the truth about regression with him might even make it easier to receive his support in the future. He had meant to explain it earlier, but time had slipped away. Now was finally the moment to talk. Thus, he spent a long while recounting the events of his past to Heaven Splitter. Kronos, that god, infamous for his indifference to humans, actually granted his absolute authority, as a trait? That's hard to believe. Heaven Splitter spoke as if he knew a lot about Kronos. Do you know much about Kronos? I've only seen him once in person, but his indifference toward humans is well known among those with even the slightest connection to the divine realm. Heaven Splitter murmured to himself, Kronos would never share his power with humans. Well, Setting that aside, so that's why your growth was so fast. Yeah, with knowledge of the future and the pocket watch trait, it's no wonder his growth is so fast. The pocket watch was also a trait imbued with the power of Chronos. In truth, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Sungshik's rapid growth up to this point was entirely thanks to the pocket watch. Even during the heaven-splitting martial arts trial, it was thanks to the pocket watch that Sungshik was able to rise as the strongest in that fabricated world. No matter how exceptional his talent is, without the pocket watch, he would never have achieved such results. Because of this, Sungshik was able to reach the profound realm of transcendence in that world, and the lingering traces of that experience created a virtuous cycle that continued to benefit him even now. By the way, to think that before the regression, no one had ever obtained the heaven-splitting martial arts, that means the martial emperor had no eye for talent, and yet, he was one of the 11 thrones. Hey, this really says a lot about their level. Haha, well, the martial emperor must have had his own circumstances. Thanks to that, I was able to obtain the heaven-splitting martial arts now, right? Circumstances, my ass. Seeing Heaven Splitter sulk as if he were genuinely upset at the martial emperor, Sungshik couldn't help but laugh at times. Heaven Splitter spoke with the wisdom of ages, exuding the presence of an elder, yet at other times, like now, he seemed like nothing more than a childish spirit. He really is an untainted soul. Sungshik even felt a sense of purity in Heaven Splitter's demeanor. So, does that mean Li Shaoguang can never regress again? Yes, I can say that with certainty. Regression isn't a power that can be so easily used. Besides, the fact that both you and that guy managed to regress already means there's a serious distortion in causality. Causality? There's a restriction like that? Any being with divinity is bound by that restriction when interfering with the present world. Think about it. What if Chronos, whom I just mentioned, kept interfering with the present world and rewinding time? Well, wouldn't that twist the flow of time into a complete mess? Exactly, that's why beings with divinity face extreme restrictions when interfering with the present world. Then how do these traits even get granted? Aren't they bestowed by transcendental beings or gods? That's likely due to the trial of the night. From what I see, this dimension is being invaded. Humanity has no power to resist, so these traits are granted to give them the strength to fight back. Then does that mean once the trial of the night ends, this power will disappear? No, humanity will earn the right to fully obtain this power, using that power as a foundation. Some may even ascend to divinity. In short, the dimension itself will rise to a higher level. Oh, I see. Heaven Splitter's explanation cleared up many of Sungshik's lingering questions. But Heaven Splitter, how do you know all this so well? As he listened to Heaven Splitter's explanation, an unexpected question arose. His knowledge wasn't something one could gain simply by existing for a long time. I have been to the divine realm before. The divine realm? Yes, I'll tell you the details another time. Sungshik sensed hesitation in Heaven Splitter's tone. So he has a story of his own. From that reaction, Sungshik realized that Heaven Splitter had his own circumstances. Well, I can hear about that later. Looking at Heaven Splitter, Sungshik spoke again. All right, I understand now. Then, shall we go make a scabbard? Fortunately, Sungshik's Arbang was unharmed in that fierce battle. His car, made of mere steel, should have been destroyed at the slightest impact. But perhaps because he had done his best to fight in areas away from the vehicle, it remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch. I would have cried if my car got damaged. Is this such a precious divine artifact? Hearing Sungshik's words, Heaven Splitter wondered if this vehicle he was riding in, called an Arbang, was some kind of sacred relic. Haha, not exactly. How should I explain it? Laughing at Heaven Splitter's misunderstanding, Sungshik searched for the right word. Ah, I got it. Think of it as a beloved steed. Oh, I see, that makes sense. The masters of Heaven Splitting sect also cherished their steeds as if they were their own children. With that, Heaven Splitter quickly understood what the car meant to Sungshik as a sword spirit. He still didn't fully grasp the concept, but he knew that men often had a strong attachment to their means of transport. Engaging in light-hearted conversation with Heaven Splitter, Sungshik continued driving. About 2 hours later, he finally reached the outskirts of Paju. It was the first time he had set foot in Paju since his regression. A vast plain stretched beneath a clear, cloudless sky. Despite being a rural area, the roads were paved with asphalt. The scenery was vastly different from the Paju in his past memories. Back then, it was devastated. Paju had been one of the places directly struck by a gate break. All artificial structures had been reduced to ruins by the invading monsters. Survivors had barely managed to hold out in the fortified area where Paju's workshops were concentrated, resisting the flood of monsters. The contrast between that brutal reality and the current peaceful landscape was striking. Following the GPS, Sungshik drove deeper into Paju and soon arrived at his destination, the Paju Workshop District. Screech, his car came to a stop at the entrance of the district. From here on, general visitor vehicles were not allowed entry. Parking in a nearby lot, Sungshik got out with the Heaven Splitter divine sword in hand. Clang! Clang! Even at the entrance, the sound of hammering metal echoed from all directions. This place was truly the heart of craftsmanship. The area was a massive blacksmithing hub with over 30 workshops clustered together. As a result, it was always bustling with visitors. Hey, can't you lower the price just a little? I came all the way from Daegu. We're not running a charity here, no discounts. Many people were haggling over goods while the system allowed one to buy weapons, and dungeon raids could drop equipment. Weapons below heroic rank were actually of better quality when crafted in workshops. Especially Elder Jin's metallurgy, it was recognized as the best in the world. He could even forge legendary grade weapons. That's right, the reason Sungshik had come here was to meet Jin Yongchan, the most skilled and revered blacksmith in this sacred land of craftsmanship. Elder Jin helped me a lot before my regression. Being here again feels nostalgic. I might as well take some time to rest here. Reminiscing about his past life, Sungshik made his way toward the deepest part of the workshop district. However, he had no idea that a major crisis was unfolding in the workshops at that very moment. Jin Yongchan, one of the undisputed greatest blacksmiths in the world. Made by Chan, just having that logo attached would make the price of an item of the same rank double or even triple. That was the level of Jin Yongchan's craftsmanship. His items gained widespread fame not for any other reason. From the start, his metallurgy was already recognized as the best in Korea. His trade was none other than S-rank, Dwarf's Touch, a trade already optimized for metallurgy from the outset. I've had my life saved multiple times thanks to Elder Jin's items. It was true back when the gate break occurred. Sungshik had happened to be staying here, at Paju's workshop district during that time. He formed a considerable bond with Jin Yongchan. The elder took care of Sungshik, who had nowhere to go, showing him kindness. Thanks to Elder Jin's weapons and armor, my growth speed was twice as fast. That was how exceptional Jin Yongchan's metallurgy was. Moreover, shortly after the gate break, Jin Yongchan underwent a second awakening, a phenomenon extremely rare even among superhumans. The trait he acquired through his second awakening was none other than SS rank, Limit Break. It was an ability that pushed the potential of weapons and items to their absolute limits. For someone who was already a master of metallurgy, it was a trait that granted him wings. But, as Sungshik continued his thoughts, he recalled Jin Yongchan's final moments and closed his eyes tightly. Despite possessing S and SS ranked traits, they were non-combat traits. As the trial of the night progressed, it became increasingly difficult for non-combat superhumans to survive. In the end, Jin Yongchan perished during the third trial of the night. That was how he was lost. Sungshik had thought he'd never see him again, but now that he was heading to meet him once more, it felt incredibly strange. Going empty-handed feels wrong, but the old man had always disliked superficial gestures and gifts. That much wouldn't have changed even now. Simply giving him good materials to work with will be a gift in itself. Jin Yongchan had always loved working with high-quality materials. The fact that Sungshik was entrusting him with rare materials to craft a scabbard would be enough of a gift. Wow, it's still the same. Amidst the numerous modern buildings stood a lone hanok, TLN, a traditional Korean house. That's right, Jin Yongchan's workshop was a traditional hanok, the kind one would see in historical dramas. It looked as if it had been left behind in time. Huh? At that moment, Sungshik sensed a large number of people gathered inside the workshop. Having reached the realm of 7 stars, he could easily perceive such things with his hypersense. Roughly 10 people were gathered in one place. He wondered if something was happening. He considered turning back but decided to step inside first. What's going on here? A middle-aged man with a kind expression, his hair half bald, greeted him. A familiar face. He was one of Jin Yongchan's apprentices before Sungshik's regression. He had also shared a good relationship with this man. And the moment he saw his face, Sungshik was convinced that his commission would be accepted. I came to request an item to be made him. You seem to have traveled far, but what should we do? we're not taking any commissions for the time being. The man spoke apologetically in response. Sungshik took out mammoth's ivory and black bear leather. I'd like to use these to make a scabbard, is that not possible? The man couldn't take his eyes off the mammoth's ivory and black bear leather that Sungshik held out. If you're anything like I remember, there's no way you'll be able to resist these materials. Gulp tea. These were materials obtained from a 6-star and a 5-star plus boss monster, respectively at this point in time. Materials from a 6-star boss monster were incredibly rare. So, what do you say? Is it possible? Sungshik grinned as he asked. Wait just a moment. The man hastily retreated inside after saying that he was likely going to report to Elder Jin even if they had a reason for not accepting commissions. A 6-star rank material at this stage would be too valuable to pass up. The desire of a blacksmith to work with excellent materials was no different from a warrior's desire to wield a superior weapon. No, if anything, their desire might be even stronger. From what he had seen in his past life, they were even more driven by such urges than they seemed. Murmur. While Sungshik was briefly lost in thought, the man who had disappeared inside returned, accompanied by several others among them. One person stood at the center, immediately catching Sungshik's attention. Elder Jin, a man appearing to be in his mid-50s, though his frame was on the lean side, his presence was imposing. He was exactly as Sungshik remembered. No, perhaps he looked even younger than in his memory. Nice to meet you. I am Jin Yongchan, the owner of this workshop. Yes, it's a pleasure. My name is Hyo Sungshik. Sungshik returned the greeting. Seeing him up close, the feeling of nostalgia grew even stronger. I heard from my first disciple that you've brought something quite valuable? Jin Yongchan's gaze shifted toward Sungshik's hands, where the black bear leather and mammoth's ivory still rested. The old man hasn't changed a bit. His obsession with high-quality materials was exactly the same as before. Finding that amusing, Sungshik grinned and handed over the two items. Yes, here they are. One was obtained from a 6-star boss monster, and the other from a 5-star plus boss monster. They're ivory and leather, respectively. Ho, a 6-star, you say? A small murmur of astonishment spread among Jin Yongchan and the gathered blacksmiths. It was understandable at this point in time. 6-star boss monster materials are extremely rare. To obtain 6-star materials, one would have to clear at least an A rank gate, and so far, in Korea, there had only been 2 successful A rank gate raids. As expected, materials from a 6-star boss monster were so rare that they were practically non-existent. In fact, the only way to obtain them was through the community of superhumans. The same went for black bear leather. While materials from 5-star plus boss monsters weren't completely unavailable, they were still extremely rare. Moreover, this black bear was not just any ordinary 5-star plus boss monster. It was a boss monster that had evolved with a singular focus, making its hide tougher and more resilient. As a result, its leather's uniqueness was on another level. With this, it'd be hard for them to refuse the request. That's why Sungshik was confident that his request would be accepted. With this, just as Sungshik was about to speak, Jin Yongchan spoke first, his expression shadowed. First of all, I apologize. The scabbard, huh? Sungshik hadn't expected to hear an apology, and for a moment, he was taken aback. Seeing his confusion, Jin Yongchan continued. Both materials are incredibly valuable. Just looking at them makes me want to start working on them right away. Jin Yongchan sighed before continuing. However, our workshop is currently facing an issue, and we're not in a position to take on commissions. I am truly sorry. What was he talking about? Sungshik couldn't immediately understand a problem with the workshop. While this wasn't Jin Yongchan's personal workshop, the many workshops he had passed on his way here seemed to be operating normally. Would it be all right if I asked what the problem is? At Sungshik's question, Jin Yongchan stared at him for a moment, seemingly in thought. Then, he opened his mouth. It's not exactly a huge secret, so I don't mind telling you. Would you like to come inside for a bit? Of course. Sungshik readily accepted Jin Yongchan's invitation. It had been a long time since he had stepped inside Jin Yongchan's workshop. Moving to the guest reception room, Sungshik sat down with Jin Yongchan and several other men. These men were blacksmiths from other workshops within Jin Yongchan's network. You might not know this, but our workshops source iron from a mine owned by the workshop. This was something Sungshik was aware of. Jin Yongchan and several other workshops owned a mine near Paju. All the iron we use to run our workshops comes from that mine. We are completely dependent on that source of iron. So if there's any disruption in the supply from the mine, our workshop operations also suffer greatly. That had been the case during the gate break as well. Sungshik recalled how the entire workshop had come to a standstill when iron supplies were cut off. But now, there's a problem with the iron ore coming from the mine. A problem. For some time now, the mine has only been producing low-quality iron ore, so poor that it can hardly even be called iron ore anymore. At those words, one of the men beside Jin Yongchan, who had been watching the conversation, pulled out a piece of iron ore and placed it in front of Sungshik. This is, at a glance, it barely resembled iron ore. It had a faint, earthy hue and looked incredibly weak. May I touch it? At Sungshik's question, Jin Yongchan silently nodded, reaching out to feel it. Sungshik confirmed what he saw. It was extremely weak. This could hardly even be called ore. Insight: depleted iron ore. Grade: common. Quality: lowest. All of the iron's essence has been absorbed, making it hardly recognizable as iron ore. Sungshik's eyes widened at the information revealed through insight. It wasn't just that the ore's quality had deteriorated. The iron's essence had been completely absorbed. This meant the ore's degradation had been artificially induced by someone or something. No way. Sungshik had heard of this before. Even in his past life the situation seemed familiar, and now he finally remembered why. It was something he had only heard about, not witnessed firsthand. Bulgasari, that monster that nearly destroyed Japan, left behind traces just like this. Bulgasari, the iron beast, a monster that continuously grew by absorbing iron and other metals. Eventually, it became so powerful that it was compared to the Lord of the Night. Japan had been devastated by Bulgasari alone, proving its immense power. Why are there traces of that monster here? Bulgasari had only ever appeared in Japan. It had never surfaced in Korea. The fact that things were unfolding differently from the past made Sungshik furrow his brow. Why are you so worried? No matter what kind of monster it is, just take it down. At that moment, Heaven Splitter spoke, having read Sungshik's thoughts. Simple yet effective. Heaven Splitter had a point. Yeah, he's right. If Bulgasari had appeared in Korea instead of Japan, then all he had to do was eliminate it. Sungshik had surpassed the limits of humanity, becoming a 7-star superhuman. No matter how much Bulgasari had grown, could it really withstand his sword? If the creature was in front of him, he would simply cut it down and move on. Besides, from the beginning, one of the things Sungshik had wanted most after returning was a particular material. Bulgasarus scales. Perhaps this was his chance to obtain them. Looking at it this way, this situation was actually an opportunity for him. A smile naturally formed on Sungshik's lips. If my guess is correct, I might be able to solve this problem. At his unexpected words, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you really think so? Even Jin Yongchan, who rarely lost his composure, sounded shocked. If my guess is right, yes. After scanning the room, Sungshik spoke again. Would you be willing to leave this matter to me? His confident words were accompanied by a deep smile. Would you be willing to leave this matter to me? Contrary to Sungshik's confident words, the reactions from the blacksmiths were indifferent. Hey, customer, how many times have you even been here? This isn't some child's play. This isn't something to take lightly. Our livelihoods are on the line. One after another, negative responses poured out. It was understandable. He looked young, barely past adulthood. He had a sword at his side, marking him as a superhuman, but he didn't appear particularly strong. Looks like some rich family's young master decided to become a superhuman. Look at those soft hands. I doubt he's even killed a goblin before. I can't sense any of that aura unique to superhumans. A 1-star at best, maybe just a regular person. That was their evaluation of Sungshik, and truthfully, it made sense. Sungshik had always had delicate features, and after his complete transformation, his skin had become even smoother. The same went for his hands. Though they had once borne calluses, they were now as soft as if they had never touched water. His aura was no different. Having reached 7-star, he had naturally learned to suppress his presence. There was no way these non-combatant blacksmiths could perceive it. I am not saying this without reason. Sungshik responded calmly despite their reactions. Then what's your reasoning? The youngest looking among them questioned him. Sungshik remained silent for a moment. He had no physical proof to present. It's thanks to my trait. That's how I know. Seriously, anyone could say that. Do you have any way to prove it? If someone with a well-known reputation had said the same thing, they would have listened and believed, but to them, Sungshik was nothing more than a privileged young master, so their reactions were harsh. In truth, they were already on edge, which made them even more irritable than usual. The lower-tier workshops were still running with the iron ore they had stockpiled, but those reserves were running dangerously low. They were searching for alternative sources of iron ore, but if they couldn't extract any more from their own mine, they would have to shut it down. Enough, it's not like things can get any worse, right? I'd like to give this young man a chance. At that moment, Jin Yongchan, who had been silently observing, spoke up. He stared into Sungshik's eyes. From those eyes, Jin Yongchan could tell this young man was not lying. His instincts, honed over years of experience, were telling him to trust Sungshik. If the elder says so, then, fine. The others reluctantly agreed. Jin Yongchan pressed further. And besides, take a look at the rare materials this guest brought. He's no ordinary person, so let's give him a chance. Well, alright. The man who had been arguing with Sungshik seemed ready to protest again, but ultimately held his tongue. He had probably wanted to claim that Sungshik had either bought those materials or had them commissioned. It wasn't an unreasonable assumption after all. The items Sungshik carried were typically managed at a guild level, yet here he was, carrying them alone. You made the right decision. You won't be disappointed. Sungshik responded to Jin Yongchan with a confident smile. Haha. Just don't overdo it. Jin Yongchan's words were met with nothing but a light chuckle from Sungshik. On the outskirts of Paju, a van carrying Sungshik and the blacksmiths was heading toward the iron mine. In the end, some of the blacksmiths who had been skeptical of him decided to accompany him for the investigation. We can't just leave everything in his hands. Well, move together. Besides, he probably doesn't know the area well, so he'll need a guide, and if there really is some kind of beast, it's better for several of us to face it rather than just one. They insisted that they couldn't entrust everything to an outsider and chose to come along. Sungshik didn't mind having someone to guide them to the mine, would only make things easier. So, how did you obtain the ivory and leather? The only female blacksmith among them asked. She appeared to be in her early 20s, a graceful beauty. Sungshik had never seen her before his regression. In fact, all the blacksmiths accompanying him were new faces during the gate break. Most of the blacksmiths had evacuated to the southern provinces under Jin Yongchan's orders. I hunted them myself. What? One of the blacksmiths beside her looked at Sungshik with disbelief. You're not even that strong, someone muttered nearby. When Sungshik turned his head, the man quickly averted his gaze. While their reaction wasn't entirely unreasonable, it was still irritating. There were 4 blacksmiths accompanying him aside from one middle-aged man in his 40s. The other 3 were all young men in their 20s. The most troublesome among them, the one who had been picking at Sungshik since the start, was named Li Jinwang at 25. He had introduced himself with an attitude full of discontent, constantly grumbling at Sungshik. Should I just knock him out? To be shaken by something this trivial, you still lack discipline. It was true, he had lived too long to let something like this get under his skin. Besides, they clearly have no faith in me at all. The only one who seemed remotely friendly was the female blacksmith, who had introduced herself as Park Ji-yeon. Had these blacksmiths been slightly more up-to-date with recent events, they might have guessed that the mammothous ivory Sungshik carried came from the second A-rank gate that had appeared recently. However, due to the ongoing mine crisis, they had been out of touch with the news. Though they were technically superhumans, they were still blacksmiths, which meant they received information about superhuman affairs much later than others. The only publicly known fact about the A-rank gate was that its boss was mammoth-shaped. No details about the loot had been revealed, so it was no wonder they didn't connect the dots. They had likely never even considered that Sungshik might have acquired it himself. But if it really is the work of a beast, can we actually take it down? Park Ji-yeon asked, sounding worried. Li Jinwang was the one to respond. Ji-yeon, don't worry, I am here, and among the superhumans escorting us, Kim Jae-hil is with us too. That was right, it wasn't just blacksmiths on this trip. Some of the superhumans assigned to protect the workshops had also joined them. Although most of them were 4-star superhumans who had worked as mercenaries before being hired by the workshop, there were a few rare exceptions, such as the 5-star superhuman known as Kim Jae-hil. If it's Jae-hil Hung, that's reassuring. At Li Jinwang's words, another blacksmith, Kim Jungwon, responded. He, too, was a young blacksmith in his early 20s. I've never even seen Jae-hil Hung struggle in a fight. That's true, he's someone who should be playing in the big leagues. Maybe he's even stronger than Kang Hanil. Now that's pushing it, man. As their conversation drifted further away, Sungshik listened and found it amusing to him. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Blacksmiths were typically in the 1 to 3 star range. So to their eyes, a 5-star superhuman like Kim Jae-hil must have seemed invincible. But even if they had brought an entire truckload of superhumans like Kim Jae-hil, they wouldn't even reach Sungshik's toes. With a slight chuckle, he leaned back in his seat. They eventually arrived at the mine. At the entrance, there were various facilities for mining and transporting minerals, but everything had been abandoned and left idle. Why does it feel even more ominous than before? The workshop-owned mine in front of them felt as eerie as an abandoned site, as if it had already been shut down. It was then that a blacksmith named Park Jaemin, who had been silent until now, spoke to Sungshik. "This is our workshop's mine. Do you think you can find the monster you mentioned?" With his arms crossed, Sungshik expanded his hypersense to scan the mine. It was quite vast, and he could only sense up to the entrance. However, he soon detected strange energy in various places along the mine walls. Walking up to the entrance, he placed his hand on the rock and narrowed his eyes. "It looks like we'll have to go deeper inside to find it." That was when someone spoke up. Until just recently, miners were coming in and out of this place every day to extract iron ore. No one ever saw a monster. Are you really sure about this? The speaker was one of the 10 or so superhumans in their group. His displeasure was evident. He clearly thought this was a waste of time. As someone who had worked shifts in the mine until recently, he knew better than anyone. No one had ever reported seeing a monster or any other creature. As the iron ore supply began to dry up, if something had been in the mine, they would have discovered it long ago. "Yeah, I've done shifts here too. Never saw a monster. Right? If there was something like that, we would have found it already. Damn, are we just wasting our time? I was supposed to have the day off today." Their reasoning made sense, and the others were beginning to agree. "Since we're already here, why don't you trust me and check it out?" Shrugging, Sungshik made the suggestion, but the mood remained tense. "All right. Then lead the way." Perhaps sensing the tension, Park Jaemin immediately asked Sungshik to guide them. From the start, this man had silently followed Sungshik's words without objection. Elder Jin sent the right person. Perhaps Jin Yongchan had anticipated this kind of situation and assigned him as a companion. Most of the younger blacksmiths and even the superhumans who had come as escorts were openly dissatisfied. "This really feels like being the boy who cried wolf." A quiet, exasperated chuckle escaped Sungshik's lips. Honestly, he couldn't blame himself for being annoyed. He had taken on this job as both a way to repay his debt to Jin Yongchan and, if it really was Bulgasari, to gain something valuable from it. He had stepped forward out of both goodwill and personal interest. Yet these people, who had no obligation to come along, had followed him just to test his patience. "Sigh, let's stay calm. Haha, this situation is getting entertaining." As Sungshik began to simmer with irritation, Heaven Splitter spoke in amusement. "Isn't this what they call cancer-inducing these days? Where had he even learned that term?" Sungshik was momentarily dumbfounded. "Where did you pick that up? I watched while you were using that thing called the internet." "Huh, even my sword is picking up internet slang now. The spread of online jargon is terrifying." Shaking his head, Sungshik stepped into the mine. Though it was only a brief conversation with Heaven Splitter, it helped him regain his composure. In the first place, Sungshik's mind was far too stable for something like this to truly shake him. It was just a momentary irritation. As he led the disgruntled group further inside, it finally happened. Seriously, where the hell is this so-called monster?" Eventually, one of the blacksmiths, Lee Jinwang, lost his patience and snapped at Sungshik. They had been walking deeper into the mine without finding anything, and he couldn't hold back anymore. "We're just about there. What? Where is?" Sungshik didn't let him finish. He swung the heaven-splitting divine sword at the wall ahead. Beyond that wall, the powerful energy he had been sensing became even clearer. The formless energy released from the heaven-splitting divine sword tore through the wall in an instant. A massive hole large enough for 6 grown men to pass through side by side appeared. Yet there was no sound, no impact, just the eerie effect of the wall being erased, as if wiped away by an eraser. Seeing this almost magical sight, Lee Jinwang, who had been complaining moments ago, was left speechless. Without answering, Sungshik continued speaking. The monster I mentioned is beyond this wall. With those words, Sungshik stepped into the hole he had created. The others, stunned, hurried to follow. What was that? Was it magic? A swordsman using magic? No way, that was just a simple sword strike, wasn't it? They all marveled at what Sungshik had done, but none of them truly understood what had happened. What Sungshik had actually done was compress and condense the power of heaven-splitting wind scar before releasing it, but for them, such a technique was far too advanced to comprehend. The only one who somewhat grasped it was Kim Jae-hil. As a 5-star superhuman who had always taken pride in his strength, he had never before felt this kind of dread. For the first time, his entire body felt cold. If that attack had been aimed at him, he knew with certainty, he would not have been able to block it. "Captain, aren't you coming?" Ah, snapped out of his daze by the voice beside him, Kim Jae-hil let out a small exclamation. "Yeah, let's go." He quickly followed Sungshik, but his gaze remained fixed on him, as if he were witnessing something beyond comprehension. The massive hole Sungshik had created in the wall led to a vast open space. The cavity was as wide as a school field. What is this place? Those who followed him in were astonished. They had never imagined that such a hidden chamber existed within the mine, but when their eyes turned to the center of the space, they were utterly shocked. Grr! Yes, there was indeed a monster. A creature, nearly 10 meters in length, was crouched in the middle. Its appearance was an eerie blend of various beasts: the body of an ogre, the snout of an orc, a single cyclopean eye, the tail of a medusa. Its entire body was covered in needle-like fur, sharp as spikes. At a glance, it looked like a porcupine with iron quills. "This isn't the Bulgasari I know." It was different from the Heaven Splitter, Sungshik remembered. "Is this really a Bulgasari? Insight, Bulgasari? Chimera? Grade 6-star, combat power. S species. At $@ and $. Traits: a hybrid infused with the genes of legendary monsters. Even Insight failed to provide a clear assessment. One thing was certain, it was a Bulgasari, yet at the same time, it wasn't. Even the species section is corrupted. It was like an error message based on the information from Insight. It was clear that the Bulgasari had been fused with multiple other creatures. That realization gave Sungshik a strange sense of dissonance. The Bulgasari he knew had a bear's body, an elephant's trunk, a rhinoceros eye, and a tiger's tail. Though he had never seen it in person before his regression, the video footage he had watched showed it just as the legends described. But the creature before him was different, a chimera assembled from multiple monsters. Someone tampered with it. Just by looking at it, Sungshik knew Revolution Knights had meddled with it since they had stolen the Bulgasaurus scales. This was undoubtedly their doing. At least it hasn't grown as much as before. The one before him was only at the 6-star grade. Even its size was different. The one that appeared in Japan before his regression had been over 30 meters tall. Given its ability to absorb metal and grow larger, there was no telling how much iron that one had consumed. Back then, it was estimated to have reached 8-star grade. But if it's only 6-star, yes, he had arrived just in time. Before it could grow further, a 6-star monster was no longer something he needed to fear. But for the others, it was a different story. The pressure from it. It's too monstrous. Tremble. The blacksmiths, who had no real combat experience, shivered like trembling aspen leaves. Even the mere presence of the 6-star Bulgasari chimera was overwhelming for them. What is that thing? A boss monster? No, that's not just any boss monster. The combat class superhumans were no different. If anything, they seemed even more shaken. They realized that this monster was on a completely different level from an ordinary high-grade boss. They're all frozen in fear. He had told them not to follow him. Sungshik let out a chuckle and was about to step forward when, "Everyone, hold your positions, form Type C formation." It was Kim Jae-hil. He stepped forward, giving orders to the combatants. SHFF. The superhumans moved accordingly, forming a crane wing formation. Kim Jae-hil had stepped up for a reason. "We have to handle this." Even Kim Jae-hil was afraid of the monster before him. He had never faced a boss with such an overwhelming presence before. Was this what a 6-star boss from an A-rank gate was like? But he quickly dismissed that thought. Calm down, this isn't even an A-rank gate. It can't be 6-star. Instead, he recalled the reason he had taken on this task. Li Jinwang had made a quiet request before they left for the mine. If a monster did appear, he wanted the superhumans from the workshop to take care of it. Li Jinwang was a blacksmith considered a potential successor to Master Jin Yongchan given his talent. Being in his good graces wouldn't be a bad thing, so Kim Jail had readily accepted the request. That man is strong. If he steps in, we won't get a chance. Kim Jail instinctively thought so. That man could probably take the monster down alone. That was why they had to defeat it first. No matter how powerful it was, they believed they could handle it. Maintain formation and advance with suppression tactics. Keeping their formation tight, the superhumans cautiously approached the Bulbasauri Chimera. Sungshik watched them and considered stopping them, then decided against it. Well, it's only a 6-star, so no one should die from the first attack. He had already assessed their combat potential in his eyes. They had no chance of defeating the Bulbasauri Chimera. But he let them be. They were the ones who wanted to take the lead. There was no reason for him to stop them. Letting them experience the difference firsthand would be the fastest way for them to understand. Keek. The creature let out a piercing roar, perhaps angered by the intruders in its domain. It looked visibly agitated. Slowly, it began to rise from its crouched position. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard. The creature was nearly 10 meters long. When it stood up, it was as if an entire building had started to move. Moreover, numerous tentacle-like appendages extended from its body, attaching themselves to the surrounding walls. The scene was grotesque, like a structure covered in dangling electrical cables. Expand formation. Suppressing his fear, Kim Jail gave the command. The superhumans charged forward in formation, their various weapons aiming for the beast. It's not going to work. Sungshik shook his head. If this creature had the same properties as the Heaven Splitter, he knew. My sword. Their weapons touched the monster's quill-like fur, and immediately stuck to it, as if drawn by a powerful magnet. Then, from the creature's body, its tentacles extended outward at their tips, grotesque mouths formed, and they began to devour the weapons whole. Crunch. The superhumans who had lost their weapons in an instant could only stare blankly at the scene. What is this? Indeed, ordinary bladed weapons had no effect on it. It was no exaggeration to say that it was completely immune to arms. Fall back. Kim Jail was just as shaken, but he still shouted for them to retreat. The superhumans hurriedly backed away, but most of them reacted too late. Thud. A long tentacle extending from its body lashed sideways. Almost everyone within its range, except for a few, was struck and sent flying. Coo. With screams, they were thrown into the air, crashing into the ground near the blacksmiths. Kaya. The blacksmiths, who had been anxiously watching, shrieked in horror at the sight. Perhaps due to their screams, the Bulbasaurus gaze shifted toward them. K. The creature let out a chilling roar as it glared at them. Fear was mixed into that roar. The blacksmiths, who took a direct hit from the fear, had their legs give out beneath them, collapsing on the spot. Their faces turned deathly pale, as if they had fallen into shock. But they were not the only ones panicked by the sight. Even Kim Jail had fallen into despair. This isn't a 5-star beast _ It's 6-star. This is insane. Why is a beast like this here? No way. Why would a 6-star beast appear in a place like this? Hearing Kim Jail mutter those words, Li Jinwang cried out in despair. If it was a 6-star beast, their chances of survival were slim to none. For a brief moment, Li Jinwang glanced at the hole behind them, contemplating whether he should flee alone. However, the overwhelming tension and the effects of fear had turned his legs to jelly, making it difficult even to stand properly. Do something. You know something about that monster, don't you? Grasping at straws, Li Jinwang turned to Sungshik, his voice desperate, almost pitiful. I don't know anything. It wasn't a lie. The Bulbasauri. This was the first time Sungshik had seen such a creature. What? Li Jinwang suddenly felt an odd sense of distance as he looked at Sungshik. He was far too calm in this place, where screams and terror filled the air. He alone seemed to exist in a completely different world. Take me with you. Get me out of here. Realizing this, Li Jinwang begged him. Seeing that, the other blacksmiths also pleaded with Sungshik to save them. Me too, please. Oh Oppa, me too. Even Park Ji-yeon suddenly started calling him Oppa as she begged. Shut up, you bitches. Me first. Li Jinwang's eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed at them, his desperation to survive overwhelming all else. Crawling towards Sungshik, he continued pleading. I have a lot if I can just make it out of here alive. How pathetic. Clicking his tongue, Sungshik shook his head at Li Jinwang's pitiful display and stepped forward. Li Jinwang could only stare in shock, forgetting to even speak. In Sungshik's eyes, he saw nothing but pure contempt. Step ignoring Li Jinwang, Sungshik walked toward the Bulbasauri. He passed Kim Jail and the other stunned superhumans, standing before the beast. K-I-E-E-K. The creature let out a wary roar as it focused on Sungshik. It was clearly cautious of him despite having just swept aside the superhumans. It hesitated to attack, as if wary of Sungshik's presence. Sharp instincts. If it could read his aura, then its senses were highly developed. But what a bizarre thing! Its form looked like a mixture of various beasts. Could this even be called the Bulbasauri? Its appearance was far too different from the one he had seen before his regression. The Bulbasauri he knew had been a quadruped, yet this one stood on two legs. That alone was a significant difference. But it still retains the Bulbasaurus traits. It had absorbed the superhuman's weapons just as the Bulbasauri would have. That meant its core characteristics remained unchanged. How strange! Sungshik couldn't begin to fathom how such a hybrid was created. Whoosh! Shaking off his thoughts, he infused the heaven-splitting divine sword with the power of fire. If it truly is the Bulbasauri, then fire should be its fatal weakness. Flinch indeed. As flames ignited from Sungshik's sword, the beast visibly flinched. The Bulbasauri could not be killed through ordinary means. Fire was its only weakness. Only fire could end its life. However, it couldn't be just any fire. Only fire attacks above a certain level could harm it. That's why Japan fell. Japan, unaware of this fact, had only continued to offer weapons to the beast. As a result, they had only strengthened it. By the time they finally discovered its weakness, it had already grown into a colossal monster on the verge of reaching 8-star rank. The beast had devastated Japan. If not for the Flame King, Japan would have been annihilated. The Flame King Zardan, one of the 11 thrones. If he hadn't been urgently dispatched to Japan, the country would have been completely wiped out by a single monster. Since you're using fire anyway, take this opportunity to practice manifestation. Just as Sungshik was about to unleash his power, Heaven Splitter made a suggestion. I was planning to do that anyway. Smirking at Heaven Splitter's words, Sungshik closed his eyes and focused on constructing his internal imagery. Whoosh! Instantly, the temperature around him surged. At the same time, small orbs of fire began to form around him. And within his internal world, Sungshik visualized swords. The orbs of fire slowly started to take shape. Everyone watching was mesmerized by the surreal sight, their mouths agape in awe. Indeed, what Sungshik had manifested was Seja's Gladi, a field of countless swords. Every single one of them was a blade forged from fire. Whoosh! A scorching current surged through the air. Dozens of flaming swords floated in the surroundings. It was a spectacle, a scene as if the Judge of Flames had descended upon the mortal world. And when Sungshik opened his closed eyes, bzzzt. The dozens of flaming swords floating around him all simultaneously pointed their blades at the target before them. Even those watching from the side felt an overwhelming pressure that took their breath away. The Bulbasauri was no exception. Flinch! The monstrous creature instinctively stepped back. A beast over 10 meters tall recoiling before a human not even 2 meters in height. Just witnessing the sight sent chills down one's spine. That's awesome! That's insane! Overwhelmed by the sheer spectacle, Park Ji-yeon and Kim Jungwon forgot their earlier disgrace and let out words of awe. Ho! To think you've already reached this level of manifestation. Truly remarkable. It wasn't as difficult as I thought. Monster, that's only because your talent is anything but ordinary. Normally, it would take months just to manifest a single form. At Heaven Splitter's remark, Sungshik let out a smirk. Since when had he ever heard someone say he was talented? Before his regression, not once had he heard such words. Accomplishing what others found difficult with ease, it didn't bring as much excitement as one might expect. Alright then, let's see how powerful this is. A deep smile spread across Sungshik's face as he looked at the beast. Awe astonishing. Just what is he? Reverence shivers overwhelming. These were the emotions Kim Jail felt as he watched Sungshik. The numerous flaming swords Sungshik had manifested. With a wave of his hand, the flaming swords spun and soared into the air. Then, all at once, they rained down upon the Bulbasauri. It was nothing short of a disaster for the beast. Tracing long trails of fire through the air, the swords plunged downward. Shaw! It was as if fire was pouring down from the heavens. Each individual flaming sword seemed alive, weaving through the air in a mesmerizing dance, evoking gasps of amazement from those watching. Yes, it was a scene so intense and awe-inspiring that no one would ever forget it. The beast couldn't even put up proper resistance against the rain of flaming swords. And for good reason. The moment the swords embedded themselves in the Bulgasaurus body, they erupted into massive flames, combusting with tremendous force in the blink of an eye. The colossal monster was entirely engulfed in fire. Eek! Enveloped in the raging inferno, the creature let out one final, pitiful shriek compared to its overwhelming display when it had effortlessly wiped out the government-affiliated superhumans. Its end was far too abrupt, almost anticlimactic. This is impossible beside him, Li Jinlong muttered in disbelief. It was a natural reaction. No one had expected Hyo Sungshik to claim such an overwhelming victory. This wasn't a battle, it wasn't a duel, it wasn't even a raid. It was simply a predator hunting its prey, nothing more, nothing less. And the true predator before them was not the beast, but Hyo Sungshik himself. Few his first time using manifestation. The result was quite satisfying at this level. I don't even need skills. What did I tell you? I said you had no need to rely on such trivial skills. Well, you're not wrong. It was true. If he could utilize elemental power through manifestation like this, there was no need to fixate on acquiring elemental-specific skills. But the mental strain is too much, whether it was due to his inexperience in handling this power or simply an inherent flaw of the technique. He didn't know. What was certain was the overwhelming mental fatigue that crashed over him after just a single attack. Naturally, to use manifestation at that level, one would normally need to be beyond 8-star and have reached the flower realm. At that, Sungshik questioned, then how had he just done it? My guess is that it has something to do with the expansion of your upper dantian. When you reach the 9-star threshold, manifestation fundamentally draws from the upper dantian's power, and your physique may be. Heaven Splitter trailed off. No, never mind, I am not certain. Regardless, the fact that a brat who can't even manifest sword aura, let alone execute sword flight, has wielded this level of power and is only feeling fatigued is absurd. His words were long-winded, but there was some truth to them. That power just now, it might have been comparable to Chi manifestation. Chi manifestation, the supreme power that could only be utilized upon reaching the flower realm. Yet, despite being limited to sword techniques, he had just wielded a power akin to it. Of course, it wasn't truly the same. There was still a vast difference between this and genuine Chi manifestation. But it was undeniably a formidable ability. Hyo Sungshik possessed strength that set him apart even from typical 7-star superhumans. While conversing with Heaven Splitter, Sungshik approached the remains of the Bulgasari. Most of its massive 10-meter body had been reduced to ash. And there, 2 items lay visible: fragment of the Black Moon. Legendary, Bulgasari scale fragment. Got it. Fortunately, things went as expected. Legendary, Bulgasari scale fragment. The item Sungshik had aimed to acquire. He had worried he might not obtain it since the beast's appearance was different from what he remembered, but in the end, he succeeded. No coins? Strangely, there were no coins. Not once had a beast failed to drop coins before. Even the weakest slimes had always yielded coins upon defeat. Perhaps this was because the Bulgasari was an artificially created chimera. Setting his doubts aside, Sungshik fused the fragment of the Black Moon into the Black Moon rune. Black Moon rune, 5/100ths. Looking at the fused rune, he realized that gathering them might be easier than expected. He already had 5. The path ahead still seemed long, yet at the same time, it felt like he would collect them in no time. Yun guards had mentioned that mutated gates existed not just in Korea but overseas as well. Even just traveling to those places should allow him to gather the remaining 95 pieces relatively quickly. Why are you so determined to collect that thing? Heaven Splitter, who had been watching, asked curiously. I don't know, just a gut feeling. Yes, a vague premonition. He felt an inexplicable urge to complete and absorb it. Since his regression, not once had his instincts been wrong. Sungshik believed this intuition stemmed from his hypersense trait. If it's just about getting stronger, wouldn't focusing on the heaven-splitting martial arts be a faster approach? It's not just about getting stronger, right? 10-star. I have a feeling I might obtain a clue to reaching 10-star. That was the reason. It wasn't just about increasing his power slightly, it was the feeling that he might obtain a key to surpassing 9-star and reaching the realm of 10-star. Perhaps it stemmed from the moment when Sungshik had first used future foresight and had caught a glimpse, however faint, of the essence of the 10-star realm. I see if that's how you feel unexpectedly. Heaven Splitter easily accepted Sungshik's words for someone who always spoke in theories and gave long-winded explanations. This was surprising. I thought he'd start lecturing me if I said it was just a vague feeling. Well, it might not be wrong, so go ahead and try rather. Heaven Splitter went so far as to support Sungshik's intuition. This only strengthened his conviction, a clue to reaching 10-star. It might very well be hidden within this Black Moon rune. I'll think about that later. For now, he decided to retrieve the Bulbasauri scale fragment, which was his original objective. Will it work? The method Sungshik planned to use was consumption. His goal was to absorb the properties of the Bulbasauri scale fragment through consumption. If it had the power to transform into a trait like a relic, then it should be possible. However, the Bulbasauri scale fragment was somewhat ambiguous. As a relic, the probability was 50-50. In that uncertain gamble, Sungshik activated consumption. Using trait X rank consumption. With that, the Bulbasauri scale fragment in Sungshik's hand began to glow brightly. Consuming. Congratulations. You have acquired S rank Iron Devourer. Iron Devourer, a trait ideal for superhumans in the tank position, who prioritized defense above all else. The more iron they absorbed, the harder their skin would become, transforming it into something akin to steel. In fact, before Sungshik's regression, there had been someone who awakened the Iron Devourer trait after resonating with a Bulbasauri scale obtained from a Bulbasauri-type monster. The person had become an exceptional tank despite awakening the trait late. But I don't need this. There was no need for him to reinforce his skin by absorbing iron. Sungshik already possessed S rank Queen's armor. He didn't need Iron Devourer as well. However, if Sungshik's assumption was correct, fusion. Checking owned traits. S rank Queen's armor detected. S rank Iron Devourer can be fused. Would you like to proceed? His assumption was correct. Sungshik had wondered if obtaining the Bulbasauri scale would allow him to fuse its trait with S rank Queen's armor. Trait fusion. Normally, people only possessed a single trait, so this was not widely known. However, there were rare cases where traits of the same category fused together to evolve into an even higher tier trait. That's why he had thought, maybe, and his expectation had been right on the mark. Fuse. Starting fusion. Fusing. Congratulations. You have obtained SS rank Vajra armor. SS rank Vajra Aegis grants skin imbued with the power of Vajra, drastically increases defense. Negates all damage from attacks of B rank or lower, damage immunity. Upon meeting certain conditions, you can obtain Indestructible Vajra Body. Indestructible Vajra Body. What caught Sungshik's eye was the last line, Indestructible Vajra Body. Vajra indestructibility. The combination of Vajra Body, which was impervious to blades, and Indestructible Body, which was immune to fire and water. It referred to an absolute, unbreakable physique. It rendered the body immune to all poisons and granted a body as resilient as diamond. It was said that with Vajra indestructibility, one could naturally emit a protective aura and defend against any attack without even channeling internal energy. Furthermore, not only would the body become impervious, but the mind would also attain perfection, rendering one immune to inner demons and unshakable against any form of temptation. Only someone who had reached the realm of life and death could break through Vajra indestructibility, and now, Sungshik had acquired a trait that could potentially lead him toward this legendary state. Though it was not yet the true indestructible Vajra body that could be achieved in the life and death realm, if he obtained this trait, he might be able to reach that state without external martial arts training. Come to think of it, Choi Moonguk had the indestructible Vajra body trait. It occurred to him that the specific conditions might be similar to the ones required to unlock Choi Moonguk's indestructible Vajra body. Alright then. Sungshik turned his body and looked at the people staring at him in a daze. Mission complete. He flashed a bright smile at the stunned onlookers. As Sungshik had predicted, the superhumans who had been thrown aside by the first attack were not in any serious danger. With some potions, they recovered quickly. At first, they couldn't believe that Sungshik had single-handedly taken down the monster, but when Kim Jae-hil and several other superhumans, along with the blacksmiths, began treating Sungshik with utmost respect, they had no choice but to believe. And that was understandable. I am thirsty. Scurrying. Here, sir. The one who had been most hostile towards Sungshik, Li Jinwang, was now behaving like a fresh recruit in the military at just a single comment about thirst. Even after they left the mine and returned to the workshop, and even within the workshop itself, he stuck close to Sungshik, treating him with extreme deference. His gaze toward Sungshik was a mix of fear, respect, and reverence, and rightly so. He had been outright disrespectful toward Sungshik before. If Sungshik had wanted to retaliate, he wouldn't have had any excuse. Besides, Li Jinlong had always admired the power of superhumans. Having witnessed Sungshik's overwhelming strength firsthand, he couldn't help but be awed. So, you're not going to teach him a lesson anymore? Well, seeing him grovel like that, isn't it better to just milk him for all he's worth? Milk him? There's a way. Sungshik looked at the miscellaneous junk in his inventory and smirked. He had found himself a good errand boy. At that moment, Jin Yongchan appeared, carrying a long object wrapped in cloth. The scabbard you requested is complete. Jin Yongchan handed over the scabbard he had brought. Sungshik took it and admired it. Oh, the scabbard was a perfect fit for the heaven-splitting divine sword. It was likely crafted with mammoth ivory, as its base wrapped around the entire scabbard was a layer of black leather, exuding a sense of luxury at a single glance. The leather you gave me was unbelievably tough. It was harder to cut than I expected. It seemed the reason Master Jin's crafting speed had slowed was because he struggled to process the black bear leather. You've worked hard. It turned out even better than I expected. Haha, no need to say that. Considering how good the materials were, this is the least I could do. Jin Yongchan spoke modestly, but Sungshik knew the truth. No one but Jin Yongchan could have crafted a scabbard of this quality. Insight: tough ivory scabbard. Grade: heroic. Description: a scabbard meticulously crafted by an outstanding blacksmith. Maintains a stable temperature, mana condensation. A heroic grade item. Jin Yongchan's scabbard had reached the heroic grade. While it was true that the ivory bone was heroic grade material and the black bear leather was rare grade, the grade of an item was not determined solely by the quality of its materials. Especially for a scabbard, which was neither a weapon nor an artifact, high-quality materials usually resulted in an item of a lower grade. Master Jin never disappoints. It was worth coming all the way here to gift a proper scabbard to Heaven Splitter at this time. A heroic grade scabbard was a rarity. Sungshik fastened the scabbard to his waist and sheathed the heaven-splitting divine sword. Swish! The result was immensely satisfying. There was almost no friction sound as the blade slid into place. That alone was proof of Jin Yongchan's skill as a blacksmith. Oh, the inside of the scabbard feels incredibly warm and comfortable. It might be the coziest one I've ever rested in. Heaven Splitter's voice was filled with satisfaction. You like it? Indeed, that man is quite skilled. The voice of the sword sounded utterly pleased, carrying a hint of relaxation. By the way, what exactly did he do to this scabbard? It's faint, but I can feel it drawing in mana. Ah. Sungshik suddenly realized what the mana condensation option in the scabbard's description truly meant. How did he manage this? It's not easy to imbue an item with mana condensation properties. It made sense. Mana condensation was a technique that drew in ambient mana. Artificially condensing mana was an incredibly advanced craft. Even before his regression, very few people besides Jin Yongchan could achieve it. If an ordinary sword were left in this scabbard for centuries, it might even develop an ego. Sungshik stared at the scabbard in shock. An ego sword could be born from this? Yes, it would take centuries, of course, but that alone is extraordinary. Normally, such a process would require thousands of years, but this scabbard has reduced that time to a mere tenth. After a moment, Heaven Splitter spoke again, clearly delighted. Of course, I am already an irreplaceable ego. However, if I continue to absorb mana within this scabbard, my awakening might happen even faster. Awakening. Heaven Splitter often spoke of it, claiming its true power had yet to be fully unlocked, that if it were to be completely unsealed, it would become a true divine weapon. Didn't you say my rank is too low and that I need to advance first? Of course, that's the main factor, but external elements like this can speed up the process. That was good news. If Heaven Splitter's awakening could be accelerated even a little, Sungshik would welcome it with open arms. So, how is it? Do you like it? Jin Yongchan's voice carried an air of pride. Sungshik had seen that expression before. It was the look Jin Yongchan always wore when he crafted an item he was truly proud of. Sungshik responded with a silent thumbs up. It's the best as expected. You never disappoint. Considering I had to rush it, I think it turned out well, but this is all thanks to you relieving our workshop's concerns, haha. Watching Jin Yongchan's joyful expression, Sungshik let out a small chuckle. It's been a long time since I've seen you smile like that, Master. I am glad. Sungshik remained at the workshop for a few more days. During that time, he had Li Jinwang refine all the miscellaneous materials he had collected. Li Jinwang, with a look of gratitude, diligently processed everything Sungshik provided. Surprisingly, Li Jinwang had quite the talent. Items that would have fetched 100 coins in raw form were now selling for 200 or even 300 coins after his refinement. Was this the power of a creative economy? Sungshik suddenly regretted all the raw materials he had sold off in the past. Li Jinwang, feeling honored, promised to continue working for him. They even arranged for him to process materials through the superhuman community's free trade system. Fortunately, since Li Jinwang had reached the 2-star rank, he was eligible to use the system. Sungshik registered him anonymously, keeping his own identity as X returner a secret. It wasn't time yet to reveal himself in the community. Meanwhile, Park Ji-yeon continued to hover around Sungshik, making her interest increasingly clear. From the start, she had been friendly toward him, but after witnessing him slay the monster, her admiration had deepened even further. However, Sungshik was dull. He simply accepted things as they were without giving them much thought. Tisk. Tisk, what a dense fool. Even Heaven Splitter clicked his tongue, saying he was worse than a sword. Kim Jail treated Sungshik with utmost respect every time he saw him. His eyes filled with reverence. It seemed he had realized that Sungshik was the very Hyo Sungshik who had become a sensation in the Yongho clan. When Sungshik took some time to observe Kim Jail's swordsmanship and offered a few pointers, Kim Jail nearly performed a 9 prostration bow out of gratitude, making Sungshik break into a cold sweat. After spending a few more days at the workshop, it was finally time to leave. Sungshik, who was treated as nothing short of a hero there, received a grand farewell. The blacksmiths from other workshops also gave him various gifts, leaving his inventory abundantly stocked. Simply selling these items would bring in a fortune of coins. Then, I'll see you all next time. With farewells exchanged, Sungshik left the workshop, his pockets feeling noticeably heavier. A dark room. In its center, a throne stood. A man was seated upon it. The Bulgasari, Unit 3 we planted in Korea has been eliminated. Another figure stood before him, bowing his head in report. Was there anyone in Korea capable of taking down a Bulgasari? It appears, Hyo Sungshik was involved once again at this report. Tidian, seated on the throne, furrowed his brows. That man again. He had lost count of how many times he had heard Hyo Sungshik's name lately. It all started with the Yongho clan. The first time he had heard the name was when Han Yunyang, whom they had been working on, was completely wiped out by a certain superhuman. Back then, he had merely dismissed the name Hyo Sungshik. However, when he later received word that even Li Shaoguang had fallen at Hyo Sungshik's hands, he could no longer ignore it. Li Shaoguang, though unstable, he was still a 7-star superhuman. He didn't know the exact circumstances of the battle. However, the reports indicated that Hyo Sungshik had clashed with Li Shaoguang and reappeared without sustaining major injuries. That means Hyo Sungshik is undoubtedly at the 7-star level. Because of that, they had significantly reduced their activities in Korea. There was no need to operate in a land where one of the rare 7-star superhumans existed. I didn't expect the Bulgasari to be taken down. At Tidian's words, the man before him trembled. That is, I never expected this. The man pressed his forehead against the floor, attempting to explain himself. Tidian's pupils suddenly changed. His sclera turned a sickly yellow in an instant, while his black irises turned crimson and slid vertically. They were no longer the eyes of a human. SSSHHH. A sinister aura began to seep from Tidian's body. The man kneeling on the ground shuddered violently, as if he could feel it pressing down on him. Please forgive me, Master. Just give me one more chance to make up for this. Perhaps due to the Mon's desperate plea, Tidian's aura receded as quickly as it had appeared, vanishing without a trace. Even his grotesquely altered eyes returned to normal. There was no helping it. I trust you will properly manage the remaining Bulgasari. Thank you, Master. I will do my utmost. With Tidian's dismissal, the man vanished. Tidian sank into deep thought. Hyo Sungshik. I cannot leave him unchecked. A premonition struck him, an unshakable feeling that Sungshik would become a major obstacle in their plans. If I had known Li Shaoguang would fall so easily, I would have devoured him myself. Clicking his tongue at the thought, Tidian recalled how he had knowingly left Li Shaoguang unchecked despite his betrayal to him. Li Shaoguang had been insignificant, he was someone Tidian could have erased at any moment. However, there were restrictions on his actions, he was still bound by causality, limiting what he could do directly. In such a situation, Li Shaoguang had been a useful piece. That fool likely believed he was taking control of the Revolution Knights while opposing Titan, but in truth, everything had unfolded exactly as Tidian had intended. Should I have at least extracted his knowledge? Li Shaoguang possessed a wealth of knowledge. He had acted as if he came from the future, known secrets of this world that even Tidian was unaware of. Originally, the Bulgasaurus scale stolen from Japan had been meant for revival in Japan. However, through Li Shaoguang's chimera synthesis method, it had been divided instead. If that had worked as planned, Tidian would have taken one step closer to his goal. This won't do. Tidian made a decision. I must summon Sa Doqian. Between towering cliffs where fierce winds howled, the swirling gusts raged violently, as if capable of tearing apart anything caught within. Whoosh! A lone eagle soared through the air, approaching the cliffside without fear. Its boldness was met with tragedy the moment it was caught in the whirlwind. The bird was torn to shreds, not even leaving behind a recognizable shape. That was the sheer ferocity of the winds, which tolerated no intrusion. Yet, in the midst of that violent storm, a man sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. Flash! The moment he opened his eyes, his hand shot out toward a specific spot. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The storm, seemingly a force of nature, responded to the man's gesture and surged toward the target he had pointed at. There, another man stood. The violent storm barreled toward him. Rumble! However, an even more astonishing event occurred next. Just as it seemed the storm would shred him apart, the man extended his hand, causing the winds to dissipate instantly. Isn't this a rather rough welcome, Sa Doqian? That's right, the man who controlled the storm. He was none other than Sa Doqian. Fragment of the Black Moon, a mysterious item that suddenly appeared after regression. Right now, Sungshik was fixated on that very fragment of the Black Moon. Sigh, finding a mutated gate is harder than I thought. Wouldn't it be faster to locate the Revolutionary Knights headquarters instead of searching for that? Impossible. The Revolutionary Knights headquarters is probably in China. And what stops you from finding it just because it's in China? At Heaven Splitter's words, Sungshik responded with disbelief. You wouldn't be able to cover the entire Chinese territory even if you searched for a lifetime. Did Heaven Splitter not understand the sheer scale of the continent? Shaking his head, Sungshik checked the Rune of the Black Moon. Rune of the Black Moon, 5/100ths, grade. Description. He had only gathered 5 pieces so far. Progress was slow. I wish a large number of mutated monsters would just show up somewhere. Truthfully, there wasn't an urgent need to gather them right away. However, lingering at the stagnant stage of a 7-star rank was making him restless. Sungshik's level was in an unusual state thanks to the perk he had obtained when acquiring the heaven-splitting martial arts. He had already reached the realm of 9 stars once mentally. He was already prepared to step into the 8-star level at any moment. However, enlightenment alone wasn't enough to reach 8-star. Body energy spirit, the body that represented the physical form, the energy that was mana itself and served as a bridge between the body and the spirit, and finally, the spirit, which was tied to the mind, soul, and enlightenment. That was the key to reach the 8-star level. All 3 elements, body, energy, and spirit, had to harmonize and balance perfectly. Sungshik already had remnants of 9-star enlightenment. However, those remnants only pertained to spirit. To ascend to 8-star, both energy and body needed to rise alongside spirit. But that's not something that can be resolved all at once. Unlike spirit, which could advance through sudden bursts of enlightenment, body and energy were much harder to rapidly improve. Energy could at least be boosted temporarily through elixirs, but body required consistent training. This was why many superhumans failed to break through the barrier of 6-star to reach 7-star. After all, from 7-star onward, the balance of body, energy, and spirit becomes crucial. In that sense, Sungshik's case was truly unusual. His spirit had developed rapidly, dragging along his body and energy to maintain balance. And that balance was surprisingly stable. Since spirit was leading the way, his equilibrium wasn't collapsing. If it were someone like that Li Shaoguang fellow we saw before, with an unstable body filled only with energy while his spirit couldn't keep up, he would end up in a completely unstable state. Li Shaoguang wasn't suited to reaching 7-star. He had forcibly advanced using elixirs obtained through his pre-regression knowledge. Modifying his body slightly and artificially inflating his energy, it was like filling a cracked jar with water. It was bound to break. The only solution was for him to experience enlightenment, allowing his spirit to undergo a sudden transformation, thereby balancing out his body in the end. Even if Sungshik hadn't dealt with him, his balance would have collapsed sooner or later. Though it seemed he wasn't even aware of that himself. Li Shaoguang's forced 7-star rank was nothing more than a poisoned chalice leading him to ruin. Ah, that guy must have consumed a ridiculous amount of elixirs to reach 7-star, right? I should have taken them for myself. If he had, maybe he'd be at least 7-star plus, maybe even 8-star by now. Even though they weren't his elixirs to begin with, Sungshik couldn't help but feel a sense of loss at their waste. What a parasite feeding off humanity who knew how many precious resources he had squandered. Thinking about it made Sungshik unconsciously click his tongue, and his thoughts drifted to the 11 thrones. Then just how monstrous are those 11 thrones? Unlike himself, they didn't have a broken ability like X rank consumption. They had no future knowledge. They hadn't consumed world-defying elixirs. And yet, the 11 thrones had already reached 7-star or at least a comparable level, purely by being born with monstrous talent granted by the heavens. Ah, no, but they all have absurdly overpowered traits, so maybe that played a role. However, there were plenty of superhumans with incredible traits who still fell far short of the 11 thrones. Realizing this, he once again felt just how monstrous they were. I don't know what you were like before your regression, but your potential now isn't inferior to theirs. No, perhaps you may even surpass them. A sudden compliment from Heaven Splitter. Sungshik blinked in confusion. Me? Hadn't he only made it this far because of his broken, X-rank, consumption ability and future knowledge? He had noticed some differences in his talent post-regression, but he had never considered himself particularly gifted. His own words sounded skeptical. You really have no idea, do you? Tisk no, just as he was about to respond to Heaven Splitter. Burring. Incoming call. Incoming call. His phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Kim Subin. Huh, it's Subin? He had been too busy lately to keep in touch. They had stayed in contact even after graduation, but with his recent workload piling up, he hadn't reached out in a while. Reminded of this, he answered the call. Hey, Subin, long time no see. But the call from Kim Subin wasn't just a casual greeting. Kim Subin, the priestess of the moon. Just like before the regression, she had graduated early. Once again after graduation, she joined the Shining Clan. The Shining Clan was the Korean branch of Noah's Ark. She had been given many conveniences to help her adapt, and it seemed she had already secured her place within the clan. According to her, she had broken through the 3-star barrier and reached 4-star. Though Sungshik's pace overshadowed hers, her growth rate was astonishing. It was true that she had been guided through gate raids and received massive clan support, which contributed significantly. What Sungshik didn't realize was that, due to Luna sharing her power with him, Kim Subin's growth had actually been hindered before his regression. She had already reached 4-star plus by this time. Though unintentional, Sungshik had ended up receiving the privileges that were originally meant for her. Despite that, Kim Subin had quickly become a rising rookie in the clan due to her innate talent and sharp instincts. It was no surprise, then, that she was selected as a backup member for the Shining Clan's raid team. So, we're planning to attack the A-rank gate we discovered this time, but it seems like it might be a mutated gate. A mutated gate? How did you figure that out? Part of it was something I could detect with my trade in advance, and young guards came to check it out and said it seemed like one as well. Hearing that, Sungshik could understand. With Kim Subin's trait and young guard's trait, it's possible they'd be able to sense it in advance. Ah, so the Shining Clan is the one attacking the A-rank gate this time? Yeah, it appeared in the area we managed, but because of that, things are a mess right now. Why? Because it's a mutated gate. Even though the Shining Clan is one of the top 10 clans in the country, there's a concern that handling a mutated A-rank gate might be beyond our capacity. That wasn't wrong. Even though the Shining Clan ranked among the top 10 clans in the country, the highest ranked superhuman within it was only at the 5-star plus level. If a 6-star plus boss monster emerged from the mutated A-rank gate, the raid team would be wiped out without question. Huh, that's a big problem. So, what did you decide to do? So, we decided to recruit mercenaries, but it's not going well. Fortunately, the superhuman Kong Hanil agreed to join, but there's some internal opposition to hiring mercenaries. The internal politics of the Shining Clan were quite complicated. The reason was that the Shining Clan was actually the Korean branch of Noah's Ark. The core members of the clan were affiliated with Noah's Ark, but since it was an overseas branch established in Korea, the majority of its members inevitably ended up being Korean superhumans. Furthermore, since Noah's Ark itself was a secretive organization, only a handful of vetted individuals within the Shining Clan were even aware of this fact. As a result, those who were not affiliated with Noah's Ark remained largely unaware of the real dangers posed by the mutated gate and were indifferent to the situation. What's the big deal? Just go and clear it. Why hire mercenaries? We're one of the top 10 clans in the country, aren't we? It's not even an S-rank gate, so why all the fuss? That was their mindset. They believed that recruiting outside help and hiring mercenaries would only expose the Shining Clan's lack of ability. Internal opposition was strong. That was the situation. As a compromise, they decided to bring in only a few select mercenaries, specifically those with experience in A-rank gate raids, including Kong Hanil. So, we decided to have Kong Hanil and Seo Haniel as the main force, along with a few more mercenaries who have experience in A-rank gate raids. Oh, even Seo Haniel. That's great. And speaking of which, would you be willing to join too, Sungshik? Sungshik hesitated at Kim Subin's sudden request. Huh? Me? On what grounds? Oh, come on, we all know Big Sir Superhuman. That was right. Kim Subin already knew that the Big Sir who had been the star of the A-rank gate raid in the Baekdu clan was actually Sungshik. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. The only person who knew that he was Big Sir was Yun Guards. Yun Guards was a member of Noah's Ark and Kim Subin had joined the Korean branch of Noah's Ark. That meant, so you're also a member of Noah's Ark, Subin? Sungshik realized that Kim Subin, too, was affiliated with Noah's Ark. Yeah, that's how it turned out. I meant to tell you earlier, but I am only saying it now. Wow, Subin, I figured you'd end up there. Congratulations. Thanks. But that's not what I called about. Would Big Sir Superhuman be willing to join this raid? I am super busy, but if it's a request from Subin, of course, I have to go. Okay. Deal. You can't take it back now. There was no reason to refuse. Participating in the raid was beneficial for Sungshik. The fragment of the Black Moon. He had already been searching for mutated gates, so this offer required no second thought. It was an instant acceptance. Of course, I am not the type to go back on my word. Then I'll send you the detailed schedule through chat. Okay. The A-rank gate raid scheduled by Kim Subin was set for 3 weeks later. Nearly 20 mercenaries were recruited for this raid. Among them were Kong Hanil and Seo Haniel. Kong Hanil, I wonder what kind of person he is. Before his regression, Sungshik had never seen Kong Hanil in person. He had only heard rumors. He had long held the position of the #1 ranked superhuman in Korea. However, unfortunately, his story ended with the gate break. During the gate break, one of the most densely populated areas was Yongsan-gu in Seoul. Kong Hanil had stood against it alongside a few other superhumans. Thanks to their efforts, many people were able to evacuate, but in the end, Kong Hanil lost his life to a 7-star monster. I wonder if he's someone who can surpass 7 stars. Since Sungshik now existed, such a tragedy would not happen again. That was why he was curious whether Kong Hanil had the potential to surpass the 7-star barrier. If he reached 6 stars first in Korea but never broke through to 7 stars, then it's likely he reached the limit of his talent. That was a reasonable statement. At present, Kong Hanil was the strongest and only 6-star superhuman in Korea. However, before long, more 6-star superhumans would begin to emerge, and he would eventually lose his rank as #1. Setting aside his thoughts about Kong Hanil, Sungshik accessed the superhuman community. Over time, Sungshik had been using the community to build up his reputation. If he could establish himself as a well-known figure here, he would be able to issue strong warnings about the impending gate break when the time came. With that goal in mind, he had been posting regularly, and his notoriety had grown faster than expected. Returner's login has been recognized. After logging in, Sungshik checked the tips and strategies board. Best. A critical weakness of hobgoblins that no one knew about. Author. Returner upvotes. 19,921. Best, essential tricks for 2-star gates based on terrain. Author. Returner upvotes. 17,521. Best, 3-star boss monsters aren't that hard. Detailed strategies by type. Author. X. Returner upvotes. 24,821. Many of the top posts in the monthly best section were written by Sungshik. He had been discreetly posting unknown but valuable low-rank strategies to help nurture low-tier superhumans. As a result, countless 2-star and 3-star superhumans who had struggled in dungeon raids were able to grow more efficiently while establishing his reputation. He was also making an effort to support the development of lower-ranked superhumans. While browsing the community, Sungshik's eyes were drawn to a trending post on the free discussion. Best, let's thoroughly investigate the identity of X returner. It was a post discussing none other than his own identity. The moment he saw the post, Sungshik felt a sense of doubt. Did I leave behind any clues that could identify me? After reviewing his memory, the answer was no. The only things he had posted on the superhuman community were tips and strategy guides, along with a few comments agreeing that the frequency of gate occurrences was increasing. Curious, Sungshik clicked on the post underscore. Title. Let's thoroughly investigate the identity of X returner. X returner. Who is he? He appeared like a comet one day, posting guides and strategy tips for low-rank superhumans. Quickly rising to fame from this, the author was able to pinpoint his general location. Specifically, the gate terrain strategies he introduced and the monsters that appeared there, omitted. Based on this, there is a very high probability that he is a superhuman from the Northeast Asia region, where such appearances are most frequent. Wow, solid analysis makes sense. Returner must be freaking out seeing this. For real, lol. But if it's Northeast Asia, does that mean he's from China? If it's China, that's such a letdown. The Sword Emperor is also from China. So China has 2 X rankers now? Whoa, continental class. Sword Emperor versus Returner. Who's the top sword in China? Has Returner even used a sword? There's a post in the tips section where he says, since I am a swordsman, I'll explain from a swordsman's perspective. Oh lol. After reading the post, Sungshik was taken aback. There were indeed specific dungeon terrains and monster types that frequently appeared in certain regions. Just as the author mentioned, Sungshik had unconsciously focused on dungeons that were common in his area when writing his guides. The posts he had written were primarily about dungeons and monsters that frequently appeared in Northeast Asia, Korea, China, Japan, etc. Since the system community displayed all posts in the language the user was most comfortable with, the only way to determine someone's nationality was through indirect clues like these. Impressive, of course. It wasn't as if anything would change even if his identity were revealed, but if it were to be made public, he wanted to do it on his own terms. Having someone else expose him was out of the question. People were speculating that, if he was from Northeast Asia, he must be Chinese since the Sword Emperor was Chinese. Some were even comparing him to the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor, Hawk Ilchin. He was an incredible man. Even among the 11 thrones, he was considered one of the absolute strongest. He and the Martial Emperor were regarded as the 2 top fighters in the world. X rank, Lord of the Sword. S rank, Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was one of only 2 known X-rank trait holders in the world. Along with the Martial Emperor, his trait, Lord of the Sword, was linked to a transcendent entity once known as the Sword God. The Sword God, when he ascended, had demonstrated swordsmanship so overwhelming that it felt as if a single swing could split the world. Just recalling that breathtaking scene sent chills down Sungshik's spine. Sungshik imagined it, if his current self at 8-star were to fight the Sword Emperor at 8-star. I can handle it. No, I'd win. Yes, he, too, possessed an X rank trait, heaven-splitting martial arts, and even though both were X rank, the fundamental nature of their power was different. In the end, he only borrows the power of a transcendent entity. No matter how incredible it was, borrowing power was still just that, borrowing at the level of an 8-star. Such differences would become even more pronounced. The Martial God's X rank, Martial God's Blessing, was also a trait linked to a transcendent entity. That was why even the Martial God likely felt the limitations of that path. He must have regretted not choosing heaven-splitting martial arts, which was rumored to be an X-rank martial art. Sungshik let out a smirk. He found it amusing that he was now having these kinds of thoughts. He truly had come a long way. Before logging out of the superhuman community, he left a simple comment. Neither confirming nor denying anything. Just a mere emoticon. He didn't mind if people mistook him for a Chinese superhuman. But as they say, interpretations are often stronger than facts because Sungshik didn't deny it. More and more people began assuming that he really was Chinese. And that assumption remained in place until the day that incident occurred. Afterward, Sungshik was hunting alone in the Snake Zone, a B+ rank gate in Gangwon province, gathering coins. Since B+ rank gates were recommended for 5-star plus superhumans, they were largely deserted. There weren't many 5-star plus superhumans to begin with, and Snake Zone wasn't particularly lucrative. It was humid, and the snakes that lurked within relied on ambush tactics, making them a hassle to deal with. However, those difficulties didn't apply to Sungshik. Swish. Slice ding. You have slain the boss, King Snake. The 5-star plus grade boss was cleaved apart in a single strike from heaven-splitting, wind-scar to Sungshik. B+ rank gates were now nothing more than post-meal exercise. This is so easy it's making me yawn. Is there any meaning in doing this? Heaven Splitter spoke as he observed it was a fair question. Although this was a B+ rank gate, it no longer contributed to Sungshik's growth in any way. To gain experience, one had to engage in life or death battles against foes of at least equal or greater strength. Right now, all Sungshik was doing was warming up, nothing more, nothing less. What can I do? I've got nowhere else to go, might as well collect some coins. It wasn't like Sungshik wanted to be stuck here either, it was just that his growth speed was so ridiculous that the current pace of gate occurrences couldn't keep up with him. Well, it's not like I am the only one stuck in a rut. Most of the 11 thrones who reached 7-star are probably in the same situation. He was right, the only thing he could do was refine and polish his abilities. And this is just the calm before the storm. Before long, a rank and A+ rank gates would start appearing in rapid succession. Shortly after that, the gate break would occur. Gates would continuously emerge at an alarming rate, and soon, there would come a time when the very concept of gates as dungeons would disappear. Gates would immediately start spewing monsters the moment they formed. When that time comes, the horrors of the past resurfaced in his mind: the collapse of national governments, the loss of over half of humanity's land to monsters. At the same time, rarely occurring gates beyond S rank began to appear. And within them, ultra-high-grade monsters, worthy of being called the tyrants of their respective regions, started to emerge. Apocalypse, a world on the brink of destruction. Such a description would no longer seem out of place. Regrettable, but I cannot stop it. Even after returning, Sungshik had agonized over whether he could prevent the gate break, but no matter how he looked at it, there was no answer. Even now, having grown stronger than he initially expected, the conclusion remained the same. No, even if I've reached 8-star, it's still impossible. He could perhaps protect a single region, but stopping the gate break occurring across the entire world with just his own strength? That was an absurd notion. Thus, he abandoned the idea of stopping it and instead resolved to focus even more on his growth. In the end, they're all just experience points. The bottleneck currently hindering his growth would soon vanish along with the gate break. When he had studied the secret techniques of heaven-splitting martial arts, it had taken more than a decade, even longer, in that illusory world to advance from 7-star to 8-star, but now, the gate break would allow him to shorten that time drastically. This is the power of the system, the greatest advantage of being a superhuman. And that wasn't all. The collapse of national governments. That meant no one would be left to manage the museums storing relics with dormant traits. Hey, it was the perfect opportunity to do something he had only ever considered in passing: pillaging traits. Rather than recklessly collecting more traits, focusing on refining the ones you already have is the shortest path to enlightenment. That's true. Heaven Splitter had a point, but wasn't it better to have more traits than none at all? Even the most useless trait could prove valuable at some point. Besides, Sungshik already had enough understanding. What he needed was the training of his essence and energy. From that perspective, securing more traits would only be beneficial, never a disadvantage. And so, his plan now included raiding museums. Zap. As he stepped out of the gate, Sungshik's senses tingled with warning. Thanks to his hypersense trait, he could confidently say that his perception was sharper than anyone else's, and now, he had detected a faint hint of hostility directed at him. It was so subtle that even with hypersense, he might have missed it had he not been paying attention. Someone is here. Sungshik turned his head toward the source of the hostility. At the entrance of the rocky mountain where the Snake Zone was located, a short distance away, a man sat atop a large boulder. Oh, as expected, "You're impressive." The man let out a murmur of admiration. He was a middle-aged man with a ruggedly masculine face and long hair. "Who are you?" "Ha ha ha. That's a meaningless question. You already have an idea where I am from, don't you?" At the man's words, Sungshik nodded. "Revolutionary Knights. That's right, you know well. Then you must also know why I am here." Nod. Sungshik silently nodded again. The man's strength was unusual. He was nothing like Li Xiaoguang. Sungshik could tell that this man had fully reached 7-star. No wonder Xiaoguang lost seeing Sungshik's flawless stance and overwhelming presence. The middle-aged man let out a short remark of admiration. His tone carried an air of superiority, as if he considered Xiaoguang beneath him. That meant Sungshik had to assume this opponent was far stronger than Xiaoguang. "Good, this opponent is no pushover. He's just what you need to snap you out of your complacency." Heaven Splitter had also sensed the man's extraordinary strength. "If you don't give it your all, you'll suffer. This one is qualitatively different from that Xiaoguang fellow you fought last time." Even without Heaven Splitter's words, Sungshik already felt it. The moment his opponent shifted into battle mode, an intense aura burst forth. It was the same sensation he had when he first encountered the 11 Thrones. Such a wild and overwhelming energy. "How long do you intend to just stand there? If you want, come, I'll go to you." Whoosh! The air around the man seemed to twist as if a storm was brewing. His sudden charge was so fast that it seemed as though he had folded space itself. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance. Boom! Slide! Sungshik blocked the man's punch with heaven-splitting divine sword, but the force sent him skidding backward. The sheer speed was terrifying, and the destructive power was by no means below his own. "Strong. He is strong." Both Sungshik and Heaven Splitter reached the same conclusion simultaneously. "This guy, maybe he's not just 7-star. The thought crossed his mind that this opponent might be close to 7-star plus, but there was no time to dwell on it. The man's relentless assault gave him no room to think. Soon, Sungshik was pushed into the defensive focus on reading his flow. Following Heaven Splitter's advice, Sungshik tried to grasp the opponent's flow, but it was difficult. The man's aura flickered and shifted unpredictably, making it impossible to pin down. "He's at a higher level than me." Sungshik acknowledged it. The fact that even Heaven Splitter eyes couldn't fully analyze him meant that the man was on a higher plane. No wonder he came alone. He had that much confidence. Indeed, while Li Xiaoguang had been an incomplete 7-star, he was still 7-star. The fact that this man had come alone to confront someone who had defeated Xiaoguang spoke volumes about his self-assurance. He realized he had been careless. He should have attacked first. Having grown accustomed to defeating his enemies with ease, he had allowed his mindset to grow lax, just as Heaven Splitter had pointed out. As the man threw another punch, Sungshik used the power of insight to erect an ice wall and create distance. Crack! The ice wall shattered effortlessly. Despite pouring a significant amount of energy into it, it was destroyed too easily. "This is bad." Yeah, the difference in power was clear. Sungshik hadn't used his full strength yet, but neither had his opponent. In just a brief exchange, he had been completely overpowered. Finally, he activated insight to analyze the man. Insight. Name: Sa Doqian. Rank: 7-star plus. Traits: As expected, the man before him was a 7-star plus, a warrior clearly stronger than Sungshik. Sa Doqian. Before the regression, he was just another low-ranking member of Revolutionary Knights, much like Li Xiaoguang, insignificant, merely filling the numbers within the organization that was Sa Doqian's place. Even after the regression, nothing changed. He remained a low-ranking member of Revolutionary Knights, and unless something extraordinary happened, he would have remained just as insignificant as before. "Hey, old man, take a look at this. You said you wanted to control the wind, right? I'll help you make that dream come true." If there was one thing Sa Doqian did right, it was being kind to Li Xiaoguang. He had looked after Xiaoguang, who was more than 10 years younger than him, perhaps because he reminded him of a lost younger sibling. The important thing was that, because of this, Li Xiaoguang held good feelings toward Sa Doqian. That was the turning point that allowed Sa Doqian to be reborn. "Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS rank, Ruler of the Wind trait." The Wind Spirit Stone that Sa Doqian had brought. The trait he obtained from it was astonishing. SSS rank. A hidden talent even Sa Doqian himself had been unaware of. He possessed an exceptional aptitude for the element of wind. Even Xiaoguang had not expected this. Spirit stone's granted traits according to the wielder's potential. Xiaoguang had thought that even a B-rank trait would be a good outcome for Sa Doqian, but the result was far beyond expectations. He had gained an unprecedentedly powerful wind attribute trait of SSS rank. Congratulations, old man, now you can stand tall with pride. Thank you, Xiaoguang. No, master, I won't forget the master's grace. Thus, a monster was born, one even Xiaoguang had not anticipated, and on that day, Sa Doqian officially joined the Dan, the private group Xiaoguang had formed within the organization. KWA Kwang. Ku. The raging storms swept toward Sungshik. He barely managed to withstand Sa Doqian's assault, but a groan escaped from his lips. The full force of Sa Doqian's power was even more fierce and brutal than Sungshik had imagined. If not for my heaven-splitter eyes, I would have been defeated already. The reason Sungshik was able to withstand Sa Doqian's onslaught without suffering major injuries was thanks to the heaven-splitter eyes. Fortunately, the storms that Sa Doqian unleashed could be analyzed through the heaven-splitter eyes. Just as he couldn't initially perceive Sa Doqian's energy flow, if he had also been unable to see the energy flow in his attacks, he wouldn't have been able to block them at all. You're truly impressive. How do you counter my attacks so well? Sa Doqian halted his assault and asked, seemingly curious. This gave Sungshik a brief moment to catch his breath. However, he had no room to answer. If I hadn't gained a small enlightenment recently, today might have been difficult for me. Sa Doqian, observing Sungshik, nodded as he spoke. That small enlightenment he had attained recently, it had elevated him to yet another level. For Sungshik, that fact was nothing short of a disaster. I don't see a way to win. What should I do? For the first time, Sungshik entertained the thought of defeat. He considered whether he should use the Puyan's feather. Your spirit has already conceded. Since when have you approached battle with such a weak heart? If your mind is defeated, you won't win even a battle you could have won. Get a grip. Had Heaven Splitter read his thoughts? He offered a sharp admonition. He's right, I've grown too soft. Sungshik reflected on his mindset at Heaven Splitter's words. The Puyan's feather, the phoenix's heart, the complacent thought that if things went wrong, he could simply start over. With such thoughts in mind, he was already considering retreat just because the battle was tough. Who was he? Before the regression, he had survived through hellish battles, enduring and enduring, until even the moment when humanity was on the brink of destruction, he had still been alive. Compared to the crises of that infernal battlefield, this situation was laughable. I can handle this, can't I? Why was I so intimidated? He questioned himself, and in that moment, the seemingly insurmountable wall before him, the impossibly high wall, suddenly appeared much smaller, now a challenge that could be overcome. Ding, you have successfully resized the ruler's pressure. Your mastery of heaven-splitting divine art deepens. Sungshik's eyes sharpened. Determination surged once more through his body. Ho ho, so that bastard was using something akin to fear. Both Heaven Splitter and Sungshik finally realized that his excessive intimidation hadn't been solely due to his own wavering mindset. His opponent possessed a skill similar to fear. He broke free. Sa Doqian's eyebrow twitched. Well, look at this, truly impressive. Among the skills he had gained after obtaining the SSS rank, Ruler of the Wind trait, was one called S rank, Ruler's Pressure. It was a monstrous skill that inflicted severe debuffs on opponents of lower rank. It has never been broken before. Sa Doqian looked at Sungshik with pure admiration. Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha. Laughing heartily, he began gathering a violent force in his hand. The second round was about to begin. KWAANG. Their clash had long since turned the Rocky Mountain into ruins. The full-fledged battle between two warriors beyond 7-star rank was akin to a natural disaster. Dozens of exchanges. Sungshik was faring better than at the start, but he was still being pushed back. The only reason he had lasted this long was that he was not a typical 7-star superhuman. Even without the ruler's pressure skill, an ordinary 7-star fighter would not have lasted more than a few moves against Sa Doqian. Despite possessing the SS rank, Vajra armor, which granted him immense defense, Sungshik's body was now covered in wounds. That was how powerful and relentless Sa Doqian was. Just enduring won't win this battle, Sungshik admitted it. Simply holding out and dragging the fight would not lead to victory. I think so too. Is there no way? A way to break through this situation? A trump card was needed. There's a single opportunity worth aiming for. What is it? The skill you obtained recently, amplification. If you utilize it, you'll have one chance. He had forgotten the new skill, amplification, that had emerged in heaven-splitting divine sword. A power that allows for a significant amplification of an existing skill's strength. Heaven Splitter had explained it that way before. It had seemed trivial at the time, so he had brushed it aside and forgotten about it. Create an opening. Just one opening is enough. When that moment comes, use Heaven Splitting, Wind Scar of Heaven Splitting martial arts and amplify it. It was the sixth form of Heaven Splitting martial arts, newly accessible upon reaching 7-star rank. If he used amplification on that technique, it was possible the seemingly insurmountable wall before him could be shattered. That certainty took hold of his mind. A way to create an opening. There are many. If you use that, the thing you've been hoarding so dearly, it will be more than enough to create an opportunity. You noticed, surprised that Heaven Splitter had seen through his intention. Sung Ji-won asked back. Heaven Splitter let out a chuckle as he responded. Of course, you were obviously angling for it. How could I not notice? Indeed, Sung Ji-won had been saving Shadow Swamp, the ability he received from Li Shaoguang, until now. He believed it could serve as an unpredictable trump card. The ability to move through shadows, or use shadow spikes. If he utilized it well, he could land an unexpected strike. In fact, Li Shaoguang's shadow spikes had reached Sung Ji-won before. Even though they hadn't been enough to break through his defense, it was a technique specialized in catching opponents off guard. Until just moments ago, he had hesitated, unsure whether such an attack could serve as a turning point in the battle. But if I combine it with amplification, it just might work. He had never used amplification before. That uncertainty lingered, but an instinct close to foresight surged within him. This will work. It wasn't just because Heaven Splitter had assured him. His hypersense, that sense had never once let him down. The strategy and plan were complete now. All that remained was execution. Sung Ji-won began to pour out his power. Heaven Splitting, Wind Scar. It began with Heaven Splitting, Wind Scar Schwak. Sung Ji-won's Heaven Splitting, Wind Scar at 7-star rank was even more ferocious than the one he had used in the Queen's Nest. The wind blades surged forth with the force to shred everything in their path. These blades carried the essence of heaven-splitting martial arts, making them something even Sa Dochian could not afford to dismiss lightly. But who was Sa Dochian? The one who wielded the SSS rank, ruler of the wind trait. Using the power of wind before me. How amusing. With those words, he extended his hand forward astonishingly. The wind blades began to unravel one by one in front of his palm. It was hard to believe that these were the same devastating blades that had torn through countless monsters before. Preparing his next attack, Sung Ji-won swallowed hard at the sight. Impressive wind-based attacks won't work on him at all. If wind wouldn't work, he would use a different attribute that was Sung Ji-won's greatest advantage, his vast arsenal of abilities. Though it was far from being truly infinite, he possessed more than just one or two traits. Whoosh! For his next attack, he chose fire, a power he had recently begun refining. Materialization. Among the many ways he could utilize it, fire was one of the most effective. The temperature around him began to rise, just as it had before. He focused again. Then, he imagined more vividly. Hotter, even hotter. He wished for a flame so intense it could set the world ablaze, and within the limits of what he could manifest, he achieved it. Whoosh! One by one, spheres of fire formed around Sung Ji-won, radiating an even more intense heat than before. Ding! Due to the caster's intense will, you have weakly manifested eternal flame. Congratulations! By pushing the limits of materialization, you have acquired the trait, SSS rank, attribute materialization. A system message appeared, but Sung Ji-won was too focused to even acknowledge it. Then, he recalled, countless swords Seja's Gladi, a field of swords. The flames he had manifested began to take the form of countless swords. It was an even grander sight than before. Even Sa Dochian, who had been enveloped by wind, could feel the heat radiating from them. Flume. The many fire swords whirled around Sung Ji-won in a circle. SHLK. His hand lifted toward the sky, and in response, the swords soared upward. It was a sight so overwhelming that it left onlookers in awe. What? For the first time, Sa Dochian lost his composure. His voice, filled with confusion, trembled slightly. Hundreds of fire swords filled the sky. The sheer brilliance of their flames illuminated the darkening sky, making it seem as bright as midday. Sa Dochian unconsciously took a step back shk the moment Sung Jiwon's raised hand pointed at Sa Dochian. The countless fire swords plummeted like falling stars. The only difference from actual shooting stars was that these were aimed solely at one target, Sa Dochian. Krr. Did he sense danger? Sa Dochian began to unleash his full power. Ruler of the wind. Secret skill. Gale spiral from his outstretched hands erupted a monstrous vortex. It was similar to heaven-splitting wind scar, yet vastly superior in caliber. A hurricane capable of shredding everything in its path. Whoosh. As Sung Jiwon's fire swords and Sa Dochian's storm collided, an overwhelming clash of auras ensued. The sheer force of it distorted the very atmosphere. The collision of fire swords and the whirlwind created a magnificent spectacle. Flames scattered in all directions, and the swirling winds lost their course, bouncing erratically. The fusion of fire and wind formed a scene so mesmerizing that it could be called beautiful. It was like witnessing a grand natural phenomenon. However, separate from that, Sungshik spat out a thin stream of blood from his mouth. Kook, the price of using excessive power beyond his limits. Because of this, Sungshik suffered internal injuries, but by paying that price, he secured a more certain PP opportunity to create an opening. Right now, Sa Dochian was expending all his strength to block the fire swords. His concentration was wavering. This was the perfect chance. Can I do it? No even questioning. It was a luxury. It wasn't about whether he could. It was a situation where he had to do it. Sungshik focused his mind. He activated his trait, Shadow Swamp, in its literal form. SSS's at the very moment when Sa Dochian was too preoccupied blocking the fire swords, the shadow beneath his feet began to ripple, spreading like ink in water until it formed a puddle. The instant he sensed something was off, Sa Dochian's feet sank into the shadowy puddle up to his ankles. URK, thrown off balance, Sa Dochian's concentration faltered, and the whirlwind he had been unleashing wavered as well. Thunk. Ku. Because of that, one of the few remaining fire swords bypassed the storm and lodged itself into Sa Dochian's body. The point of impact was his left thigh. The fire sword didn't just stop there. It erupted into flames, engulfing his leg. Gah! A groan escaped from the searing pain of burning flesh. Realizing that staying still would be dangerous, Sa Dochian tried to retreat, but it wasn't easy. The shadow puddle that had engulfed his ankles extended tendrils that tightly wrapped around his calves. It was a true swamp of shadows. Once a foot was stepped in, it relentlessly ensnared its victim, refusing to let go. However, this was merely a means to buy a brief moment against Sa Dochian's 7-star plus level physique. This alone was far from enough to hold him down. Cursed trickery. Sa Dochian unleashed his full strength in rage. And at that very moment, Sungshik's eyes gleamed. The brief opening exposed when Sa Dochian released his power. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Shadow movement. Sungshik's body vanished as if sinking into darkness. His vision momentarily flipped, turning pitch black. And when it cleared, Sa Dochian's back was in front of him. Seeing Sungshik appear behind him, Sa Dochian's expression twisted in shock. In that instant, he realized. This technique is the power consuming his feet, the sensation he had found oddly familiar even in the chaos. Now, seeing Sungshik travel through the shadows to his back, he understood the origin of this ability. Xiaoguang's, however, Sa Dochian couldn't finish his sentence the moment he sensed an explosion of light from Sungshik's hand. His consciousness faded into darkness. As the light burst from Sungshik's hand, Sa Dochian instinctively realized. This moment was his end. His past flashed before his eyes like a racing lantern. Sa Dochian had always had a soft heart. That was why, even before his regression, he had cared for Xiaoguang despite his own struggles. Even after gaining power thanks to Xiaoguang, nothing had changed. He had felt bitter about having no choice but to kill Ken when facing Sharia Ken. When he met Yun guards afterward, he had hesitated to go all out against him. And it was the same now. He never enjoyed staining his hands with blood, yet he had come here for Xiaoguang's revenge. Even while fighting Sungshik, he hadn't fought with his full strength. That was one of the reasons why Sungshik had managed to hold his own against a 7-star plus superhuman like him. I have no regrets. He had always known that his soft heart would one day lead to this moment. Perhaps he had never truly been suited for the path of a superhuman. I have no lingering attachments except a red-haired boy he had recently taken in came to mind. The boy, who had seemed to have lost his smile, reminded him of his own younger self, which made him care for him even more. The gift he had prepared for the boy's coming-of-age ceremony, his one regret was not being able to give it to him in person. It would have been nice to see the boy smile, at least once. That was his final thought before Sa Dochen's consciousness faded completely. Thud. The lower half of Sa Dochen's body collapsed backward, his upper body completely erased. Shudder Sungshik's hands still trembled from the aftershock of his final attack. That was incredible. He couldn't find the words as he looked at what remained of Sa Dochian. No, more accurately, what had once been Sa Dochian. His attack had erased his upper body and continued skyward, piercing through the clouds themselves. The final technique he had used after moving behind Sa Dochian with shadow movement. The amplification skill embedded in the heaven-splitting divine sword. And the sixth form of the heaven-splitting martial arts, piercing the heavens, flashing thunder spear. Originally, piercing the heavens was a technique that maximized a single thrust, like a lightning-fast stab, an ultimate pinpoint attack that could pierce the sky itself. The technique was certainly powerful, but under normal circumstances, the strength of a 7-star Sungshik would never have been enough to reach the heavens. At the very least, one would need to be at the level of an 8-star or higher to unleash such power. However, the amplification skill bridged that gap, making such an outcome possible. Didn't I tell you? Do you now understand just how incredible it is to amplify a skill? That's right, he had once been disappointed, thinking, is this really only usable once a month? Back then, Heaven Splitter had said those words to him. I admit I was wrong. This is no joke. Sungshik had used piercing the heavens countless times while training in the heaven-splitting martial arts after reaching 7-star. That was why he knew better than anyone. This was far beyond its normal power. At the same time, he imagined what might happen if he applied amplification to other skills. Even if I only used it on the fire swords just now. Its power was beyond estimation. It was to the point where it could undoubtedly be used as a finishing move. It's a shame I can only use it once a month. Once every 3 days. No, even if it were just once a week. Your greed is excessive. Remember that amplifying power to this extent already bends causality. TCH, I know, I was just saying. Hyo Sungshik said that before stepping forward toward Sa Dochen's corpse. You can acquire the trait, SSS rank, Ruler of the Wind. Do you wish to obtain it? SSS rank, Ruler of the Wind. It was the wind manipulating trait that Sa Dochian had possessed naturally. He had no reason to refuse. Consuming, congratulations. You have obtained SSS rank, Ruler of the Wind. At that moment, Hyo Sungshik felt as though he could control the surrounding wind at will. Swish. The breeze that had been gently blowing toward him suddenly curved to the side at his gesture. This time, he opened his left palm and focused. Whoosh. A small whirlwind began forming in the center of his palm. Ho! The power of traits is truly fascinating. Heaven Splitter let out a small exclamation. It was understandable to Heaven Splitter. Controlling the forces of nature was something that normally required surpassing the flower realm and reaching the manifestation realm. However, these superhumans could easily perform what seemed like miracles by borrowing the power of traits. Well, that's the nature of traits. Hyo Sungshik chuckled at Heaven Splitter. Even though he had already demonstrated control over fire, ice, shadows, and countless other forces, Heaven Splitter still found it remarkable every time. I gained quite a lot this time. The battle with Sa Dochian had been a critical juncture. He believed his victory was only possible because his opponent had been holding back. If not, the one lying on the ground could very well have been him. SSS rank, Ruler of the Wind, the power to rule over wind. Freely manipulate the wind within your sphere of influence. Removes limitations on acquiring wind-related skills. Wind affinity +30, wind resistance +30. As expected, it was a power that allowed him to control the wind. His affinity and resistance to wind had also significantly increased. The first thing that came to mind after obtaining this trait was, of course, the skill Wind Scar. The Wind Scar skill, which had unknowingly become his main offensive technique, would now be Grade L enhanced with the Ruler of the Wind trait. I want to try it right away. Though he wanted to test it immediately, his body was in rough shape. Moreover, considering the commotion he had caused, there was a high likelihood that others had noticed the battle. Even if this location was remote, leaving as soon as possible seemed the best way to avoid unnecessary trouble. By the way, this basic heal is quite useful. Hyo Sungshik's E rank basic heal. He had been using it since the battle ended. and its effects were surprisingly good. The minor cuts and scratches all over his body had already begun healing. The +30 light affinity seemed to be playing a significant role at this level. He could probably pass as a low-rank healer. Should I try becoming a paladin? If he purchased a few light attribute skills, it wouldn't be impossible. Especially with the manifestation trait I just acquired. If he could use manifestation to materialize divine magic, becoming a paladin seemed entirely feasible. SSS rank. Attribute manifestation. The power to manifest attributes at will, known as manifestation. Allows for more efficient control of attribute-based abilities. No limitation on what can be manifested. He hadn't noticed during the battle, but upon checking afterward, he had been shocked. The power of manifestation, which he had learned from Heaven Splitter, had now become a formalized trait. I never imagined manifestation could be categorized as a trait. I am truly curious about the one who created this system. Heaven Splitter was amazed because he had glimpsed the essence of the system. The system governing this world's laws. This system wasn't just a framework, it directly influenced the laws of reality. Since manifestation was a power understood by the system, it had been analyzed and converted into a trait. Granting it to Hyo Sungshik the ability to interfere with the world's laws was something only a creator god or a top-tier divine being could achieve. Heaven Splitter seemed to have realized something about the nature of the system. I've always wondered about it too. Who created this system? After briefly discussing the system with Heaven Splitter, Hyo Sungshik burned the remains of Sa Dochen's lower half with fire before leaving. As expected, there were a few people who had witnessed the battle from afar. Title: A meteor just fell in Yangyang, Gongwon-do. The evening sky suddenly lit up, and when I looked up, I saw what looked like a shooting star falling in the distance. I saw it too. But that wasn't a shooting star. Then what was it? I checked with a telescope. It wasn't a shooting star, it was a sword made of fire. A sword made of fire? Yeah. Title: Posting a video of the meteor in Yangyang's sky just now. If you zoom in, you can see the shape of a sword. Wow, that's real crazy. Was this a superhuman using magic? If it was magic, how high of a rank would someone need to do that? 7-star? 8-star? Either way, that's world-class level. Insane. What the hell was that? The event spread rapidly across online communities. Photos of a fire sword filling the sky, a giant beam of light shooting from the ground into the sky. These images fueled countless rumors. And the news reached Revolutionary Knights as well. Sa Dochian had hated being followed, so he never had subordinates with him. Among Revolutionary Knights, Sa Dochian was considered one of the strongest since he was a completely different type of superhuman compared to Li Shaoguang. No one had expected him to lose. That was why Revolutionary Knights only learned about his defeat belatedly. What? Sa Dochian lost. Shocking news. Tidian's eyes narrowed. Sa Dochian had been defeated. This was an entirely unexpected situation. That guy, was he the real deal? Hyo Sungshik had clashed with Revolution Knight in various ways, both knowingly and unknowingly. In truth, Tidian had been too preoccupied with matters within mainland China to concern himself with events in Korea. The affairs unfolding in that small country held no significant importance in the grand scheme of things. Li Shaoguang seemed to consider Han Yunyang a valuable asset and had continuously attempted to approach her, but to Tidian, she was merely a 6-star superhuman. The power of death that she wielded was not particularly appealing to him. However, for some reason, Shaoguang seemed to need that power. In fact, Tidian wasn't even certain why Shaoguang had sought Han Yunyang's abilities in the first place, nor did he care much to find out. That was likely why he paid even less attention to the matter. So Shaoguang was obsessed with Korea because of that guy? He was someone Tidian would never have known about if not for Shaoguang. The first time he became aware of Hyo Sungshik's existence was when Shaoguang urgently headed to Korea after the Han Yunyang incident and the failure to control Tenryl. Then came Shaoguang's death. That had been quite a shock. Even if he was incomplete, Shaoguang had undeniably been a 7-star superhuman, which meant that Hyo Sungshik, too, was a 7-star superhuman. I can't just leave him alone. Tidian suddenly had that premonition, and when he later heard that the guy had even taken down the monster he had been secretly nurturing in Korea, he made up his mind. Even if he had to move Sa Dochian, he had to get rid of him. Despite his soft spots, Sa Dochen's strength was undeniable. He was among the world's top 10 superhumans. When he set Sa Dochian in motion under the pretext of avenging Shaoguang, Tidian thought he wouldn't have to worry about the matter any further, but the result? Even Sa Dochian had been defeated. How troublesome. If he could move himself, this wouldn't even be an issue, but right now, he was unable to leave this place. In that case, annoyance crept onto Tidian's face. The 9 children. One of the legacies Xiaoguang had left behind, an almost complete project. He decided to bring it out. If he overcomes even this, I'll acknowledge him. That was his thought. If Heo Sungshik survived even this, he would be an even greater nuisance than Sword Emperor Hawk Ilchin and Martial Emperor Severant. Wang. A massive whirlwind shot up into the sky, a tornado of such colossal size that it threatened to consume everything around it. In front of that tornado stood a horde of red-skinned orcs. Shui, quick, Ru, run. The tornado rapidly grew in size, advancing in a straight line, devouring everything in its path. Gua. The tornado, sweeping up everything in the surrounding terrain, swallowed dozens of orcs before them as well. Crunch. The sound of orc bones and flesh being ground apart reached even Heo Sungshik's ears from a distance. Wow, this is even more incredible than I expected. Indeed, the one who had created this scene was none other than Heo Sungshik. Having acquired the traits ruler of the wind and manifestation, he had come to a gate to hone his newly obtained power. Red-skinned orcs. These 5-star orcs that appeared in B-rank gates were significantly stronger than ordinary orcs, yet they were being utterly shredded by a tornado Heo Sungshik had casually manifested. But the mana consumption is definitely high. That's why true mastery over manifestation requires reaching the flower realm, meaning the 8-star level. Normally, it should also consume significant mental energy, but somehow, you don't seem to be affected much. Yeah, my mental energy consumption isn't that high. That, too, is what they call talent, of course. Remnants of your past ascent to the profound realm may be influencing it. But even so, it's unnatural for your level to be using this much manifestation with such little mental strain. Is that so? Heo Sungshik had been hearing Heaven Splitter praise his talent so often lately that he was starting to wonder if it was actually true. Even now, he didn't quite grasp what was supposedly so remarkable about his abilities. It's common for those with natural talent to be unaware of their own gifts. You are exactly like that. Furthermore, you lack a proper frame of reference. That was true. There were no other 7-star superhumans around him, nor had he ever seen anyone else wielding manifestation. Lately, he had begun to suspect that the power he witnessed from the 11 thrones before his regression, when they had reached 8-star, hadn't been mere skills but rather a form of manifestation. That is likely the case. The powers the 11 thrones used were probably rooted in manifestation. If some of their abilities were based on manifestation, my power is still far from enough. The abilities of the 11 thrones, as Heo Sungshik remembered them, had been nothing short of natural disasters. They could conjure catastrophes with a mere gesture. Compared to that, his power was nothing. Well, that's because they had already reached the 8-star level. Do you think they could have used such abilities when they were still at 7-star? That was true. He was still at 7-star. Yet he was comparing himself to the powers of the 11 thrones when they had already ascended to 8-star. That was ridiculous. Yeah, you're right. Nodding in agreement, Heo Sungshik turned his gaze to the remaining orcs before him. Shui, Queek. A few orcs had narrowly survived outside the tornado's range. Their eyes were filled with sheer terror. Faced with overwhelming power, their will to fight had been completely shattered. Swish. Without hesitation, Heo Sungshik swung his sword, cutting down the remaining orcs. Deeper inside the dungeon, he soon encountered another orc settlement. This time, there were at least 50 orcs gathered. Seeing them, Heo Sungshik's eyes gleamed. Finally, he had the chance to test out Heaven-Splitting Wind Scar. All right, then, swish. Heo Sungshik raised Heaven-Splitting Divine Sword. Then, he slashed downward vertically, activating his skill. Heaven-Splitting Wind Scar. Whoosh. From the sword he swung vertically. Countless blades of wind erupted forth this time. They were distinctly different, faster, infused with an even stronger force, and far more ferocious. Because of that, the cutting power of the wind blades had increased beyond imagination. Swish, swish, swish. The orcs caught in the wind blades were sliced apart without even managing to scream. They were shredded as easily as cutting tofu. Red-skinned orcs were known to have exceptionally tough skin, making slashing attacks with blades an inefficient strategy. Anyone who had fought against these orcs before would have widened their eyes in disbelief at this scene. Well, I expected it. but the difference is really noticeable. Sungshik's satisfaction with gaining the ruler of the wind trait skyrocketed. He had anticipated an improvement, but this exceeded expectations. Even the mana consumption seemed to have decreased. So this is why superhumans keep singing praises about traits. Even Heaven Splitter, a devoted follower of heaven-splitting martial arts, clicked his tongue in amazement. Getting traits is definitely important. Sungshik nodded in satisfaction. Even if he had used heaven-splitting wind scar without the ruler of the wind, the result before him would have been the same. However, the difference wasn't in the outcome itself but in the level of power used to achieve it. He could clearly feel that the tool he wielded had been elevated to another level. At this level, Sungshik was certain the number of enemies weaker than him would no longer matter. He had now reached the point where he had achieved his goal in preparation for the upcoming gate break. I can definitely hold off a few regions on my own. Even just in Korea, dozens of large-scale gate breaks were about to occur among them. Sungshik could hold down a few regions alone as long as it wasn't an S rank or higher gate. He estimated that he could reclaim the area by himself. It was an incredibly satisfying conclusion. As his abilities deepened, his confidence grew as well. At this rate, even the 11 thrones, he felt that he had already reached a level capable of rivaling the strongest among the 11 thrones. The moment when he would surpass them didn't seem far off. And then, once more the supreme realm of 9-star. The thought that he could once again reach that realm brought an unconscious smile to his lips. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The superhuman community, which had been in an uproar over the clash between Sungshik and Sadochian, soon moved on to other events. In the end, it became an incident that left behind only speculation for Sungshik. The fact that his involvement remained undiscovered meant avoiding unnecessary trouble. And now, the time to raid the mutated A-rank gate was just around the corner. Hello? Sungshik. Hey, you know we're going to raid the gate tomorrow, right? Of course, I know. I've already prepared everything. Ooh. Look at you, so well prepared, just like a model student. Sungshik chuckled at the comment. What do you mean, model student? Subin, you're more of a model student than me, by the way. Have the raid members been decided? Yep, everything's set. Oh, and I have something to tell you about that. This time, we're hiring more mercenaries and getting support from another guild to form the raid team. Huh? Another guild? Which one? It's called the Nati Guild, one of the top-ranked guilds. Since the gate we're raiding is in Yangyang, and there were some unusual events there recently, some of our leaders thought it would be best to collaborate with them. Oh, so it's in Yangyang? I thought it was in Suwon. That was new information. Since Shining Guild's headquarters was in Suwon, he had just assumed it was under their jurisdiction. Hearing that the raid team was being reinforced due to the Yangyang incident, Sungshik couldn't help but feel slightly guilty. In a way, he was partly responsible for that event. Even if he was also a victim, it still felt awkward. Yeah, technically, it's under government control, but one of our guild members happened to discover it, so we claimed the right to raid it. However, since the Nati Guild is the biggest guild near Yangyang, they apparently pressured us into sharing the raid. Ah, I see how it is. Yep. So we also recruited 5 more mercenaries. The final team composition will be 15 members from Shining Guild, 10 from Nati Guild, and 10 mercenaries. Whoa, that's a lot of people. Of course, the last time Baekdu Guild raided an A-rank gate, there had been around 60 participants, but in that case, the team had included 25-star superhumans, while the remaining 40 had been mostly mercenaries of 4-star or 4-star plus rank. This was a completely different scenario in terms of quality. Right now, including me, only 5 of us in Shining Guild are 4-star. Everyone else is 5-star or higher. The mercenaries and Nati Guild members are all 5-star and above too. For this raid, out of 35 participants, 30 were at least 5-star. On top of that, the team included Kong Hanil, a 6-star, as well as Seo Haniel and 2 other 5-star plus ranked superhumans, making the overall strength significantly higher. So, we'll probably divide into Team A and Team B. Team A will handle the main raid, while Team B provides backup support. Since the dungeon inside the gate wasn't that large, having all 30 fighters attacking at once wasn't ideal. The team was split into 2, with Team A consisting of the strongest 15 members, led by Kong Hanil, to clear the dungeon. After ending the call with Kim Subin, Sungshik opened his palm. Whoosh whoosh, a small flame flared up in his hand, swirling into a miniature fire tornado. Crackle. Even just looking at the sheer power of its mana sent shivers down the spine. With this power, even a mutated A-rank gate would be easy to handle. What a shame gazing at the fire, Sungshik muttered then, clenching his outstretched hand, he extinguished the raging mana. The reason for his disappointment? He had been assigned to Team B. With Kong Hanil leading the raid team, he'll just be sitting in the back twiddling my thumbs. He expected to just watch from the sidelines, but at that moment, no one knew that this raid was not going to be as simple as they had thought. On the day of the mutated A-rank gate raid, people gathered one after another at the designated location. Sungshik also arrived at the promised spot on time that day. As he parked, he noticed an array of high-end cars powered by mana stones. It seemed that since most of the participants were superhumans ranked 5-star or higher, they all owned expensive luxury vehicles. Should I change my car too? That's a good idea if you are going to change it. How about that red one over there? Its intense color seems to ignite a mon's primal instincts. Sungshik was merely contemplating the idea, but Heaven Splitter enthusiastically chimed in. Sungshik turned to it with a bewildered look. Wait, why is a sword interested in cars? HMPH, isn't it natural for men to have a special attachment to their beloved vehicles? Sungshik was at a loss for words. He had never even considered Heaven Splitter having a gender, yet it suddenly claimed to be male, leaving him dumbfounded. Swords have genders now? Of course. Just look at my form. Unlike those short swords or rapiers, don't I exude masculinity? Now that he thought about it, there was some logic to its words, though labeling things by gender was seen as foolish these days. Heavier swords like great swords and broadswords did tend to be preferred by men. Well, I do have plenty of money. Thanks to several successful raids and gate expeditions, Sungshik had accumulated a decent fortune. He could easily afford a high-end car or a sports car without any issues. It was becoming clear why superhumans could amass wealth so effortlessly. No wonder everyone wants to become a superhuman. Public admiration, immense wealth, and overwhelming power. Superhumans had everything people desired. Though, there's a dark side to it as well. Even for superhumans, battling monsters always carried a high risk. Living as a superhuman meant constantly facing the possibility of death. Of course, top-tier superhumans like Sungshik had far more freedom from such dangers. Especially once you reach complete flower, the 8-star level. At that point, no one below that realm could even be considered your enemy. Indeed, achieving 8-star status meant that only others within the same realm could pose a threat. The second metamorphosis, unlike the superficial transformation experienced at 7-star, the complete metamorphosis of reaching 8-star transcended human limitations entirely. It was a transformation of one's very existence at that stage, even without possessing the indestructible Vajra body. The sheer durability of one's flesh became comparable to being impervious to blades. Moreover, the near-limitless mana one gained at 8-star formed a constant layer of energy around the skin, further enhancing its resilience. And from 8-star onwards, you can wield Aura Chi. It can cut through anything, but at the same time, defensive Aura Chi makes it impossible to penetrate unless it's by another Aura Chi user. Yeah, I know. As Sungshik extended his hand, sword energy flickered like a mirage before twisting into a visible form. This was Ken-Ki, the preliminary stage before Aura Chi, a power that only those who had reached 7-star could manifest. Ken-Ki and Aura Chi were fundamentally different in strength. However, even Ken-Ki alone would be seen as an almost invincible force to anyone below 7-star. With this power, there was no one among the gathered warriors who could stand against Sungshik. While he was lost in thought about the nature of power, a small compact car pulled into the parking lot. For some reason, it caught his attention, so he kept watching through the heavily tinted windows. The silhouette of the driver seemed somewhat familiar. Screech. After parking, the person stepped out, revealing a face Sungshik knew very well. There was no way he could mistake her. With a pleased expression, he called out Subin. At the sound of her name, Kim Subin turned to look at him. Her eyes widened in surprise, and then a bright smile spread across her face. Wow, Sungshik, it's been so long, .. After reuniting, Sungshik and Kim Subin spent some time catching up. Since they had kept in touch, they were already aware of each other's recent activities, but seeing each other in person after so long, they naturally ended up talking about their changed appearances. Oh, Sungshik, I think you've gotten even taller. Why do you look so handsome all of a sudden? Kim Subin marveled at how different he looked compared to the last time they had met. It was understandable. Having reached 7-star and undergone a metamorphosis, Sungshik's skin had become clearer and more radiant, and he had grown another 3 centimeters. Now standing at 185 centimeters tall, his transformation was obvious at a glance. Seeing her admiration, Sungshik chuckled and responded. You've become even prettier, Subin indeed. Kim Subin had grown even more beautiful. She was at the age where her looks were naturally blossoming, and the saying she gets prettier by the day fit her perfectly. The two of them walked into the raid team area together, chatting amicably since Kim Subin was part of the host guild. Her identity check was completed instantly. Meanwhile, Sungshik, who had joined as a mercenary, had to go through a more detailed verification process once again. He participated under the alias Big Sir rather than his real name. After finishing the verification, he went to find Kim Subin again. Hey, let's grab dinner together later. This senior here knows all the best restaurants in the area. There's a steak place that does an amazing job. Let's go there. Sorry, but I already have plans. Come on, don't turn me down. What plans? Wait, don't tell me you're rejecting us because you don't want to eat with us? That would be really disappointing. We're your seniors. You know it wouldn't be good to embarrass us like this. It's not that, it's just, Kim Subin was surrounded by three young men. Their outfits bore the emblem of the Nati Guild. Judging from the situation, they were persistently trying to invite her to dinner. Come on, I am sorry, but the plans Subin mentioned are with me. Sungshik suddenly stepped in between them. The three men immediately frowned as they turned to him, scanning him up and down to determine his affiliation. Hey, after sizing him up, they smirked as if they had already figured everything out. It was obvious at a glance that Sungshik was a mercenary. Their expressions made it clear that they found him laughable. The fact was, apart from Kong Hanil, none of the mercenaries participating in this raid were particularly noteworthy among them. The only one with any recognition was Sungshik, known under his alias, Big Sir. However, in the case of Sungshik, there were so many different rumors circulating about him, and many of them were hard to believe, so people considered them all baseless gossip as a result. Aside from Kong Hanil, the mercenaries essentially regarded these people as insignificant in reality. All the mercenaries, except for Kong Hanil, were rated 5-star. But this trio from the Nati Guild were all 5-star plus ranked high-tier superhumans in Korea, so, at a glance, they scoffed at Sungshik, who was clearly a mercenary. Hey, friend, do you two know each other? Oh man, in that case, why don't you make an appointment next time? We're a bit busy right now, so we'll be getting to know Subin first. Got it? Yeah, we're a bit busy. Have you heard of the three captains of the Nati Guild? That's us. We've got a lot on our plate, you see. They introduced themselves to Sungshik with an air of arrogance, acting as if their demand to postpone the conversation was perfectly natural. The Nati Guild trio, they were the core power of the Nati Guild. All of them were 5-star plus ranked, making them among the top high-tier superhumans in Korea. However, they were also infamous for being arrogant and hedonistic. Because of that, they were well known, whether in a good or bad way. They naturally assumed that Sungshik would recognize them. If this had been before his regression, he might have remembered them, but now, he had no interest in them whatsoever. He didn't even know who they were. Instead, he just found it annoying that a bunch of weaklings, who would go flying with a single flick of his hand, were buzzing around him. Sigh. Excuse me, didn't you all come here to raid? If you're here for the raid, why not focus on the raid? Sungshik didn't bother hiding his annoyance. It was written all over his face. What? Is this guy out of his mind? Predictably, their reaction was not pleasant. The atmosphere immediately turned hostile. Where does a mere mercenary get off? Are you insulting all mercenaries with that remark? It was then a deep, weighty voice rang out. Turning toward the source of the voice, there stood a young man. He was large, with a masculine and handsome face. The bulging muscles that showed even through his clothes radiated a powerful presence. That must be Kong Hanil indeed. The one who had appeared was Kong Hanil, the man currently regarded as the strongest superhuman in Korea. Ah, no, senior, that's not what I meant. I am sorry. We're sorry. The Nati Guild trio, who had been looking down on Sungshik just moments ago, shrank back in front of Kong Hanil. You should be pressuring juniors like that. As a senior, you should act with dignity. Why yes, sir, you're absolutely right. We were being careless. Good, as long as you understand the raid is about to start soon, so should you be getting ready? Why yes. Understood. Please forget what we said earlier. It was a slip of the tongue. Yeah, I got it. Now go. After groveling to Kong Hanil, they quickly disappeared the moment he told them to leave. Thank you for your help, senior. It's nothing. Kim Subin bowed politely, and Kong Hanil responded with a warm smile. And you are? I am Big Sir. participating as a mercenary this time. Nice to meet you. As Sungshik introduced himself as Big Sir, Kong Hanil extended his hand. Oh, I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you. You carried the last A rank gate raid, didn't you? I just lent a hand. The rumors are exaggerated. Ha, you're humble, huh? Sungshik used insight on Kong Hanil. Name, Kong Hanil. Rank, 6-star, traits, SS rank, hypersense, A rank, strength amplification. Oh, Sungshik's eyes gleamed as he read Kong Hanil's status window. As the rumors said, he was indeed a 6-star superhuman, but what surprised Sungshik was a multi-trait holder, and one of them is an SS rank trait. With this level of talent, he had the potential to become a top-tier ranker, perhaps even one of the 11 thrones. What a shame he died so early in the past. Sungshik confirmed that Kong Hanil had the potential to become at least a 7-star superhuman. This time around, I won't let him die meaninglessly because of a gate break. Though their interaction was brief, Kong Hanil seemed to have a decent personality. If he survived and continued to grow, he would undoubtedly be a great asset in facing the Knights of Trial. Interesting. Kong Hanil looked down at the hand he had just shaken with Big Sir. Even after shaking his hand, he couldn't sense anything from him. There were only two possible explanations for this. Either he's truly insignificant, or he's so strong that I can't even gauge his power. As a superhuman, the former was impossible. That meant it had to be the latter. In truth, Kong Hanil had an exceptionally sensitive combat intuition. At a glance, he could roughly assess an opponent's strength. While it wasn't as precise as a scouter trait that quantified power, he could clearly tell whether someone was stronger or weaker than him. Especially when he physically touched someone, he could usually detect their hidden strength. He even had a skill related to this. There's no way I am wrong. He's definitely stronger than me. One of the reasons he had managed to rise to a 6-star rank so quickly, despite working solo, was because he had always been able to sense danger and avoid it. He trusted his instincts completely. The rumors were true. The unbelievable power that had been talked about in whispers, at least 6-star plus, or perhaps even 7-star. The probability that those rumors were true had just skyrocketed. This is exciting. Faced with a superhuman who might be stronger than himself, Kong Hanil grinned. The world is vast. If his power is real, what will people think once they find out? He had read many discussions comparing himself to Sungshik. Most dismissed Sungshik's strength as mere rumors, some even ridiculing him. It won't be long now. If Sungshik's strength was real, then the world would soon know it was only natural. I might get to see his power firsthand in this raid. Looking toward the gate entrance, where an ominous energy surged, Kong Hanil pondered. The gate raid did not require a large number of people. When raiding a dungeon within a gate, a team of usually around 5 to 10 members would enter and proceed with the raid. This was because that number was considered optimal for conquering a dungeon inside a gate. The reason was simple: the terrain and the types of monsters that appeared inside the gate varied from gate to gate. However, the number of monsters that appeared at a time, the total number of monsters within the gate, and the general strength of the boss were all standardized to a certain degree. Because of this, the ideal raid team size had been set between 5 and 10 members. The members of Team A are Kim Ji-hoon and Park Han-young from the Shining Guild, Seo Ji-won and Kim Yun-sang from the Nati Guild. Mercenary superhumans Kong Hanil and Seo Han-yul. That makes a total of 13. Everyone else not called will be in Team B. Thus, Team A and Team B were assigned Team A consisted of 13 members in total, while the remaining 22 naturally formed Team B. In truth, 13 members were more than enough for raiding a standard gate. However, due to the special nature of this A-rank gate and the possibility that it might be a mutated gate, as many as 35 people had been selected. The 22 members of Team B were essentially backup members. With as many as 30 superhumans ranked 5-star or higher, they believed they could handle any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the 13 members of Team A were all exceptionally skilled individuals. Kong Hanil, a 6-star superhuman. In addition, Seo Han-yul, a 5-star plus ranked superhuman, and the Nati Guild trio. Just the 5-star plus ranked members alone accounted for nearly half of the 13 in terms of overall combat power. This team was among the strongest raid groups ever assembled in Korea. Even Team B, which served as backup, was mostly composed of 5-star superhumans. Hyo Sungshik was also among Team B. Sungshik, looks like we're in Team B together. Kim Subin smiled as she spoke to Sungshik. Him. Putting someone as talented as me in Team B? Isn't this a waste of manpower? I know, right? I even tried to argue for you to be placed in Team A, but this is how it turned out. Someone chimed in, agreeing with Sungshik's joking remark. Ah, guild leader Seo Haniel, it's been a while. Yes, it has been a long time. Have you been well? The person who approached with a smile was Seo Haniel, the master of the Baekdu Guild. He looked even more refined than before they had parted ways. Sungshik had given him some advice, and thanks to that advice, he had managed to get one step closer to breaking through the 6-star barrier. I was stuck in place for months, but thanks to your advice back then, I was able to move forward. Sungshik's eyes glinted at those words. Not just anyone could benefit from advice. Only those with the qualifications and talent could make use of guidance. Many people, even when spoon-fed, failed to digest it due to lack of ability. You're giving me too much credit. It's all thanks to your own efforts, Guild Leader Seo Haniel. Thus, Sungshik and Seo Haniel exchanged polite words. Shortly after, the raid began. The air feels sticky. This is unpleasant. As soon as they entered the gate, Kim Subin muttered. The first sensation they experienced in the dungeon was the stickiness of the air. It was an unsettling feeling. Such dense air meant that the mana concentration was extremely high. This dungeon has a very high mana density. It doesn't feel natural. You're right, there's an unusually high concentration of energy in the air. This level of energy density is almost unheard of under normal circumstances. It feels artificially manipulated. Even Heaven Splitter agreed with Sungshik's thoughts. There was an overwhelming artificial presence here. Will this be okay? Watching Team A moving ahead, Sungshik felt uneasy. He had a bad feeling that something was about to happen. But look at this place. The terrain looks like a modern city. Kim Subin glanced around and commented. Indeed, the dungeon's terrain mimicked that of a modern urban environment. Though rare, there were occasional dungeons that took on the appearance of contemporary cities. Such dungeons had the characteristic of providing large battle spaces, allowing more than 10 people to engage in combat simultaneously without issue. Everyone, prepare for battle. After walking for a while, Kim Ji-hoon, the lead of Team A, issued the command. Zap! A sound of crackling electricity rang out ahead. Squeak! Monsters spotted ahead. 5 in total. The species is electric rats. Electric rats, a 5-star ranked monster. Their size was comparable to that of large dogs. They were agile, had powerful front teeth that could cut through anything, and their signature ability was discharging electricity to paralyze their prey. I'll take care of them. Kong Haniel stepped forward. His performance was astonishing. Even when taking the electric rat's attacks head on, he remained unfazed. Watching this, the mercenaries muttered in admiration. Oh, as expected of the mysterious muscles. Man, muscles really are everything. Even Sungshik's eyes shone with interest. There was something about Kong Haniel's physique that stirred a primal admiration for strength among men. Is this why men in the past were so obsessed with bodybuilding? Before the Great Cataclysm, men had been fixated on building muscle. Now, Sungshik felt he somewhat understood why. While he was lost in thought, Kong Haniel swiftly eliminated all 5 electric rats. Their attacks had no effect on him, while his own attacks proved devastating to them. The battle ended in an instant. They're a bit stronger than the usual 5-star monsters, but nothing too special. After the battle, Kong Haniel gave his assessment. The monsters were slightly stronger than usual, but there was nothing particularly unique about them. Following his evaluation, Team A continued clearing out monsters without hesitation, steadily advancing through the dungeon. For Team B, who was watching, the battle was so one-sided that they almost felt bored. The raid was proceeding that smoothly. Hey, isn't this way too easy? Looks like we don't have to be scared of A-rank gates anymore. Yeah, really, the first one was like that, and in the second one, the boss was unusual, but the dungeon itself was ridiculously straightforward. Same thing. Now I think people are making too big a deal out of A-rank gates. A sense of complacency started settling in. The situation warranted it. Even after the first encounter, Kong Haniel didn't have to take the lead anymore. Just assisting from behind was enough to clear the dungeon effortlessly. If things were going this smoothly even without Kong Haniel, then with him, even the boss wouldn't be an issue. Amidst this smooth dungeon clearing, the first injury occurred shortly after. The paved urban terrain where the electric rats first appeared had been left behind, and the party entered an unpaved road. That's where the trouble began. Dr. Huh? What's that sound? Why? Something wrong? No, I just thought I heard something. I don't hear anything, maybe you're being too sensitive, Yuwa. Crunch. A monster suddenly burst out from the dungeon floor. It was a worm, but not just any worm, an electric worm. Crackle. Splat. The electric worm shot up, sinking its fangs into a superhuman's left foot, sending electric currents in all directions as it tried to chew and swallow its prey. Kong Hanil's fist pierced straight through its body. Huff, huff, thank you. The superhuman, who had barely survived, was left with a mangled left thigh, the flesh hanging in tatters. Fortunately, a healer superhuman standing by quickly poured out healing magic, ensuring the injured could continue fighting. Everyone, stay alert. It's not over yet, Kong Hanil shouted loudly. And he was right, the worm attack had only just begun. Watch out over there, move immediately. Crunch. Electric worms shot up from various places, launching surprise attacks. However, thanks to Kong Hanil's warning, the damage to Team A was significantly reduced. But even he couldn't catch everything. One by one, those caught off guard suffered injuries. Team B wasn't spared either. Subin, come here. Seongshik pulled Kim Subin toward him. Moments later, a worm burst from the ground right where she had been standing. If she had stayed there, she might have been seriously injured. Swish, thud. After pulling Kim Subin away, Sungshik's sword strike cleaved the electric worm cleanly in half. Wow, Seongshik, thanks. Kim Subin expressed her gratitude, and Seongshik responded with a light smile. The worm assault was only beginning, so Seongshik's mouth stayed busy issuing warnings. You, in the blue outfit, move immediately. A moment after Seongshik's words, a worm burst out of the ground right where he had pointed. However, Team B's superhumans quickly took it down. Next, you in the black outfit, and the person 2 spots to your right. His ability to sense the attacks was almost like a detector. Thanks to Seongshik's warnings, Team B suffered no injuries while countering the electric worms. Whoa, so the rumors about Big Sir were true. How do you know exactly where they'll attack? This is amazing. The superhumans of Team B were all thanking Seongshik in unison. Many of them hadn't believed the rumors about him, but after witnessing his skill in detecting attacks, their perceptions of him had changed dramatically. Hey, how come Team B didn't take any damage? Apparently, that mercenary Big Sir predicted all the attack spots. What? How is that even possible? Oh, wait, but if it's Big Sir, isn't he that famous superhuman? Yeah, strange, huh? Maybe the rumors were true? Even among Team as superhumans, Seongshik's name was starting to leave an impression. Tisk. I bet he has some kind of detection artifact. How else would he catch what even Kong Hanil missed? Yeah, really, look at that smug face, acting like he's some big shot. Some, like the Nati Guild trio who had been injured, still refused to acknowledge Seongshik. While it was undeniable that he had accurately predicted the ambushes, they questioned whether his ability had any real combat significance. However, what was clear was that everyone now recognized Seongshik was no ordinary man. The battlefield, swept by the sudden chaos, was finally settling down. The recent worm assault had been fierce, but the rewards were just as plentiful. Wow, we got a ton of magic stones from this. I don't think I've ever seen this many magic stones from regular monsters before. Since electric worms were ranked 5-star plus, this was a jackpot. The highest grade magic stones currently circulating in the market were mostly 5-star plus grade. In B-rank gates, 5-star plus monsters usually only appeared as bosses. Securing such a large quantity of 5-star plus magic stones was an incredibly rare opportunity. Moreover, the materials extracted from the worm carcasses were highly valuable. Among Team B, 2 4-star superhumans from the Shining Guild were busily gathering items. They had come specifically for this role. Once the raid was complete, the loot would be evenly distributed according to contributions. Naturally, Team B's contributions this time would be properly recognized. Afterward, there were no further worm ambushes. This was fortunate for the raid team, as a significant amount of time had already been spent healing Team A's injuries. If Kong Hanil or Seongshik hadn't been there, this wouldn't have just been a matter of injuries. There could have been fatalities. Unlike the fight against the electric rats earlier, things were no longer going smoothly. Crackle! A loud noise signaled the arrival of new monsters. At the sight of them, someone let out a gasp. Dozens of lightning spirits had appeared at once. Spirit even far into the future. The true nature of spirits remained an enigma. Strangely enough, some people acquired traits through spirits, while others encountered them as beasts in places like dungeons. One of the most notable examples of gaining a trait through a spirit was the Lord of Thunder among the 11 thrones. The Spirit King of Thunder, Lioner, a transcendent being, Lioner lent his power to those he deemed worthy. On the other hand, there were times when spirits appeared as monsters in gates or dungeons, just like now. For instance, in the A-rank gate Sungshik had recently cleared, an ice spirit had appeared as a monster. The spirits that appeared now were none other than intermediate spirits of thunder. Electron. Their bodies were less than a meter tall, with an upper half resembling a human while their lower half was covered in a hazy current like drifting clouds. Each of them wielded long, jagged weapons made of lightning, looking as if they were holding bolts of electricity. Spirits were troublesome opponents because physical attacks had no effect on them. Only attacks imbued with mana could deal damage. Moreover, since their power originated from the natural world, their destructive force was often far greater than that of other monsters. However, given the current raid team's strength, dealing with intermediate spirits should NT be too difficult. The only problem was, can they really swarm like this? The spirits had appeared in groups of dozens. Until now, only insect-type monsters like ants or bees had ever been reported to form such swarms in gates. A horde of spirit-type monsters was something unheard of. Moreover, these were clearly thunder-attributed spirits, a type never seen before. For now, stay calm and reorganize the formation at Kim Ji-hoon's command. The flustered raid team quickly regained composure. Fortunately, the thunder spirits did not attack while they were gathering themselves. Their rank appears to be similar to the electric worms we just faced. Kong Hanil gauged their energy and relayed his findings to the group. That meant these spirits were all at the 5-star plus level. Upon hearing this, some of the mercenaries turned pale. Damn, this is insane. Some members had already been visibly shaken since the electric worm ambush earlier. Even though they had avoided significant losses, the psychological trauma hadn't yet faded. More than a few had truly felt the threat of death during that attack. A few mercenaries among the B-rank team members began to retreat hesitantly. Kong Hanil, noticing this, frowned slightly. I need to boost morale here. If morale dropped, even tasks they could usually handle with ease could turn disastrous. Having spent years as a mercenary, Kong Hanil knew this better than anyone. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Now was the time to charge in and seize control of the battle, even if it meant overexerting himself. Just as Kong Hanil was about to rush into the enemy ranks alone. Wait a moment. Sungshik's voice halted him in his tracks. There's an easier way to deal with those things. Sungshik smirked as he pulled a 3-meter-long rod from his inventory. It was a small lightning rod. Small lightning rod. Rank: heroic. A compact version of a lightning rod has the power to attract surrounding electricity. Oh, now that's a brilliant idea. Kong Hanil's eyes lit up as he immediately grasped the value of the item in their current situation. Sungshik had obtained it while running gates to earn some coins a while back. He had considered selling it in the shop but never expected it would come in handy like this. It won't hold out for long. We need to finish them off quickly. Leave it to me. Kong Hanil grinned at Sungshik's words. Buzz, crackle. The last remaining thunder spirit vanished in Kong Hanil's grasp. The moment they set up the small lightning rod, all the thunder spirits' attention was drawn to it. Their gazes locked onto the rod, and they swarmed toward it en masse. Their collective lightning attacks were overwhelming, but every bolt was drawn into the rod as expected of a heroic rank item. The rod withstood several waves of attacks. During that window, Kong Hanil and the A-team superhumans charged in, eliminating every last spirit. Kong Hanil's performance stood out the most. He had single-handedly taken down more than half of them. Damn, that was amazing, as expected of Kong Hanil. Wow. It's like he's a one-punch man. Just one hit and they vanish. This was nothing. It's all thanks to that lightning rod. Kong Hanil redirected the credit to the rod, which now clearly showed signs of wear after enduring multiple rounds of lightning strikes. Honestly, if it weren't for Big Sir, this could have been rough. At Kong Hanil's remark, the surrounding superhumans nodded in agreement. Yeah, if those bolts had been aimed at us, I don't even want to think about it. Seriously, how did you even come up with using the lightning rod, Big Sir? That was genius. Honestly, if not for Big Sir's lightning rod, even Hanil would have had a harder time. With Kong Hanil pointing it out, the credit shifted toward Big Sir. That being the case, I think we should give Big Sir 30% of the mana stones dropped here. What do you all think? The group collectively gasped at Kong Hanil's suggestion. The Thunder Spirits had dropped an absurd amount of mana stones upon their destruction due to their nature as spirits, which vanished without leaving bodies. Their drop rate for mana stones was significantly higher. Just by a rough count, there were over a dozen mana stones scattered. About 30% of that meant Sungshik would be walking away with at least 5 high-tier stones. A single 5-star plus mana stone was incredibly valuable, so the group hesitated to respond. Wait, but 30% is a bit. All he did was take out the lightning rod. Wouldn't it be more reasonable just to compensate him for that? Seo Jiwon, one of the Nati Guild trio, voiced his opposition while subtly gauging Kong Hanil's reaction. Right? We're the ones who took them down, so giving away 30% is a bit much. Another member of the Nati Guild trio, Kim Yoon-song, added to the argument. Do the rest of you feel the same way? At Kong Hanil's question, the others merely exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. I think giving 30% is fair. Just as Kong Hanil said, that lightning rod doesn't seem like an ordinary item. If anything, 30% might not even be enough. Seo Hanil, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. A team's raid leader, Kim Ji-hoon, followed up on the statement. That sounds about right, big sir. What was the grade of that item? Sungshik, who had been quietly enjoying the situation, answered with a smirk still on his face. Heroic grade. The other's eyes widened at his words. Heroic grade meant that even the least valuable of such items would still be far more expensive than a 5-star plus mana stone. It really is heroic grade. Someone had appraised the lightning rod and exclaimed in shock. The expressions on the faces of the Nati Guild trio twisted in disbelief, their faces clearly read. That worthless-looking stick is actually heroic grade? Despite their objections, 30% of the mana stones obtained here ended up in Sungshik's hands. 17 in total had been collected, and of those, 6 were given to him. The Nati Guild trio glared at Sungshik with discontent. Smirk. Sungshik, seeing their reactions, smiled slyly. Their faces flushed red, and they turned away in frustration. There are amusing people wherever you go. After that, more lightning spirits continued to appear, but not in swarms of dozens as before. Each time, only up to 5 would emerge at once. The raid proceeded steadily once again. Then, in the distance, a massive structure came into view. What is that? It looks like the boss room. 2 towering pillars stood parallel to each other, resembling twin skyscrapers. Even from afar, they radiated an ominous presence, making it clear that a powerful foe awaited beyond. So, the boss is finally here. Looks like this raid is almost over. Some of the raiders sighed in relief, assuming the end was in sight. Then, grr, a chilling beastly growl echoed through the air. Some of the more perceptive awakened felt shivers run down their spines. What was that? There's something ahead in the distance. The vague silhouette of a massive beast came into view. Everyone, prepare for battle. At Kim Ji-hoon's command, the awakened swiftly assumed battle positions. The mere sight of the approaching creature made it clear. It was no ordinary foe. Tension filled the air. Thud thud. With heavy footsteps, the source of the growl emerged. A leopard. Indeed, what appeared before them was a massive leopard-like beast. Standing nearly 4 meters tall. However, its body was entirely covered in yellow fur without a single black spot, and its tail split into 3 separate strands. Crackle electric currents flickered around its body. At a glance, it was evident this creature was an electricity-type monster. But that wasn't all. The aura it exuded was fundamentally different from the creatures they had faced so far. Even those with duller senses could feel the stark difference in power. Is this the boss? But we're not even at the boss room yet. Why is it here? Some of the awakened couldn't hide their confusion. The creature before them radiated a boss-level presence, yet they were still on the path leading to the boss room. Everyone, stay sharp. This monster. Kong Hanil trailed off, his expression darkening. It's a 6-star creature and it's not the boss, plus, it's not alone. As Kong Hanil hesitated, Sungshik continued, sharing the creature's information. Insight Guardi grade. 6-star, combat power. A beast born with the power of lightning feeds on electricity. Everyone turned to Sungshik in disbelief. Not the boss? And not alone? What kind of nonsense? Grr. Before Nati Guild's Seo Jiwon could finish his annoyed remark, growls echoed from behind the first beast. What the? There are 3 of them. Indeed, 2 more appeared. There were a total of 3 of them. This was why Kong Hanil had paused mid-sentence earlier. Guardy, juvenile, grade 5-star plus, combat power, A. A beast born with the power of lightning feeds on electricity, still an underdeveloped specimen. Fortunately, the 2 that had appeared behind the first one weren't as powerful. They seemed to be younger, less developed versions of the main beast. The good news is that the 2 in the back aren't as strong. If we just focus on the one in front, we should have a good chance of winning. At Sungshik's words, the raiders exhaled in relief and focused their attention on the lead monster. Here they come, get ready. Crackle. At that moment, the 3 beasts unleashed powerful surges of electricity and lunged at the awakened. B-Team, positioned further back, watched the unfolding battle. Shouldn't we help them? Let's observe for now. Had they intended to fight together, they would have set their formation earlier now. Jumping in amidst the chaos could do more harm than good. Besides, with Kong Hanil present, as long as a team didn't panic, they had enough strength to handle the situation. The real problem was, Sungshik glanced toward the towering pillars that marked the suspected boss room. From within, he could feel an overwhelming presence, something far beyond the creature before them. At least 6-star plus, maybe even higher than, as if responding to his thoughts, a powerful roar echoed from the distance. Key. Flash. Boom. At the same time, lightning bolts rained down across the battlefield from the sky. Flash. Suddenly, clusters of lightning struck down from the sky. This was no ordinary lightning, deep black. That's how it was. Just looking at those lightning bolts exuded an ominous aura, an earthen-colored lightning filled with an unsettling energy. The lightning struck down randomly on everything on the ground. The raid team, locked in battle with the monster before them, could not escape the barrage of lightning. What the hell? Shit. Cog1 of the Nati Guild was also grazed by one of the bolts. Burku, electrocuted. Cog1 staggered, unable to maintain his balance. He was not the only one. Some of those struck by the lightning completely collapsed. The direct damage from the black lightning wasn't as severe as expected, but the real problem was that they were in the middle of a battle. The momentarily fallen were immediately targeted by the approaching guardies. Where do you think you're looking? Fortunately, thanks to Kong Hanil, a major disaster was avoided. However, that didn't mean the danger had passed. Kururung, the sky trembled and writhed once more. Everyone, be careful, it's coming again. At Kim Ji-hoon's warning, everyone cast wary glances at the sky, tense. And then, it happened. Throw me up, what? At Heaven Splitter's words, Hyo Sungshik questioned momentarily, but he immediately hurled the heaven-splitting divine sword toward the sky. Kwarururung. Once again, a considerable portion of the descending black lightning was drawn toward the rising heaven-splitting divine sword. Pajijijik. Thud. The sword, having absorbed a significant amount of black lightning, plummeted back to the ground. The remnants of the black lightning clung to its blade, visibly crackling with electricity. Oh, acting as a lightning rod midair? That was a great idea? Ha ha ha, that was electrifying. But do you really think I asked you to throw me just to act as a lightning rod? What? Just as Sungshik was wondering about Heaven Splitter's words, a system message echoed in his ears. Ding. The mana accumulation ability of the heaven-splitting divine sword has been activated, accumulating absorbed mana. Something had changed within the heaven-splitting divine sword. Heaven-splitting divine sword. Rank. Mythical description. The divine sword of the heaven-splitting sect, a legendary sword said to have once split the heavens, a sword of absolute indestructibility. Attack power. S. Scales with the mastery of heaven-splitting divine art. Options. Heaven-splitting martial arts power plus 30%, scales with mastery. Strength and magic power plus 20%, scales with mastery. Ego amplification, magic power amplification plus 10%. Mental attack resistance plus 20%, mana accumulation, new. Option effects, scale with the mastery of heaven-splitting martial arts. Hidden options unlock as mastery increases. Checking the heaven-splitting divine sword's attributes, Sungshik saw that the mana accumulation option had been unlocked. This is, as the name suggests, it is the power to accumulate mana. You can now absorb mana from enemy attacks. What? That's possible. It was an unbelievable ability. The higher the rank, the more naturally mana was imbued in every attack. Finding an attack without mana was extremely rare. Even martial artists who refined only their physical bodies to the extreme would, upon reaching a higher rank, inevitably accumulate mana in their bodies. Consequently, every strike from such martial artists would naturally be infused with mana. There was a reason why magic power was the hardest stat to increase and the most important one. Of course, it's not some omnipotent ability like you're imagining. If you could just absorb mana from any attack at will, this sword would already be the strongest weapon in existence. Heaven Splitter firmly dismissed Sungshik's assumption. This only allows absorption of uncontrolled mana. The meaning of uncontrolled mana was as follows. Any skill made of mana had a core that controlled it. The farther the mana was from this core, the weaker its control became. This ability could only absorb that excess, uncontrolled mana. In the previous case, because I acted as a lightning rod and drew in the black lightning, I was able to absorb even more mana. Black lightning is coming again. Throw me up. Whoosh. Quarururung. Thud. Once again, the heaven-splitting divine sword returned after absorbing the mana of the black lightning. Ku. This tingles anyway. Attacks like this are especially ideal for absorbing mana. Hearing those words, Sungshik suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, then, if I slash through a skill's core, Kukukik, you've figured it out. That's right. This connects to the fundamental principle and techniques of the heaven-splitting martial arts. Heaven Splitter chuckled like an old master before continuing. Second technique of the heaven-splitting martial arts. Law-breaking strike, Po Fa Shi. This technique is so powerful it could be considered anti-magic or anti-skill. You rarely use it, but if you cut through a skill or magic, not only does it get nullified, but the dispersed mana is instantly accumulated. Hearing this, Sungshik realized the various applications of the law-breaking strike. Back in the fictional world where he had mastered the heaven-splitting martial arts and reached its pinnacle, the concept of skills or magic had barely existed. It was a world composed purely of martial artists. Because of that, he had often used the first technique, weapon-breaking strike, Po Bing Shi, to destroy enemy weapons, but he had rarely used the second technique, law-breaking strike. The only times he ever used it were against rare top-tier opponents who employed energy-based techniques. So that's why I overlooked it. Thinking back, it was a foolish oversight. There was a reason why people always emphasized mastering the basics. Although it was a basic technique, law-breaking strike carried the essence of the heaven-splitting martial arts, capable of nullifying an opponent's skills with devastating effectiveness. And the mana accumulated in this way can be manifested in various forms, depending on the situation. At that moment, Sungshik instinctively understood how to use this power, as if the will of Heaven Splitter had been transferred to him. Pajijijik. In response to his will, tendrils of earthen-colored lightning surged from the heaven-splitting divine sword. At that moment, Sungshik spotted an opening in a young Gardes from a distance. He swung the heaven-splitting divine sword through the air. You have confirmed the skill Black Lightning stored in the heaven-splitting divine sword, manifesting black lightning. And in that instant, flash Quajijijik, a thick bolt of earthen-colored lightning erupted from the heaven-splitting divine sword and struck the young Gardes. Kaijung. Thud. The beast trembled violently before collapsing to the side. Though it seemed to have a decent resistance to lightning, the attack was more than enough to momentarily paralyze it. Faced with the sudden situation, the superhumans fighting the young Gardes hesitated. Now, finish it. The superhumans snapped out of it at Kim Ji-hoon's command and finished off the fallen young Garde. Then, as if forgetting they were still in battle, they turned to look in the direction from which the black lightning had come. There stood Sungshik, frozen in the exact stance he had taken when he swung the heaven-splitting divine sword. How? The black lightning. They had seen him throw his sword earlier, intercepting the falling dark-hued lightning from the sky, but they had never imagined that he could reuse the exact same black lightning as an attack. Could that be the power of your weapon? One of the mercenaries from Team B, who had been watching, asked. Yes, that's correct. Wow! At Sungshik's affirmation, murmurs of admiration spread through the crowd. It didn't look ordinary from the start. At the very least, it has to be unique, no, maybe even legendary. Someone guessed while looking at the heaven-splitting divine sword. Sungshik just responded with a knowing smile. This is pretty useful. It seemed to replicate the original skill's power almost perfectly. If utilized well, it could serve as an additional unpredictable attack in his arsenal. Though, it would have been great if I could absorb the accumulated mana myself. Too bad. If that were possible, The heaven-splitting divine sword could function as a walking elixir tank. The thought made him chuckle at his own greed. You can't, but I might be able to make use of the stored mana in the future. What do you mean? Sungshik asked, glancing at the sword in his hand, intrigued by Heaven Splitter's unexpected words. As you know, my full power hasn't been unlocked yet, but if I continue to absorb this accumulated mana, I may be able to regain my strength at a faster rate. Oh, Sungshik let out a small exclamation. The heaven-splitting divine sword had been regaining its power based on his martial realm, but from what he was hearing now, it could also regain strength by naturally absorbing mana. While Sungshik was impressed by this revelation, Team A seemed to be finishing up their battle against the monsters. His attack, which had taken down one of the creatures, had significantly shifted the tide of the battle in their favor. The black lightning that had been raining down also stopped after Sungshik absorbed it twice with his sword. Thud! The sound of the final 6-star ranked Guardi collapsing echoed through the battlefield. It had been a tough fight against such a powerful creature, but thanks to Kong Hanil closely marking it, they had managed to win with minimal casualties. Phew, good job. Everyone, good work, man. That was tough. That was really a 6-star monster, right? Yeah, it looks that way at that. Everyone's expressions darkened. They had all realized it. If the 6-star monster wasn't the boss, then there was a high probability that the actual boss was an even higher ranked monster. So the boss, it's likely a 6-star plus rank, right? No way it's a 7-star, is it? It should be 6-star plus if a 7-star boss appears. That's basically a death sentence, ha ha ha. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Though spoken in jest, it was hardly a laughing matter in this situation. They had struggled against the 6-star monster, and the thought of facing something even stronger filled them with unease. That was the issue. Many among them had never fought a 6-star or higher ranked monster before. The fear of the unknown was beginning to eat away at their nerves. Well, Kong Hanil is here, so we should be fine, right? Haha, I'll do my best. Honestly, the 6-star we just fought was basically a 6-star level monster combined with 2 5-star plus ones, right? They said those creatures were 5-star plus, but they felt way tougher than the other 5-star plus monsters we faced before. Essentially, we fought against more than 2 6-star monsters at the same time. If we managed that, we should be able to handle something even stronger. Now that you put it that way, fortunately, emphasizing Kong Hanil's presence helped ease the tension. The group slowly steeled themselves for what lay ahead. The conversation eventually shifted to Sungshik's role in the battle. His actions had marked the turning point, leading them to victory. By the way, that black lightning, how did you use it? It's an inherent ability of my sword. Oh, the members of Team A murmured in admiration. They had been too busy fighting earlier to hear what he had told Team B. So, does that mean you can absorb skills and then reuse them? Yes, something like that. Wow, that's so broken. If I had a weapon like that, I could solo a boss myself. One of them joked with an exaggerated expression, making the others chuckle and roll their eyes, but many were still gazing at Sungshik's heaven-splitting divine sword with envy, some even with outright greed. That weapon, it might actually be legendary. Lucky bastard, he's a mercenary for sure, right? Yeah, I checked earlier, he's a merc. It was the trio from the Nadi Guild. Their eyes were filled with undisguised greed as they stared at the heaven-splitting divine sword. Kahaha. Look at them, they all want me, don't they? Kid, you should feel honored to wield someone as magnificent as me. At Heaven Splitter's cocky words, Sungshik let out a quiet chuckle. But those 3 idiots over there, their eyes are dangerous. I've seen that look before. Extreme greed. That's the look of someone who will cause trouble no matter what. Sungshik had already noticed it. Their blatant display of hostility and avarice was impossible to miss. They're quite careless no matter what they plan. Should they at least hide their intentions? Kukuku. That's just you being perceptive. Most people wouldn't notice a thing. That was true with his high martial realm and exceptional senses. Sungshik had easily seen through them. An ordinary superhuman likely wouldn't have picked up on their expressions. Well, whatever they try, I'll just send it right back at them. At Sungshik's thought, Heaven Splitter chuckled once more. Huh. You're actually looking forward to seeing what they try, aren't you? Sungshik didn't answer. He simply smiled, an amused, knowing smile. This place is way too wide. The impression upon entering the boss room was just that a vast, open space at both ends of this open area. 2 massive pillars stood tall. And that wasn't all. Most dungeons had ceilings. The rare exceptions were cases where flying-type monsters appeared. In those cases, there were no ceiling constraints. Don't tell me. Someone muttered those words. They trailed off, but everyone had the same thought in mind. A flying-type boss monster? Flying-type monsters were far trickier to deal with than regular ones. It was only natural. Being able to fly meant securing a significant advantage in combat. Even if they were the same rank, a flying-type monster would effectively exhibit combat strength at least half a rank higher. And if that flying monster specialized in long-range attacks? That was nothing short of a disaster for close combat superhumans. A monster that soared through the sky while bombarding its enemies from a distance. Facing such a foe, many close combat superhumans would say their best bet was simply to run. We have a total of 8 long-range superhumans. Will that be enough? By nature, there were far fewer long-range superhumans compared to close combat ones. There was a reason they were highly sought after. That's why, when forming a raid team, if the balance of long-range superhumans wasn't carefully maintained, the team would naturally end up composed mostly of close combat superhumans. This raid team was no exception so far. Dungeons where flying monsters appeared had been extremely rare, and there had never been a case of a flying-type boss, so the team had almost completely disregarded the possibility. The only fortunate thing was that most of the team members were at least 5-star superhumans, meaning they had access to ranged attacks at the 5-star rank. Superhumans could manifest their aura into forms like sword energy, effectively giving them long-range attack capabilities. Even if the enemy was a flying-type monster, as long as they could force it to the ground, they might actually have an easier time completing the raid. With those concerns in mind, they stepped into the boss room. Their suspicions were confirmed. Creak. Letting out an ear-piercing screech, the boss monster revealed itself. It was perched at the far end of the left pillar. The boss monster was a massive bird, its entire body crackling with earth-colored lightning. Even at a glance, its body was easily 5 meters tall. Its feathers were pitch black, and the lightning it emitted was also a dark, ominous hue, black thunder. Damn it, just as we thought. B-Team's 3 long-range mercenaries, please join the front line as we discussed. Everyone, maintain your positions. Our top priority is the right wing. Perhaps because they had mentally prepared themselves beforehand, everyone got ready for battle without much panic. But upon examining the monster, Sungshik swallowed hard. Insight, boss, Thunderbird rank, 6-star plus. Combat power. S. A bird that feeds on lightning. With a single flap of its wings, it generates dozens of bolts of lightning. It has absorbed the power of darkness, making its thunder even more powerful. An S-rank combat power. Typically, a 6-star plus ranked monster should have an A+ combat rating. The difference between A and S in combat power wasn't just a simple one-step difference. It was a fundamental shift in class. That's why 7-star monsters with S-ranked combat power displayed abilities vastly superior to those of 6-star monsters. Back then, the rampaging Mammotus only had an S combat rating. That was a 6-star plus boss that had entered berserk mode, reaching S combat power. Even then, its ability to transcend its rank had been overwhelming, but this time, the situation was even worse. Looks like I'll have to step in. To be fair, unlike before, they had Kong Hanil on their side now, so this raid should be possible. In fact, if it were a ground-type monster, they might have even been able to clear it more easily than expected. Raids, after all, were about overcoming monsters stronger than oneself. They had successfully taken down monsters ranked higher than themselves multiple times before. But given its flight capabilities and unexpectedly high combat power, this fight might not go smoothly. They might still succeed, but unnecessary casualties were a real concern. Many of the superhumans here were still at the 5-star rank. A 6-star plus boss with S-rank combat power posed a serious threat to them. Still too weak. If it were me, I'd slaughter it single-handedly. At Heaven Splitter's words, Sungshik chuckled. He wanted to do the same. But the world hadn't descended into lawlessness yet. He was here as an invited member of the raid team, not its leader. Even if he had the power to handle everything alone, disregarding the rules and rampaging through the battlefield would be no different from thuggery. Yeah, not yet. The world before the gate breaks erupted. That's where they still were. The era of pure survival of the fittest had yet to begin. For now, following the system set by society is the right thing to do. Swoosh. Sungshik began walking toward A team, ready to lend a hand in the raid. Huh? What are you doing here? That was when Han Sokwon from the Nadi Guild trio called out to him. Thought I'd lend a hand smirk at Sungshik's words. Han Sokwon let out a mocking grin. You think you're hot shit now just because you got yourself a good weapon? Twitch. Sungshik's right eyebrow twitched. Han Sokwon's tone was incredibly irritating. No, not just irritating, downright infuriating. Sometimes, even after returning, Sungshik found it hard to adjust to this world. Just like now, having lived through an era where the strong ruled absolutely, moments like these made him feel entirely out of place. As Han Sokwon's words turned harsh, Kim Ji-hun quickly intervened. The last thing they needed was tensions flaring up right before a boss battle. Looks like Sokwon is a bit on edge because of the upcoming fight. It's great that Big Sir wants to help, but our formation is a bit tricky right now. Han Sokwon cast a glance toward the three new long-range superhumans who had just joined a team's formation. In truth, a formation is meant to be an organic structure, but if everyone keeps joining in like this, it loses its meaning. If Sungshik were to participate, a significant number of B-team members would undoubtedly insist on joining as well. If the entire team entered battle on a large scale, they would have to reorganize the formation, but there was no time for that now. Alright then, whatever. Seeing Kim Ji-hoon step forward to mediate, Sungshik shrugged and responded. Tisk tisk. Those kids over there, not a single one of them has a proper eye for talent. Heaven Splitter clicked his tongue while observing the raid team. The atmosphere was anything but welcoming towards Sungshik's participation. Only Seo Hanyul seemed like he was about to say something, but he shut his mouth as the mood shifted. With that, Sungshik stepped back, and the raid commenced. Kong Hanyul. That ominous feeling he had when first entering the gate. Where had it come from? The gate strategy had proceeded more smoothly than expected. Even when facing the boss, it felt manageable. Was I overreacting? Perhaps it was thanks to Sungshik's sense of judgment along the way that they had made it this far without major crises. His instincts are impressive. Although he hadn't witnessed Sungshik's raw combat prowess firsthand, the decisions he had made throughout the raid left Kong Hanyul impressed. Truthfully, when Sungshik volunteered to join the boss battle, he had been pleased. It would have been a chance to see his power in action. However, Kim Ji-hoon had declined, citing team formation concerns. Even though Kong Hanyul had a strong presence within the team, the one issuing commands was Kim Ji-hoon, so he respected his decision. They could have allowed one more Urson, though it wasn't as if superhumans were like chess pieces, requiring a fixed number of participants in a formation. While formations followed a broad structure, adding an extra member wouldn't have drastically changed anything. He was probably considering B-team. There were undoubtedly some among them who also wanted a piece of the boss battle. If only Sungshik participated, it might have been seen as an issue of fairness in the end. That was the real concern. The backup team had been formed just in case. If they wanted to, they could have all joined in and fought together. However, that would have led to issues when distributing the spoils afterward. Splitting contributions evenly was difficult, and sharing with too many people would significantly reduce the rewards. From the Gate clans competed fiercely over raid priorities precisely because of such profits, so an inefficient raid strategy like that was out of the question. That said, forming a proper formation isn't necessarily wrong either. Following Kim Ji-hoon's established formation would certainly make for a more efficient battle. But it's still a shame. He had been eager to see Sungshik's strength. The unusual weapon he carried was also intriguing. Kong Hanyul had wanted to watch Sungshik fight up close. He discreetly asked Seo Hanyul, who had participated in an A-rank gate raid with Sungshik earlier. He's amazing, isn't he? Seo Hanyul smiled as he spoke, and at that moment, Kong Hanyul knew the rumors about Sungshik weren't exaggerated. At the same time, a competitive spirit stirred within him. It was a natural instinct for a strong superhuman. As someone revered as South Korea's strongest, he was even more curious about Sungshik's power. Since South Korea was often considered weaker than its neighboring countries in terms of superhumans, he had secretly wished for stronger individuals to emerge. But now that someone potentially stronger than himself had appeared, he felt reluctant to give up his top spot. Well, I can always spar with him later. There was no rush. He had plenty of time and could confirm Sungshik's abilities at his own pace. For now, the priority was taking down the massive beast before them. However, the monster proved more formidable than expected. Kiok Bazizizik Tisk. Now that's intense. Kong Hanyul took the brunt of the monster's black lightning. He let out a bitter laugh as the tingling pain coursed through his body. The creature was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Fast, intelligent, and ruthless. The worst part was that it never descended below a certain altitude. For a close combat fighter like Kong Hanil, this was the first time he had ever felt so powerless. All he could do was endure the black lightning raining from above and throw out ineffective air punches. Watching this battle, Sungshik reached a conclusion. Now I am certain this creature didn't exist before my regression. The appearance of South Korea's third A-rank gate. He remembered the second one clearly because of the valuable cold grass that came from it, but when he heard that a third had emerged, he had been puzzled. He couldn't recall what had come out of it. He still remembered the major events, but details like this were hazy. If a troublesome flying creature like this Thunderbird had appeared as a boss, it would have been a major issue. However, he had never heard of a flying boss monster with lightning-based abilities. Was this gate artificially created? Doubts began to arise. A mutated boss monster. While he didn't know the exact mechanism, he understood that it was possible to mutate them using something called the Black Moon Fragment. It was highly likely that Xiaoguang was responsible for this. He must have used his knowledge of the future to create a mutated boss using the Black Moon Fragment. But creating a gate was an entirely different issue. Now that you mention it, this is odd. Maybe the gate itself didn't change, but the boss monster inside did. Even Heaven Splitter seemed doubtful. However, there was no way to verify anything at the moment. It seemed that the answer to this mystery lay with the Revolutionary Knights. More importantly, they're starting to struggle. Pazizizik. Another distant type superhuman was taken down by a barrage of black lightning. The Thunderbird was cunning, targeting only those who posed the greatest threat to it. Watching this unfold, Sungshik arrived at a conclusion. This raid was bound to fail, that is, if he weren't here. Kong Hanil, currently the #1 ranked superhuman in Korea. Kong Hanil was the first in the country to reach 6-star, but he had been stagnant ever since. In fact, even compared to the rest of the world, the speed at which Kong Hanil reached 6-star was on par with the world's top-ranking superhumans. He had risen swiftly to 6-star and had received high expectations accordingly. Kong Hanil, the 31st superhuman in the world to reach 6-star, the proud future of Korea, the beacon of Korea's superhuman world. Who is Kong Hanil? The president of the Superhuman Association evaluates Kong Hanil. Kong Hanil, a talent destined for the world's top 10. Kong Hanil was at the center of Korea's spotlight. Korea, being relatively weaker in superhuman power compared to neighboring countries, had placed even greater expectations on him. But those expectations and interests soon turned into doubt and disappointment. Even Jardin from the US has reached 6-star plus now. What is Kong Hanil doing? Even superhumans who reached 6-star later than him have all moved up to 6-star plus. While other superhumans who had reached 6-star after him progressed to 6-star plus, Kong Hanil remained stuck at 6-star. Is this my limit? He inwardly set his limit at 6-star in his previous life. Kong Hanil had never managed to break past the wall of 6-star. Tisk. Damn it, but today, that wall had begun to crumble. Frustration, helplessness, anger, these emotions surged through him, becoming the catalyst. It felt as though something inside him was breaking apart. Goo. The first to notice the change was Sungshik. Oh, isn't he awakening? Indeed, Kong Hanil was now pushing past his limits. Seeing this, Sungshik stopped in his tracks. Once more things had gotten interesting. It was worth watching a little longer. Yuwa. For a moment, a brilliant light radiated from Kong Hanil's body before fading. Only Sungshik fully grasped the significance of this. Kong Hanil's fist aura had become noticeably faster and stronger. His attack landed on the Thunderbird's body. Boom! It was the first attack to connect. Everyone saw the Thunderbird stagger from the blow. Now, focus all attacks on its wings. The raid team didn't miss the opportunity. They immediately followed up on the chance Kong Hanil had created. The raid team's attacks continuously struck the Thunderbird's wings and body. Kong Hanil didn't stay idle either. He launched consecutive attacks. The Thunderbird seemed unable to regain its composure. It wavered visibly in the air, unable to resist the raid team's barrage. Thud. In the end, the massive body of the Thunderbird crashed to the ground, producing a thunderous sound, a signal that the once overwhelmed raid team had landed their first successful counterattack. Flash. Kong Hanil dashed toward the fallen Thunderbird like a bolt of lightning. His determination to seize this moment was palpable. A dense, deep blue aura formed around his fist, visible even to the naked eye. Kong Hanil thrust his fist toward the Thunderbird. Bang! Keek. The Thunderbird let out a pained scream after taking another direct hit from Kong Hanil. It works as his attack connected, a thrilling sensation surged through him, he could feel it in his bones. He was much stronger than before. That's right, just moments ago, Kong Hanil had broken past his wall and reached 6-star plus at 6-star plus. His attacks were incomparably faster and stronger than before. Perhaps I've been crushed under the weight of expectations all this time. It felt as though the burden that had been suffocating him had been lifted. Perhaps what freed him today was the arrival of Sungshik. The appearance of a superhuman who might be stronger than him. That realization had alleviated the pressure of needing to reach 6-star plus. At the same time, the helplessness, frustration, and anger he had felt during the raid had acted as the trigger that shattered the limit he had imposed on himself. The world looks different. He had only just reached 6-star plus, not even 7-star, and yet the world already appeared so different he couldn't begin to imagine what the world would look like at the level of 7-star. Shaking off his thoughts, Kong Hanil clenched his fist. Even stronger energy gathered in his hand. Each of Kong Hanil's attacks inflicted heavy damage on the Thunderbird. Crackle. The Thunderbird continued to generate streaks of lightning across its entire body at the same time. It desperately tried to shake Kong Hanil off and take flight again, but it wasn't easy. Kong Hanil tenaciously clung to it, preventing it from escaping. If we miss this chance, who knows what will happen? He felt that this might be their last opportunity. Even though he had broken through to 6-star plus, he knew that if the Thunderbird regained the advantage, things wouldn't go well. Now that he had reached 6-star plus, he could better sense the Thunderbird's full strength. It was now clear. The creature hadn't been fighting at full power before. The intensity of the black lightning it was releasing now was on a completely different level. So it was toying with us, planning to slowly wear us down. Realizing the monster's true intent, a curse nearly escaped his lips. Clenching his teeth, he pressed on even harder. The Thunderbird would now pay the price for its arrogance. Hew up. With a powerful shout, Kong Hanil's right arm muscles swelled dramatically. SS rank hyper muscle. The trait caused his right arm to visibly expand, as though it had undergone partial gigantification. Until now, he hadn't been able to use this ability, but upon reaching 6-star plus, he had finally unlocked it. What is that? Whoa! Even the onlookers were taken aback by Kong Hanil's new ability. Just looking at it, they could feel the overwhelming strength radiating from it. Ha! Boom! As Kong Hanil swung his fist, the Thunderbird was sent flying with a deafening impact. It seemed to be the decisive strike. Wow! We did it! The raid team was already celebrating. That's how overwhelming Kong Hanil's display of power had been. No one believed the Thunderbird would come out unscathed. Ha! As the extreme concentration faded, the fatigue of battle flooded his body. Kong Hanil was convinced of their victory. Should I go to the sauna first after the battle today? A sauna is the best way to relieve the fatigue built up from battle. As the tension eased, I approached the Thunderbird, thinking about how to unwind after the raid. It's probably not over yet. Heaven Splitter, who had been watching, spoke. Yeah, it's too early to celebrate. Heo Sungshik also agreed with that statement. One thing that everyone was overlooking. Despite taking hits from Kong Hanil, the Thunderbird had not shed a single drop of blood. The only thing that had happened was that its stiff-looking black feathers had gradually fallen off with each impact. Moreover, its aura had not weakened in the slightest. At that moment, the Thunderbird's energy suddenly went berserk. Watch out! Heo Sungshik shouted urgently at Kong Hanil, who was approaching the Thunderbird. What? Just as Kong Hanil was about to question the urgency in Heo Sungshik's voice, his vision blacked out as excruciating pain coursed through his entire body. Thud, crackle, Kong Hanil collapsed after taking a direct hit from the black lightning unleashed by the Thunderbird. That black lightning carried a level of destructive power far beyond anything the Thunderbird had unleashed so far. Even after he fell, sparks continued to crackle and jump across Kong Hanil's body. Exclamation mark. Hya, what is that? Kong Hanil Nim. The sudden reversal of the situation threw the raid team into chaos. Heek. The Thunderbird shrieked in triumph after taking down Kong Hanil. At the same time, its energy surged wildly, and its form began to change dramatically. Flap. All of its earth-colored feathers fell off, replaced by scales. The new scales gleamed with a polished sheen, as if they were freshly forged. At the same time, its body, previously about 4 meters in size, swelled to over 6 meters. 2 horns, resembling those of a ram, sprouted from its head. Crackle. Electric currents crackled between the 2 horns, and powerful lightning continuously flowed from them. The Thunderbird's rapidly changing appearance was like a fusion of a bird and a dragon, with scales and horns adorning its avian form. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing nervously reached my ears. It was one of the mercenary superhumans standing nearby. It was understandable. After all, the overwhelming waves of magic power from the transformed Thunderbird were palpable even from here. Did the boss monster just awaken mid-battle? Someone spoke up in a trembling voice. Mid-battle awakening, a phenomenon that was extremely rare, just as Kong Hanil had awakened in the middle of combat earlier. There were rare instances where boss monsters evolved mid-battle, increasing their rank. This was an incredibly rare occurrence, both Kong Hanil and the boss monster awakening in battle at the same time. Even before my regression, I could count on one hand the number of times I witnessed a mid-battle awakening. Both a superhuman and a monster awakening simultaneously. This was such an unusual and rare scene that it felt surreal even to Heo Sungshik. Insight. Boss Thunderbird. Rank. 7-star. Combat power. S+. A bird that feeds on lightning with a single flap of its wings. It can generate dozens of bolts of lightning. It has embraced the power of darkness, further strengthening its thunder magic. Before transcending, name missing, and losing its name, it reclaimed part of its original essence. 7-star. As expected, in just that brief moment, it had truly ascended to a 7-star rank. What? 7-star. Wait, 7-star. This is insane. The mercenaries from Team B fell into complete panic after hearing Heo Sungshik's muttered words. A 7-star ranked monster. The number of such creatures that had ever been successfully hunted worldwide could be counted on one hand at this point in time. 7-star monsters were considered outright calamities, disasters incarnate. The fear of a 7-star monster spread like a plague. Some members of the raid team began fleeing the battlefield. Damn it! Get back here! Where do you think you're going? Let go of me. If you want to fight that thing, do it yourself. The raid team descended into chaos in an instant. Heo Sungshik watched it all unfold. Honestly, I can't say I don't understand, but still, tch. He felt deeply disappointed. Kong Hanil's unexpected defeat, the boss monster evolving into a 7-star threat. Raid Team A now faced an unwinnable battle. The fear was understandable, but this was still a raid. Abandoning the frontline just to save their own lives would only ensure everyone's death. Feeling a deep sense of disappointment, Heo Sungshik suddenly understood why South Korean superhumans were considered weak. Crackle. Ga. In the meantime, another barrage of lightning from the Thunderbird struck, wiping out a large portion of Team A's front line. Among those hit were the trio from the Nati clan. Their eyes rolled back, and their bodies convulsed violently, but from the way they still twitched, it seemed they had miraculously survived. They took a direct hit from a 7-star boss monster, and they are still alive. Tough bastards. After briefly observing them, Heo Sungshik turned his gaze back to the boss monster. Subin, put this on and stay far back. That thing is a lot stronger now, so you absolutely cannot afford to take a hit. Heo Sungshik handed Kim Subin the hero ring of protection, an artifact he had obtained during a recent gate expedition. An artifact that activated a high-grade shield up to 3 times per day in critical situations. Since Heo Sungshik himself could use protective barriers, he had no need for it, but for Kim Subin, it would be a lifesaver. Oh okay wait. Kim Subin seemed to be in a state of panic due to the situation. She instinctively responded, but the moment she saw Heo Sungshik launching himself toward the Thunderbird, she reached out her hand. However, by then, he had already moved. Heek. The Thunderbird screeched as it saw Heo Sungshik charging toward it. The cry resembled that of a wild beast confronting another predator, sounding more like a warning than a threat. It seemed to instinctively recognize that, even after ascending to 7-star rank, Heo Sungshik was the most dangerous opponent present. Swoosh. Heo Sungshik, still sprinting at full speed, drew the heaven-splitting divine sword from the sheath at his waist. Heaven-splitting martial arts, 3rd form, defense-breaking strike. Flash. A streak of light shot forward, slamming into the Thunderbird. Kim Ji-hoon of the Shining Guild, one of the 5 pillars leading the Shining Guild. He was an executive of the Shining Guild and a promising superhuman who had reached the 5-star plus rank. When he first joined this raid team, He had little concern. He had heard about the dangers of mutated gates, but he wasn't overly worried considering the raid team's overwhelming power. It was understandable. The participation of Kong Hanil, a 6-star superhuman in addition, a total of 30 superhumans ranked 5-star or higher among them, nearly 10 were at the 5-star plus rank. With such power, this was arguably the strongest raid team that could be assembled in the country. Therefore, even though it was an A-rank mutated gate, he believed there would be no problem. As long as we don't recklessly expose ourselves to unnecessary risks, there's no reason for us to fail. He had said those words during the briefing. That was how confident he was. Everyone in the team was experienced, and there was no one who would make such rookie mistakes that could ruin the raid. But there was one thing Kim Ji-hoon had overlooked. He had assessed their strength in relative terms. Indeed, their power was the strongest that could be gathered within the country. However, the monsters appearing within the gate were not bound by such limits. At any moment, a monster stronger than their entire team could appear and wipe them out. This can't be. He only realized this after facing the Thunderbird before his eyes. At first, they struggled slightly against the Thunderbird, but then Kong Hanil awakened. Following that, the raid team's continuous attacks forced the Thunderbird to crash to the ground. Up until that moment, Kim Ji-hoon was optimistic about their victory, and it wasn't just him. Every member of the raid team probably felt the same. But when the Thunderbird suddenly awakened, and Kong Hanil fell, only then did he finally understand that they could actually lose. A single strike of black lightning from the awakened Thunderbird brought down several raid team members. Among them were the trio from the Nati Guild, who were also at the 5-star plus rank. Regardless of their personalities, they were fighters he could trust based on skill alone, yet they had been retired from the fight by a single bolt of lightning. It was a despairing situation. He could feel the overwhelming waves of magic radiating from the monster against his skin. It was enough to drain the will to resist. We're doomed. We're all going to die. And it wasn't just him. The other superhumans around him were panicking as well. The one who had just spoken in despair was also a high-ranking superhuman at the 5-star plus level. Normally, he exuded unshakable confidence and an indomitable spirit, yet even he had lost that composure. His body trembled violently. He could already picture himself collapsing just like Kong Hanil and the Nati Guild trio. God. Though he had always claimed to be an atheist, in the face of despair, he desperately prayed for divine intervention, and perhaps his prayer had reached the heavens. A miracle unfolded before his eyes. Flash! A brilliant light burst forth, and a lone figure shot toward the Thunderbird. The arc of the Mon's sword carved a deep wound across the Thunderbird's chest. With a shriek of pain, scales tore away from its chest and fell. The Thunderbird writhed in agony and hurriedly took to the skies. Watching this, a sliver of hope ignited within him. Perhaps, just maybe. On that day, a god was born in Kim Ji-hoon's heart. That was a bit shallow. It was a slightly disappointing sensation. That thing is faster and more perceptive than it looks. Indeed, he had believed it to be a perfect ambush that would decisively turn the tide, but it had failed. A mere superficial wound. All he had done was strip away a few scales from the Thunderbird. Everyone, help the injured and retreat. Heo Sungshik bought time for Team A to gather their wounded and fall back. Technically, he could have launched a series of follow-up attacks immediately after his first strike. However, since his initial attack had failed to end the fight, escalating the battle into a chaotic brawl could have resulted in Team A's superhumans getting caught in the crossfire. Instead, he chose to secure time for them to regroup and withdraw. Aren't you being too leisurely? Heaven Splitter spoke with some disapproval. It was true. If it had been Heaven Splitter, he wouldn't have cared about collateral damage. He would have simply taken down the Thunderbird in the most efficient manner possible. It's not that I am deliberately taking my time. In a way, it was true that he was taking it easy. But it was because he was brimming with confidence. He could instinctively tell, even though the Thunderbird had awakened, it wasn't his match. What a hassle because of these useless people. Heaven Splitter grumbled, and Heo Sungshik chuckled softly. He was now convinced. Heaven Splitter truly was not human, but a sword. The heart that cannot stand idly by in the face of others' misfortune. Most people naturally possessed such compassion. This was no different if the situation had put him at a disadvantage. Perhaps he would have considered otherwise, but right now, there was no harm to him at all. If anything, the benefits of saving these people far outweighed any potential losses. Well, let's set those thoughts aside for now. He cleared his mind and focused entirely on the battle. It had only just begun now. He had to prove that his confidence was justified. Crackle, crackle. At the same time Heo Sungshik focused, the Thunderbird, hovering in the air, scattered a barrage of black lightning. I see it. Every single bolt of black lightning racing toward him was clearly visible. Lightning-based attacks were among the fastest and most destructive of all elemental assaults. Their speed alone made them difficult to follow with the naked eye. But Heo Sungshik's ash-gray eyes, those were the heaven-splitter eyes. With those ashen eyes, he could perceive every single strike. Heaven-splitting martial arts, second form, law-breaking strike. The heaven-splitting divine sword radiated a strange power as it absorbed the approaching bolts one by one, shattering them. Crackle crackle. As the massive sparks dissipated, some of the scattered lightning was quietly absorbed into the heaven-splitting divine sword. Though the explanation was long, all of this happened within the span of mere seconds. Seeing the more than 10 strands of black lightning, splitting them apart and absorbing them, this was not something just anyone could do. One had to possess the same eyes as Sungshik and be able to move faster than the black lightning itself. Among those watching, the only one who could somewhat properly follow those movements was none other than Kong Hanil. My God! Having briefly lost consciousness after taking a direct hit from the Thunderbird's attack, Kong Hanil woke up and could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed Sungshik's movements. When he had reached 6-star plus, he had thought for a moment that he had caught up to Sungshik or perhaps even surpassed him, but that was merely an illusion. That man was a transcendent beyond 7-star. The gap between them felt overwhelming. As someone who had just reached 6-star plus, Kong Hanil could now truly grasp just how insurmountable the wall of 7-star was. This is insane. The words left his mouth in awe. He couldn't even begin to imagine how that man had reached such a level. The celestial realm, the domain of the world's top-tier powerhouses. Kong Hanil himself had only dipped his feet into that realm briefly when he had first ascended to 6-star. That's right. Sungshik was not someone confined to the small pond of Korea. He was destined to stand on the grand stage of the world. Though not to the same extent as Kong Hanil, a few of the nearby superhumans who caught a glimpse of Sungshik's prowess shivered in fear. That was how breathtaking the scene of him blocking the black lightning barrage was. Hee-ek! Having its attack thwarted so effortlessly, the Thunderbird let out a desperate, frenzied cry. Ugh! Superhumans clutched their ears in pain from the deafening roar. Resisting the Thunderbird's fear, a notification rang in Sungshik's ears. I see, so that's what it was. He now understood why the raid team had momentarily fallen into collective panic when the Thunderbird had awakened. The inherent power of fear possessed by dragons, a force that weakened the abilities of those below them and instilled them with terror. The Thunderbird had partially awakened the power of dragons, unleashing that very force. However, it had no effect on Sungshik. His rank was not lower than the Thunderbird's to begin with, and his heaven-splitting divine sword had the plus 20% mental attack resistance option. As such, the very idea of him being affected by its fear was simply inconceivable. The Thunderbird itself seemed to have never expected its fear to work on Sungshik in the first place. Crackle! Along with its roar, an immense burst of sparks erupted from its entire body simultaneously. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. It was similar to the attack he had seen before entering the boss room. However, there was a key difference. Rumble, _. This time, the sheer volume of lightning was overwhelmingly greater, and it was all concentrated on a single target. Crackle! More than dozens of strands of black lightning raged toward a single person, Sungshik. It was an overwhelming sight that none who witnessed it would ever forget. It was as if the wrath of nature itself had descended upon a single individual. Indeed, a boss monster wielding the higher attribute of thunder demonstrated far greater power than other monsters of the same rank. However, it had chosen the wrong opponent. I think I can do it. Normally, he wouldn't have taken the risk no matter how powerful Sungshik was. If he were to take on all of these black lightning bolts at once, the damage would be immense. Yet, for some reason, today he had a strong feeling that he could manage it. Sungshik's gray eyes deepened as he focused his mind. The world around him seemed to slow down. At that moment, a notification sounded in his ears, but he was so immersed that he barely registered it. Ding! The power of Chrono's pocket watch reacts with Heaven Splitter Eyes. Heaven Splitter Eyes temporarily ascends to true Heaven Splitter Eyes. The entire world slowed. The black lightning bolts that had been striking down at the speed of light now seemed to crawl like slugs. Within this seemingly frozen world, only Sungshik's thoughts remained sharp and unhindered. Frustrating. While his mind was fully active, his body, like everything else around him, moved sluggishly. Move faster. Within the flow of time, Sungshik's powerful will reached his body. His body responded to that will. He could move just a little faster than before. For now, this is enough. Though still frustratingly slow, being able to move even at this pace was sufficient. It was enough to cut down every bolt of black lightning before him. In this slowed world, Sungshik's body moved relentlessly, slashing, cutting, slicing. He cleaved through every single black lightning bolt raining down upon him, a feat that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. When all the lightning had been blocked, the world returned to its original state. The countless black lightning bolts had completely vanished. Crackle. The heaven-splitting divine sword, overflowing with mana, discharged an enormous surge of sparks. What just happened? What was that? All I saw was flashing lights, nothing else. No one had properly witnessed Sungshik's miraculous feat. Not even Kong Hanil had been able to follow his movements. Does that mean he wasn't even using his full power earlier? The realization sent chills down Kong Hanil's spine. He could not fathom the limits of this man. Ignoring the gasps and shock around him, Sungshik steadied his breath. That sensation just now, it was something he had never experienced before, not even when he had trained in the heaven-splitting martial arts and reached the realm of enlightenment. The feeling of time itself bending to his will, though brief, it had been an electrifying experience he would never forget. However, perhaps this power was not yet fully his to wield. The backlash was greater than expected. A wave of intense mental fatigue hit him, and he could feel his muscles screaming in protest. Yet, he did not find it unpleasant. It felt as if he had just surpassed a personal limit, as if he had just carved open a new path to an unknown realm. A smirk formed at the corner of Sungshik's lips. Since I had such a great experience, it's only fair that I give a gift in return. With those words, he swung the heaven-splitting divine sword, overflowing with immense mana. Kwa-a-ruru-room. A sound shook the heavens and the earth at the same time. A streak of lightning shot out from the heaven-splitting divine sword. It was an enormous black thunderbolt. If the black lightning that the Thunderbird had unleashed until now had been like dozens of writhing earthworms, then the single black thunderbolt that Sungshik released was akin to an amugi, no, a full-fledged dragon. Kwa-a-ruru-room. Paji Jik Pajik. Kia. The Thunderbird, fully exposed to the lightning, let out a shriek. It staggered in midair as if unable to gather its senses from the shock. Its wings flailing, sparks erupted all over its body. However, it didn't seem to have taken as much damage as expected. Tisk. Since that thing itself is of the lightning attribute, its resistance to lightning must also be immense. It'll be difficult to deal significant damage with the same attribute. That last attack only managed to harm it slightly because the output of the mana was exceptionally high, causing pressure from the sheer force of the mana. That was Heaven Splitter's assessment. He assumed that the Thunderbird's resistance to its own attribute was so extreme that Sungshik's previous attack had not been able to deal any significant damage. However, because the attack had momentarily surged with immense mana output, the pressure from that energy had managed to inflict some harm. It made sense after all. The source of mana that Heaven Splitter had absorbed had originally come from the Thunderbird itself. On top of that, it was the same lightning attribute. Hoping to inflict major damage with the same attribute was unrealistic. If Sungshik had possessed a trait allowing him to manipulate lightning, he could have used attribute conversion to attack with a different element, which would have been far more effective. But this brief opening is enough. The Thunderbird, momentarily disoriented from the previous attack, it didn't matter if reflecting the black lightning hadn't caused substantial damage for Sungshik. This small opening was all he needed. Wind began to wrap around the heaven-splitting divine sword. The wavering gusts quickly turned into a swirling vortex that coiled around the sword. Stronger. Sungshik poured even more mana into the heaven-splitting divine sword. Then, he wavered. As he infused mana into the sword, his body suddenly faltered. After effects. The recoil from stepping into an unknown realm, displaying superhuman divinity. It seemed the burden on his body had been greater than he had anticipated. However, it was only momentary. His superhuman physique, having undergone rebirth, was already rapidly recovering from the previous overload. Soon, Sungshik clenched the heaven-splitting divine sword even tighter. He-yo-oo! An immense whirlwind burst forth from the sword. This mana is unbelievable. Ah, it seems the rumors about him were true. Please. The superhumans could feel the overwhelming mana waves radiating from Sungshik's sword. Their reactions were nearly identical. Shock, admiration, and a desperate hope that he would emerge victorious. They understood it clearly. Their very lives rested in Sungshik's hands. Carrying their wishes, Sungshik unleashed an immense surge of mana from his sword. Heaven-splitting, wind scar, shua-wah-wah-whack, countless blades of wind burst from the tip of Sungshik's sword. Overwhelming mana. Even those watching from afar could feel the dense wind mana shaking the battlefield. It was the power of Sungshik, who had reached the level of 7-star and was unleashing his near full strength. On top of that, the effects of the Master of Wind trait had been activated. The winds surrounding the Thunderbird fell under Sungshik's command. Kwadeu Duke. Kia. An invisible, massive force ensnared the Thunderbird. At the same time, it let out a distressed shriek. The creature had snapped out of its daze due to the overwhelming surge of mana crashing down upon it, yet the force holding it down prevented it from escaping the battlefield. As a result, kakakik, kwaggg_. The Thunderbird took the full brunt of heaven-splitting, wind scar. The result was nothing short of devastation. Huwak. The Thunderbird's body was, quite literally, shredded apart. Hoodoo-doo-duck. Its corpse plummeted to the ground with a loud crash. A meaningless end for a beast that had moments ago radiated overwhelming majesty. The superhumans who witnessed the sight were once again filled with chills. It was difficult to believe none of them had imagined that monster would be annihilated in a single strike. As they stood in stunned silence, the system message brought reality crashing down. Congratulations, you have defeated Boss Thunderbird. The Dungeon Core has appeared. Destroy the Dungeon Core. Ah, he did it. Did we really kill it? Oh, God, thank you. Only after hearing the system message did the superhumans truly realize that the monster had been slain. They rushed toward Sungshik, cheering. Awah ha ha, Big Sir, I respect you. I am joining the Church of Big Sir starting today. Some expressed fanatical excitement. I knew Big Sir wouldn't let us down. Even Seo Hainul, who had been aware of Sungshik's strength, spoke with conviction. Ah, now I see it clearly. You're really a 7-star superhuman. Finally, our country has produced a 7-star superhuman. And Kong Hanil, impressed by Sungshik's strength, acknowledged that he had reached 7-star. 7-star, really? Wow, that's insane. Now that I think about it, considering that battle just now, it would be more surprising if he wasn't a 7-star. At Kong Hanil's words, the others were left in shock watching the battle. They had already begun to think that Sungshik might be even stronger than Kong Hanil, yet the true weight of his power had only now fully sunk in after Kong Hanil's explicit declaration. A 7-star superhuman, a realm that only a handful of the world's most elite had ever reached. Few nations even possessed a single 7-star superhuman. South Korea had neither a 7-star nor even a 6-star plus superhuman. Yet now, in this minor nation of superhumans, a 7-star had suddenly emerged. The existence of Sungshik alone would elevate South Korea's status on the world stage. Sungshik looked around at the superhumans gazing at him with admiration. Some even wore expressions of reverence. Seeing them, he let out a small chuckle. Being looked upon with admiration and respect wasn't a bad feeling. Now then, as Sungshik opened his mouth, all eyes turned to him, anticipation filling their gazes. But the words that Sungshik spoke were, "Let's settle the loot from the boss monster." It was about distributing the remains of the boss monster. Yes, Sungshik's interest lay in the byproducts obtained from slaying the Thunderbird. Everyone momentarily stared at him, dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, talking about settlement in a situation like this, that's so like you. Even Heaven Splitter laughed, as if he hadn't expected Sungshik's words. Yes, right, settlement, we have to settle things. Kim Ji-hoon stammered in response. Meanwhile, Sungshik's gaze turned toward the pile of the Thunderbird's remains. I can't afford to delay settling things. After seeing that. There, glowing yellow in Sungshik's vision, was a stone. Opening square bracket question mark closing square bracket opening parenthesis. Essence of Thunder. Grade. Legendary. Dash question mark. A mysterious stone containing immense lightning energy. The essence of thunder, a stone infused with vast lightning power. An unidentified item. Since the essence of thunder was in an unidentified state, all of its information was hidden as. However, through insight, Sungshik could discern its true nature. I must take that, no matter what. Obtaining an essence infused with elemental power was a rare opportunity. If he acquired it, he might be able to gain the lightning attribute. That was why he brought up settlement first. While everyone was still basking in the afterglow of victory, he needed to claim what he could as quickly as possible. The ones I absolutely must take are. His eyes swiftly scanned the pile of remains once more. The essence of thunder and the fragment of the black moon. The fragment of the black moon, which had been his target from the beginning. This time, two of them had dropped. If he could claim both the essence of thunder and the fragments of the black moon, he would be taking all the most valuable loot for himself. Following Sungshik's words, the raid team quickly sorted the items obtained from the Thunderbird's remains. Heroic Dragon Scales, 23 pieces. Heroic Underdeveloped Dragon Horn, 1 Rare Claws of the Thunderbird, 5. Unidentified Stone, Fragment of the Black Moon, 2 7-star Mana Stone, 1. A total of 9 types, 36 pieces. Half Bird, Half Dragon. If one were to classify the Thunderbird, a monster that had awakened into a 7-star beast, it was half bird and half dragon. That was why the items it left behind were a mixture of materials that could come from both species. Once the sorting was done, the settlement began. Unlike last time, this time, it was difficult for Sungshik to claim all of the boss monster's loot. This was because, in the initial raid attempt, the raid team and Kong Hanil had contributed to pushing the Thunderbird to the brink before its awakening. The rest aren't particularly necessary as planned. It'll just take the essence of thunder and the fragment of the black moon. The other byproducts would only be sold for coins anyway. Thus, Sungshik requested the unidentified stone first. We currently only have common identification scrolls, so we can't verify exactly what this item is. Are you okay with that? To identify an unidentified item of heroic grade or higher, a heroic identification scroll was needed. However, the raid team only had common grade scrolls on hand. Since the item couldn't be identified with a common scroll, they could at least assume it was of heroic grade, but they had no way of knowing what exactly it was. That was why they asked again. In truth, since Sungshik had been the one to take down the Thunderbird, he had the overwhelming majority of the claim to the loot. Even if the unidentified stone turned out to be of heroic grade, he had every right to take it. However, the value of items within the same heroic grade could vary significantly. Because of that, Sungshik's decision to only ask for the unidentified stone and the fragment of the black moon made it seem as if he was being quite generous to the raid team. Yes, this is enough. Besides, he'll also receive half of the proceeds from selling the 7-star Mana Stone. If it's alright, I'd like to ask for a favor in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement without hesitation. In fact, this was a situation they welcomed. Establishing ties with a high-level superhuman. Such a connection held immeasurable value in the era of the great superhumans. Just call us anytime. Well, come running. Our Nati guild is the same. Thus, the settlement was neatly concluded, just as Sungshik had intended. The mood was one of celebration. However, not everyone in the raid team could share in the joy. The superhumans who fled during battle will be reported to the Superhuman Association and immediately added to the blacklist. Several superhumans, who had run away during the battle but had sneaked back after it was over, dropped to their knees and begged. However, Kim Ji-hoon was resolute. As per the regulations of the Superhuman Association, they would be disciplined accordingly, and their future activities as superhumans would face severe restrictions. Then there were the injured. Some had been directly struck by the Thunderbird's black lightning, suffering damage severe enough to impair their mana roads. No way, that's impossible. It can't be. The trio from the Nati Guild, who only regained their senses long after the battle had ended, screamed in despair. All three had been struck by the black lightning, and due to not receiving timely treatment, their internal injuries were severe. As a result, their mana paths had been damaged. Seo Jiwon, Kim Yunzang, and Han Seokwon among them. Seo Jiwon had the least damage, yet his combat strength had still plummeted to 4-star. Kim Yunzang and Han Seokwon had dropped to 3-star. The mana road was, quite literally, the pathway through which mana flowed within the body. Once damaged, it was incredibly difficult to restore completely. Even if they somehow managed to heal their mana roads successfully, it would take them years. That meant their chances of survival in the upcoming era of gate breaks would plummet. The approaching era of gate breaks a time when one's combat strength was directly linked to survival. In such an era, possessing only 3 or 4 star strength, especially with a damaged mana road that prevented them from using their power properly, was essentially the same as giving up on their own safety. Then, a certain conversation reached their ears. "What? Big Sir's weapon is of mythic grade." At that moment, a sinister glint flickered in the eyes of the three. Before the Nati clan trio awakened, after settling the rewards from defeating the raid boss, Sungshik was bombarded with a flurry of questions. One of the questions asked at the time, "That sword you're holding doesn't seem ordinary. Is it really a legendary grade weapon?" It was something everyone had been curious about. The heaven-splitting divine sword, which absorbed and then released black lightning, had astonished and envious gazes fixed upon it. A weapon that could absorb attacks and return them. And it had absorbed the boss attack and countered it. Everyone thought that if they had such a weapon, their combat power would increase significantly. So, when someone asked about the heaven-splitting divine sword, interest spiked. "Legendary. No, that's not the case." "Oh, it's not legendary but a mythic grade weapon." Mythic. Sungshik's response shocked everyone. A mythic grade weapon. Until now, only one had been revealed to the world. The sword of the Sword Emperor, Hawk Ilchian. That was the only publicly known mythic grade weapon. Because of this, speculation had been growing over who would obtain the second mythic weapon. The most likely candidates were the martial Emperor Sevrant, who was said to rival the Sword Emperor, or a few superhumans who had ascended to the rank of 7 stars. But no one had expected Sungshik to claim that second spot. While the weapon had seemed extraordinary, no one had imagined it would be a mythic grade sword. "Wow, incredible. This is the first time I've seen a mythic grade weapon in person." "No way." At that moment, everyone had the same thought. Sungshik would become one of the world's most powerful rankers, standing alongside the Sword Emperor and Martial Emperor. Not long after, when Kim Subin found herself alone with Sungshik for a brief moment, she cautiously asked, "Sungshik, are you sure it's okay to reveal that your sword is mythic grade so easily? You don't even have a clan. I am a little worried." Sungshik simply shrugged. Who would dare? That single sentence brimmed with confidence. Kim Subin couldn't help but chuckle. He had a point. A 7-star rank superhuman, one of the world's few top-tier rankers. Who would dare covet Sungshik's sword? Realizing that her worry was unfounded, Kim Subin smiled. "You're right. Who would dare lay their hands on a great superhuman's sword? I was foolish to worry." Her playful tone made her seem even more endearing. In fact, today was the first time Kim Subin learned that Sungshik had reached the rank of 7 stars. Considering his rapid growth, she had assumed he was around 5-star rank, and if the rumors were true, perhaps even 6-star. But 7-star, that was something she had never imagined. That was why she still felt a sense of disconnect when looking at Sungshik, which led to her concerns. At that moment, an unexpected voice entered his mind. "It doesn't matter. I am bound to you, so no one else can even lay a hand on me." The words of the heaven-splitting divine sword. It was true, the heaven-splitting divine sword was a weapon that could only be wielded by a successor of the heaven-splitting martial arts. Anyone other than Sungshik, who had inherited the technique, couldn't even touch it. Furthermore, Sungshik and the sword were already spiritually connected. Even if another successor of the heaven-splitting martial arts existed, they wouldn't be able to claim the sword. Not that any other successor existed in the first place. "Well, that's true, but even if it weren't bound to me, I would never let anyone take what's mine." "KKK, you arrogant brat." Despite its words, the sword's gaze showed approval of Sungshik's confidence. The past successors of the heaven-splitting martial arts that the sword had encountered all possessed an arrogance befitting their power. After all, those who had mastered the heaven-splitting martial arts to near perfection had few equals. And so, word spread that Sungshik's weapon, the heaven-splitting divine sword, was a mythic grade weapon. Before long, this news reached the ears of the recently awakened Nati clan trio. At that moment, they made an irreversible decision. In an era where superhuman power had surpassed national authority, the Nati clan trio, each ranked 5-star plus, had wielded extrajudicial power. They had committed countless atrocities, abusing their strength to engage in violence, extortion, and threats without hesitation. Yet they were cunning enough to stay just within the limits of what the Superhuman Association would tolerate. This way, they frequently made headlines, steadily building their infamy. To lose our power is worse than death for them. Losing their strength was akin to a death sentence. Giving up the privileges they had enjoyed through their power was unthinkable. Moreover, they had made many enemies. If people learned they had lost their strength, countless individuals would come seeking vengeance. You saw that sword, it absorbs attacks and returns them. If we can just use that power, we might grow even stronger than before. They recalled the battle with guards, when the sword absorbed and reused the black lightning. If they could harness that power, they could restore their damaged mana circuits and regain their former status. To them, obtaining the mythic grade weapon meant a second chance at power. That 7-star rank or whatever, maybe it's all just the sword's power. Exactly from what I heard, that birdbrain just absorbed black lightning, sent it back, and then unleashed some powerful skill from the sword, and that was it, right? What if all of that was just the sword's power? As they imagined themselves wielding the heaven-splitting divine sword, their bodies burned with anticipation. Their eyes were already consumed with greed. Since they hadn't personally witnessed Sungshi's fight against the Thunderbird, they had no true grasp of his strength. But how do we steal the sword? I have a great idea. I never thought I'd use this here. Hey, the heavens are helping us. Their plan was simple. Among the trio, Kim Yoon-song had coincidentally obtained an item, Kurt's sleep spores, which he had mixed with a specialized sedative for superhumans, creating the superhuman exclusive sleeping drug. It was expensive and hard to come by, but Kim Yoon-song had managed to acquire it with great effort, and now, they decided to put it to use. Coincidentally, after the raid, a hotel had been reserved for the afterparty. From the second day onward, the group planned to unwind for 3 days and 2 nights, with banquets at the hotel. The trio decided to seize this opportunity. On the night of the banquet, they would approach Sungshik, offer him wine laced with the sedative, and once he fell asleep in his room, they would steal the heaven-splitting divine sword. Moreover, this entire area was within their sphere of influence. The hotel manager had ties with the trio, making it easy for them to manipulate the hallway's CCTV footage or obtain the master key to Sungshik's room, ensuring the perfect crime. It felt as if the heavens were truly aiding them. No matter how many possible scenarios they ran through, the success rate seemed overwhelmingly high. That sword, the mythic grade sword, was destined to be theirs. The raid team moved to the hotel. Despite being advised to go to the hospital for treatment and rest, the trio insisted on attending the gathering, claiming they wanted to strengthen their bonds with the group. On the first night, the raid team settled in, and on the second evening, they held a banquet in the hotel's grand hall. As expected, the star of the banquet was Sungshik. Let's dedicate this honor to the great superhuman Big Sir, who led our raid team to success. The banquet's host started by praising Sungshik, setting the tone for the evening. The food served was exquisite, and after the meal, various superhumans approached Sungshik to exchange a few words and establish connections. As the banquet neared its end, the Nati clan trio approached Sungshik with wine in hand. Good evening, Big Sir. We heard that you saved our lives during the raid. Our gratitude is long overdue, though late. We'd like to express our thanks. Ah, well, sure, Sungshik replied with mild reluctance. Their attitude was a complete reversal from how they had behaved during the raid. Seeing them now, smiling and ingratiating themselves, struck him as insincere. Look at this. In the end, power is everything. If you have power, even these low lives will crawl at your feet. The words of Heaven Splitter echoed in his mind. Not long ago, they had discussed this, how power brought everything else with it. Seeing these men suddenly change their demeanor only reinforced the truth of those words. To express our gratitude, we brought the finest wine. Cheval Blanc, please, have a glass. The trio poured the wine into a glass, catching Sungshik's interest. Cheval Blanc was one of his favorite wines. Before his regression after the gate break, it had become nearly impossible to acquire. Sungshik had always enjoyed unwinding with a glass of wine after a battle. Judging by the label, it seemed to be 150 years old. Even before the gate break, wines over 150 years old were incredibly rare. Oh, I won't refuse. He'll enjoy it. He technically wasn't of legal drinking age in this life, but that hardly mattered in terms of consciousness. He was among the oldest here. Besides, there was a saying that wine wasn't just alcohol but culture. Fully embracing this old European notion, Sungshik took a sip, savoring the taste. The wine met his expectations, perhaps even exceeding them due to how long it had been since his last drink. However, as he enjoyed the wine, something felt off. He sensed his body resisting some foreign energy within the wine, breaking it down and neutralizing it. At that moment, a system message appeared: status effect, sleep, resisted. Sungshik's eyes narrowed. The trio had tampered with the wine. Oh ho, what an amusing little trick. It looks like they used a sleeping drug, but they have no idea what it means to have undergone a superhuman's rebirth. Tisk, tisk. Indeed, their plan was solid. The superhuman exclusive sleeping drug was colorless, odorless, and potent. For an ordinary person, even a small dose would be lethal. For superhumans, it was strong enough to knock them out almost instantly. In fact, even 5-star rank superhumans would succumb within 10 minutes, while 6-star rankers would fall asleep in about 20 minutes. They had mixed in a double dose. The trio had been certain that the moment Sungshik drank the wine, he would be out cold. However, they had overlooked one crucial factor: they had vastly underestimated Sungshik's body. Having reached 7-star rank and undergone his first rebirth, his body had developed a near immunity to poisons. He wasn't entirely impervious, but toxins that could affect most people were ineffective against him. And then, there was the heaven-splitting divine art. Anyone who has mastered the heaven-splitting divine art beyond a certain level is naturally immune to all poisons. As a technique that harnessed the power of destruction, the heaven-splitting divine art passively negated any harmful foreign energies that invaded the body. Sungshik briefly considered how to deal with them. Then, deciding to play along with their little act, he glanced at them. He had already caught the flash of greed deep in their eyes for a brief moment. He had even noticed them stealing glances at his waist, where the heaven-splitting divine sword rested. "You're quite popular, Heaven Splitter, kahaha. I thought these creatures were lower than beasts, but at least they have eyes." Suppressing a smirk at the sword's comment, Sungshik decided to entertain their scheme. I suddenly feel quite drowsy. I think I'll head up to my room first." The trio's eyes gleamed. They believed their plan was unfolding exactly as expected. But they didn't know in just a little while, they would come to regret their actions bitterly. "It looks like a success, doesn't it?" "Seems like it, haha." His eyes looked a bit unfocused. "No matter how great he is, do you think he can endure after taking that?" The Nati clan trio laughed gleefully the moment Hyo Sungshik drank the wine. They instinctively knew their plan had succeeded. They had to resist the urge to rush straight to his room. "Just in case, let's wait exactly 1 hour before going in." They were exercising extreme caution. Even they believed their plan was practically foolproof at this point. "By the way, are we just taking the sword? What do we do after that?" At Han Sokwan's question, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Seo Jiwon's eyes. "Let's kill him. Do we really have to kill him? Sigh, Yoonsong, you always get so soft at times like this." "Yeah, if we can kill him, it's better to do so. If he comes after us for the sword, it'll be a hassle. Besides, if he happened to store the sword in his inventory, we'd have to tie him up and force him to take it out. In that case, we'd have to silence him anyway." A chilling conversation unfolded tonight. They were prepared to commit murder. They never intended to remain in Korea after stealing Hyo Sungshik's sword. Their plan was to flee to Singapore, where even foreigners were permitted to raid gates. Because of that, they had no hesitation. Regardless, once the sword was stolen and they vanished, they would inevitably be identified as the culprits. Given the situation, eliminating Hyo Sungshik seemed like the best way to leave no loose ends. "All right. Time's up. Let's go." After confirming once more that the CCTV in the hallway was disabled, they took the master key given to them by the manager and headed to the room where Hyo Sungshik was staying. Beep. Click. Opening the door, they cautiously stepped inside. Click. Flipping the switch at the entrance, the room was bathed in light. In the corner, a bed sat against the wall, and atop it, Hyo Sungshik lay completely motionless. He was likely deep in sleep due to the effects of TH sleeping drug. That was their assumption as they quickly scanned the room. Found it. The heaven-splitting divine sword rested on a shelf beneath the TV opposite the bed. They carefully approached it and reached out to seize it. Zap! Ah! Seo Jiwon screamed, clutching his right hand. The moment he touched the sword, an intense repulsive force threw his hand back. "What the hell? What's wrong?" Kim Yoonsong, baffled by the scene, also reached for the sword. Arg! He, too, recoiled in pain. Seeing this, Han Seokwon realized something was very wrong. Damn it, don't tell me. They finally understood. I am getting a message. You cannot touch a bound item without the owner's consent. The heaven-splitting divine sword was a bound weapon. This was the worst-case scenario they had feared. If that's the case, that meant they had to eliminate the owner to lift the binding. Just as their eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Why? Something not going as planned. A sudden voice startled them. They whipped their heads around in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Why you? How? There, leaning against the headboard of the bed, was Hyo Sung-shik. This was impossible. They had seen him drink an entire glass of drugged wine. Even if he were an exceptional superhuman, no one, no matter how strong, should have been able to resist the effects. You look like you've seen a ghost. Hyo Sung-shik smirked. That smile sent chills down their spines. Damn it, kill him. They panicked, their rationality collapsing. If they all attacked at once, they believed they could kill him. They had no idea how he had woken up, but they assumed the sleeping drug was still affecting him. Furthermore, he had no weapon in hand and was seated on the bed, unable to position himself properly. All these factors made them confident of victory. Die! With frenzied shouts, the three lunged forward. Their daggers rushed toward Hyo Sung-shik, who remained completely still, not even reacting. As their blades neared his body, they felt a surge of exhilaration. This fraud, as expected, he's nothing without his sword. Those thoughts flashed through their minds. They were certain Hyo Sung-shik would be torn apart by their blades. But in the next instant, an intense pain surged through them, and their world spun before collapsing around them. Crash! The trio crashed to the floor with a loud thud. They had no idea what had just happened. Wah! It took them several seconds to grasp the situation. They had lunged at Hyo Sung-shik, only to end up sprawled on the floor, defeated. Worse, they had no idea how they had been taken down. It was an unbelievable situation, but the sharp pain radiating through their faces proved this wasn't a dream. Struggling to lift themselves, they stared at Hyo Sung-shik in disbelief. What is this? Perhaps they still hadn't accepted that Hyo Sung-shik was a 7-star superhuman, but after what just happened, they could no longer deny the truth. He was an elite among elites. It was a realization that came far too late. Is this what you wanted? As Hyo Sung-shik reached toward the heaven-splitting divine sword, it floated into his hand. Shing! As the sword was drawn from its sheath, its blade gleamed sharply under the ceiling lights. Shudder! The trio trembled in terror. Only now did they truly grasp the gravity of their actions and the perilous situation they were in. Please forgive us, spare us. They collapsed to the ground, trembling, but there was no mercy in Hyo Sung-shik's eyes. A crime must be punished. With those words, he swung the heaven-splitting divine sword. Slice! Splurt! Blood spurted from their severed right wrists. The heaven-splitting divine sword had ruthlessly cut them off. Their agonized screams filled the room at the same time. Hurried footsteps echoed from outside. It seemed others had heard the commotion from Hyo Sung-shik's room and were rushing over. This isn't enough. Sung-shik kicked aside those who were grabbing his wrist and wailing, exposing their abdomens without hesitation. The heaven-splitting divine sword pierced their dantians. Thud! Gwa! They coughed up blood and lost consciousness. If they had been ordinary people instead of superhumans, the excessive blood loss alone would have caused them to die from shock. But the important thing wasn't just the amount of blood they lost. Well done. Rather than a painless death, living in suffering like this is the true atonement for their sins. Heaven Splitter, realizing the significance of Sung-shik's actions, looked satisfied and praised him. Piercing their dantians with the heaven-splitting divine sword, it wasn't just about destroying the lower dantian, the core of their mana. It was also a process of planting the energy of destruction from heaven-splitting martial arts into them. Even if they tried to heal their dantians in the future, the destructive mana that Sung-shik had embedded in them would make proper mana control impossible. In effect, their lives as superhumans were over. HMPH, this is my first time actually using it in reality. Seems like it worked pretty well. Back when he was tested on heaven-splitting martial arts, he had only used this technique a few times in an illusionary world, but now, using it in the real world, it seemed to have been executed flawlessly. These men were now nothing more than physically sturdy ordinary people. In some ways, death might have been a better fate. To fall from being one of the country's top superhumans to the bottom, losing all their strength. That loss would be beyond words. Even if they continued to live, Their existence would be nothing more than a living hell, worse than death itself. Not long after, the superhumans from the raid team burst into the room and were stunned by the sight before them. However, after hearing Sungshik's explanation, they decided to heal the fallen men and transport them outside to face disciplinary action from the Superhuman Association. Even if their severed wrists were reattached, the energy of destruction was infused in the wounds, meaning they would have permanent impairments in their right hands. No one except Sungshik could remove the destructive energy lingering in their wrists and dantians. Such was the power of an X-rank martial art. That turned out well. I always knew those pieces of trash would meet a day like this. I feel relieved just watching it. Honestly, when I heard those bastards were joining this raid, I almost considered skipping it altogether. All the people they've wronged will be grateful to Big Sir. The majority of the superhumans, knowing the past deeds of the Nati clan trio, thought they had finally gotten what they deserved. Even the Nati clan members couldn't utter a word in protest, as they had tried to lay hands on Sungshik's sword. In the end, the Nati clan trio received disciplinary action from the Superhuman Association and were sentenced to forced labor. The hotel manager and several staff members who had cooperated in their crimes were also punished. And with that short incident, the final stage of the raid came to a close. Breaking news. A 7-star superhuman finally emerges in Korea. Strong Hanil reaches 6-star plus rank, and the 7-star superhuman he acknowledges, who is Big Sir. Tracking the sudden rise of the supernova Big Sir. The 7-star superhuman Big Sir wields a mythical great sword? Shocking. The sins of the Nati clan trio exposed, and the one who judged them was the supernova Big Sir. There's a saying, I went to sleep and woke up a star. That was exactly Sungshik's situation overnight. He had skyrocketed to stardom. Every media outlet was fixated on him. The public acknowledgement from Strong Hanil, who had held Korea's #1 ranking for years, was more convincing than anything else. All the rumors created by those who doubted Sungshik's strength were silenced in an instant. Even Seohanil, who had remained quiet until now, added their voice, turning what had been considered mere speculation into undeniable truth. Finally, a 7-star superhuman in Korea. Kek. Now all those monkey neighbors who said Korean could never reach 7-star better come out and bow down. I want to see Big Sir in action. Me too lol. The online community was overwhelmed with discussions about Sungshik. A large portion of people wanted to witness Big Sir's strength with their own eyes. It was only natural. Having suddenly risen as Korea's strongest superhuman, Sungshik's 7-star rank placed him not just at the top of Korea but among the elite. Even on the global stage, it was only natural for people to want to see how he fought and what abilities he possessed. And the opportunity to answer that curiosity came much sooner than expected. Invited by the Superhuman Association, Sungshik visited their headquarters in Gangnam. It was, in fact, his first proper visit to Korea's Superhuman Association before his regression. The association had ultimately lost control of the Gangnam area following the Gatebreak outbreak, leading to the collapse of their headquarters. The building he was seeing for the first time was a towering skyscraper exceeding 30 stories. Sungshik was warmly welcomed from the entrance and soon found himself in a private meeting with Association President Lee Manshik. It's truly an honor to meet you, Big Sir, or rather, may I call you Sungshik? I am pleased to meet you as well. Feel free to call me however you're comfortable. Then I'll call you Sungshik. Using your nickname feels a bit impersonal, haha. The association president smiled warmly and treated Sungshik with a familiar friendliness. Lee Manshik, the association president, he himself was a 5-star plus ranked superhuman and one of Korea's most prominent figures. Though he appeared to be in his late 30s, rumor had it that he was actually over 50 years old. Superhumans really do stay young, even as they age. Even before his regression, Sungshik had seen this phenomenon multiple times. Those who surpassed middle age and became superhumans would often appear much younger than their actual years. Lee Manshik was no exception. I actually prefer being called by my name as well. That's a relief. I was worried I might have come across as too familiar just now. Before his regression, Lee Manshik had died during the first night of trial. Thus, this was technically Sungshik's first time conversing with the association president. He was more composed and gentlemanly than Sungshik had expected. After some light conversation, Lee Manshik got to the point. To be honest, we've received a request for cooperation from China. The reason for Sungshik's summons, it was a prelude to the Gatebreak outbreak. He remembered. I am finally going home after so long. It had been a long time since Hyo Sungshik returned home for some reason. He felt all the tension in his body release. There was no one waiting to welcome him, but that was what home was, a place that felt like his own safe haven, where he could completely lower his guard. Because of that, his steps toward home were lighter. But this will only last for a short while. Recalling the chairman's proposal, Sungshik let out a bitter smile. In 2 weeks, the S30 summit will be held in China. I'd like to invite you to attend alongside me, Sungshik. That was one of the real reasons the association had called Sungshik. In the long run, they wanted to build a relationship with South Korea's newly emerged top 7-star superhuman. In the short term, however, they wanted Sungshik to participate in this S30 event. S30, S30 stood for Superman Association of 30, an international organization similar to the former G20 in the pre-superhuman era. While the G20 had been created with a focus on the economy, S30 was established to coordinate among superhumans and address all issues influenced by their power. South Korea was a minor superhuman nation, but thanks to Kang Han-il, they had barely secured a spot in the S30. The reason the chairman wanted Sungshik to participate in such an international organization was simple. Since a 7-star superhuman had appeared in South Korea, they wanted to introduce him to the international stage. Less than a third of the nations in the S30 had their own 7-star superhuman. If Sungshik's presence was revealed, South Korea's influence and voice in the S30 could significantly increase. And then there's the large-scale gate region assault. Thinking about the large-scale gate region made Sungshik's brows furrow. Hundreds of gates had been discovered in the Manchurian region. Normally, they should have appeared at this point in time. This is definitely the first large-scale gate outbreak that signaled the start of the gate break. Even the location was exactly the same, the Manchurian region. Before his regression, a massive gate break had occurred in Manchuria. Hundreds of gates had simultaneously gone berserk. The result was obvious. Tens of thousands of monsters poured out, devastating the entire region in a short period. It was only barely contained with the desperate intervention of Chinese superhumans and support from neighboring countries. That incident had sent shockwaves across the world. It had been 8 years since the Great Upheaval, and by then, gates were no longer considered a threat to humanity. With the emergence of superhumans, a new world order had taken shape. Gates were seen as mere sources of resources and magic stones, nothing more, nothing less. Which is why the shock was even greater. It was only then that humanity realized gates could still become a catastrophic disaster, but by then, it was too late. Large-scale gate regions began forming worldwide, centering around the Manchurian outbreak. Eventually, gates started spewing out monsters as soon as they appeared. It was pure chaos. Unprepared for the gate break, humanity suffered its full impact. Many nations crumbled under the assault. In the end, borders collapsed, and an era of great chaos ensued. That's why this situation is truly strange. If this really was the emergence of a large-scale gate region and the precursor to the gate break, then something was terribly wrong. It's happening almost a year early. The timeline had shifted by an entire year. Even if this was some kind of consequence of Sungshik's regression, an entire year's worth of deviation was too much to be mere coincidence. At that moment, one person came to mind: Li Xiaoguang, the only other individual who had regressed alongside Sungshik. If he had caused some major disturbances after the regression, this timeline shift might be possible. Either way, the conclusion remains the same: I have to go. Brushing away his endless thoughts, Sungshik made his decision. There was no point in overanalyzing events that had already occurred. Instead, it was far more productive to anticipate future threats and prepare accordingly. Since he had already decided to attend the S30, he had to consider how to respond if this truly was the prelude to a gate break. Besides, participating in the large-scale gate assault isn't necessarily a bad thing. After reaching 7-star, Sungshik had noticed that his growth had slowed significantly. Even the effects of the pocket watch required some kind of stimulus to amplify. The gates currently present in South Korea lacked the conditions necessary for Sungshik's growth. If a large-scale gate region emerged, it would be the perfect stage to fuel his progress. And more importantly, a faint smile formed on Sungshik's lips. Crackle! He spread open his right palm. Tiny arcs of electricity surged out, covering his hand and crackling with energy. Lightning attribute power. That's right, Sungshik had successfully extracted lightning attribute power from the unidentified stone he had recently acquired. Lightning essence. Grade Legendary, a stone containing immense electrical energy. Holds the essence of lightning. When analyzed with the heroic item appraisal, the unidentified stone was indeed confirmed to be a legendary grade item, just as Sungshik had suspected. Then came the system notification. You can extract a trait from the lightning essence. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, he had accepted. Thus, he had absorbed the lightning essence, obtaining a trait with a straightforward yet powerful name. SSS rank, Lightning. SSS rank, Lightning, the power to wield lightning. The same power once possessed by the Dragonkin who commanded lightning. The destructive power of thunder surpasses all other attributes. Thunder attribute power plus 4-5, thunder resistance plus 4-5. Heo Sungshik's eyes sparkled as he examined the attribute power and resistance bonus in the trait description. It increases by 45 each among all the traits related to attribute power that Sungshik had possessed so far. This one granted the highest increase in both attribute power and resistance. That alone made him realize something. It was a trait purely focused on controlling thunder itself. That made it even more appealing. Traits like this would likely have great synergy with Sungshik's materialization trait. At the same time, he realized something else through consumption. I can reach all master. Sungshik realized that he had misunderstood the limits of consumption. He had thought that acquiring traits through consumption simply meant accumulating more traits. In other words, he had assumed it was like a swordsman acquiring a spear and then a bow, merely adding more weapons one by one. However, as he gained more traits, he began to understand that their synergy could be amplified depending on how they were combined. His consumption skill hinted at the possibility of reaching Al Master. Given that consumption had no restrictions on absorbing traits, the path to Al Master might have been inevitable from the start. The power of thunder he had just acquired was a prime example. If he combined it with the right traits instead of using it alone, he could generate synergy many times greater. For instance, if he used it alongside one of his existing traits, Ruler of Wind, which controlled the wind attribute, the synergy would be unimaginable. Wind and thunder. This combination of attributes had been proven powerful since ancient times. Remember, achieving that level of mastery will require relentless training. Heaven Splitter was right. Instantly combining two attributes with perfect control wouldn't be easy. It wasn't just about layering one attribute over another. It required organic integration and harmony, which would demand countless hours of training and effort. No matter what, if a large-scale gate outbreak occurs, the thunder attribute will be incredibly useful. That was obvious. The power of thunder was especially effective in wide-area attacks due to its inherent ability to cause electrocution. It was one of the most efficient and powerful attributes for dealing with multiple enemies at once. If a large-scale gate appeared and tens of thousands of monsters poured out, Sungshik saw it as nothing more than a massive experience-gaining event. On top of that, hunting beasts would grant him an enormous amount of coins. With those coins, he could purchase more traits and skills, giving him yet another opportunity to grow stronger. Status window name. Heo Sungshik titles. Hero of Adversity, one who has touched the threshold of transcendence, Demon Hunter. Rank. 7-star, combat power. S+, up-pointing arrow, stats. Strength. S. Agility. S. Stamina. S+, up-pointing arrow, magic, S+. Traits. 1. X rank, consumption, LV6, 2. X rank, one more time, unavailable. 3. X rank, heaven-splitting divine art, LV6, 4. SS rank, pocketwatch, LV6, 5. S rank, hypersense, LV6. 6. S rank, sword sovereign, LV6, 7. S rank, fragment of light, LV3. 8. SS rank, Army of the Dead, LV1, usage restricted. 9. SSS rank, Phoenix Heart, LV2, up-pointing arrow, 10. A rank, Frost Crystal, LV2, up-pointing arrow. 11. SS rank, Shadow Swamp, LV1, restricted, 12. SS rank, Vajra Armor, LV2, up-pointing arrow, 13. SSS rank, Attribute Materialization, LV2, up-pointing arrow. 14. SSS rank, Ruler of Wind, LV2, up-pointing arrow, 15. SSS rank, Thunder, LV1, new. Skills. 1. S rank. Insight, restricted, 2. S rank, explosive strike. 3. No rank, translation skill 4. S rank, heaven splitting martial arts. 5. S rank. Heaven splitter eyes 6. S rank, heaven splitting, wind scar. 7. E rank, basic heal 8. A rank, shining enchant. Compared to his traits, his skills were lacking, although his materialization trait helped remove many skill restrictions. Skills were tools that allowed him to use power efficiently and even amplify his existing strength. The more skills he had, the better. That was why Sungshik decided that if he gathered enough coins this time, he would also invest in acquiring more skills. Already, he could feel his power growing. It was as if an invisible wall that had blocked his progress was finally becoming visible. Even though that was a fictional world, since you've walked this path before, you're advancing incredibly fast. Heaven Splitter could sense it as well, having already walked this road once, and with the assistance of the pocket watch and heaven-splitting martial arts, Sungshik was reaching a level in the blink of an eye that would take ordinary people decades. Honestly, your growth speed is astonishing every time I see it. Heaven Splitter had encountered countless heaven-splitting divine swordmasters throughout history, but he could say with certainty, no one had ever grown as quickly as Sungshik. Hearing the genuine admiration in Heaven Splitter's voice, Sungshik grinned and replied, "I still have a long way to go, ha ha ha." At Sungshik's response, Heaven Splitter could only chuckle. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, he caught up with Kim Subin, Choi Moonguk, and Sung Jiwon. Although it had been a while since he last saw Choi Moonguk and Sung Jiwon, one thought immediately crossed his mind. I need to train these guys quickly. Once his journey to China was over, he planned to map out a course that would accelerate their growth. Completely unaware of the death training that awaited them, Choi Moonguk and Sung Jiwon welcomed Sungshik with bright smiles. After catching up, Sungshik took a short break, avoiding the overwhelming number of love calls directed at him. Then, the day of departure to China arrived. Let's go, Sungshik Nim. Hyo Sungshik was quite surprised as he stepped outside his house. Association President Lee Manshik had come to personally greet him. He had received a message asking him to inform them of his departure time. He thought they were merely checking the schedule, but he hadn't expected Lee Manshik to come in person. I didn't expect you to come all the way here yourself. Haha, it just so happens that my route to the airport is in the same direction also. It's customary for high-ranking superhumans like yourself to receive proper formalities. Ultimately, Lee Manshik was saying that he had personally come to provide Sungshik with the proper honors. No matter how he looked at it, the weight of the title association president was significant, yet seeing Lee Manshik step forward so willingly made Sungshik once again realize how high he had climbed. And truthfully, from Lee Manshik's perspective, this was also an opportunity to establish a closer relationship with Sungshik. That was why he had gladly taken the initiative. Such was the nature of an association president in a minor hypersense country. They were desperately in need of a powerful superhuman, so they had to go out of their way like this. Considering that, Sungshik found himself thinking that Lee Manshik's position was rather pitiful for someone leading an association of superhumans. Normally, people who hold such positions have their heads stuck in the clouds no matter how dire their circumstances, but this guy seems to have the right attitude. Agreed. Even Heaven Splitter regarded Lee Manshik's attitude favorably. Sungshik, too, had felt disgusted by many so-called leaders in his past life. That was why Lee Manshik's approach felt refreshing. With that, Sungshik and Lee Manshik headed to Incheon Airport. There, Sungshik met Kong Hanil, Seo Hanyul, and other top-ranked superhumans in the country. The Korean Association's delegation for S30 this year told 10 members. S30 was an annual gathering, and this was its third session since its founding. Normally, only a handful of representatives attended to discuss agenda items, including the association president and a few select members. However, this time, the large-scale gate suppression efforts in China required actual combat power. As a result, the delegation consisted of the strongest fighters available, totaling 10 people. Fancy meeting you here again, Sungshik. I didn't think we'd see each other so soon. We've been running into each other a lot lately. Kong Hanil, Seo Hanyul, and other acquaintances welcomed Sungshik warmly. The Korean representatives attending S30 this year were in relatively high spirits in previous years. Korea had barely managed to secure a spot in S30 as one of the weakest participants, however, with Kang Han-il reaching 6-star plus rank and Sung-shik achieving 7-star rank. Their collective pride had risen. Especially with a 7-star superhuman among them, they knew that, at the very least, they wouldn't be outmatched in raw power at this year's S30 conference. With that confidence, they boarded the plane bound for Beijing, China. So this is what they call an airplane. Truly astonishing. Is it really that fascinating? Of course I can somewhat grasp the mechanics of a car, but I can't begin to understand how this works, that such a massive heap of metal can soar through the air. It is truly marvelous. To Sung-shik, airplanes were a common means of travel, but for Heaven Splitter, who was experiencing advanced science for the first time, it was understandable that this would feel novel and extraordinary. To be honest, I haven't been on many flights myself, so I still find it fascinating when I am up in the air. After the gate break, flying monsters had started roaming the skies, making air travel too dangerous. Additionally, most airports and aviation infrastructure had been destroyed, rendering planes unusable. As a result, Sung-shik had only flown once before the gate break occurred. What a shame that such a remarkable means of transport would disappear. Hearing that planes ceased to exist after the gate break, Heaven Splitter seemed genuinely disappointed. After a short 2-hour flight, the Korean Hypersense Association arrived in Beijing. The cityscape was filled with towering skyscrapers. That was Sung-shik's first impression of the Chinese capital. It was actually Sung-shik's first time seeing Beijing intact after the gate break. Beijing had been ravaged, swarmed with monstrous creatures. The version of Beijing he remembered was nothing more than a ruined, monster-infested wasteland. So this is how developed Beijing actually was. The disparity between his past memories and the current reality fascinated him. He found himself continuously looking around in amazement. This must be your first time in Beijing. Lee Man-shik noticed Sung-shik's reaction and spoke with a smile. Ah, yes, well, I suppose you could say that. Sung-shik hesitated slightly, feeling like he must have looked like a country bumpkin in Man-shik's eyes. TCH, he probably thinks I am some clueless outsider. Kahaha, judging by his expression, he's looking at you the way people look at clueless newcomers visiting the big city for the first time. Well, at least I didn't gawk at the airplane like you did. What did you just say? Back in my day, bantering with Heaven Splitter, Sung-shik eventually arrived at the building where the S30 meeting was being held. It was an enormous skyscraper nearly 100 stories tall. As they followed the guide inside, Sung-shik could sense the presence of several strong individuals. Oh ho, quite a few of them have decent energy. Most of them are at least on par with that Kang Han-il fellow. That made sense. These presences likely belonged to superhumans from various associations attending S30. Given that most of them were around 6-star rank, it was natural for Heaven Splitter to perceive them as formidable. Creak. As the Korean delegation entered the hall, many eyes turned toward them. However, after a brief glance, the other attendees quickly lost interest and looked away. Some even showed subtle signs of disregard. This is basically indifference. Indeed, I can see it in their expressions. They don't even consider you worth their attention. Hyo Sung-shik once again felt the position of the Korean Superhuman Association in the world in this situation. Interesting. Although he didn't have great affection for his homeland, he found it somewhat amusing to be in this situation. The other Korean superhumans seemed accustomed to it and didn't show much concern. They simply followed the guide's instructions and completed the S30 attendance check. Hyo Sung-shik scanned his surroundings from his assigned seat. His eyes gleamed as he recognized a few familiar faces. They were individuals who exuded particularly strong auras. The future 11 thrones. That's right, no less than 5 individuals who would be revered as the 11 thrones in the future were present. The Battle Demon, Jaeon Gwi Canthera, the Holy Knight of Dawn, Quelin the Flame King, Zardan the Elemental Master, Jenny. And the one with the strongest presence here, the Sword Emperor, Hawk Ilchin. Oh ho, so that man is the Sword Emperor. He certainly is worthy of the title. If he were unworthy, I would have demanded that his title be stripped away immediately. Heaven Splitter spoke in admiration as he observed the Sword Emperor. Indeed, the Sword Emperor was recognized alongside the Martial Emperor as the strongest superhuman in the future. His reputation was not undeserved. That Sword Emperor and the Martial Emperor were the 2 most powerful superhumans in the future. They were unmatched even among the 11 thrones. Impressive. Honestly, Even in all my years awake, I can count on one hand the individuals with such talent.
Heaven Splitter rarely gave such praise. But how can you always tell so much just by looking? HMPH, do you think they call me the divine sword for nothing? Especially when it comes to measuring the vessel of one's spirit and body, I pride myself on being the best that man possesses, a talent rarely seen even throughout history.
At Heaven Splitter's high praise, Hyo Sungshik's eyes widened slightly. Oh, that much? I wonder how the martial emperor compares. Too bad he didn't attend this time. Oh ho, I'd like to see this martial emperor who is said to rival him. Honestly, I thought there was no one in this world worth anything besides you. But I was mistaken. No matter the era, exceptional individuals always emerge. At that moment, Hyo Sungshik, who had been glancing at the Sword Emperor, met his gaze. The man appeared to be in his late 30s, a refined and handsome middle-aged figure. His facial features were delicate, giving him a gentle appearance, but his eyes shone sharply, an expression befitting a great general. HMPH not backing down from that intense gaze, Hyo Sungshik stared right back.
Suddenly, the Sword Emperor's eyes curved into crescents, and he revealed an amused expression. It was as if he had sensed something special from Hyo Sungshik. Then, he nodded slightly in greeting.
Surprised, Hyo Sungshik reflexively nodded back. His intuition seems quite sharp. It does. Seeing this, both Heaven Splitter and Hyo Sungshik felt as if they had made an interesting discovery. Unlike the martial emperor before his regression, Hyo Sungshik had hardly had any opportunities to see the Sword Emperor in person, making his curiosity about him grow even more. He was about to take the initiative to approach and speak. However, too many other superhumans continued to gather around the Sword Emperor, preventing him from finding an opportunity. What an overwhelming spotlight! Unlike the nearly indifferent Korean group, a great deal of attention was focused on the Sword Emperor and the other members of the 11 Thrones. They were already forming their own exclusive circles, while weaker nations, including Korea, were left on the sidelines. All of the world's strongest and most famous superhumans had attended. Even the martial emperor appeared to be absent, along with several other members of the 11 Thrones and other well-known figures. After all, the S30 was a diplomatic summit, and its purpose wasn't necessarily to gather the strongest individuals.
However, due to the recent large-scale gate outbreak in China, many powerful superhumans had chosen to attend. Each association seemed to have sent at least 10 representatives, and as more arrived, the total number soon exceeded 300.
Someone joked that with this many people, they could take over the world. Everyone chuckled, but it wasn't an impossible thought. The assembled superhumans were truly extraordinary, which was why the media had taken such a strong interest in the summit. Thus, the first day ended after the attendance check. Since people had gathered from all over the world, the first day was reserved for rest. The real discussions would begin on the second day. The second day's S30 summit began around 10 a.m. The main topic of discussion was the recent surge in gate occurrences. Everyone could feel that gates were appearing more frequently. More than that, the statistical data clearly showed the sharp increase in their occurrence.
I believe we should be vigilant about this issue. If this trend continues, it could lead to a massive global gate outbreak. That's still too speculative. While the frequency of gates has increased, we don't yet have any significant data proving a correlation between this and a gate rampage.
That may be true, but if you look at the post written by Returner on the superhuman community, it presents a highly credible argument. The next document is a compiled report based on his post. Please review it. 2 words mentioned during the meeting immediately caught Hyo Sungshik's attention: the superhuman community's returner. It was enough to snap him out of his mild boredom. Wait, why is my username being mentioned here?
That's right, the superhuman community's returner was none other than Hyo Sungshik's username.
2 weeks ago, when he received an invitation from Lee Manshik to attend S30, he also mentioned that a large-scale gate zone had formed in China. The moment he heard that, he sensed that it was a precursor to a gate break. Even though he thought it was a bit early, he still logged into the community and posted about it. Title: You must be careful of gate breaks. Recently, the frequency of gate occurrences has been increasing. This is not something to be taken lightly. One of the conditions for a gate break rampage is when a gate exists for an extended period, allowing its dungeon core to mature. Another condition is when multiple gates exist in high density within the same area. In such cases, the mana density in the region rises, triggering a gate rampage. This, in turn, causes adjacent gates to rampage as well. Omitted. The post was an eye-opener for the superhuman community. While this was common knowledge in the future, no one at the time had clearly identified the causes of gate rampages. Wow, this actually makes sense. No wonder gates have been appearing more frequently in rural or remote areas. Could it be that monsters released from unnoticed gates are causing this? Yeah, seems likely many people had already guessed that gates breaking after existing for too long was a thing, but I didn't know it was because of the dungeon core crazy. If this is true, then isn't the increasing frequency of gate occurrences really dangerous? If gates are being created faster than we can clear them, won't this land just keep getting overrun by monsters? Exactly, some countries might end up like Malta. Malta, a small island nation in southern Europe. The country had an abnormally high gate occurrence rate. Many of its citizens awakened as hunters, yet the number of gates only continued to increase. Combined with its already unstable political situation, this hindered effective gate management. As a result, monsters gradually spilled out, and Malta became one of the nations that surrendered land to them. That's why some superhuman users were alarmed by his post. However, not everyone agreed with him, so, where's the proof? Isn't this just baseless speculation? The proof is that the op has an X-rank trait. He's the same guy who shared a bunch of useful low-rank gate strategies you really don't know. Lol. Just because someone has a high-rank trait, does that mean everything they say is correct? Many people argued that without clear evidence, this was just speculation, and they weren't wrong. He had no way of proving my claims at the moment. All he could do was relay knowledge from the future that had yet to be discovered. That's why I was planning to build a reputation first. His activity on the tips and strategies board was for that reason. If he could establish credibility by sharing useful strategies, people would start believing him, even without solid proof. I was going to wait a little longer, but this is the right time to post. I didn't write this on impulse. If the large-scale gate zone in China was the same one I remembered leading to a gate rampage, then this post might become a reference point in the future. If that happens, my warnings about the global gate break crisis will carry more weight. Even if my words sounded ridiculous now, people wouldn't be able to ignore them later. That was my plan when I posted it. Now, let's take a look at the post uploaded by someone called Returner on the Superhuman community. Please turn to the second page of the distributed handout. Why is this showing up here? I let out a dry chuckle as I looked at the printed version of my own post in my hands. In the end, his post resonated with many of the superhuman users at S30. This needs to be verified, but it seems like a highly credible analysis. The comment from Germany's gate exploration specialist, Schussrante, added weight to my argument. The discussion soon shifted toward strengthening gate surveillance systems and easing restrictions on gate clearing efforts. I didn't expect this outcome. Ultimately, this discussion would help reduce the number of uncleared gates before the worldwide gate break crisis erupted. Thanks to my analysis, the S30 discussions led to refining surveillance measures and loosening gate clearing restrictions. In the next S30 meeting, they would likely analyze the trend of increasing gate occurrences in more detail and discuss ways to train more superhuman users as a direct solution. By the way, I am curious about this Returner person. I checked some of their other posts, and their insight is incredible. They also have an EX rank trait that makes them the third person to reach X rank after the Sword Emperor and the Martial Emperor, right? Judging by their activity, it hasn't been long since they awakened. Their growth potential must be astounding. Indeed, if someone like this joined our German Superhuman Association, they could leave a great mark in history. I don't know about that. Considering the strict regulations in Germany, wouldn't it be better for them to join Switzerland, which offers the best support for superhuman users? After wrapping up the first agenda, a casual discussion began. The biggest topic of interest was the identity of Returner. A newly emerged X-rank superhuman user, an individual with remarkable insight. They were all deeply interested in finding out who Returner was and which superhuman association they belonged to. Watching their enthusiasm, I simply smirked to myself. They're already plotting to recruit me, but I am not even considering it. Anyway, once the gate break passes and the Knights of Trial arrive, these petty power struggles will become meaningless. Besides, even without that, Hyo Sungshik had no intention of abandoning Korea to join another country. Surely the Returner themselves isn't among us right now, are they? When someone made this half-joking, half-serious remark, there was a brief moment of tension. With that, the first agenda item was concluded, and moved on to the second. This was the very reason why so many superhuman beings had gathered here today. As you may have already been informed, A massive outbreak of gates has been confirmed in the grasslands near Chifeng City. It is estimated to have occurred 3 weeks ago. With a staggering 821 gates in total among them, 2 have been identified as S rank, while approximately 450 of the remaining 819 gates are A rank due to this. The location of the S30 event, which was originally scheduled to be held in Hangzhou, was urgently moved to Beijing. Considering the unusual nature of this large-scale gate outbreak, we have determined that, omitted. Thus, we are requesting the cooperation of the various superhumans associations worldwide. Indeed, the reason why the S30 event was being held in Beijing this time was because of the massive gate outbreak in the grasslands near Chifeng City. In the future, they hesitated here, and that led to a gate rampage. It had already been 3 weeks since the large-scale gates appeared. According to the Chinese representatives, they planned to allow a week for rest before moving to Chifeng City. That would make it nearly 4 weeks since the outbreak. It's a little different from before the regression, but the overall pattern is the same. Before the regression, the large-scale gate outbreak had occurred a year later. Back then, they had also hesitated for almost 4 weeks before a gate rampage erupted. It was only then that emergency reinforcements from various superhumans associations were called in to suppress it. Even now, the timeline isn't much different. If Sungshik's predictions were correct, the likelihood of a gate rampage occurring while they were in the middle of their operation was high. If the rampage happens in the middle of our assault, it'll be even more dangerous. Indeed, if they entered a zone packed with gates to clear them, only for a rampage to occur, they could end up trapped in the heart of a monster-infested battlefield. That would be an extremely undesirable situation. A total of 821 gates typically, each gate housed at least 100 to 200 monsters. Some gates contain several times that number. Considering these factors, the gates in this outbreak could potentially release well over 200,000 monsters. In fact, before the regression, the estimated number of monsters unleashed during the gate rampage was around 400,000, while the majority of them were below 6-star rank, meaning Sungshik himself would be fine even if thrown into the midst of them. His companions wouldn't be so lucky. Even for Sungshik, it was still too much to protect his allies while carving a path through hundreds of thousands of monsters. Even if I say there's a high chance of a rampage occurring soon, no one would believe me. This was the frustrating part, the knowledge that only he possessed, the lack of a proper foundation to fully utilize that knowledge. I need more power. If he held a position like the Sword Emperor or the Martial Emperor, his words would carry weight and be taken seriously. That was why Sungshik made a decision. He would use this gate rampage as an opportunity to reveal his strength. But just as he was seething with frustration, an unexpected piece of good news arrived. The Korean Association will be responsible for approximately 40 gates at the outer C3 location. The Korean Superhumans Association was assigned a specific area for their operation, but there was a problem, though not quite a problem. These gates are mostly B rank, with only 2 A rank gates among them, correct? Yes, that is correct. However, this allocation was determined after an objective comparison of the various associations' combat power to ensure the most efficient distribution. But we submitted an update request regarding our team's power levels. Has that not been reflected? At Li Manshik's pointed question, the Chinese representative merely shrugged. It was clear this large-scale gate operation was an excellent opportunity for the associations. A-rank gates were a rare sight, but now they were everywhere. The loot obtained from clearing A-rank gates could significantly boost both their combat prowess and wealth. It was an incredibly tempting prospect. China, of course, would have preferred to monopolize the opportunity, but due to internal issues and international relations, that wasn't possible. Instead, they had chosen to distribute the opportunity widely among the S30 members, indebting them in a way. Under these circumstances, Korea had fully prepared itself for the operation. They had promptly reported Kong Hanil's advancement to 6-star plus rank and Sungshik's emergence as a 7-star superhuman to the World Superhumans Union. However, for some reason, their power level updates seemed to have been ignored. Damn it! Li Manshik, who had maintained a gentlemanly demeanor until now, let out a curse. It was highly likely that some under-the-table agreements had been made to secure more A-rank gates for certain groups. After all, Sungshik's 7-star rank had only been recognized internally within Korea. It had yet to be officially acknowledged by international organizations. If it had, he would have already been listed in the global superhumans ranking. His 7-star advancement had caused a brief stir within Korea, but it hadn't yet been formally accepted by the world's governing bodies. As Li Manshik trembled with frustration, Sungshik approached him. President, there's no need to be too fixated on the gate allocation. The ones who take down the most will be the ones who claim the most rewards. Huh? What do you mean? You'll see soon enough. I bet we'll take the biggest share. Sungshik's eyes curved into a crescent shape as he smiled at the association president. After the S30 meeting, the schedule for moving to Supung City was set for a week later. This gave everyone, who had gathered from afar, time to recover from their travels. In the meantime, many superhuman associations were seen discussing how to approach various regions. Are you certain that a gate outbreak will occur? Yes, it definitely happened in the future, but wasn't it supposed to happen a year from now? The future can change. Heaven Splitter raised a valid question in response to Sungshik's words. It was a reasonable doubt. The moment a large-scale gate zone appeared at a different time than in the known future, it could no longer be considered the same event as in that future. Of course, that's true, but when you think about the principle behind the gate outbreak, it's the same. After the large-scale gate break occurred, many survivors analyzed in detail why it had happened. As a result, the formula behind gate breaks was mostly uncovered. Based on that knowledge, it's certain the location of the large-scale gate zone, the number of gates that had emerged, the elapsed time since their appearance. Everything was similar. That was why Sungshik was confident. Before a week passes, the gate outbreak phenomenon will manifest. And, just as Sungshik had predicted, it happened. Beep 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 beep. A sudden blaring emergency alert. A partial gate outbreak has occurred in the pasturelands near Supung City. An estimated 2,000 monsters have emerged. All superhumans affiliated with S30 are to gather at the designated location immediately. See? What did I tell you? Ho, so it really is true. From the moment you mentioned knowledge from the future, I expected this outcome. Excuse me? Weren't you just doubting me a moment ago? Sungshik was momentarily speechless at Heaven Splitter's shameless words, but he quickly prepared for battle and joined his group. Sungshik Nim, did you hear? A gate outbreak. What exactly is going on? Everyone's faces showed signs of panic due to the sudden development. There's no need to be overly flustered. Also, you can consider the original strategy of dividing the region obsolete. Huh? Then what do we do? From now on, multiple teams will be assigned to each sector since all the gates will go into outbreak mode one after another. All of the gates will go into outbreak. Even Li Manshik, who had always accepted Sungshik's words without question, seemed unable to fathom what he had just heard. Of course, didn't I say that we'd be making a hefty profit this time? Alright, let's go. With that, a deep smile formed on Sungshik's lips. This is the perfect chance to test my newly gained power. A vast, expansive grassland stretched out before them. This area near Supung City was called the Pasturelands, once referred to as the Manchurian region. It was characterized by its broad, open plains. Scattered throughout the grasslands were countless gate portals, shimmering with deep blue and indigo hues. At this moment, all the superhumans participating in S30 had gathered here. Wow! Someone let out a breath of admiration. Whoosh swish. Flash. It was none other than the dazzling display of power by the 11 thrones that elicited the reaction. When they had just arrived, about 10 gates had gone into outbreak mode, spewing out monsters. Nearly 2,000 monsters had poured out of them. The majority were 5-star plus grade monsters, with a significant number of 6-star ones mixed in. And as soon as they appeared, the ones who rushed forward to engage them were the individuals who would later be known as the 11 Thrones. The Sword Emperor, War Demon, Paladin of Dawn, Flame King, and Elemental Master, along with a few other superhumans who, at this time, briefly stood shoulder to shoulder with the 11 Thrones. The moment they stepped in, the 2,000 monsters were wiped out in an instant. Sungshik and other high-ranking superhumans didn't even get a chance to intervene. Well, that's expected. Every single one of them is a 7-star superhuman right now. Even if just one of them had stepped forward, they could have taken care of the situation on their own before long. With nearly 10 of them moving together, it was only natural for the battle to be over in the blink of an eye. The 11 Thrones really were on another level, even back then. Their reputation was well earned to Sungshik's trained eyes. There was a noticeable difference even among those at the same 7-star level. The ones who would later become the 11 Thrones stood apart from the rest. Their mana control, the way they utilized their traits, and the sheer potential they possessed, all of it was superior. It's a shame I would have liked to take part in that just now. Due to the delayed arrival of Sungshik and the Korean superhumans, all he could do was watch as the situation was resolved before he even had a chance to step in. With the immediate crisis settled, the emergency response plan was put into action, and the teams were assigned as previously discussed. The Korean Superhuman Association was grouped with the United States and France. The United States and France, among the superhumans from the US, she was there. One of the future 11 Thrones Elemental Master Jenny. She was a blonde woman in her early to mid-20s with a beautiful appearance, a slender physique and a pure, elegant beauty. No matter who looked at her, she seemed far removed from the world of superhumans. However, the majesty she displayed in battle left an impression so intense that it was unimaginable just by looking at her appearance. Elemental Master, a superhuman who had reached the level of a great mage, wielding the 4 elemental magics: earth, fire, wind, and water. With just a single gesture of her hand, the ground overturned, the sky roared, and the atmosphere trembled. She was one of the few superhumans who could stand against Han Yunyang, the Witch of Hala, who commanded the army of death. It's been a while. Hyo Sungshik felt a sense of familiarity toward her, like the martial emperor. She was a superhuman affiliated with the United States. Despite her beautiful appearance, she was quite kind and never treated lower-ranked superhumans harshly. Even someone like Hyo Sungshik, she was one of the rare superhumans of the highest rank who possessed a sense of compassion. In the end, she also perished alongside the martial emperor during the Witch of Hala incident. Thinking about it now, the accomplishments of Han Yunyang, the Witch of Hala, were truly incredible. The fact that she had dragged such great superhumans to destruction. What an utterly ridiculous and astonishing feat. I must master the army of death trade no matter what. Recalling the absurdity of that situation, Hyo Sungshik felt his anger boiling inside him. No matter how he thought about it, dealing with Han Yunyang early on and acquiring the army of death trade had been one of his best decisions. Before the nights of trial begin, I must find a way to obtain the secret manual and fully acquire the army of death trait. While Hyo Sungshik was lost in his thoughts, the superhuman associations of Korea, the United States, and France had gathered in one place. Nice to meet you. I am Gerald, the representative of the U.S. Superhuman Association. Louis, representing France. It is an honor. I am Lee Mansik, representing Korea. With the representatives of the 3 nations gathered, they engaged in a brief discussion about how to defend their respective regions. Then, the French and American teams will split into 2. A 2-shift system seems too demanding. How about forming a separate night patrol team? Then, Korea could take charge of night surveillance. As Hyo Sungshik listened, he noticed that the conversation was heading in an odd direction. The core responsibility was being split between the US and France, while Korea was expected to do nothing more than night surveillance. Our Korean forces may be at a disadvantage in terms of power, but relegating us solely to night surveillance seems a bit excessive. Even if you say that, doesn't Korea realistically lack the manpower to defend itself alone? Their dismissive attitude was understandable. Each time a gate opened, it was estimated that they would have to deal with at least several hundred monsters. Expecting Korea, with its majority of 5-star plus superhumans, to hold the line alone was an unreasonable expectation. We recently produced a 7-star superhuman, and some of our existing superhumans have advanced to 6-star plus. We are fully capable of combat. Oh, really? A 7-star? Are you sure about that 7-star? Lee Mansik, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, emphasized the strength of Hyo Sungshik and Kong Hanil, but the reactions from the 2 nations were quite different. The Americans looked surprised, as if hearing something unexpected, while the French responded with skepticism. The reason for this difference was clear. The US possessed the Martial Emperor and the Elemental Master, 2 of the most powerful superhumans in the world, along with several others who were nearly 7-star level. On the other hand, France had only 2 7-star superhumans. Of course, some countries had number 7-star superhumans at all, but even with just 2, France was struggling. To hear that Korea, previously a weak superhuman nation that had only ever produced a single 6-star superhuman, now had a 7-star, naturally, it was hard to believe. Who exactly is this superhuman that has reached 7-star? Even Gerald showed interest as he asked. Lee Mansik's gaze shifted, and all eyes turned to Hyo Sungshik as he became the center of attention. Hyo Sungshik shrugged his shoulders and introduced himself. I am Hyo Sungshik, a superhuman from the Korean Association. Oh, so, it's not that Mr. Kong? Their curiosity was piqued upon seeing an unfamiliar face. And, he's not even listed in the world rankings. Did you train in some remote mountain or something? Well, I only awakened as a superhuman recently. Oh my god, really? That would mean an absurdly fast growth rate. Those who had reached 7-star themselves understood how remarkable it was to achieve such a feat in such a short time. Their astonishment was immense. Huh? You're saying you only recently awakened but are already 7-star? That sounds suspicious. A French superhuman expressed strong skepticism. A man with yellow hair and a weary expression. Frederick, a 7-star superhuman from France. I don't sense any aura from you at all. Hey, are you really a 7-star superhuman? Frederick's question was blunt and rude, based solely on his inability to sense any power from Hyo Sungshik. Huh? How foolish. Does he not realize how disgraceful it is for a 7-star to be unable to conceal his own presence? What an arrogant brat. Heaven Splitter grumbled from within its sheath, clearly displeased. To see someone who barely understands the basics flaunting his power, he's bound to die young. Hyo Sungshik chuckled at Heaven Splitter's remark. The phrase die young amused him. In Hyo Sungshik's memories of the future, that yellow-haired man did not exist, which meant that, just as Heaven Splitter predicted, he had indeed died young. Are you laughing? Frederick's forehead twitched as veins bulged. He believed he was being mocked. Now, Frederick, let's calm down. Do you really think someone would lie in a gathering of the world's top superhumans? It seems Korea's ranker system is still in the process of updating, but from what I've heard, they're currently being reviewed. Seeing the situation grow tense, Gerald stepped in to mediate. He had a point. Who would dare tell a lie that would be exposed immediately in such a gathering? In reality, it was France that had been rude, and Korea deserved an apology. Yes, well, see soon enough. Even in such a situation, Frederick continued speaking insolently, without offering an apology. Truly, every single word that comes out of his mouth is insufferable. Draw me now. Strike him down in a single blow. Forget it. Wasting energy on someone like him will only tire us out. Suppressing Heaven Splitter's rage, Hyo Sungshik glanced at Frederick, who was still glaring at him once again. He let out a soft chuckle. There really are so many people in this world with way too many complaints. At first, France and the United States bickered over the order of turns. If things had gone according to France's initial proposal, there would have been 2 main teams, with the Korean team acting as a sub-team. However, the Korean Association's proposal was accepted, and they decided to divide into 4 teams for defense. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Team 4. They agreed to rotate daily, with each team taking turns defending. Team 1. Gerald, Jenny, and a total of 8 members. Team 2. Louis, Frederick, and a total of 8 members. Team 3. Lochel, Kong Hanil, and a total of 8 members. Team 4. Hyo Sungshik, Seo Hanyul, and a total of 8 members. Each team was formed with 8 members while considering the average combat power of the individuals. The leader of the final team, Team 4, was Hyo Sungshik. Appointing Sungshik as the leader was an implicit acknowledgement of his strength. After all, Sungshik had already applied to the official institution, confirming his attainment of 7-star rank. If the French Association were to dispute this, it could later become an international issue. A strategic obstruction. The French team might have deliberately tried to block the team composition in order to gain a comparative advantage when Korea attempted to insert a 7-star superhuman, Sungshik, into the equation. Sungshik, who had been ignorant of such political maneuvering, only realized the reason behind the French resistance after listening to Man Shik's explanation. He didn't care much. He had seen plenty of people like them even during the nights of trial. Even when humanity was on the brink of extinction, there were those who only cared about their own interests. They never came to their senses. Even as the world collapsed around them in the end, such people inevitably self-destructed. And France has always been known for its strong individualism. Due to their cultural traits, they were deeply individualistic. In this situation, that tendency seemed to have morphed into selfishness. Regardless, with the teams assembled, the defensive front was established to prevent the gate outbreak. Hey, John, if you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of the whole world, you better try harder. Hey. Coming from the weakest link, that's Rich. The large-scale gate defense battle was being recorded through an archival magic orb. Once the battle ended, the footage would be edited and broadcast on the World Alliance channel. That meant anyone could watch the battle footage without restriction. Because of that, everyone remained on edge, wary of making mistakes. Even so, they still had enough composure to joke around. That was because most of the monsters were only at the 5-star plus level. Phew, this isn't too difficult, isn't it, all thanks to her? Eric nodded in a particular direction while responding to John. Following Eric's gesture, John turned his gaze. Damn, you're right, there stood a beautiful blonde woman, exuding an overwhelming magical aura. Yes, she was none other than the elemental master, Jenny Lou Millea. Rumble at the wave of her hand, the ground flipped. Whoosh, flames erupted from the earth. Swoosh, a violent gust tore through the monster's flesh. In their designated sector, several gates had entered an outbreak state, spewing over 1,000 monsters. But with a single motion, Jenny cut down dozens at once. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. The other superhumans standing on the front lines with Jenny were merely cleaning up the few monsters that somehow managed to survive her bombardment, though they were already in tatters. Watching her, Sungshik was reminded of the past. She was always exceptional when dealing with large numbers of enemies. Indeed, she had a remarkable ability to handle vast hordes. There had been times when she held back an entire army by herself. She could rightfully be called a one-person legion. Aside from the Sword Emperor, the Martial Emperor, and the Witch of Halasan, even among the 11 thrones, few could stand against Jenny. The strength of those who follow the path of magic lies in their ability to overwhelm weaker, numerous foes. But she's truly impressive. Her mastery of mana is extraordinary. Something like this would be impossible without an innate affinity for mana. Even Heaven Splitter acknowledged her ability to control multiple elements simultaneously. The position of the 11 thrones is not something that can be reached without immense talent. Only those with top-tier characteristics and the talent to wield them could ascend to the 11 thrones. With Jenny leading the charge, Team 1 successfully cleared their area. Since only a few gates in the Paesong grasslands had entered outbreak mode, they were able to handle them relay style without much difficulty. The same was true for Team 2. Frederick, the leader of Team 2, wasn't just a 7-star in name, he demonstrated formidable prowess. At his command, countless thorny vines sprouted from the earth, ensnaring the monsters with their limbs restrained. Finishing them off was effortless. Though he had a foul mouth, his skills were undeniably top tier. The problem began when it was Team 3's turn. Team 3 was a mixed team comprising members from the United States, France, and Korea. Their leader, Lochel, was a 6-star plus superhuman from France, with Kong Hanil and a 6-star plus superhuman from the US. The team had number 7-star members, but their strength was more than sufficient to handle 5-star plus monsters. Damn it! Why are so many pouring out all of a sudden? The issue was that the number of gates entering an outbreak state had abruptly increased. While Team 1 and Team 2 only had to deal with 6 or 7 outbreaks each, Team 3 suddenly had to face 11. The number of monsters pouring out was twice that of what the previous teams had faced. Amid this flood of creatures, Team 3 struggled to hold the line. It wasn't a desperate crisis, nor was it insurmountable. However, compared to how effortlessly Teams 1 and 2 had handled their battles, Team 3 was clearly lagging behind. And that was just the beginning of disaster. The gates had been showing unstable signs since the morning. With an unusually high number of outbreaks by evening, dozens of gates erupted into simultaneous outbreaks. Emergency! The gates are in full outbreak mode. All 4 teams, prepare for immediate deployment to the front lines. The battlefield turned chaotic, not just in the areas assigned to Korea, the US, and France, but across all sectors. Emergency alarms blared. It's begun. Even in the face of this sudden emergency, Sungshik remained unfazed. He had predicted this would happen today or tomorrow. Even before his regression, the large-scale gate outbreak in the Manchurian region hadn't happened all at once. Initially, a few gates had gone berserk, and then, after a few days, the rest had followed in a massive chain reaction. Even the flow of mana from the gates was unusual. Those sensitive to mana might have predicted that such an event would occur soon. Heaven Splitter was right. The 11 thrones and some of the hypersense individuals had already sensed an abnormality from the gates today and remained vigilant. As I mentioned earlier, please establish the front line when the signal is given. Unleash your firepower all at once. From the start, they had considered such a situation. When dividing into 4 teams, they had also discussed how to form the front line in case this happened. Accordingly, the superhumans from Korea, the United States, and France swiftly took their positions. Goo 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 goo. The rumbling sound of countless monsters charging from the front shook the ground. This is brutal. How many are there? We took down 1,000 the other day, this looks like several times more. If they keep pouring out, it might not just be a few times more, but far beyond that. Indeed, there were nearly 800 gates remaining now that they had all gone berserk simultaneously. An endless stream of monsters was pouring out. It was a scene that made even the superhumans on the front line, prepared for battle, feel overwhelmed. I see quite a number of 6-star beasts. Wasn't it not just A rank gates but several A+ rank gates as well? Unlike before, when only 5-star plus grade beasts had appeared, now there were many 6-star grade beasts. This was beyond their expected scenario. Everyone, stay focused, just follow the plan. It's only the numbers that have increased, do not panic. I'll give the signal. Those who can attack from a distance, strike all at once when I do. As fear and uncertainty began spreading among the superhumans, Jenny's calm voice resonated in their ears. Instantly, the tense atmosphere settled. As expected of a battlefield commander, though she was called a one-person army, she was also highly skilled in mercenary tactics. Whenever she entered battle, her voice alone carried an undeniable force of reassurance. That all stems from her power. Heaven Splitter spoke firmly in the end. Such trust came from her sheer strength. It was true goo. Just witnessing the intense energy surging from her was enough to make the surrounding superhumans feel emboldened. As Jenny said, if we stay calm, we'll be fine. Phew, you're right with Jenny here. I guess I was worrying too much. Jenny prepared to unleash her power. I'll attack first, follow up immediately. Yes, Sir Roger. Not only the Americans and Koreans but also the French superhumans followed her orders precisely. No one was foolish enough to question her lead, especially under such circumstances. Guo, the immense mana surrounding Jenny began to surge violently under her control. Flame Dragon. With her quiet words, the mana around her blazed into flames. The fiery energy quickly gathered into a single form. Whoosh! It took the shape of a massive dragon, as if she had summoned a dragon composed entirely of fire. The blazing entity surged forward, charging toward the thousands of monsters ahead. Whoa, it was a scene straight out of mythology. A fire-made dragon single-handedly diving into a horde of thousands. Waruruk, the flame dragon, left a long trail of fire in its wake, burning through all monsters in its path as it soared. Then, it reached the center of the monster horde. Whoosh! The flame dragon exploded with a deafening roar. The shockwave alone vaporized over 1,000 monsters. It was a truly overwhelming display of power. Don't just stand there. Attack! Snapped out of their daze by Gerald's shout, the superhumans quickly regained their focus and began their assault. This battle would be made public. There was no room for them to be caught gawking. They unleashed their attacks in full force. Fire rain. Shining star. Wind tornado. Attacks of various attributes rained down upon the monster horde. Quackakakak. With the combined attacks of over 20 superhumans, hundreds more monsters were wiped out. Heaven-splitting, wind scar. Schwak. From the tip of Hyo Sungshik's heaven-splitting divine sword, blades of wind erupted, slicing through the battlefield. Swish. Slash. The result was astonishing. Hundreds of monsters were cut down in a single strike. It swept away every remaining monster in the wake of the previous attacks. Oh, huh? Everyone looked at Hyo Sungshik in awe. He's really a 7-star superhuman? I think he's stronger than Frederick. Frederick's expression twisted, but he had no rebuttal. It wasn't an incorrect statement. Ha ha ha, this guy is something else. I won't be outdone. Time for another shot. Even if you attack 10 times, it won't match half of that. It seemed that Jenny and Hyo Sungshik's performance had fired them up. Thousands of monsters still advanced, but morale had skyrocketed. Hyo Sungshik grinned at them and said, "I've still got one more shot left." With those words, he sheathed Heaven Splitter back into its scabbard. Sparks crackled from his outstretched hands. Zap! Zzzt! Lightning visibly surged from his raised palms. Wait, he has multiple attributes? Wind and lightning? Shocked murmurs spread, but their real astonishment was yet to come. Hyo Sungshik raised his lightning-imbued hands toward the sky. Kururung! Thunder roared, as if responding to him. Flash! A bolt of lightning struck his hands. Quarung. More bolts followed, drawn into his grasp. Zzzt! Then, with a deafening crackle, an immense surge of electricity erupted from his hands. Shooting skyward, the brilliant blue lightning began to take shape. A colossal hammer, nearly 300 meters in size, formed from pure lightning. It resembled Mjolnir, the hammer of the highest Norse god, Thor. Here we go. Under the stunned gazes of all, Hyo Sungshik brought the massive lightning hammer crashing down upon the thousands of monsters below. Thunder among all natural attributes, it was one of the most destructive forces. The power of thunder was as wild as it was destructive, making it extremely difficult to control. Because of this, while others were astonished by Sungshik's immense magical energy and mesmerized by the grandeur of the 300-meter-long hammer of thunder, Jenny was surprised by something else. To control the attribute of thunder with such precision, even the Lord of Thunder, Fletcher, could never wield thunder in such a way without the power of a skill others might not have noticed, but Jenny was certain. The foundation of her power was also the 4 elemental attributes. That was why she understood the concept of manifestation power. Recently, she had come to realize this power, manifestation power. Although hers was not as specialized as Sungshik's, she enjoyed utilizing it beyond just her skills. That just now wasn't a skill, so she knew the subtle difference between power manifested through a skill and power manifested through manifestation power. That was, without a doubt, controlled through manifestation power, and that made it all the more astonishing. Even the Lord of Thunder Fletcher can't handle thunder attributed mana like that without the help of a spirit. That meant Sungshik's mastery over mana, his mana control, and his manifestation power far surpassed Fletcher's. Incredible! Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Sungshik. Her gaze held admiration, curiosity, and even a hint of affection. As she was lost in thought, the enormous hammer of thunder that Sungshik had manifested struck the ground. Kwajizijik. The sound wasn't particularly loud, however. For an instant, an intense light flashed, bright enough to blind. Only those who had reached the rank of 7-star could see clearly what happened within that storm of light without missing a single moment. Paz the monsters directly struck by the thunderhammer, reminiscent of Mjolnir, were instantly charred black. It didn't matter whether they were 5-star plus or 6-star. Without exception, every single one of them was incinerated. But it didn't end there. As the hammer burst apart, hundreds, thousands of streaks of thunder surged outward from its center. Pajijijik. The streaks of thunder spread, weaving through the hundreds and thousands of monsters in the vicinity. Each bolt of lightning carried power that number 5 or 6-star monster could possibly endure. It happened in an instant. The time it took for thousands of monsters to be annihilated within the never-ending flood of monsters, an entire area where Sungshik had acted was suddenly devoid of enemies. Everyone who witnessed the scene was left speechless by Sungshik's display. Among all the large-scale attacks they had ever seen, this was the most overwhelming. Is this a dream? Not just the American and French superhumans who had seen it up close, but even the Korean superhumans stood there, dumbfounded. Beep, this is Unit 4. We just detected an enormous thunderstorm and immense magical energy from Unit 9's direction. What happened? Even units that were neither Korean, American, nor French were radioing in. That was the level of impact in just one move. Sungshik had captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield, with all eyes now locked onto Unit 9. Impressive. Watching from a distance, the Sword Emperor, Hawk Ilchin, felt a rare surge of competitive spirit. The last time he felt this way was when he first encountered the Martial Emperor. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect this. When he first saw Sungshik, he had sensed that the man was no ordinary warrior. Furthermore, with the newly established 7-star ranking evaluation, he had instinctively known that the one being evaluated was none other than Sungshik. However, he had never imagined that Sungshik possessed such overwhelming power. Interesting, very interesting. It had been a long time since he had felt such excitement for the Sword Emperor, who possessed an insatiable fighting spirit. This was a welcome development. Such experiences always pushed him to a higher level. Though Sungshik hadn't intended it, this moment would greatly contribute to the Sword Emperor's growth, and in turn, this would be a positive outcome for humanity. With an eager step forward, the Sword Emperor drew his sword. Srrrng. The blade slid out of its scabbard, and as he fully unsheathed it, he directed it toward the horde of monsters. 12 Heaven's Sword, 4th form. Half-moon/multiple arcs of crescent-shaped sword energy tore through the air. SGAK. Dozens of monsters were cleaved apart in a single strike. The Sword Emperor's blade did not stop there, moving too fast for the eye to follow. He swung his sword through the air, leaving behind countless afterimages. As a result, a torrent of crescent-shaped sword energy blanketed the sky and surged toward the monsters. SGAK. SGAK. Every monster caught in its path was sliced apart, their limbs severed. SGAK. SGAK. In an instant, over 1,000 monsters were cut down in the endless rain of sword slashes. Wow, as expected of the Sword Emperor, truly unparalleled. Those who witnessed the scene couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at the Sword Emperor's power. It was only natural the sight of a single sword slaughtering countless monsters from a distance with mere sword energy was nothing short of an art form. While it lacked the overwhelming spectacle or flashiness of Jenny or Sungshik's attacks, the high-level superhumans present could clearly see that the profound depth of the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship was in no way inferior to their dazzling displays. And it wasn't just the Sword Emperor who had begun unleashing their true power. Ha ha ha. Eat this. KWAANG. The Flame King, Zardan, engulfed the battlefield in flames and explosions. In the name of God, Fwa. Holy Knight Quellen's sacred sword unleashed radiant flashes of light across the sky. Hup, the twin swords of Kandera, known as the Battle Demon, carved through the battlefield, massacring monsters. Other 7-star superhumans, who had once kept pace with the 11 thrones, also launched into fierce combat, exterminating monsters one after another. 10,000 versus 300, a battle that should have been unwinnable was now turning into an overwhelming victory. Thanks to their leadership, their fighting spirit spread like wildfire, igniting the hearts of other superhumans. Ha ha ha, let's go. Let's sweep those bastards away too. The superhumans, engulfed in the heat of battle, charged forward with all their might. The overwhelming momentum of the superhumans made the monstrous horde, which had now grown to tens of thousands, seem to falter. Watching the scene unfold, Hyo Sungshik let out a breath. The attack he had just unleashed had been a considerable strain. Even for him, he had pushed the power of thunder nearly to its maximum output. This had put his entire body under severe overload. Perhaps with a different attribute, the burden would have been less. However, thunder was still incredibly difficult to control. Thunder, really, there's a reason why people say it's the hardest to handle. It wasn't just the consumption of mana. Controlling it also drained a significant amount of mental strength and executional power. If you raise the level of your thunder attribute or advance in cultivation, handling this level of power will become trivial. Heaven Splitter spoke to Sungshik in a casual tone. Yeah, I know, I just didn't expect it to be this exhausting. Still, he was quite satisfied with his first attempt at using Thunder's power at near full capacity. At least in terms of destructive power, it was overwhelming. It seemed like he had wiped out roughly 4,000 monsters in a single strike. No one else here could display such a performance in one blow. Perhaps if Jenny went all out, she could achieve a similar result. It's a shame that amplification is on cooldown. If he had just one more week, he would have been able to use amplification if he had used it in conjunction with the power he had just unleashed. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Not just 4,000, but perhaps more than twice that number would have been wiped out. No, maybe even 10,000. The power of amplification, which he had tested before, had shown an astonishing level of enhancement. Close to that of a finishing move. With that power, he could have undoubtedly annihilated all the monsters that had surged into the zones assigned to Korea, the US, and France in a single sweep. Amplification is indeed powerful, but it also has limits. As your cultivation advances, its enhancement rate will decrease significantly. Besides, the power you just imagined will naturally become accessible when you master Thunder and further refine your control over its attribute. Nodding at Heaven Splitter's words, Sungshik thought, he's right. Rather than relying on amplification, I should focus on improving my control over Thunder. I nearly collapsed from exhaustion just from this much power. Even as he acknowledged this, a relaxed expression remained on Sungshik's face. To any observer, he showed no signs of fatigue. In reality, the overload that had weighed on his body after using Thunder's power was already being rapidly healed. The self-recovery speed of his body, having once undergone complete rebirth, was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Within moments, almost all the overload had been resolved. He could rejoin the battlefield immediately without any issues. All right, I won't be outdone. Time to go again. When he saw Jenny, who had been watching him, charge forward with a determined expression and unleash a barrage of fierce attacks on the monsters, his competitive spirit ignited. He recalled what he had told Lee Manshik before coming here, that he would claim more spoils than anyone else. Now was the time to uphold that promise. A mon's word is as good as gold. With a smirk, Sungshik pushed off the ground and shot forward like a comet. The spectacle he displayed next left all who witnessed it in awe. It began with heaven-splitting martial arts. Heaven-splitting martial arts, third form, Wind Scar. With a light motion, he unsheathed the heaven-splitting divine sword and unleashed Wind Scar in an instant. The surrounding monsters were all cleaved in half without hesitation. He swung his sword toward the monsters ahead. Heaven-splitting martial arts, fifth form, Shatter, swoosh. A fan-shaped wave of powerful energy spread outward. Every monster caught within it was sliced cleanly apart. The numbers easily reached the hundreds. Then came the follow-up technique, heaven-splitting, Wind Scar. Schwa. The heaven-splitting Wind Scar, infused with the power of Heaven Splitter, tore through the monsters ahead instantly. Over 1,000 monsters were cut down with the power of Heaven Splitter imbued. The monsters were sliced through as smoothly as tofu. Though it seemed long in words, it all happened in mere moments from the time Sungshik reached the monster horde. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. The ground was drenched in the blood of monsters, their corpses forming a sea of carnage. And it didn't end there. The atmosphere began to tremble violently at the same time. Countless flaming swords appeared in midair. Yes, one of Sungshik's primary techniques. Seja's Gladi, a grand display of countless swords formed from fire. At his command, the fiery swords simultaneously rained down upon the monsters before him. The countless flaming swords left trails of fire in the air as they descended like shooting stars. Boom! Whoosh! In an instant, a fiery hellscape spread before him. Grrrk screech. The beasts that managed to avoid a direct hit were soon engulfed in the raging flames that followed, burning alive as they perished. At this point, dividing the battlefield into different zones no longer mattered. Having single-handedly plunged deep into the heart of the monster horde, Sungshik was displaying an utterly overwhelming dominance, slaughtering them in droves. Without pause, he continued unleashing his various elemental powers. An icy field spread out, freezing the monsters to death, while countless shadowy swords erupted from beneath them, piercing through their bodies. Sungshik was like a wolf that had charged into a flock of sheep. He alone was overwhelming tens of thousands of monsters. Those watching from afar felt a chill run down their spines. Heavenly Sovereign, without realizing it, someone had muttered those words. Indeed, upon witnessing Sungshik's absolute dominance, someone had whispered the title, Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign, Hyo Sungshik. Thus, a new epithet was born for Hyo Sungshik. Pakrerurik. The beasts that were closing in on Sungshik from behind perished as the sword-shaped shadows rising from beneath their feet pierced their vital points. Fajajijik Kaui. The beasts charging straight at Sungshik were electrocuted on the spot by the heaven-splitting divine sword, which discharged streaks of lightning, causing them to collapse. Even though he had thrown himself into the midst of tens of thousands of monsters, their sheer numbers were not a problem. With every step Sungshik took toward the center of the gate zone, dozens, then hundreds of monsters fell before him. Truly, he was moving unhindered in all directions. No monster could stand in his way. Quakwaqwing. A massive explosion erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw a vast crater filled with thick smoke. It seemed to be the aftermath of something Jenny had unleashed. Everyone's doing well at this pace. This group was more than enough to clear out all the monsters in the gate zone. In particular, it felt as if Sungshik alone could cover the entire area. And it wasn't just a feeling. My mana control is much smoother than before, and my body's recovery and resilience have improved significantly. It must have started then, when he briefly opened his true Heaven Splitter eyes. When he momentarily exceeded his limits right after that, his body evolved accordingly. At this level, even if he were to fight Sadashan again, he could showcase an entirely different level of power compared to before. He'll probably reach 7-star plus rank soon. The wall seems right before you now. Even Heaven Splitter felt the same. Sungshik's mastery had already reached a point where, the moment his divine technique was perfected, he would be ready to break through the wall. Your growth rate is still astonishing. Upon reaching 7-star rank, the explosive growth he had experienced before had slowed down. However, even now, his rate of progress was incredibly fast. Not even the Martial Emperor or the Sword Emperor Hawk Ilchin had advanced at such a speed. That trait of yours, the pocket watch, isn't this basically a cheat? Indeed, Heaven Splitter occasionally sensed a divine blessing lingering on Sungshik's body. It didn't grant him any specific power, but it accelerated his growth whenever he was in a situation where he could improve. Heaven Splitter had long suspected that this was due to the pocket watch's trait. I've said it before, This pocket watch is a total cheat. At Heaven Splitter's remark, Sungshik responded as if it were obvious even now. He felt that obtaining this trait had been a stroke of genius. And I can definitely tell the wall is closer, that familiar sensation is starting to return. It was faint, but he could feel his control over the surrounding space gradually increasing. It was a sensation he had experienced once before. Back when he went to learn the heaven-splitting martial arts that time, in that fabricated world, the sensations he had encountered when he reached a higher realm in that world had faded over time. But now, as he recovered that level of mastery, those sensations were coming back. Piece by piece it felt like reclaiming something long forgotten. And the sensation he felt now was exactly what he had felt when he crossed a threshold beyond 7-star rank one by one. Those memories were coming back. It was an electrifying feeling beyond words. The thrill of growing stronger in real time, the anticipation of soon breaking through. Amidst these myriad sensations, Sungshik mechanically cut down the monsters. Even this alone was accumulating experience. This place truly felt like a goldmine. How long had he been fighting? It seemed like several hours had passed by now. The number of monsters Sungshik had slain had long surpassed the tens of thousands. He exhaled, feeling a faint sweetness in his breath. Looking back, he saw an endless pile of monster corpses stretching into the distance. This is insane. He must have been in a trance while cutting down the monsters. Now that he was aware of the moment, exhaustion crashed over him like a tidal wave. His body had already been screaming for rest. No matter how much he had undergone a rebirth, his body was not tireless to reach that level. He would need to undergo at least 2 more transformations to truly surpass human physical limits. I can see the end now. The center was now right in front of him. If there was still a long way to go, he would have to take a forced rest. His mana recovery had slowed significantly, and his body's ability to recover from fatigue had also dropped. The exhaustion was accumulating rapidly. Now, all that's left is the S-rank gate. He could leave the remaining small fry to the others and focus solely on the 7-star ranked monsters emerging from the S-rank gate. Already, each of the superhumans participating in this battle had slain at least several hundred, if not over 1,000 monsters. Most of them were 6-star or higher, and since the majority of monsters were lower ranked than themselves, this was possible. By now, the number of monsters they had taken down easily numbered in the hundreds of thousands. This was the largest battle since the emergence of gates following the Great Cataclysm. Even in the future, this event was considered the precursor or the very beginning of the gate break. In the past, there had been a delay in responding to such large-scale gate eruptions, and the advancing hordes of monsters had caused massive devastation. It had been recorded in history as a regrettable failure due to a slow initial response. Compared to that, we're making an excellent first move. At this moment, history had undeniably changed, and Sungshik had played a major role in that. Frankly speaking, if they had to choose the key player in this battle, it would be him. Time to finish this. After a brief rest, Sungshik dusted himself off and stood up. Now, it was time for the final battle. The first to reach the center was Sungshik. Almost simultaneously, the Sword Emperor Hawk Ilchin and Jenny arrived behind him. The other 11 thrones and high-ranking superhumans had not yet reached the center, or they were focused on clearing out the last remnants of monsters pouring in rather than advancing further. Weren't there supposed to be 2 S-rank gates? Jenny asked from the side. It must have been an observational error. During the briefing, they had been told there were 2 S-rank gates. However, now that they were at the center, they could see 5 in total. Since the previous observations were done from a distance rather than through direct inspection, it was understandable that the overlapping gates had been mistaken as fewer in number. In fact, even the count of 821 gates was likely inaccurate, as some might have been missed. Looks like it's about to begin. The usually silent Sword Emperor Hawk Ilchin finally spoke. Just as he said, the S-rank gates before them had begun to shimmer ominously. They were showing signs of going berserk. The 3 of them stood in 3 directions without saying a word. It was an implicit agreement. They decided to deal with each of them as they came out of the S-class gate. A bright light flashed as monsters poured out of the gate. The majority were 6-star beasts. However, for Sungshik, Hawk Ilchin, and Jenny, these beasts weren't even worth considering opponents to them. 6-star monsters were nothing more than a warm-up. Thud, the real ones are coming. The portal flickered as the boss monsters began to emerge. 5 in total. The boss monsters that stepped out of the portal were all ranked at 7 stars. Krarang. The moment they emerged, the boss monsters roared, asserting their presence. Sungshik quickly scanned their appearances. Blood Giant, Cyclops, Stone Golem, were Tiger, Twin-Headed Ogre. There weren't any monsters with strange curses or peculiar traits starting from 7-star monsters. Some occasionally possessed powerful curses or bizarre abilities, so he had to be cautious, but this time, they were all relatively standard monsters. If there was one that required special attention, Blood Giant. That one was a giant creature made entirely of blood. The blood itself carried a potent toxin, making even the wounds inflicted in battle a weapon against its opponents. Close combat transcendents who didn't know this often made the mistake of engaging it recklessly, only to meet disaster. That one first Sungshik decided to take out the most troublesome enemy first. As he activated Heaven Splitter Eyes, weak points across the monster's body lit up. Among them, one spot shone the brightest. That's the core. The key to defeating this monster was destroying that core first. Since it was made of blood, any wounds would quickly regenerate by absorbing surrounding blood. Moreover, in a battlefield like this, where monster blood was abundant, it could rapidly grow stronger by absorbing everything around it. Sungshik sprang into action, charging toward the Blood Giant. FSSSSHH. Seeing Sungshik rushing in, the Blood Giant let out a strange sound and swung its arm at him. Its arm stretched out like a whip, slashing through the air toward Sungshik. Slice. Sungshik effortlessly dodged the attack and severed a portion of its arm. Splurt. Sizzle. The blood that spurted from its wounds splashed onto the ground, melting and corroding the surface as it flowed. Thunk. Crack. Evading the attack with ease, Sungshik closed in on the Blood Giant's chest and effortlessly destroyed its core. Gwa. The creature's body lost its shape, collapsing into a massive puddle of blood that poured onto the ground. Drip, drip, drip. Without hesitation, Sungshik summoned flames, engulfing all the blood and burning it away. Whoosh. For a 7-star monster, its end was surprisingly anticlimactic. This was because Sungshik knew its weaknesses and characteristics. Normally, attacking it would have been a drawn-out battle due to its regeneration, and the nature of its blood would have made continuous attacks difficult. But by using Heaven Splitter Eyes to locate its core and eliminate it immediately, he had resolved the fight effortlessly. Watching this, Hawk Ilchin and Jenny exchanged glances, their eyes filled with intrigue. Seeing the creature's blood, they realized that if they had fought it without knowing its nature, things could have gone terribly wrong. Then, as Sungshik turned toward the one-eyed giant monster, the Cyclops, they, too, began their own battles against their respective opponents. The battle ended too quickly. Though the monsters were 7-star, they didn't last long against them. Jenny easily took down the twin-headed ogre, utilizing her elemental attack powers. Hawk Ilchin, with a single sword, sliced the stone golem into pieces. Meanwhile, Sungshik defeated the Cyclops and then turned his attention to the Were-Tiger. The Were-Tiger, a lycanthropic fusion of a tiger and a human, seemed to be the strongest of the boss monsters here. It put up a decent fight against Sungshik but ultimately fell under his blade before long. Hawk Ilchin and Jenny, wanting to observe Sungshik's combat skills further, stepped back and let him handle the remaining monsters. Watching him fight, Hawk Ilchin couldn't help but be impressed. He hasn't broken past the 7-star barrier yet. Hawk Ilchin could tell that Sungshik was right on the threshold of surpassing 7-star rank. His keen observation skills picked up on the fine details. I thought he had reached 7-star plus, but he's still at 7 stars. This realization was surprising. Observing up close, he could see the gap. Sungshik hadn't yet reached 7-star plus, but the power and combat prowess he displayed had already surpassed that of a typical 7-star. Additionally, Sungshik demonstrated mastery over multiple elemental attributes. Such versatility was only possible for someone who possessed at least 5 unique traits. Amazing. Truly amazing. It was hard to believe from what he could tell. Sungshik's primary focus was martial arts, but even that martial skill contained profound, high-level intricacies. This realization sent a thrill through Hawk Ilchin's body. He felt an overwhelming urge to cross swords with Sungshik immediately. Of course, if Sungshik had shown his full strength just now, Hawk Ilchin was almost certain he would win. But if he breaks past the 7-star barrier, then things would be unpredictable. He might even experience defeat for the first time. The last time he had felt this level of tension was when he had fought to a draw with the Martial Emperor. Ever since he had acquired the X-rank Sword Sovereign trait and ascended to the realm of transcendence, he had believed that his only true rival under the heavens was the Martial Emperor. But today, that belief was shaken. Maybe This is the new X-rank transcendent that recently appeared in the community. Through this realization, Hawk Ilchin could now infer Sungshik's true identity. Jenny felt the same. She was completely captivated by Sungshik's power. She had believed that she was the only one in the world capable of wielding multiple elemental attributes, but seeing Sungshik do the same, she felt a deep sense of kinship and admiration. Thus, without needing to say a word, both Hawk Ilchin and Jenny approached Sungshik at the same time. "Well done, you did great." Sungshik saw the two approaching him and responded with a soft smile. "You both worked hard as well." Only after saying those words did he truly feel that the gate outbreak incident was over. Having fought with all his strength for the first time in a while, he felt incredibly refreshed, and knowing that they had successfully contained the gate break with minimal casualties filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Thus, the first large-scale gate outbreak was successfully contained with minimal damage, and shortly afterward, the footage of this battle was made public, and it sent the world into an uproar. Second part ends here. Now let's move into the next part. Gonna publish few hour later. Wait for that. Till then, bye bye.